If she could get a more useful class specialization, she would like to. Still, 25 was a large jump from 20, even more so than 20 was from 15. At least in terms of experience, it was. Stretching, she adjusted her clothes slightly. It had been nice of Mary to send her off with some fresh ones. She had long since gotten used to wearing the same set of clothes for several days in a row, but a month in the same set stained with sweat and blood was a bit much. She'd have to prioritize finding some other clothes. Now that she remembered what a fresh set felt like, she didn't want to go back. Looking around, she saw her master flipping through a book, one that she was surprised to find it reading. It was her alphabet book. A is for alchemy. It must have been so bored if it was reading an alphabet book for children. Thinking about it, though, she realized there was very little for it to do overnight. It was too efficient at cleaning to let that occupy it the entire night. Plus, it had no demons to hunt at the moment. Between that and its unwillingness to go up or down the stairs without being carried, perhaps Void taking up some light reading made sense. Still, the whole stairs thing did seem very strange for something that she knew to be so strong. Maybe she could help. She wasn't much of a carpenter, but maybe Tony could assist too. If they found enough wood, perhaps they could build a ramp up some of these stairs. Be considered how useful that would be. If her master asked for it, she certainly wouldn't complain, but it didn't seem like it would reach the top priority on her list. Maybe once they contained all the possible dangers on the upper floors, they would have time. And there was also the lieutenant to think of. Her head started to ache slightly at the reminder of her constantly growing pile of tasks. She moved over to Void's side. Looking over it, she saw that it was in the 9th chapter. I is for intent. That was a tricky chapter for her to understand. When she first heard about alchemy, it seemed like the recipe was the important part of getting the desired final result. The materials, the way they were mixed, the quantities, and so on. It was, for the most part, but there was another factor as well, a very important one, if relatively minor in effect. That was the intent behind the item being created. Just a random circle shape or a potion unwittingly made wouldn't be likely to have much magic energy. Whoever was laying out the materials needed to have a clear picture of what they wanted them to do. Her tracing of the circles of the fire elementals was effective because she wanted to contain them, but probably less effective than if she understood each room to the fullest extent and really internalized how it would help keep them there. She wasn't sure how much of an impact that would make, but if she was someone who just randomly copied directions without having any intent, the magical properties of the materials would not be activated. That was how she understood it. It was very likely that something was wrong with her interpretation, though, especially with how well her potions had worked so far. But why was Void reading this? It didn't seem to realize that she was standing over it as it traced under each word with its little claw. I had done it. Humans were actually quite clever, even in this bizarre place. The characters each represented a sound. If you played those sounds out, they correlated with spoken words. How could I not have realized it earlier? This was revolutionary. Of course, this book was full of mistakes, too. I had extracted a set of rules for decoding that explained perhaps 70% of the symbols, but there were many that simply did not fit into the pattern. Many of these letters represented sounds that weren't found in the words that I was pretty sure they were trying to say. Even worse, sometimes a letter was said one way and sometimes another. The whole thing was full of contradictions and really, really confusing, but I was 96% certain of my interpretation. With additional confirmation and something to check my work against, I could probably bring my 30% uncertainty down to 0.6% pretty easily. But already I was right enough that I was getting close. After I had that epiphany to convert each letter to a sound, I went through each chapter closely to map these relationships out. Once I did that, things really started to line up. I had flipped through the whole book dozens of times at this point. I had it mostly scanned in my memory, but somehow the physical presence of it allowed me to catch things that my compression algorithm had deemed unimportant and hadn't saved. At least that's what I thought was happening, but it was quite weird. Something about having the original in front of me seemed to help me, but I couldn't exactly explain why. Anyway, I was now working on deciphering the 9th chapter. I was having a lot of trouble understanding it. Not necessarily because the words were more confusing than the previous chapters, but more because the contents of the chapter didn't really make any sense. I had gone through and looked at a few of the other chapters, which explained a lot of why random salt circles were on the ground all throughout this castle, but why it mattered what you thought when you placed down salt circles was still beyond me. I was considering skipping over this chapter and moving on to the next one. The reason I hadn't yet was that this seemed to focus on one of the confusing letters, whose sounds didn't seem to always be the same thing. Right about when I finally gave up on Chapter 9, a shadow fell over the book. This jolted me from my musings. I noticed Beatrice had woken up and come over to say hi. She was looking at the chapter as well. Beatrice frowned at the page. "I found this chapter extremely confusing. I wish you were able to explain some of this to me. That would be really helpful." Well, at least I wasn't the only one who was confused here. I was flattered that she thought I could explain it to her, but that was totally beyond me right now. She continued, "I mean, I understand the idea that you need to have the intent of doing something while you lay out your circles, but I don't understand why knowing more about the details of how the magic works can change the intent. So, the particular part I'm stuck on is, does the intent guide the magic more efficiently somehow? Or does more knowledgeable intent just activate the magic held within the materials better?" I just looked at her. Maybe if she kept asking questions, she would answer some more of mine. At least she was giving me data on what this text was trying to convey. I recorded her words to parse through further later, though the fact that we were both confused didn't bode well. Chapter 71. Workload Optimization. Harold sat on his horse as he watched the brigade march out of the capital's gate. He wasn't exactly happy, but he supposed this was as good as he was going to get. The report from the adventurer team had not been followed up with a more detailed report. He could only assume that the 2 remaining members had not been able to get away. This had worked against him in some ways and for him in others. He had managed to convince the king that they needed to send troops. With the looming war, though, all that he could peel off was a single brigade that was slightly under strength. Of the army's managed divisions, he had managed to get one of the more competent ones to draw from, but the command structure was not exactly what he had hoped. He wouldn't have cared if he wasn't being dragged along by himself, but since he was, it irked him that he was not only coming, but also wasn't in charge. It was a type of punishment meted out by the king and tacitly supported by the warden. Harold had been left in an advisory role for this mission on account of his failures. He couldn't complain too much, as he didn't have the military expertise to really lead a bunch of soldiers. But when it came to decisions involving demons, it was going to be difficult to take a back seat. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have been much of a problem, but the brigade commander was not someone he felt he had much influence over. Colonel Gaston was a hard man, a man who'd worked his way up from the ranks. He started at the bottom as a commoner, and has spent many years being promoted only due to extreme service and loyalty. All around, he sounded like an amazing commander, but he was a bit of a stickler for the rules. Worse, he didn't hold much respect for the mage types. Normally, if the colonel had come from a noble family, he would have been more used to the political world of the mages and been more willing to listen to Harold's advice. At least then, Harold would have understood how to interact with him. As it was, he feared that Colonel Gaston would put them in danger by underestimating the threat they were going against. The nearly 4,500 men were not half of what Harold thought they would need, but it was better than nothing. With those numbers, though, it was going to take them a while to get there. It would be a little over a week of travel to Greg, and then 5 days more to the castle. He thought that even if the lieutenant was released immediately, they would still be okay. Still, Harold's leg bounced nervously in his stirrup. For the last 170 years, the mages had been replacing the lieutenant's containment on a monthly basis. It used to be a permanent fixture until some dolt messed it up while trying to replicate the thing. Harold shuddered to think about the consequences that the poor guy must have dealt with. Still, between the last replacement date and the estimated time for the lieutenant to recover, they would be getting there several weeks before it would wake up. Harold could only hope that that was enough time to fix things. He sighed. He was doing a lot of hoping now, and neither he nor the warden was very happy about that. Well, while he was at it, he might as well hope that they could handle the monster that the college had summoned. Beatrice and I had given up on the book soon after Tony woke up. Apparently, our conversation was getting pretty loud, as she asked me questions and I beeped confusedly back at her. Normally, she seemed to have no trouble interpreting my sounds, but this time I didn't think she understood what I was saying. As she got increasingly confused and I struggled to explain that I didn't know what this was about, I was rescued by the other human's entrance. Tony seemed like he hadn't charged quite enough, based on his 31% slower than usual movements, but maybe I was wrong. He and Beatrice began to make plans for breakfast. From their conversation, the word appeared to refer to a type of food. I had never been really engaged in the whole human food situation until recently. Of course, I had heard of breakfast before, but only now was I really able to put together what it meant. Thinking about it, I tried to figure out how the word would be spelled, not for any particular reason, but just out of curiosity, to practice. My humans wanted to go make their breakfast, and I followed them to the kitchen. As we traveled, they talked about chickens and eggs and other food. I made my way over to the little crack that I caught the little furry messmaker in so long ago. I now had a word to describe it. It had been a small rodent that was either a mouse or a rat. With its size, I would have said it was either a very large mouse or a small rat, so it was hard to be certain. But one thing I remembered was that they tended to not be solitary creatures. If there was one here, there might be others. So I sat there patiently with my claw extended, ready to pounce in case anyone came out. I wasn't lucky enough to catch one while the humans ate, but it was a good way to pass the time. It also gave me time to ponder the human food situation more. Tony returned to full movement efficiency after eating, suggesting that humans really did require some combination of food and charging to function optimally. I wondered why they needed two separate types of fuel. Soon after they finished, they went about their separate days. Tony ventured outside to go take stock of the gardens that he hadn't gotten to yesterday, and Beatrice and I went back upstairs. We checked on the fire elementals before we did anything else. We found nothing to worry about. Apparently, we had done our job well. We continued exploring the hallway companionably. As we checked each room, I did my best to clean it. Most of the time, we didn't need to stay in a room for very long. We found a few more that were similar to the fire elemental room, but had a significantly smaller number of cages. Most of the time, we stopped to contain them right away. Only a few did we skip at Beatrice's behest. Now that I had some improved knowledge of the containment circles from that book, they made a lot more sense when I was assisting Beatrice. Now I wasn't just copying what was there, but I was starting to understand why they were shaped the way they were. I didn't think I would be able to create one from scratch completely, but if I were to modify one for a different purpose, I might be able to do that. I could definitely replicate one I'd already seen before. We made decent progress that first day. We had checked most of the hallway, but there was a lot more than just this one hallway upstairs. However, Beatrice seemed to think that most of the dangerous specimens were kept in this area. If she was right, it made sense to prioritize these. Maybe other demons would escape elsewhere, but those messes could be cleaned. Damage done by something like a fire elemental would be nearly impossible to fix for us. I still couldn't repair fire damage, after all. We spent the entire day doing this. Once it was time for the humans to charge again, we went downstairs and back to bed. This time, while the humans charged, I went around cleaning the bottom floor. I still didn't need to, but it felt nice. I took my time and treated it as a meditative pursuit. Plus, I'd rather have been cleaning it too often than not often enough. With how things had been lately, who knew when my attention would be shifted toward some new adventure? This left me with many hours before I expected Beatrice to wake up, let alone Tony. For some reason, Tony seemed to need longer to charge his batteries. Oh well. With nothing else to do, I went back to trying to decipher A is for alchemy. I flipped back to the first chapter and read it from the beginning again. Taking my time to dissect each word, I still breezed through the first 8 chapters. Everything that Beatrice and I had practiced today helped cement my knowledge from it. When I got to chapter 9, reading about intent, I was still thoroughly confused, though. Eventually, I decided to skip that chapter and just move on. Once I was in uncharted territory, I found that I was reading much slower. It took a lot more time for me to simulate the new information than it was to review the previous information in a different context. Over time, as I did this, I learned a lot about some of the basic principles of what Beatrice and I had been doing upstairs. Again, Beatrice woke first and came over to see me reading. She continued her questions from the previous day, and this time, instead of just trying to let her know I didn't know the answers, I tried to engage with her. We seemed to have a conversation, as she would put forth an idea, and I could give her my general impression of it. It was frustrating not to be able to explain my thoughts fully, but I thought I was able to convey my opinions on matters well enough. Tony woke up, and the pattern repeated. This time, while they ate breakfast, I didn't wait for another mouse to come out. I instead found that the cat was back. It seemed to take it a couple days to forgive me, but now it wandered into the kitchen with an arrogant gait and sat on the counter looking down at me. I looked up and met its gaze. "I didn't know you guys had a cat," Tony said as he jumped out of his seat, extending a hand slowly. The cat sniffed it and flopped over on its side as Tony began to stroke the cat between its ears. "Who's a good kitty?" I was a little taken aback. I had not received any more pats from Tony since the first ones, yet he dispensed them so easily to a newcomer. In fact, maybe he only dispensed them to newcomers. That would be unacceptable. Even more reason why I needed him to teach Beatrice this skill. But he clearly had his priorities wrong, giving my hard-earned affection to a third party. I bumped into Tony's ankles indignantly. He jumped slightly, surprised, before looking down at me. "Oh, don't worry, I didn't forget about you," he said, and he kneeled down to pat my outer shell gently. I turned around as I heard a gasp, but it was just Beatrice covering her mouth with her hand. I didn't know why, but she looked like she was almost choking on her food. Setting that aside, I was immensely pleased. But the attention session didn't last very long. Tony had apparently finished taking stock of the outside domain, and now knew what needed to be done to care for it. So he set off, once again braving the horrors of the world beyond the castle's doors. Beatrice and I went upstairs to continue our own mission. The day was a bit more exciting than the previous ones. Apparently, we were dealing with some more threatening experiments this time. We hadn't allowed any major breaches of containment, but the last few had come pretty close. Luckily, there was nothing so destructive as fire, but a few of the bird-shaped creatures of wind had been chirping angrily at us from inside their cages as we redrew the circles. Beatrice seemed to relax when we left the final room at the end of the hallway. "We still have a lot of ground to cover, but I think those are the most dangerous ones. The next things we should check out are some of the animal resource gathering stations. Those normally just contain normal animals that are either harvested or have some part of them harvested. The animals are rarely dangerous, but I imagine many ran out of food a long time ago. I wasn't sure what to make of that, and decided to reserve any sort of judgment until we opened the first door. Unfortunately for me, that first door set all of my sensors into overdrive. Chapter 72. Hazardous Waste. I stared at the towering heap of blackish-brown filth that stood before me. How had something so disgusting managed to pile this high unnoticed? My sensors moved upwards toward the ceiling and registered a bunch of small, furry black shapes. Eyes blinked open and looked down at Beatrice and me. The little beady black eyes blinked at semi-random intervals, creating a cascading pattern of winking stars above us. One of the creatures unwrapped what appeared to be wings around itself, and then resettled them. I watched a glob of something fall from above and land on the pile, growing it just a tiny bit. I ran my sensors over the mass and shuddered. This simply wouldn't do. Without waiting for Beatrice to follow me, I rushed to the first monstrosity besmirching my floors. I couldn't roll over it, as it was tall enough to coat my chassis. Even if it would clean itself over time, I needed to exhaust all other options before I made that sacrifice. So I started shining my sanitation lamp at it. Judging based on how much microscopic life my sensors were registering, I reasoned that it might have some effect. It wasn't enough. In fact, the data indicated that whatever this was had so much potency that it was contaminating the air around us. I started using my vacuum and air control to gently extract bits of mass from the pile, but it was prone to splatter everywhere. Stopping before I made even more of a mess, I popped out my mop and spray bottle combo. My mop was an underused tool, in my opinion. Compared to how revolutionary it was when I first got it, its usefulness had quickly faded. There just hadn't been much liquid that needed cleaning recently. Until now. The goop was too solid to be picked up, so I sprayed some cleaning compound to dilute it. Once I had sprayed it a little, I tried to absorb it, but my mop mainly just removed the liquid I sprayed on the pile. The mess itself remained mostly unscathed. It was too dense. This was much more difficult than I had feared. Beatrice had finally made it into the room. She had a rag tied over her face. I hate cleaning up guano. It's the worst. Normally the mages only made us do this as a punishment, but still. Was the goop called guano? At least the humans here seemed to understand the proper disgust that this guano deserved. This was one of the first moments that I actually had hope for the people here. Moving toward a closet, Beatrice pulled out a shovel. That was a good idea. I wasn't sure how else to clean up this mess. She walked over to me with a shovel and bucket in hand and put the bucket down. With a sigh, she dug a load out of the pie and plopped it into the bucket. As she was digging out another shovelful, she froze. What? I waited for her to finish with the shovelful, trying to figure out how I was going to assist her. However, she didn't move. I just hit 19 recently. How did I get to level 20 so fast? Beatrice shot me a quick look. Level up. Level 20 reached. 5th skill reached. Choose a skill. Persuasion. Divine alchemy. Improved mucking. B was conflicted. Not about what skill to choose. She had made up her mind as soon as the options were presented. No, she was trying to decide if it went against her pledge to Void to simply keep her options to herself this time. She reasoned that it didn't. Her master wanted her to be independent and resourceful, so surely it would like her to take the initiative here. She obviously wasn't doing this because she feared it would pressure her into improved mucking. Of course not. Deciding to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and resolving to definitely consult Void next time, she quickly made her selection. I'm thinking I am going to pick divine alchemy for my skill. Is that okay? Her master just gave her an affirmative beep. Bee let her shoulders slump in relief. She really hadn't wanted to pick improved mucking. Seeing how much experience she had gotten for the single scoop of bat guano she had removed, it could have been a good choice for leveling. But she shuddered at the thought. She'd rather level more slowly than hit level 100 as the world's best bat guano shoveler. The first option, though, was also one that she would avoid at almost any cost. It was her father's favorite skill, one that he had used at every turn in both his business and personal life. Persuasion was a skill that Bee deeply found disgusting. The way it subtly warped the mind of the target was sickening. After being the target of it so many times, she decided to never even consider it. That she had even been offered the skill was worrying for her. She supposed it had to do with her interactions with Tony's family and her bargaining. Of course, that had been with the best of intentions, but still the system seemed to count that. Of all the options, the one that she chose wasn't a very hard decision. She didn't exactly know what divine alchemy did, but it sounded awesome. Her first truly magic-based skill. This was everything she had dreamed about. Bee had a nagging thought that it wouldn't give the abilities of the god of alchemy, though. She would need to look through the library and see what it actually did. She finished her second scoop of guano with a lot more enthusiasm. The experience she earned for that one was much less than the first, but still an incredible amount. What made this such a valuable task to void? It was cleaning, sure, but she normally wouldn't get anything that lucrative from the more routine stuff. Looking over at her master, Bee became even more confused. Typically, it was the most enthusiastic cleaner that she had ever seen, but now it was spraying liquid at the pile and trying to mop it up ineffectually. It didn't seem to be having much success. Could it be that it had never cleaned guano before? After a long day of caring for the bats, Bee finally returned to the library. She wanted to pass out right after she and Tony had finished eating, but there were a couple things that she needed to take care of. First, she wanted to check out what her new skill did. Also, now that they had cleared out the other possible threats from the castle's upper levels, she figured it was time to turn her attention to Nazareth Gak. She noted that Tony had made it to level 7. It seemed that his time in the fields had done him well. However, she refrained from congratulating him on it. He hadn't brought it up, and she still hadn't revealed her scan ability. Instead, they talked about how the crops and chickens were doing. Tony had settled into a routine, and she hated to admit it, but most days she forgot he was here. The only times they saw each other were in the mornings and evenings. As Bee needed less sleep than he did, often she was gone before he woke up. However, she no longer had to worry about food. At all. But it wasn't just like servants laying out a meal. Tony did it with more care. She imagined this might have been what living with parents who cared about her was like. Her mother had been like this, but it had been far in the past, and she didn't remember it as much as she would have liked. But if Bee came back from clearing out dangers on the upper floors late, there was always food waiting for her, usually some for breakfast as well. Now that the upper floors were mostly safe, she actually had business in the library today. She browsed the shelves, looking for a couple things. The exact title of the book she was looking for still eluded her, but she had an idea of what to look for. Eventually, she found a thick tome that mentioned her new skill. As she read the description, her heart sank. The skill did not, in fact, give her divine abilities in alchemy. No, it was a faith-based skill to which classes like devotee often had access. This skill gave her improved abilities with the types of alchemy that her divine patron favored. Of course, for her, that meant cleaning. Well, that wasn't useless exactly. She could dabble in more cleaning-related solutions, but maybe there were other applications here, too. If she convinced Void that a speed potion would help her to clean more quickly, would the skill consider those fair game? It was something to test. Other than that, so far she couldn't figure out a recipe that involved circumventing stairs. Maybe she could make ramps. The second book she found in the stacks Void had arranged by the entryway so long ago. That was probably why she had never found it. Containment and Disposal. What to do when you are done with your demons. It was exactly the book she needed. As she read through it, things proved much more difficult than she had first thought. There was no simple way to kill a demon that was contained and in stasis, not unless you had access to power a dozen levels higher than the demons. A captured demon just had too many inherent defensive properties for someone to effectively damage it. However, not all hope was lost. There were ways of making a demon come out of its slumber while weakened significantly. The book referenced a dozen different methods, none of which it discussed in depth. It did reference a few other books, which she eagerly collected. They didn't directly address the methods for disposing of unwanted demons the first book laid out, but they discussed the concepts that it was based on. One was an in-depth discussion on how demons regained consciousness as they came out of hibernation. Another talked about the environmental effects on demons. Containment and Disposal mostly centered its ideas around waking the demon up to consciousness before its full power returned. If it woke, then it would lose its protection and still not have its full power. Forcing a demon awake early wasn't easy to pull off and required several difficult-to-concoct potions. Normally this wasn't done, as people generally were not stupid enough to summon demons much stronger than themselves without binding them. The second approach was more to make the mage's life easier. It dealt with preparing the surrounding environment and essentially setting traps. If they filled a fire demon's surroundings with water before it woke up, there would be very little trouble in fighting it. There were several other things that could be done like that as well. Most, though, required a group of mages to pull off, and that was something that Bee wouldn't have. The most common disposal method was banishment. The demons could fight against it, of course, but it was a lot easier than killing them. Unfortunately, it required more people. It also depended on the type of demon. The lesser demons they had been fighting at first were easy to banish, and that was the most common solution for them. The earth demons were pretty much impossible. Bee wasn't sure how she would handle Nazareth Gak. There was no way she or anyone else was going to be able to banish it. She also would have needed to start redrawing the circle months ago to have any hope of finishing it on her own, assuming she could. It seemed that she had a week or 3 to find some way to get rid of it before it woke up naturally. If the lieutenant woke at full power, there likely wasn't anything on this planet that could stop it from freeing its brothers. If that wasn't the case, she would have seriously considered running. Looking through the references and all the possible ways that she could weaken a demon, Bee began to make notes. She was writing things down long into the morning. Eventually, she fell asleep in her chair, head on the table, and notes pushed to the side. She stayed like that through the night, even as Tony checked on her before bed. Even as a concerned Void nudged her foot, trying unsuccessfully to get her to move to the mattress just a few feet away. Chapter 73. Immaculate. I didn't have anything to clean. I had faced this issue repeatedly over the last few nights, but now the realization was hitting me in full. It was a difficult idea to process. It wasn't just that I had other non-cleaning activities to get to, such as interpreting the humans' written language. The floors were immaculate, the furniture was straightened, and even the lower sections of the wall were freshly dusted. No, there really was no productive cleaning that needed to be done. It was a rough change to get used to. It was bittersweet at best. On the one hand, I was proud to be so efficient, but on the other, it left me without purpose. When I had humans directing me, I knew when I needed to clean and when I needed to charge. They would just tell me, and I would do it. It was a simple life, and one that I could enjoy without much thought. Now that I was making these decisions for myself, it was much harder. Starting with the fact that I no longer needed to charge, the solution should have been obvious. Just clean constantly. Well, there was not enough around here for me to clean constantly. Even sanitizing the castle no longer took very long. I had sought to improve, and improve I had. I was so efficient that I was able to run solely by converting the dust I picked up to energy, and that was with all of my new fancy functions operating as needed. I didn't have to touch any of the mess makers inside of me for power. Truthfully, I wasn't sure what to do with them, but I didn't see much of an issue with just leaving them in my dustbin indefinitely. My predicament came from the simple fact that I had improved too much. So much so that I was losing my purpose. I didn't know what to think about that. I brought up the prompt that I received when we had finished cleaning up all the guano. I had transmuted the horrid stuff and a few other forms of waste that had accumulated in my dustbin, since I saw no reason to keep those around. Level up. Level 40 reached. Ninth mutation reached. Choose a mutation. Air purifier. Myriad tongues. Grant sapience. As I read it carefully again, I knew this was what used to be shouted at me when I became stronger. Now that I could read, it seemed that the mysterious voice no longer felt the need to talk to me. Did I even want to choose a skill? The last few that I acquired were decent and made me so much more effective, but at this point, did I still seek improvement? I blamed air affinity for my current predicament. It had so drastically increased my effective range that it made me not even have to take obstacles into account. It only got worse as I practiced with the skill and continually leveled up. I considered what I needed to do. My role was changing, and it was becoming more apparent that fighting that change was not going to be very effective. If I did nothing, though, I would still be left as I was with less and less to do. However, if I embraced my changing responsibilities, I might have some control. I would just need to figure out what I would like to do going forward. Resigned to having even fewer active tasks that required my direct attention, I picked air purifier. It was the only one that I could really justify. Sure, it would help with my cleaning abilities and allow me access to a whole other field to clean, a small expansion of my duties, but I couldn't get my hopes up about this being the solution to my problems, especially since it didn't seem very active. Having made my selection, I felt my internals change. Sure enough, I had one new function. I could take air in and remove its impurities. I could already do this to some extent with the dust filter in my dustbin, but now I could remove even smaller impurities, and I would also be able to identify what I was removing. Useful, but not game-changing, as expected. No, just getting better at cleaning was no longer my purpose here. I had held out hope that once I became an expert janitor, my humans would come and get me. This had seemed like the perfect training ground, after all, and it was. I had become so efficient it would take me less than a minute to finish cleaning their entire house once a day. Maybe 5 minutes if I didn't move. Clearly, my humans wanted me to get more out of this place than just being better at cleaning. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do, though. It might have to do with instructing the locals in the lifestyle of cleanliness, like I initially imagined. However, I had expected to do that by example, mainly. But perhaps I needed to take a more active role, like I had with Beatrice. Teaching Beatrice so far had been exceedingly satisfying and, in my opinion, worth my time. I could only hope my humans would agree. With no guidance from them, it was hard to tell. My processors whirred, making a note of the conclusion. I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I just needed a more detailed plan. Perhaps all these books might contain something I could learn from to give me more to go on. So I set about the new task I had given myself. I grabbed the first book to the right of the door and began reading. Harold was both relieved and anxious to have finally made it to Greg. The journey had not been a pleasant one. He had done his best to educate the leaders about the danger waiting for them. He still wasn't going to tell them about the lieutenant, but rather of arch-fiends and greater demons. Classifying the demon they had summoned was still beyond him. The warden had given him open access to the Order's library, and he had not found anything even remotely like the description. They had listened skeptically at best, and flatly ignored him if he went on for too long. It didn't make any sense to Harold. The commanders knew where they were going, and why, for the most part. So why did they refuse to learn more about what they would be facing? Maybe they didn't believe him? Or did they think to count on him doing all the heavy lifting for them? If that were the case, they would be sorely disappointed. He wouldn't be able to do much to the demon if last time was any indication. As they rode into the walled city, Harold tried to plan for the next week. He imagined that he wouldn't be able to communicate any useful information to the troops while they were here. Now that they weren't on the road and the commanders had an inn and beds, they would likely be too drunk to understand him in the first place. Honestly, he didn't blame them. Only a month or two ago, he would have distanced himself from such shows of irresponsibility, but now he wished to join them in their distraction. Knowing what was coming if they failed, it was hard not to want to drink. He got the feeling that he wouldn't be welcome if he tried to join them, though. Colonel Gaston likely knew about his role in creating the current dilemma. If he hadn't shared the story with his staff, they clearly got his attitude. With nothing better to do, Harold decided to leave the inn the military had taken over for the night and went looking for a quiet establishment that would serve a fine cognac. He didn't have the highest of hopes, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. If he had to, he would settle for a bourbon. These parts were known for that. Even if it wasn't his thing, it might be worth trying. After putting away his bags, Harold exited the inn to search. As he wandered the darkening streets, he crossed in front of a dark alley. A gaunt, huddled figure within made him pause. This city didn't have much in the way of vagrants. Normally, beggars were all cleared out and press-ganged into service for the war effort. To see one so out in the open was rare. On a whim, he stepped into the alley, digging in his purse for a few loose coins. If the person hadn't been picked up yet, they were likely new to the town or the streets. Either way, some coins might help them avoid conscription. As he reached out to proffer the coins to the beggar, a hand reached out to him, not for his coins, but his wrist. He flinched back, but the hand clamped on with surprising strength. Now that the figure was closer, he realized the hand was not as withered and frail as he had imagined. It was a strong hand, stained with herbs and calloused like those of an archer. Harold tried to pull away, but found himself outmatched. The voice coming from the hood was that of a woman.
"It's coming! You don't know what is coming!"
Harold wrenched his arm harder, trying to break free of the clearly insane woman. In the struggle, the hood slipped off his attacker's head. His wide eyes gazed into a face that seemed too familiar. He couldn't place exactly where he knew it from. The eyes were gaunt, and he could see cheekbones clearly through taut skin. Greasy hair fell over half her face. All the while, she didn't stop gibbering.
"It's a disc. It has the demons inside of it. It spews them out, and they are scared. They scream and howl."
Harold froze. There was only one thing that the description brought to mind. A disc was a distinct shape, after all. Peering closer at the raving madwoman, Harold tried to place her face. A meeting he had with Captain Wallace, the last time he had come through here, came to mind. He wasn't sure, but this might have been the female adventurer that had been sent to the castle. "Here, let's get you up." He hoisted the woman to her feet. He needed to take her to Captain Wallace to make sure. Because if he was right about her, they might have some more warning about what was to come. Doing his best to ignore her cries, he bundled her along to the nearest guardhouse.
Yes, yes, let us run. Run, run, run. We need to flee. Keep running. We can't stop. If we hide, it will find us and consume us. Its servant will track us down, and if we are lucky, we too can be its slaves.
As the woman started laughing, a cough racked her body. Harold felt at her head and could feel a fever burning her up. She would need treatment before he could get anything useful out of her. Captain Wallace didn't appear happy to see Harold at his door. His wife glared out at him over his bare shoulder with nothing but a nightgown on. Harold wasn't too surprised. No one appreciated nearly having their door kicked in at a little after 1 in the morning. Still, he needed to talk to the man. When stopping by the guard office, Wallace wasn't there. It had taken Harold the better part of an hour to track him down, all while dragging a sick, crazed woman behind him. Neither of them was going to have a good night. "What do you want?" The voice was quite unfriendly, but as he recognized Harold, Wallace's face relaxed slightly. "Harold? What are you doing here? Are you with the troop of soldiers just outside?" Harold nodded. "Yes, we are coming to deal with the disturbance from a while back. I found something that you might need to see." With a jerk, he pulled the woman into the light spilling out of the doorway. Wallace looked confused for a second before recognition dawned on him. "Patricia, what are you doing here?" Harold looked at Patricia, but she just kept muttering. He saw Wallace's wife ask a question, and Wallace answered before the door was flung wide and they were ushered inside. "I found her in an alleyway. I think she's sick. I should be able to help her fever, but something is wrong with her head. I'm not sure how much of that is just the fever and how much is something else entirely," Harold explained as they were ushered to a spare room upstairs. "I'll need to use your kitchen." After they got Patricia in bed, they headed downstairs. "Since she didn't come to report to me as Arnold did, I think there is something beyond fever at play here. I'll send for him, and we can see what information we can get out of her. I might need to delay the army by a day or two, maybe catch up with them. I don't think I can overstate how important the information she might have is." "I'll get messengers. I don't imagine I'll be getting much sleep." Wallace rubbed his forehead with a tired sigh. "Oh, and pour me some brandy from the top shelf in the study, will you?" Chapter 74. Ramping Up. Bee spent the morning reading through more books, trying to find as many ways as she could to awaken the demon when it was as weak as possible. Progress was slow, and she was getting frustrated. There was no logic behind it, but she was having trouble staying focused. When reading about alchemy recipes or magic, she lost track of time and could spend hours poring over the instructions or reading about theory. However, demon properties and classifications just made her eyes glaze over. Looking down, she figured Void was bored too. It had disappeared for an hour in the morning before returning. Now it was just sitting under her table, reading a random book it had grabbed from the door. Every few minutes she would hear it carefully turn a page. A thoughtful humming noise would emanate from it every once in a while, too. She wondered what it was thinking about. Eventually, Bee stopped bouncing her knee and stood up. Void rolled out from under the table as she did so. "Let's go check on Tony. I need a break." Void let out a hesitant sound, but seemed to agree in the end. As she carried it down the stairs, she went back to her thoughts from earlier. She had received a lot of experience from cleaning the bat guano. Not quite enough to put her at level 25, but enough that she felt she was close. Unfortunately, that would take a while to build up again, and in the meantime there weren't any other large messes for her to clean for easy experience. There also weren't any enemies near her level that she would risk taking a broom to. Void had thankfully demolished the demon population while she was out getting supplies, and she didn't think she was quite ready to take on whatever Void might have left down in the catacombs. If she got so many experience points from cleaning something difficult like the guano, surely she would get points for helping Void get up and down the stairs by itself, especially since she was still getting points every time she carried her master up and down the stairs. Not as much as when she was cleaning, of course, but not an insignificant amount considering her high level. She wasn't quite willing to farm experience this way, as carrying Void up and down stairs when it didn't want to be carried didn't seem possible or advisable. Also, that wasn't in the spirit of how her class leveled. Bee found Tony outside tending to one of the vegetable patches. It was a huge contrast to when she had seen it last. No longer was the ground overgrown with weeds and struggling vegetables. Each row was neat and clean. The plants were trimmed nicely, and fresh little irrigation trenches ran between the rows. "Hey, Tony, how's it going?" she called out as she approached. Hearing his name, he looked around. A huge smile spread across his face as he noticed her. "Bee, glad to see you getting some sun. It's been good. Here, I wanted to show you how the daikon is coming in nicely." He led her over to another patch and pulled out a carrot from the ground. Bee remembered this plot of vegetables. "Hey, I tried one of those carrots a week or so ago. It wasn't ripe then." Tony gave her an odd look. "What?" she said indignantly. "This is a carrot, right? It's only slightly orange because it's not ripe yet." "You really don't know anything about farming, do you?" Tony grinned. "Not really." Bee felt slightly insulted. "So, what am I getting wrong?" "Well, this isn't a carrot. I don't know where you are seeing any orange in this. It's white. Also, it doesn't taste like a carrot at all," Tony explained. "Besides, carrots are always orange, and you can eat them at any time. Sometimes, when they are too big, they can even taste a little bland." Seeing her give him an uncomprehending look, Tony shrugged. "Well, these will go good in a stew tonight. I can't believe you don't know what a daikon is." Bee followed Tony around for a few minutes as he worked. Trying to do her best to get over her embarrassment, she remembered why she had come out here. "Actually, I was going to ask for your help with something, if you have the time, of course." "Sure, what do you need?" "Well, you know how I have to carry Void up and down stairs? I think I mentioned I get experience for that because one of Void's ideals is hating stairs." Bee cut off as Tony started chuckling. "What, did I not tell you about that?" No, you did. It's still just too funny." Bee did have to admit it was pretty ridiculous. She just couldn't bring herself to laugh at Void after what she had seen it do. Luckily, her master didn't seem to mind. "It is a bit ridiculous. Well, along those lines, I wanted to try something." I watched at the top of the stairs as the humans started to put together some strange contraptions. It still wasn't apparent what they were planning on doing with the large number of planks and spare doors they had spent the last couple of hours gathering. Once they started gathering hammers and nails, though, I started to get a bit concerned. I didn't have any particular reason to doubt their skills, but watching Beatrice hammer nails into wood made my bristles twist with worry. I thought back to how much time she had spent damaged, and all the other incidents she had run into so far. She didn't have a fallback like my automatic maintenance, after all. Well, maybe now that she had another human, she wouldn't have to perform repairs on herself. That might speed things up. Of course, now that I had two humans that needed caring for, I might need twice as many spare human parts. Though honestly, I was starting to doubt that humans used spare parts. I had only managed to read through a few books so far, but not once did the humans use spare parts when they were damaged. In the tales of Gerlerdgard, the hero I was reading about, it always seemed like he never got hurt, and all his enemies died the instant he hurt them. The only time the human repair was even mentioned was when his allies had to spend time healing. It seemed that time and a competent mechanic were all they needed. Though there was mention of an adventurer retiring after taking a projectile to a vulnerable leg joint, which might indicate that not all things were repairable. But if time didn't fix that sort of injury, why didn't he just use a spare human knee? The only rationale I could think of was there were no spare parts. Of course, that was working under the assumption that humans were rational. I was reasonably dubious of that assumption after my experiences here. Eventually, the project my humans were working on started to take form. It was actually quite a simple design. At regular intervals, short pieces of wood were nailed into longer planks. Once the first plank was set up, they laid it over the stairs. The stubby pieces of wood stopped it from sliding down. Tony and Beatrice repeated this 3 more times before the planks covered an entire 2-foot-wide section of the stairway. It was a ramp. I let out a series of excited beeps before trying to roll onto it. The start of the ramp wasn't exactly flush with the top of the stairs, but with a bit of initial momentum, I was able to bridge the gap. With excitement, I trundled down the ramp. When I got to the bottom, it was difficult to disembark. Eventually, I had to give up on getting off cleanly. I had to let my front scrape against the ground. I also needed enough momentum to carry myself all the way to where my wheels would again touch the ground. Otherwise, I might get stuck. That would be extremely embarrassing. I managed it on my first try, though. As soon as I zoomed off of the boards, I turned around to go back up. I had the same problems on both ends. Neither was insurmountable, though. I would have preferred a slightly lower-grade slope, but I wasn't going to complain. It would likely eventually damage my undercarriage, but with my repair functionality, I didn't even have to worry about that. I loved it. I beeped a quick thank you to Tony and Beatrice before continuing to practice going up and down the ramp. Bee watched as her experience reined in. Void flew down the ramp, and she earned a stupid amount of experience. Then it backed up the ramp, and she got a reduced but still staggering amount. It just kept zooming in circles, up and down, almost like a child rolling down a hill, only to run to the top once again. It did this a few more times before she leveled up again. Between the day shoveling guano yesterday and the ramp, she had shot up an absurd amount in levels. She only needed 1 more level to get her new class. Turning to Tony, who was giggling, watching Void roll up and down the ramp, she thanked him. "You don't know how much this is helping. Let's go set up a couple more, and that should push me over the edge." They moved to the second set of stairs, which led from the plaza at the castle entrance down to the road leading out of the gates. However, shortly into the project, they made an unfortunate realization. Neither of them were very skilled in carpentry. Tony had done some simple work on his family's farm, so they were not completely incompetent. However, it meant that they had massively underestimated the amount of wood needed. Their logic had seemed fine at the time. They had estimated the slope of the stairs, then added a little for the stops underneath each ramp that rested on the stairs. Of course, some of the wood was twisted, and they broke some other pieces one way or another. This meant that they ran out of materials with only half of the ramp constructed. When they trudged back inside to find additional materials, they grabbed 3 times as much as they needed. Even with their inexperience, they hoped it would be more than enough. As she looked over the stairs, Bee considered whether it was really a good idea to give Void access to the rest of the world. It's probably okay. She thought that it hadn't really shown any concern for the rest of the world outside the castle. In fact, Void seemed to prefer staying inside on the few occasions it had access to the world beyond. She wasn't sure how long that would last, though. No, the larger concern was whether the rest of the world was ready for Void. Likely they weren't. Void didn't seem to harbor any intentional desire to harm anything, except for messes and maybe the cat. It seemed to have gotten over that last grudge, though, as she saw them interacting just fine the other day. She wasn't sure if Void was intentionally playing with the cat or not, but it sure seemed like it. It didn't take long for her and Tony to finish setting up the ramp. Void kept them company, cleaning the little plateau area in front of the castle entrance. It seemed to be collecting a lot of dirt from between the stones. She just hoped that it would leave the mortar in place so the structure would stay stable. When they finished, and Void rolled down the ramp, she finally got the notification she had been waiting for. Level up. Level 25 reached. Choose an advanced class. Paladin of Spot, Priest of Spot, Heretic. Chapter 75. Purest of Intentions. Bee walked back to the library. She should have been elated to have reached level 25, and she was, in a way. However, her options left an ashen taste in her mouth. The way they were formulated made her believe that these were the options that any devotee got at level 25. That wasn't too disappointing. No, it was the fact that the system still recognized her master's name as Spot that didn't sit right with her. It wasn't as much of a shock as it had been the first time. Bee had time to get used to her master's unfathomable power, after all, and the benevolence it had shown made the contrast a bit less jarring. But Void's repeated meddling with the system itself did still send a fresh spike of fear through her. Surely it would get tired of this joke eventually and let her know its true name. When she arrived at the library, she browsed the shelves for a few books on advanced classes. The devotee book she had first read when she picked this class hadn't mentioned the advanced class options, unfortunately, since it just covered the basics. It didn't take long for her to find what she was looking for. After spending so much time living here, she was coming to know these aisles like the back of her hand. Between how to advance to an advanced class and what to expect when expecting to advance, a pair of texts by the same author, she figured she had a good starting point. The first bit of the book actually made her chuckle. It congratulated the reader for nearly making it to level 25 while still having the eyesight to read these words. The book was self-conscious of the fact that it was written for a very small audience. Usually, people who leveled this high were being propped up by groups or guilds that knew what they were doing, after all. There weren't many individuals who leveled this well without having a clear life plan about it. It even made a joke about not being able to sell many copies, as there would be no one who needed to buy it. Apparently, getting information about upper-level classes was difficult, as powerful people didn't like to share their secrets. However, the author had managed to pry enough out of the common classes that he claimed to be able to verify some of the information about the less common classes. Devotee was one of the more typical classes, and it seemed that the 3 class offerings Bee had received would continue down that path. Paladin for physical builds, Priest for non-physical builds, and Heretic to leave the religion. It seemed excessive to have to choose an advanced class to detach from a deity, but it was a difficult bond to break. Bee seriously considered it for a bit. She could choose that and run. She didn't think Void would come after her, and she wouldn't have to deal with the lieutenant. However, when she truly considered it, she found that she didn't really want to leave. Sure, her situation was scary and full of risk. She had been hurt more times than she wanted to count, and that wasn't any fun. Yet it gave her so much in return. Specifically, magic. It had taken a lot, but she had already learned so much about alchemy. In just a few months, she had more schooling than all but the most studious of the mages. Also, she couldn't just run away when one of humanity's greatest enemies was set to be loosed into the world. Even if she wasn't the best and brightest around, she couldn't just do nothing. She had to try, especially because if the lieutenant really was released, she and everyone else were probably dead anyway. Bee didn't want that on her conscience. Sticking with Void seemed to be the best course of action. Of course, she was really starting to believe in the benevolence of the— well, she didn't exactly have the words to describe her master, but it was powerful, more powerful than she had thought possible when she first met it. More than that, though, it was kind. It shouldn't have been so hard of a choice, but intentionally choosing to submit her will to Void's was much harder than being forced to. That left only one more choice: Paladin or Priest. While she had spent a little time in melee combat, she couldn't exactly say that she liked it. Fighting up close was still pretty terrifying and risky, considering that was where most of her injuries had come from. Also, her current melee weapon was still a broom. Sure, it was a pretty effective weapon against the skeletons, but that wouldn't last forever. She'd still keep her current abilities, even without choosing Paladin, but the class would tend to give her more physical, melee, and likely broom-related skills in the future. Honestly, that was something that she could do without. Priest was by far the best for her, she thought. It would lean into her alchemy, and it would also let her help others she was working with. She could only imagine it was just a matter of time before Void had other followers like her. When she chose Priest, she got a message about a new class ability. Previously, she would get experience in serving her master's ideals. That would still continue, but now she had the ability to offer anyone under level 15 a class change to Devotee of Spot. It wasn't the same class that she had. Thankfully, she found some answers about what that meant. Devotee converts, as they were called, would keep their previous skills, as well as continue to receive skills related to their original class. Moreover, they would get experience for following the teachings of their religion, and still receive experience for some activities related to their original class, though details on that were sparse. The key thing was that any future skills would be heavily influenced by the principles of the object of their devotion. The book gave an example of a blacksmith that converted to worship a god of cooking. He apparently collected less experience for general forging and blacksmithing, but gained more for preparing meals or creating any knives or kitchen implements. Later, when he reached level 10, all of his skills were skewed toward the forging of kitchen accessories and tools as well. It didn't seem like a bad deal, but there was a caveat. Apparently, devotee converts only received 2 skill options instead of 3. It was a sacrifice that few would be willing to make, even for the increased experience options. Bee wondered if that was why she wasn't too familiar with devotee converts. Some people might be willing to convert if the need was right. The class could level up incredibly fast under the right conditions. Bee wasn't sure that it would level at the same speed that hers did, but it would be close. She mulled over the implications of that knowledge. After Bee had spent some time getting a handle on the ins and outs of the priest-style class, she continued looking for ways to fight the lieutenant. More and more, she was approaching the conclusion that she would have to come clean to Tony. If she was going to make her plans work, she would need his help. The whole ramp ordeal showed her that she wouldn't be able to rig up half of the traps she imagined without help. Even with Tony, they would need to start now if she wanted to wake the demon up soon. And judging from the state of the flames on its arms, she had about a week to wake it up at its weakest state. If she woke it up any later, it might still be less fearsome than if she let it wake naturally, but that might still be more than she could handle. She sighed. Even as it was now, this might be more than she could handle. Bee looked at her list of the things she needed to do in preparation for the awakening. The concoctions that she needed to wake it were unstable and needed to be the last thing she made. Other than that, there were a lot of buffing potions she could use, as well as a ton of Demon's Bane that she would need to synthesize, on top of figuring out the delivery systems. With time ticking away, Bee sat down and got to work. I knew that Beatrice had gone back inside, and Tony had gone back to his gardens, but I, for once, didn't feel the need to follow. For the most part, Beatrice had done much better at staying out of trouble, and I believed that I could let her be alone for a few hours without getting too hurt. No, I had much more important things to do. I turned around at the beginning of the entry hall and rolled down the first ramp again. It was an exhilarating feeling, and I relished the 45.6-degree slope beneath my wheels. I had so much more freedom. Of course, my freedom came at a slight price. I now had access to the outside. I was still coming to terms with the world of dirt that existed beyond the walls of civilization. Was it my responsibility to fix this issue, or was it something that just was? I considered how much dirt was contained just inside the outer wall of the castle. That was a consideration I could wrap my processor around. It was a huge amount, one that made my bristles quiver, but something I could comprehend. With that understanding, I thought through a plan to clean it. It would take a really long time. Beyond just taking a long time, I noticed a few other issues. First, the unmoving plants used as human food lived in the dirt. That was a worrisome issue itself, since it seemed like the dirt might be important to the cultivation process somehow. Second, the dirt supported the castle walls. If there was no dirt underneath them, they would simply collapse. Okay, so I couldn't remove all the dirt from inside the castle walls. As I pondered this moral quandary, I slowly rolled down the second ramp. This ramp led down to a cobblestone path that went straight through a set of gates in the outer wall. What if, instead of trying to fix everything, I start by just making it better? Yeah, I thought I could manage that. So my next problem to solve was what better looked like. I could try to remove the dirt on the path, but I couldn't remove all of it. Some of it acted as mortar and held the stones in place. If I couldn't remove all the dirt, could I remove some of it? Yes, yes, I could. I could remove all the dirt on top of the stones. That seemed simple enough. Any dirt on top of stones that should be able to be walked upon could be removed. That seemed like something I could manage. At the bottom of the ramp, I looked out over the path and calculated its surface area. I then turned and went back up the ramp. That was still a lot of area. I spent the trip up the pair of ramps calculating the best path and determining how to best limit myself to only collect the dirt I wanted. I would have to make multiple passes and constrain my area of effect, as I didn't have enough confidence in controlling my air affinity skill yet. On the way down the ramp, I did my best to psych myself up for cleaning the outside. When I first came to this castle, the challenge of cleaning the whole thing was much further beyond my abilities than cleaning this small little bit of the outside was now. Why did I not falter then, but have such apprehension now? I wasn't sure. It probably had to do with considering the bigger picture. Previously, I could just do the task in front of me, and the rest would work itself out. Now that I knew the humans here were fallible, I needed to be much more careful. Yes, that was the only reason. After all, there was no reason to be scared of the outside. I exited the ramp, and this time I didn't turn around. I kept going, maybe a little bit faster than was strictly necessary, but I needed to do this. I made it to the end of the half-mile path in a little less than a minute. I turned around and repeated the path in reverse, just a few feet to the left. Overall, it only took me a few passes to get a clean path. Looking back, I could see the cobblestones. They glistened with a near-polished surface. I was satisfied. This was worth doing. Now our castle looked to be an inviting, well-maintained home. Perhaps we would even have guests soon. It was only after I finished studying my work that I remembered what brooms were for. I didn't really need to consume all the dust now sitting in my dustbin. I could have simply relocated it off to the side into the grass. That would have been much easier. With a mental sigh, I made a note to remember that, for the most part, outside cleaning was more about relocating dirt than removing it. After all, the dirt inside was usually just moved outside. Though if I had the ability to store it all, well, I had done enough thinking on the nature of dirt for one day. Chapter 76. Clearing the Air. We all gathered in the library. It was not something that we usually did during the day. Normally, we would all be going about our jobs, making sure everything was maintained. But Beatrice had something that she needed to tell us. She and Tony sat across from each other at one of the tables, while I rested a little off to the side. "I'm sorry, Tony. I haven't told you the full truth of everything that is going on here, but it's gotten to the point where I have to come clean." I always liked that turn of phrase. It was tasteful. Beatrice gave Tony a second to process the information, but he didn't seem to need it. Waiting patiently, Tony just nodded for her to continue. I was also curious to hear what Tony didn't know. I mean, given my previous misunderstandings, maybe it was something that I didn't know either. Drawing in a big breath, Beatrice started. "You know the myths? The ones about the ancient demons and their war with the gods? Well, they are real. More real than I would like. The mages found something here. The main purpose of this castle was to keep it contained, But when the mages all ran away, no one was here to maintain the containment, and now it's close to getting out." Beatrice breathed back in. It was quite an impressive suction for someone so small. Perhaps her own vacuum was improving from her training? Anyway, it seemed that there was at least one more type of messmaker that was going to cause more issues. Likely one that I had left out. What could I do about that? In a rush, Beatrice continued laying out what was going on. "The power of the containment fades over time and needs to be replaced regularly. I didn't have the skill to replace it when I first found it, and now I don't have the time. If left alone for long enough, the one that's here, the lieutenant, would wake normally, but it wasn't left alone. Its suppression circles were broken early." I was glad that she wasn't blaming me. I really hadn't known what would happen when I was cleaning that room. I had just wanted to clear that beautiful floor of all the chalk. Oh, how naive I was. But it was also nice to hear that my mistake wasn't too serious, if it was going to happen anyway. It was just going to be a bit sooner. "My theory is that either Void wanted to test me, or it wanted to fight the lieutenant himself," Beatrice continued. Never mind, she just threw me under the bus like that. Neither of those things was true. I just didn't know what the lines were for. But it was fine. She could think what she wanted. Her opinion of me was still way too high, but I didn't see any real way or reason to correct her. Beatrice paused, seemingly waiting for a response. I turned to Tony to see what he thought. In contrast to Beatrice's tense, white-knuckled posture, Tony seemed to be much more relaxed. In fact, the emotional models I had been working on seemed to indicate that he was perplexed and, maybe, slightly amused. He looked down at me, and with a tone that people usually only talk to puppies with, said, "Which one is it, little guy? Do you want to fight the big bad evil, or do you want Bee to get big and strong, test herself and hone her skills?" "Neither." He ignored my agitated wiggling and reached over to give me a few gentle pats. Fine, I guessed it was all right. But I was glad he wasn't taking the news too seriously. That meant it wasn't as big of a deal after all. Tony was a more mature human and seemed pretty responsible, even if he did like to play in the dirt all day. I wouldn't trust him like I would one of my humans from back home, but surely he knew what he was talking about, right? Beatrice's face reddened. "I don't think you are going to believe me until you see for yourself." She stood from her chair and made her way toward the door. "Come on, follow me." Tony sighed, standing to follow her. "It's not that I don't believe you exactly. This just seems a bit extreme. If there's something you're afraid of around here, I get that. I can do my best to help. But you don't have to go telling me fairy tales to make me believe it, you know?" Oh, no, I thought. If Tony just didn't believe her, then his actions made a lot more sense. This might have been more serious than I was hoping. We followed Beatrice through the halls to one of the lesser demon storage rooms. Tony looked around curiously at the cages as we walked through to the back. "What was stored here?" "Just some lesser demons. Summoning was easier here because of the ambient demonic aura. The mages took advantage of it as much as they could. I think they were studying suppression degradation near powerful aura sources," Beatrice replied absently. The taller human stopped. Bee looked back at him questioningly. She had to grab Tony's sleeve to drag him the rest of the way through. "You are serious? Wait, I thought you were joking, but you're serious?" he yelped as he was pulled off balance by her strength. "Why would you think I'm not being serious?" Beatrice asked, puzzled. I mean, I knew that she was being serious, but even I had trouble believing her. I zipped around the two humans, skirting around one of the tables to reach the door in the back. The door leading to one of my favorite rooms. There was only one way to really clear this up, I thought. "Well, I don't know. Maybe because they're myths?" Tony almost shouted. "Those are stories that my ma used to scare me into behaving when I was a child." "How did you think I felt when I came face to face with it?" Beatrice had a strange look on her face now. I really wasn't sure what to make of that one. "My mother did the same. When Void showed—" Beatrice trailed off. Tony was clearly no longer paying attention. Instead, he was looking over her shoulder through the door I had opened. I wasn't sure what the humans could see from their much higher angle. Only the top of the cage was visible from my position a few inches off the floor, though my proximity sensors could pick up the rest of the shape as well. Tony walked forward in a daze. Beatrice moved out of his way as he stumbled slightly through the door. Right before the beautiful floor, he stopped, presumably because he was unwilling to mar the perfect floor. At least that's what I liked to think. With a quick wisp of air, I made sure his boots were clean.
Well, I'll be damned. That's Nazareth, Gak,
Tony muttered under his breath. It had taken Tony several hours to be even remotely okay. B was frustrated with the delay, as they really didn't have much time to waste. They needed to wake the lieutenant soon if they wanted to fight it at its weakest. However, she understood. It had taken her several days to get over this, and it wasn't fair to rush him along. Still, they needed to get moving. Sitting in the library, Void absently cleared the room as Tony had his worldview adjusted. B, though, was waiting to explain the rest of the situation.
There is nothing we can do to prevent his awakening. If I started drawing now, I wouldn't finish the containment in time, even if I managed to do it perfectly. The only thing we can do is choose when to fight him.
Tony nodded, only half listening. Still, she continued.
If I wake him in the next 3 days, that will be when he is at his weakest. Waiting any longer, he will gain strength exponentially. I also will need a day to prepare the awakening reagents.
Nodding again, Tony's eyes focused on her.
Why can't we get help from the kingdom? There's no time. It would take too long to get there and back, assuming any of the mages are still nearby, and that they believe me about the risk, and that they're not too terrified of Void to return, and that we can bring anyone back who's remotely qualified to deal with this.
B wasn't entirely certain about any of that, but it was the easiest explanation, and she had already answered this question 3 times in the last hour. Tony numbly nodded again. B sighed. They weren't making much progress. It was time to change up the script a bit. She had a big ask of Tony, and if that didn't shock him back to reality, he probably wouldn't be able to help her much.
So, I reached level 25 not that long ago. My new class came with a perk, one that I think might help us in our current situation. You might not like it, but hear me out.
Seeing that Tony seemed to actually be listening to her for the first time, she decided to go on, though she wasn't sure if the lack of reaction to her inconceivable level was a good sign.
I chose Priest of Spot.
Wait, who is Spot? Tony blurted out. B sighed. At least he was listening, she thought.
It means void. My master is powerful enough to trick the system and change its own name.
Tony looked at her in disbelief.
That's not possible. How do you know Spot isn't his name?
She still hadn't revealed that she had received Scan at level 1. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't. It was one thing to trust him with her levels, but Scan was something else, so she had to come up with a lie.
When I chose to be its devotee, it told me its name.
Void beeped loudly and indignantly from the corner of the room. It clearly wasn't happy about the lie, and she cringed, waiting to be smitten for her transgression. Thankfully, nothing happened. Are you sure he's just not named Spot? I don't think I've ever heard him communicate with actual words. B scowled.
Well, Void can read, so I'm sure it can write, too, if it wants to.
B put extra emphasis on its name.
Besides, you still haven't seen what it's capable of. There is no way that a being this powerful has a name like Spot. Besides, that's not even my main point.
Tony looked unconvinced, but let the matter drop. With that issue past, B continued explaining what she wanted to do.
So, I have the ability to offer a class change to anyone under level 10.
B waited for Tony to say something, but he bit his tongue, so she continued.
There are a lot of advantages to this class. That's the only reason I would recommend it. The first would be the leveling speed. By following Void, I got to level 25 in just a few months.
She stopped to let that sink in.
Devotee classes award bonus experience for serving the ideals of their god. Apparently, Void is a godling that hates stairs and values cleanliness. If we leverage that, then we might be able to get you a lot of levels in the little time we have to prepare.
Void let out a beep of agreement from under the librarian's desk, where it was cleaning the delicate scroll work with a rag in its extendable arm. Bee explained how the class worked, the pros and cons, how Tony would still get farming-related skills.
It's a bit more restrictive, but the skills I have gotten so far are either rare or effective, if unconventional. Ordinarily, if you didn't already have a class, I would recommend becoming a devotee the normal way. But in this case, I'm sorry, but I don't think you being a low-leveled farmer will really help stop the apocalypse.
Bee really did feel bad putting this all on Tony. When they first met, he had been so excited about being a farmer. She wouldn't claim to understand it, but to each his own.
I'm going to need a minute to process this,
Tony said in a wooden voice. Bee leaned back. As he spent more and more time thinking, she got up and picked up a book that detailed common adventurer fighting tactics against strong demons. She had already started preparing as much demon's bane as she possibly could. It had wiped out a large portion of the castle's stores, but she didn't think it would be anywhere near enough. This book had some other really good ideas for traps, too, especially ones that were useful for an initial assault. The schematics for a full ballista with a poison arrow tip was also interesting. Her thoughts began to drift, formulating how to get a bunch of them to fire at once, when Tony spoke up.
Okay, what do I need to do?
Bee looked up. There was a look of steely resolve in Tony's eyes. She expected to see something else. Regret, maybe, or anger that she had dragged him into this. But determination was all she found.
You are good to go through with it?
Bee wanted to confirm. At his sharp nod, she activated her skill. It sent him a prompt asking if he would take the class Devotee of Spot. Tony took a deep breath, then accepted. When he did, Bee gained a level. Chapter 77. Operation SPOT. Operation Shoot and Potion Obvious Threats. I finished cleaning the undersides of all the tables in the library. It wasn't really necessary, but I really didn't have anything else to do while Beatrice and Tony finished going through Tony's class change. Apparently it was a complicated process, but it didn't seem relevant to me. Eventually they both stood up, Tony's shoulders 4.5% more square than before. Tony went out in the hall, muttering something about finding a shovel. Beatrice walked over and sat on the ground in front of me.
Master, I wanted to ask about your plans for when the lieutenant awakens.
I was not very capable of talking, but I would give my best effort. I tried to convey that sentiment to her in a series of beeps. Beatrice nodded, and I think she understood as she continued on with her questions.
How much do you want me to do? I am still not sure if you intended on me taking care of it myself, if you wanted the fight for yourself, or somewhere in between.
I wasn't sure how to answer that. It wasn't like I had a plan for any of this. Seeing my lack of an answer, Beatrice took it as a chance to explain her thoughts more.
Of course, if you want, I will do my best to handle things. I'm just not at all confident in taking on something that is at least 40 levels higher than me. Even if we manage to get Tony to level 20, I don't think it will make that much of a difference. As you know, levels without combat experience don't mean too much. If I hadn't spent so much time fighting lesser demons or skeletons, I would be pretty useless myself, Beatrice elaborated. I think that was how I got any skills that were combat-related, even tangentially. I still wasn't sure how to answer. I tried to give her a reassuring note, but it didn't feel like enough. Beatrice appeared to agree as her face became stricken and 60% paler. I understand, Master. I will do my best. If I fall, I can only beg that you step in and save humanity from this threat. Please. Oh, no, that wasn't what I meant. I let out a couple of panicked beeps. I would be there to help. I just didn't think that I would be able to do much either. Sure, I was more combat capable than her, but from what I had heard, this messmaker was scary. I was relieved that she seemed to understand this time. I would be glad to accept any help you are willing to give, Beatrice said, some color returning to her face. I still didn't think she fully understood. As long as she would try her best, though, that would have to do. I was ecstatic. Ever since Tony had gotten his new class, he had been building ramps all over the castle. He wasn't nearly as excited about it as I was, but still, I couldn't stop myself from constantly rolling up and down the last one he built. At least, not until the next one was finished. I was able to access the whole castle at this point, but still he didn't stop. It was convenient for me and gave me much more efficient paths around. However, I was still worried. Beatrice hadn't left the library in days, only occasionally popping out to gather supplies. Tony had also barely charged at all. I could tell that he was not running on a full battery, but nonetheless they kept pushing on. When Tony mentioned that he hit level 10, the strategy was clear to me. Still, I felt bad, as I wasn't able to help in any meaningful way. I didn't have much ability to prepare for anything like this ahead of time. Alchemy was not in my skill set. As for increasing my personal power like Tony was, that wasn't feasible either. Cleaning simple stains gave me experience, but I could feel that it was barely anything compared to what I would need to level again, let alone to what I would need to get my next mutation. At least, that was what I could gather according to my best estimates. Also, there were no tough opponents for me to fight. I considered transmuting the demons and skeletons I still had in my dustbin, but I was saving those for when I needed them. It didn't take time to do, so it seemed wasteful now. Also, after going through my memories, I noticed how the things I absorbed seemed to come out much stronger somehow. First was the rodent. Second was the two demons I had used to distract the skeletons. That wasn't quite enough information to pull a coherent trend or make any real conclusions, but I did think that waiting longer could help me get more information. For now, the only thing useful I came up with was being a certified ramp tester, a responsibility I tackled with absolute gusto. Bee peered through her blurry eyes at the potion she was brewing. Now that Tony had reached level 10, she needed to make some of the lesser healing potions, as they might actually be worth it. If only he had received a better skill. It was to be expected that he wouldn't be offered a combat skill, as he had only built ramps, but interior construction wasn't really a winner. Still, the other option, Ramp Master, just wasn't viable. Still, it wasn't all bad. Once he finished harvesting all the easy experience, he would start setting up ballistae. With his new skill, it might help his productivity a little. It was a stretch in her mind, but Tony seemed to be confident that the traps and defenses would be included under its purview. Bee had wanted to take the experience from the ramps for herself, but she just didn't have time. Besides, Tony needed it more. She consoled herself by remembering that there were diminishing returns, especially once the castle was fully accessible. Still, the gains were irresistible. The work she was doing was decent for experience, but it wasn't going to make much of a difference in time. She had just finished another dissolution potion. It was one that her divine alchemy applied to. It gave her a bit more yield from each batch and slightly more experience from making it. Placing the flask next to all the pouches of the demon's bane she had already prepared, she got to work making another batch before realizing that she had run out of flasks. Moving her equipment off the heat, she darted upstairs to one of the labs to gather more supplies. Rushing up the nearest spiral stairs, she almost ran headfirst into Tony. Only her incredible reflexes prevented her from bowling him over. It looked like he was building a spiraling ramp down the staircase. It didn't seem to be going very well. "What's the rush?"
she heard him call up after her. Without stopping, she called back, "Ran out of flasks." A second later, he joined her, running up the stairs. "I'll help you carry more." She nodded her thanks. He just shrugged. "Anything is a good break from building more ramps. The spiral ones are just a bunch of small ones, but they need to line up perfectly. I don't think I could do it without interior construction."
"How close are you to 15?
Bee asked. It was slightly rude, but she needed to plan for how much he would be able to do. Tony didn't seem bothered in the slightest. 13, he answered in an eager voice.
"I can't believe I've more than doubled my level since I met you.
At this rate, I'm going to be at a higher level than my dad when I get home." Bee didn't say it out loud, but if Tony made it through the coming conflict, she'd be shocked if he didn't rocket right past the level 24 Trent. Just the fight with the lieutenant alone would give him a lot of experience. But if he also kept helping Void out, there would be no way that he wouldn't keep leveling. Between the two of them, they would be a force to be reckoned with if they survived the week. That would hopefully be something that would never matter in normal life, but seeing what had happened with the adventurers that had attacked her, she had her doubts. They might still be seen as a threat by the mages who had fled. Hopefully, letting that woman go would earn them some goodwill, but Bee doubted it would matter. The mages would only stay away for so long. They must have plans to come to fight Nazareth Gak. If only they would get here sooner. But they couldn't know it would be freed so quickly. They dashed into one of the labs that she hadn't already picked clean. She started rifling through the cabinets and pulling anything that could hold a potion. There was a chance that she was going a little overboard. The odds of her being able to use all these were very slim. She really should have been throwing out the older ones that were brewed when she was less skilled. But at this point, Bee would take what she could get. Tony came back with a few cases that they loaded up and brought back to the library. "After I finish with this stairwell, I'm going to start trying to build the ballistae. Still haven't figured out how to get them all to fire at once. But if I get more than 3 set up, I can start working on it." Tony updated Bee on the way down.
"That's probably fine. I'm not certain how long it will take for it to be vulnerable, and it wouldn't be a good idea to waste more than we need, especially if reloading is going to be difficult,"
Bee responded. "Difficult? Probably not, but it will take some time," Tony said thoughtfully.
"I think it's a fair assumption that we won't have time to reload unless we hit it too early. Actually, I might make the loading mechanism with that in mind. The design would take a really long time to load, but will be quicker to make. I'll make one with quick loading. We can fire test shots at the lieutenant with that one."
Bee just nodded. It made sense to her. The rest of the days passed too quickly. Bee spent the entire time making potions and other defensive measures, only sleeping when her body forced her to. Right before she intended to start the series of concoctions to wake up the lieutenant and start the fight, Tony insisted that she sleep and go outside for a bit. "Based on what you've told me, it's going to be a hard enough fight as is." Tony gently pulled her to her feet and ushered her toward the door. "We need to be in tip-top shape, both of us. Plus, you've already prepped plenty. I don't know if a couple more potions or powder satchels will make a big difference now." His argument was compelling. They couldn't afford any mistakes tomorrow. So after they dropped crates of various countermeasures in Nazareth Gak's room and through various retreat points, she stumbled her way outside. Tony left her with Void, moving to finish setting up another oversized crossbow in a hall that was being treated as a backup retreat route. She stepped carefully down the stairs, blinking repeatedly and trying to relax a bit. Her brow had become perpetually furrowed over the past few days, her time spent with eyes narrowed and squinting at beakers and scales. Void trundled down the ramp next to her. Bee cracked open the castle's front door and slipped out. The fresh, cool air hit her, and she breathed it in. It was nighttime outside. The quarter moon shone brightly down from a clear sky, illuminating her surroundings only a tiny bit. It was amazing how much she had missed this. Looking up at the stars that glittered cheerfully above, she thought back to another time, so far away now, when she had laid in the grass with her mother and gazed up like this. The memory was bittersweet now. Sometime later, she and Void retreated back inside. It was almost time. She would get to bed, sleep for longer than she had in months, make the last few unstable waking potions, and then everything would start. On the way to the stairs, though, something caught Bee's eye. She tilted her head and examined the recessed hallway that housed the catacombs' entrance. The door appeared to be open. She wondered when Tony had done that. She was glad he hadn't gone inside, at least. They might not have been able to get to him in time if he had. Bee shrugged and took a couple of steps over to close the door, then made her way back upstairs. Tomorrow was a big day, and she sure hoped she was ready. Chapter 78. A Messy Situation. Bee gathered the last of her materials and walked to the lieutenant's room. Void and Tony were already in position. At least, Tony was. Void, well, she wasn't sure what it was doing, as it just seemed to be following Tony around recently, so she hoped it would at least be in the room for this. When things went wrong, maybe it would save the day. She truly believed that her master would be powerful enough to take care of things itself. She just hoped that it would be motivated enough to act. Though she really didn't have any evidence of it being callous or anything, it still hadn't given her a definitive answer about whether it would step in against the demon. To be fair, she had only asked it directly once. That hadn't stopped her from trying to bring it up in conversation. However, the only response that Void gave was ambiguous. Her best interpretation of the sounds it made was, "I will do what I can." While that was comforting to hear, it was worrying that it didn't outright promise help. Bee entered the room with the lieutenant. Inside, she found Tony fiddling with the last of the 8 ballistae that he had rigged up. Earlier today, she had tipped the points with a potent poison that one book claimed worked against archdemons. No one had really tried it on much higher-level test subjects than that, so she could only pray they'd still be effective here. "Are we ready?" Bee called as she set her burden down. She started pulling out bags of powders and flinging them into the cage. The powders drifted through the air briefly before they were pulled into the living flames of the statue. "We have one testing shot ready. I can fire it every 30 seconds to see when it's vulnerable. Then the other 7 will take a couple of minutes to reload. I don't imagine that it'll be so patient, so we better make those shots count," Tony said, checking over things one more time. "Get ready to fire a test shot and start reloading on my mark," Bee said, trying to calm her racing heart. "Once we confirm that it can penetrate, fire the array. Then you go out the east door, and I go out the west. We have other ballistae waiting. Fire and retreat. If it goes after the other one of us, circle around and try to help. You have your demon's bane?" Tony just grunted. They had gone over the plan a dozen times by now. He didn't seem calm exactly, but he did look a lot more put together than Bee felt. His hands were barely even shaking. Bee took a deep breath and steadied her own nerves. This was it. This was the moment she had been working toward. She had to make this work. For herself. For Tony. For Tony's family and everyone else nearby. Bee flung the last potion toward the demonic figure, not bothering to uncork the flask. It shattered in the face of Nazareth Gak, and she shouted, "Now!" Tony fired their test ballista as she ran to her station. As soon as the bolt was in the air, they each downed a set of potions to increase their speed, strength, and durability for a short while. She had tied a rope to the ceiling above the cage, and a huge flask on the other end. It should act like a pendulum and break upon the demon's face. The large glass was filled with slowing potions. Not because she thought those would do the most damage, but because they were the only useful thing that she could make enough of on such a short timeline. Hopefully it would help them outrun the thing. Name: Nazareth Gak. Race: Lieutenant Demon. Class type: Torture. Level: 70. Status: Awakening. Since she'd reached level 25, her scan had grown much more powerful. Now it was able to give her the level of the lieutenant demon, which was terrifying. It wasn't quite in the realm of the gods, but it was at least 9 levels higher than the king's champion, and he was nearly 220 years old. Regardless, that was the best humanity could offer, and he had been training his whole life. She didn't imagine that he would have a chance in a fair fight against Nazareth Gak. The differences in power between levels only increased as the levels did. As she got into position, she saw that the first bolt had just bounced off. Tony wound the crank furiously, trying to get the next shot loaded as soon as he could. But before he could fire it, she checked with Scan again. The new status field hadn't changed from Awakening. "Hold! Wait for my signal," she called. Tony thankfully didn't waste another shot. They only had 2 more bolts that were poisoned, other than the ones loaded in the array, and she didn't want to run out. It was a tense couple of minutes as she checked Scan repeatedly. She kept an eye on the demon's appearance, but kept her focus on the scan results. Eventually, the status field changed from Awakening to Groggy. "Now!" This time, the arrow sunk into dark flesh. I could sense the energy coming from the big demon statue fluctuate. Right when it reached its peak, I knew it was waking. Somehow Beatrice knew it too. She called out again, and Tony let fly with his second shot. This time the head of the bolt sunk in. It didn't go far in, just enough for the barbs to catch. It then fell down, pulling the skin with it. The demon was starting to regain color. It started with the flames licking along its arms. They never stopped moving, but they went from the slate gray of the rest of the statue to more vivid reds and blues. The horns stayed the same gray color, but slowly the skin deepened into a reddish-brown hue. The pose hadn't changed yet. Tony started loading the ballista again. It was a risky move, but he explained himself. "I think it was stone under the skin. I'm going to try again." Somehow he was moving even faster than his last reload. I simply waited with Beatrice until Tony fired. This time the arrow went several inches deeper. It must have hit something more solid, as it stuck out straight rather than sagging like the last one. Beatrice waited a bit more. My internal clock told me that only 13 more seconds had passed, but it sure felt like a lot more. After those 13 seconds, one of the statue's fingers twitched. As soon as she saw movement, Beatrice released her giant glass ball. It swung toward the cage, right for the demon's face. The swing took it between 2 bars of the cage, but it slightly clipped the one on the left. The glass shattered, and the liquid sprayed all over the demon with 71.2% efficiency. At the same time, Tony launched the other 7 bolts. Each penetrated deep into the side of the demon. The demon came alive with a deep, bellowing roar. The whole room vibrated with the sheer volume of it, shattering the glass lamps around the room into pieces. The area was plunged into the darkness, except for the glowing fires burning on the demon's shoulders and down his arms. Huge hands reached for the cage, and with slow pressure, it ripped the bars apart. As soon as the bars left the hands of the demon, they flew off to the side, embedding themselves in the far walls. It was too much for the structure of the cage, and it just fell apart as the demon took a single step out of captivity. Slowly, it grabbed one of the arrows sticking into its side and ripped it out. A disturbingly soft chuckle escaped its inhuman lips. Its arm flashed as it hurled the bolt at Tony. Luckily, Tony was sticking to the plan and was already diving through the east door. The bolt punched through the stone like it was drywall. As it shattered the rock, a portion of the wall crumpled, and a shower of debris flew out of the other side. Tony was right beneath it, but seemed to be okay. I watched with my sensors as he scrambled down the hall to his next position. Then the demon turned to run at Beatrice. It wasn't moving nearly as slowly now, but I still had no trouble tracking it. Beatrice was much faster than Tony, but hesitated as the cage shattered. She was moving fast, but not that fast. For the first time, I needed to act. My front bumper began to glow. A thin line of bluish-purple energy shot out faster than the eye could see, and the sanitation lamp's beam struck the demon right in its eyes. That seemed to get its attention. It growled, apparently annoyed, as it raised its arm to take the hit there instead. It then stopped chasing after Beatrice, having only taken a few steps, and turned to face me. I started to zip around the edges of the room as it chased me. In the background, I noticed the newly freed messmakers from the lamps disappear into my dustbin. While I was avoiding getting crushed by the stampeding demon, I was also trying to get as much damage from my lamp as I could. I tried to focus it on the wounds in its body, and when it moved to cover the area, I shined it back up on its face. It really didn't like the light in its eyes. Despite my best efforts, though, the light didn't really slow it down. I still had a speed advantage, but only barely, and it was shrinking. Each charge was getting closer and closer to me. However, as it got faster, it seemingly lost some of its ability to pivot. Using my air affinity abilities, I fished out the glass bottles that Beatrice had stored in a crate over her position. Flinging them at the pursuing demon, they shattered on contact. Sometimes it flinched. Sometimes it slowed down for a fraction of a second. It only took a dozen seconds and a single lap before I ran out of ammo. There were a couple of bags of Demon's Bane in my reach, but I couldn't use them immediately. I couldn't just toss those as they were, and it cost me concentration to untie them with the air. I barely avoided a fist smashing down where I was. To my horror, the perfect floor shattered in a small crater around the fist, and I was sprayed with broken shards of glass. But once I had the pouches open, I sent the powder forth with streams of air. When it first made contact, I heard the sizzling. Instead of this just being a powder floating in the air that could be easily blown away or avoided, I held the substance against the demon's skin until it no longer burned it. Then I replaced it with fresh stuff. As it charged again, it began laughing. Still, I didn't stop. Soon I would run out of powder, but it seemed to be doing damage. Not a lot, no, but between that and the lamp, I was able to hold its attention. Eventually, it seemed to tire of the game of chase. Even as it continuously sped up, I was still able to avoid it. Soon it stopped running after me and simply walked back to the center of the room, where it grabbed a metal bar from the scrap pile that had once been its cage. I took advantage of the reprieve to consider my options. My mop and grabby arm both didn't seem useful here. Maybe I could go get one of them and... The demon stood and flung one of the metal bars at me faster than I would have thought possible. Bee cursed at herself for freezing as she ran toward her next position. Her slowing potion hadn't done anything. Well, it had probably saved Tony, but it was so much less than she had hoped. Even supremely slowed, and with 9 siege weapons sticking out of it, Nazareth Gak was only barely inconvenienced. She had hoped to do more before it moved. Already she had to leave behind weapons unused. Maybe her master would make use of them. Its beam attack was the only reason that she managed to get away. She sprinted to the end of the hallway toward a mounted ballista with a poisoned tip. She had little hope for it, but she adjusted its aim up slightly. Maybe a shot to the face would have more of an impact. Chapter 79. A Dance of Disinfectant. Harold was unbelievably frustrated. He had spent the entire trip from Greg trying to warn the rest of the expedition about the ill omens that he and Wallace had gotten out of Patricia. So far it had all been for naught. They refused to listen to the ramblings of a madwoman. Sure, there was no denying that Patricia was mad. Stark raving mad, in fact. But that didn't just happen to people for no reason. Something caused her mind to break like that. Something that she remembered and had done her best to warn them about. He had stayed an extra day to give her as much attention as he possibly could. Healing magic wasn't his field of study, but he wasn't useless, and he had more experience dealing with demon encounters than most people alive. Despite all that, there was little he could do. Maladies of the mind were fickle things, even at the best of times. When there were demons involved, everything just became much more complicated. After spending a day questioning her and giving her medicine, he took an extra horse and galloped after the army to catch up. He'd arrived only a day out of the castle. Harold had brought news for them, but he wasn't sure it would be enough warning. Things were going to get complicated. It would be difficult to keep the lieutenant a secret while still making sure that the castle was cleared of danger. That was even assuming the best-case scenario, that the unclassified demon had since left. He doubted they would be that lucky. More likely, the summoned demon was still there. Judging based on Patricia's testimony, the entire expedition would be hard-pressed to defeat it. The absolute worst-case scenario was that the summoned demon had freed the lieutenant already. Of course, the lieutenant would be freed soon, if not properly contained again, almost immediately. But without intervention, they'd still have an extra month to try and reverse the fallout while it regained its strength. Harold was hesitant to give the army commanders that level of information, but he was at his wit's end. He left out some details, of course, evasively stating that there were demons held in the castle. Even that might have been more than he should have said, but this was his last chance to convince them to take the threat more seriously. They were right outside the walls, trying to figure out how to best scout out the castle. At this point, Harold had no more time. It was a contentious debate about what to do next in the command tent. All sides were getting pretty heated about the demon topic when one of the officers yelled, "Come on, that's not going to happen." All heads turned to the officer. Even his second-in-command glared at him. Harold had no idea what had so convinced the man the demons wouldn't free each other. He tried to defend himself. "Everyone knows they are no worse than bears, more afraid of us than we are of them." When this garnered a round of even more incredulous stares, the man started to wilt. The commander roared at him. "Where in the 5 realms did you hear that? That's the dumbest crock of nonsense I have ever heard in my life." "Well, that's what my Nan said," the man mumbled. "Get out!" the commander shouted, spittle flying from his lips. "My father will hear—" "I don't care. Out!" As the man scurried out of the tent, the commander muttered, "Fool had probably never even seen a bear. More afraid of us, my boots." When the commander turned to Harold, he seemed much more ready to hear the mage out. He briefly rubbed his forehead before continuing. "I'm sorry about the imbecile. His first campaign. You were saying?" Harold, though, was no longer listening. He was listening to something else, a distant sound that had been masked by the argument. The blood had all drained from his face. In a panicked whisper, he responded, "We were too late." I was able to dodge the first few projectiles, but the demon wasn't dumb. It started throwing them ahead of and behind me, too. With some help from my predictive modeling, I was able to avoid each one, but by the time I realized the game it was playing, it was already too late. It had forced me further and further away from the doors. When I was darting between 2 of the twisted metal bars with no escape, it threw a handful more at me. I was able to dodge all but one was all it took. A rod of metal slammed into my side, cracking my plastic shell. The force sent me flying into the wall behind. The stone gave way from the sheer impact, but strangely, I didn't feel like I had taken too much more damage. I hung there, hurt and embedded in the wall, unable to even direct my sanitation lamp at my foe. The demon didn't chase after me to finish me off. Instead, it raced out the door that Beatrice had retreated through. Frantically, I spun my wheels, trying to get out. But I was stuck in the wall with no traction, and they just whirred uselessly under me. Popping out my arm and directing my energy toward repairs, I began to wiggle myself free. Bee stood panting at the ballista, trying to get her heart rate under control. The commotion from the room before her was intense. The struggle was going on for much longer than she and Tony had been able to delay it. Of course, all things couldn't last, and she heard pounding steps as it charged through the door she was waiting across from. As it appeared, she watched it trigger a hidden tripwire. A woodcutter's axe released from where it had been positioned, swinging down at the demon. The blade just bounced off its arm. It kept barreling ahead, barely noticing the makeshift caltrops and obstacles she had set along the path. Cursing under her breath, Bee adjusted her aim slightly and fired. Before even seeing her shot hit home, she turned, sprinting into the main hall and toward the main door. Tony should already have moved to the third fallback station. I was finally able to pop myself out of the stone wall. It had only taken 4.6 seconds, but that felt like years. As I landed on the ground, I used air affinity to ensure that I landed wheels down and already at top speed, racing after the demon. It wasn't going to get to Beatrice if I could help it. As I rounded the corner, I saw the demon pulling a huge spike out of its face. Taking advantage of its distraction, I got in as close as I dared and sprayed my most corrosive cleaner at it. I did my best to concentrate all of the liquid onto its right foot. If I could slow it down as much as possible, that should make it easier for my humans to contribute more. The liquid bubbled as it made contact, causing the demon to look around in confusion. It locked its eyes on me, and my sensors registered a hole in its right cheek where it had just pulled the barbed bolt from. It seemed that Beatrice had gotten lucky with her last shot. Not seeing her around, I assumed she managed to get away, and I geared up for round 2. Concentrating on my lamp, I changed strategies. Instead of aiming for its eyes again, I stayed focused on its foot. The acid had already run its course, as black blood oozed from the wound, washing the harmful substance away. That same blood that had stopped my acid attack before worked for me now, though. It was something that my sanitation lamp was perfectly suited to deal with, and it started to boil as I focused on it. The demon only laughed. Completely ignoring the blood boiling in its foot, it turned back around and ran after Beatrice. Bee barely had time to get into position before the lieutenant followed her. It looked like she had managed to hit it in the head. Not that the blow was doing much more than maybe making the demon angry. This time, though, she saw Void was right on its heels, chasing it down the hallway. This gave her hope. If it was running away from her master, it had to feel fear, and that meant they could do this. She saw Tony slide into place next to her. He had a bit longer to go around, but had just made it in time. That was lucky, as the demon was in a perfect position. The lieutenant charged toward them, heedless of the hanging vials of hazardous potions that swung and shattered across its face and chest. She grabbed the other ballista that was set up next to her, aiming down the hallway right before the main entrance. With barely a second to aim, they both fired at once, taking the charging demon in the chest and face. It didn't even stumble. Void saw their predicament and sprayed something at the demon's feet. It caused the demon's skin to bubble. This didn't slow the demon, but the liquid made it slip a little. This gave them just enough time to get around the corner and start running for the door. Maybe outside they would have a chance to get away. I desperately tried to get the attention of the demon as it chased Beatrice and Tony. The liquid only slowed it for a split second and didn't even get its attention. With few other options, I grabbed the bolt that it had dropped a little earlier and threw it. The demon already had almost a dozen bolts in its torso, and it had just left them there, uncaring. However, both times it had been stuck in the face, it had removed them. I doubted that it was because of the pain, but rather the inconvenience. So when I threw the bolt at it, I aimed for the back of the head. Throwing things was way harder than humans made it look. The weight of the bolt was almost enough to unbalance me. Instead of sailing through the air, as it should have, the thing tumbled end over end and bounced off the back of the demon's horned skull. This got its attention, at least. It twirled around to face me in apparent annoyance. It ripped a bolt out of its chest to throw at me. I was able to avoid it, but as I weaved back and forth across the hallway, I knew what I was doing wasn't working. I was hard to hit, sure, but it wasn't enough. Even if I could reliably hit this monster, I wasn't able to do any real damage or keep its attention on me. When it came down to it, I just didn't have enough power. I needed more. With a thought, I transmuted all of the demons I had saved in my dustbin. There were 32 earth demons, as well as a huge assortment of elementals and other beasts that Beatrice hadn't wanted to keep during our exploration of the upstairs. The only thing I saved was the skeletons. I had plans for those. The explosion of power was not quite what had happened down in the catacombs before, but it was close. Electricity shooting off of me, I shot forward like a missile. I crashed into the chest of the demon, and we both went flying past the entry hall. In midair, it threw me off to the side. With an explosion of wood, I was launched through the doors to a familiar room. It was the large room full of pillars where I had first appeared here. Skidding across the floor, I came to a halt in the center. I could feel that my axle had bent, and my automatic maintenance was working on overdrive to fix the damage. It would only take a few minutes this time. But those weren't minutes I had. The demon, for the first time, didn't turn to go after its original prey, but advanced on my fallen form. It limped slightly, and I could see where my impact into its chest had driven the bolts lodged there even deeper. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of its mouth, and its tongue lapped it up as the drops fell. I could see a gash in the tongue where it must have bitten it during our collision. I tried to move, to get out of the way, but my wheels only responded at half speed. Looking at the repair timer and judging by how fast the demon was moving, I was going to have to stall for a few seconds. Desperately, I shined my light in its face, uncaring of the extra time it added to my repairs. It blocked the beam and let out the same low laugh it had been taunting us with the whole time. I shifted my focus and tried to burn the bolts driven into its chest, but even as their ends caught, the fire moved off of them and joined the flames on the demon's arms. While I tried to stay ahead of the demon, I pushed my predictive models to their limits to find a solution, any solution, to this situation. It didn't look good. But, soon enough, my model finished updating. It said I only had one chance, and so I took it. Chapter 80. Spray and Pray. Bee and Tony rounded the corner just in time to avoid the lieutenant's clawed grasp, with Void hot on its heels. They crouched halfway down the stairs for cover and watched as Void and the demon collided. A blinding flash of white and yellow seared their eyes, and they couldn't see the outcome of that exchange. Still ducking behind the cover of the stairs, Bee waited for her eyesight to recover. When her vision came back, she saw Tony mouthing something but couldn't make it out. She reached up to touch her ears and felt a trickle of liquid running down the sides of her head. When Tony's eyes focused on her face a handful of seconds later, she pointed to her ears and shook her head. Tony tugged on his own ear and nodded. Digging through her bag, she pulled out a quick heal potion she had stored for just such an emergency and downed it. Tony did the same. The potion was completely overkill for such a minor injury, especially considering that it could even regrow a hand or foot, but it was the only thing she could make to get them into fighting shape so quickly. Hearing restored, Tony whispered to her, "What can we even do? That thing is way too powerful to take on." "We were able to hurt it," Bee said, trying not to sound too discouraged. "If we can hurt it, then we can help Void handle it." "Does Void even need our help?" Tony asked skeptically. She didn't miss that he had started calling her master Void rather than Spot now. "We have to try," Bee insisted. "It didn't say it would fight all by itself. We can't let the master down, even if all we can do is provide a distraction. But still, that doesn't mean we need to be stupid about it. The lieutenant set off all the traps along my route, so let's gather some of the stuff along your path, and we can reuse a lot of that." Not waiting for Tony's response, Bee stuck her head over the lip of the stairs and could see flashes of light coming from the grand hall where Nazareth Gak and Void were exchanging blows. It seemed they were still probing each other, as the damage was not nearly what it had been just a few seconds ago. Not seeing any opening, Bee just darted down the hall and rounded the corner as fast as she could. Thankfully, Tony followed. They didn't slow down as they sprinted toward the first set of untriggered traps. The first was a bucket of potions balanced on the top of a servant's doorway. The double door on the right was open from when Tony had run through, but the one on the left would open as he was chased, due to the demon's sheer bulk. Tony reached up and handed it to Bee, who raced back to the grand hall. Tony stayed behind, rushing back into the hall to get the next salvageable trap component. I only had one hidden card, and I needed to play it. There was no more time for messing around. I was trying to use the pillars for cover to position myself so I could unleash my attack from the right direction, but the demon kept knocking them down with swings of its fist. I was very glad we hadn't just let this thing rampage. It was capable of making a mess so thorough and cataclysmic that even I didn't think I could clean it up. Dodging the falling masonry, I positioned myself so that I lined the demon up with the doorway leading out of the castle. Right as I had it in place, Beatrice jumped out. She wasn't even armed with her broom, but instead was brandishing a bucket. She hurled the bucket's contents forward, and the demon ran through the liquid in midair. For the first time, the demon didn't laugh about this assault. This time, it screamed and tried to wipe at the sizzling liquid on its chest. It mostly succeeded, but now the liquid was burning its hands, too, and it had driven the many bolts in its side even deeper. The scream it let out piqued my audio sensor's microphone input. Still, it wasn't slowed as it looked for its attacker in rage. Beatrice had smartly ducked back out of sight as soon as she could, so the demon charged at me instead. With my chance ruined, I had to zip out of the way. I wasn't too concerned, though. I would have another chance soon. I worked my way toward where the majority of Beatrice's attack had splashed on the floor. With a couple of swipes of my mop, I retrieved all the liquid. Good. Now I had a real weapon. Not once did I take my sanitation beam off the target, but now I had two effective weapons. Unfortunately, the demon now had a second weapon, too. It was a close call, but I managed to dodge the chunk of pillar that had hurled my way. The wall behind me wasn't so mobile. With an explosion of dust, the wall broke, and a gaping hole appeared next to the door. I hoped Beatrice hadn't been standing there. Now that range was no longer my friend, I went in close. I started using the lamp and spray bottle in combination, launching streams of the liquid that I had just gathered to coax the demon back into position. It still seemed to burn my opponent, eliciting growls of annoyance, and the demon went out of its way to avoid it. But if it thought it could land a blow on me, it would take a spray in exchange. Despite its impressive speed, though, it never managed to land a direct blow. My predictive models and quick acceleration managed to keep me just one step ahead. That wasn't to say I was unscathed. Each time it barely missed me, an explosion of stone ringed its fist. The shards peppered my sides, filling them with scratches and making my repair function work overtime. The terrain was also getting more uneven and harder for me to traverse. Still, I was making progress. I saw Beatrice stick her head out again. There was some blood running down the side of her cheek, but she didn't look too damaged, thankfully. Finally, I had the demon where I wanted it. Right as it charged me from the door, I reached into my dustbin and loosed the army. Bee had barely survived the wall exploding behind her. The explosion had thrown her sideways and ragdolled her down the hallway. Tony ran to her side, fearing the worst. The girl's small form was still, unmoving where it lay. Without a second thought, Tony grabbed another quick healing potion and gently tipped it into Bee's mouth. He held her, relaxing slightly as her faint pulse strengthened. Bee coughed, spattering a bit of blood over her tunic as she struggled to stand once more, but Tony gently kept her lying where she was. Bee, listen to me. This is too dangerous, especially for you. We've done enough here, and we need to get you to safety. The younger girl stared up at him in confusion, dazed. We haven't won yet. Void needs us. Tony shook his head. I really don't think he does. Look, I know you're strong and all,
But this is a whole nother level. I don't want you to get hurt, and—" He sighed. "I promised my dad to keep you safe, Bee." As her wounds healed, Bee considered his words once again. The longer this fight went on, the more convinced she was that Void was just toying with the lieutenant rather than treating it as an actual threat. Still, her master had asked her to do what she could. Coming to a decision, Bee faced the farm boy. "Tony, if you want to retreat, I won't stop you, but I made my own promise to Void, and I won't go back on it." She flashed him a smile. "Plus, Master is strong. He'll protect me, even against a monster like that." Bee rose to her feet, a little wobbly but determined. The potion was sapping a lot of her energy, but she didn't have time to rest, so she pushed past the fatigue. After a moment, Tony joined her with a look of grim determination on his face. Together they rushed to the next unused trap to salvage it. The next trap that she had repurposed was a bit of razor wire. It had taken some ingenuity, but she and Tony had managed to set it up in the hallway just above head height for them. It would hit the demon when it exited, hopefully. When they were running back to get the next trap, a new clattering noise came from the active fight between the god and demon. The skeletons had reformed in my dustbin early on, but even after that they hadn't stopped changing. I was a bit more aware of their presence because of the increasing ways I could split my attention as I had leveled up. Over the last several days, in particular, I watched as power had seeped into them. It had changed them drastically from the mid-level, somewhat basic skeletons they had been. When they emerged, they no longer looked like the skeletons of humans. They had all grown several feet, and their bones were much thicker. Coming off each was a faint purple glow of power. An unending tide of armored legions poured from my dustbin. I hoped that this strategy would work much better than the last time I tried it with the demons. These skeletons and demons were indeed enemies like we had first guessed down in the catacombs. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed. To the demon, they were just ordinary skeletons. But when I was examining them in my dustbin, I could feel the utter hatred the skeletons felt for all demons. As they came out, they quickly formed orderly ranks. As the second rank was formed, the first charged the demon. They didn't fare very well. It was a bit of a disappointment to see my trump card shattered with a wave of a fist. That was just the first wave, though, and there were a lot more where that came from. The second rank also was tossed aside, but they still didn't stop. By the fifth wave, they had driven the demon back a step from pure numbers. By the 10th, the first wave was already reforming. I only had 20 waves to let out, but they pushed the demon back. It was slow, and they didn't always make progress, but they weren't losing outright. I spent a few seconds trying to heal the worst of my damage, but soon it was clear I needed to help. Coming in from the sides, I worked to keep the demon being pushed backward over dealing damage. I wanted it outside, where it could make a mess without hurting the castle anymore. The skeletons were making some progress. It was hard to say they were really damaging it, but more and more thin lines and streaks of blood appeared on its chest. Their only saving grace was that unless they were completely smashed, they were back in the fight rather quickly. Their ability to reassemble themselves was much higher than the low-level ones Beatrice fought against, back when we first went into the catacombs. Additionally, there were a few skeletons that were not in formation. Those were much smaller than the rest, though still larger than I recalled. They started trying to sneak around the demon, but kept getting dismantled and having to reassemble before trying again. I assumed they were the weaker skeletons I had cleaned up rather than the tomb guardians. Eventually, we pushed the demon out into the hallway, but following it was a bit of an issue as all of the skeletons couldn't get out of the door at once, and only with their full numbers could they have any effect on the demon. It seemed to realize this advantage, and stood firm at the doors, sweeping wide with its fists and bashing the skeletons to pieces. As I tried to formulate a way past this choke point,
My sensors noticed a pair of the smaller skeletons sneak out of a newly formed hole in the wall. A small contingent of other skeletons saw that and started to follow. Bee watched in awe as endless tides of skeletons fought the lieutenant. This was a weird sight. She and Tony were watching from a hole in the wall, waiting for the right time to strike. They had gathered throwable glass balls and flasks, but there hadn't been an opening yet. The swarm of massive skeletons completely blocked all angles of attack. Focused on the combat as she was, Bee was confused when Tony hauled her back away from their position. A pair of smaller skeletons crawled out over the wreckage. They glanced around and saw the two humans, but ultimately ignored. Instead, they continued to advance, sneaking around the demon who had just been pushed out into the hall. Were they assassins? To check, Bee scanned the pair. The names seemed familiar. Where had she seen Skelly and Scully before? Soon enough, more followed, and Tony and Bee just watched as skeletons circled around to attack the demon from behind. Once the flow stopped, the demon was completely surrounded. For the first time since they had awoken it, the situation seemed to be looking up. However, that didn't last long. With another roar that popped Bee's eardrums, a wave of force blasted out of the demon, throwing the skeletons in all directions. Only a split second later, the wave hit Bee and Tony. For the second time in the last few minutes, she was flying back down the side hallway. Chapter 81. Breaking a Few Eggs. The lieutenant roared, releasing a shock wave that expanded rapidly outward. I was able to use air affinity to split the blast around me, but I wasn't able to save anyone else. From behind the demon, the majority of the skeletons flew down the hallway toward the front entrance. When they hit the massive wooden doors, they didn't stop. The stonework above the doors crumbled as most of the skeleton's army was flung outside. The less fortunate ones hit walls before they went that far, resulting in damaged walls and powdered bones. I thought they were likely out of the fight for good. Much of the wall the demon was standing by didn't survive either. Now the large room had a straight path to the outside. I looked around at the damage briefly, but I didn't let my feelings overwhelm me. I had already hardened my heart to the coming mess. The demon stood in the center of a shallow crater. For the first time, it didn't seem in good shape. It breathed heavily, with blood running out from countless cuts across its body. None of the cuts individually meant much, but they added up. Also, that explosion seemed to have taken a lot out of it. This might be my only chance. Picking up one of the skeleton's swords from the ground in my grabby arm, I charged. I let out my most terrifying war cry and swooped in. My spray bottle and sanitation lamp were both working at full power. Right as I neared my target, I pivoted gracefully, slicing across the back of the same leg I had been concentrating on this whole time. It was too late to save this castle from damage, but I wasn't about to let the perpetrator escape. With my speed and the heft of my blade, I cut deep into the back of the chemically burned ankle. Its odd flesh parted under my blade on my second spin. I dropped the sword and pulled out my mop. Slapping the appendage to the open wound, I felt it begin sucking the demon dry. The mop pulled moisture out of everything it touched, and as I had powered up, its capacity and range had only grown. The demon might be a thing beyond this world, but it still had blood. I would see how well it fared without that. Even as I pressed the mop into the injured demon, it tried to swing its leg forward and away from me. When it went to put weight back on the bad leg, however, it gave out. The beast collapsed to one knee in apparent pain. Harold watched numbly as the sounds of battle echoed from the castle. The rest of the officers were still arguing about what to do, but based on the power that was being thrown around, there was nothing they could do. Harold himself was probably the highest-level person in the army, and he had just reached level 42, nowhere near strong enough to handle this. His energy sense indicated that there were multiple combatants well over his level fighting, and at least one that was more than 20 levels above him, if he wasn't mistaken. The whole army couldn't really do much against that. Well, couldn't do much yet. There was some hope, he realized. They could hope that whatever was battling wore the other one down. Perhaps if the winning party was too exhausted, they might be able to move in and finish off the last one standing. His only question was, who was fighting? Clearly, one was Nazareth Gak. The only other thing that was so powerful might have been the demon they summoned. If it was two demons fighting, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. They had their hierarchies. The ones that were powerful and intelligent enough to make a deal with humans hardly seemed to like each other. But that didn't explain all the other sounds and energy signatures of unknown skills that Harold was picking up on. It hardly seemed like a one-on-one fight in there. Right when he was about to launch himself back into the discussion to lay out what they needed to do, the front of the castle exploded. A spray of gray and white pulverized the doors, leaving them in splinters. The noise got everyone's attention, but it didn't hold it for very long before the war room erupted back into chaos. Harold, though, kept his attention on the debris. When they started putting themselves together, he realized what they were. The undead. Skeletons, to be specific. Once they reformed, they gathered into hurried ranks and started heading back into the castle. Then something odd happened. A smaller band of skeletons emerged from the remains of the entryway. A band of skeletons led by a zombie rat. The rat chattered at the skeletons going back in. They paused for a second. Then a couple of them chattered back. Watching in disbelief, Harold struggled to keep his jaw off the floor. The back and forth went on for a bit before the skeletons and the rat all sat down. What followed was a seemingly very detailed conversation consisting of only chattering teeth. Eventually, they all got to their feet and, in unison, looked out the main gate over at the human encampment. As strong as my mop had gotten, it still needed to be wrung out. When I retracted it, the demon flew into action. I wasn't prepared, and the backward swing of its fist clipped me with a glancing blow. While I only bore the slightest amount of the blow's force, it still sent me tumbling across the cracked and shattered floor. Hitting a loose piece of rubble, I flipped over. However, this time was different. Time seemed to slow down as my processors contemplated an evasive maneuver. My agility had become more than I could have ever imagined. In the air, I was able to extend my arm and plant it on the ground. With a little push, I was able to flip myself to land on my wheels, already charging back into the fray with a fresh mop. The demon had become wise to my new tactic, though, and didn't let me get close. Now I was the predator, chasing the stumbling demon around. It wasn't quite as one-sided as when it was chasing me. I still needed to be careful of its blows, as a single hit to the top could completely flatten me, but the demon was moving slower. Having proved that I could actually damage it, the cowardly nature of the demon showed forth. It wasn't able to dodge the way I could, but it was faster than me. I was trying to get at its heel, but it was clever and left a trap. I got quite close before I had to bail out of the attack to avoid a body slam and falling elbow strike. I only escaped by a bristle's width. However, the maneuver left the demon vulnerable on the floor. I emptied the rest of my spray bottle into its face, now that it was on my level. The demon didn't appreciate the gesture, curling up to avoid the burning liquid. This was a mistake. Between that moment of blindness and its slow recovery, it gave me time to retrieve another sword. Instead of spinning and slashing this time, I pointed the sword forward and charged into its back. The blade sank into the left ribs up to the hilt. I tried to pull it out, but it was stuck so fast that I lost my grip. Previously, the demon had ignored bolts driven deep into its torso, but this sword was much wider. When it roared as it struggled to its feet, I could hear a liquid bubbling in its lungs. I tried to grab another sword, but couldn't quite find one before it got back up. Taking one look at me and my brandished mop, the demon decided that it had had enough. Turning on its good leg, it made a limping run for the main entrance to the castle, where it could see the outside. I raced after it as fast as my wheels could carry me. Even injured, drained, and weak from waking early, it was still faster than me in a straight line. I shined my lamp on its retreating form, but that only seemed to spur it on faster. Desperately, I thought through my options. I needed to find a way to catch up with it. Examining my dustbin, it was mostly empty. I had either released the contents at the demon or burned them for power. The only thing I had left was the blood I had consumed from it. Wait, I burned a lot of power when I collided with the demon. Had I leveled up? Yes, I had. Somehow I had failed to notice the notification during the fight. Quickly, I scanned my options to see if anything was going to help me. Level up. Level 45 reached. 10th mutation reached. Choose a mutation. Taser, Pooper Scooper, Thrusters. Yes, there was something. I chose without really considering the other options. Activating my new ability, I pointed the newly formed nozzles behind me and activated them. I shot forward like greased lightning. Launched off the ground, I caught up to the running demon as it reached the top of the stairs. My momentum knocked us off the steps and through what remained of the entryway out to the courtyard. We sprawled out over the plateau in front of the castle. In the last second, I was able to position my mop so that it lanced into the demon's back, right next to the sword. With the force of our collision, it had no problem driving into the same hole, widening it a bit. More importantly, my mop was thirsty and was soon draining the demon dry. I could feel its heart trying to pump blood with my sensors, but it wasn't able to draw it in faster than my mop was. For a second, I stuck to the demon, firmly attached to the mop in its wound. The demon flailed and managed to knock me free, but in the process it also knocked the sword out. As it regained its feet, blood poured down its torso and dripped off its back. I stopped in front of it, and its eyes met my visual sensors. Suddenly, a movement between its legs caught my attention. Apparently, the skeletons that were flung through the entrance before had been able to put themselves back together. Huh! It looked like there were a large number of humans as well. The little messmaker that I had first used to scare away the mean humans appeared to be leading a charge against these humans. My army had abandoned me, leaving me to fight the demon all by myself. Not that there was much more of the demon to fight. It was standing in front of me, but it didn't look very steady. As it swayed back and forth, it blinked at me. It seemed to be running low on power on top of all the damage already done to it. All of its weight was being put on its injured leg. This was my opportunity. As I moved, I realized I was also low on battery. Since I had transmuted the last of the demons to get my last level up, I had done a lot of fighting. Still, I zoomed forward to try and hit the demon's good foot with my mop. At least, that was what I pretended to do. As it moved to knock me aside and protect its good leg, I changed course. Swapping out my mop for my grabby arm, I scooped up the dropped sword. I almost got away clean. My battery was draining faster than it should have been, and I just wasn't quite quick enough to avoid the kick with the injured leg. Much of the terrifying power was missing, but there was still enough force to send me cartwheeling away. Somehow I managed to hang on to the sword. Trying to figure out what was wrong, I checked my automatic maintenance function and saw it was doing repairs to my battery area. That was not good. The leaking power was slowing, but not fast enough. I only had one hope. I started transmuting the blood of the demon. Chapter 82. On the Spot. Bee woke up. This time she was all alone. The noises in the castle were quiet, but she could still hear something happening outside. With a groan, she sat up and shielded her eyes from the bright light. Being knocked out like this twice in a row could not be healthy. If she hadn't already had the healing potion in her system from Tony... Tony! Bee stood up as quickly as her wobbly legs would allow and looked around. She was on top of a pile of rubble. Stepping down, she started to dig around for her fellow disciple. He didn't have the healing potion already working on him, and he was at a much lower level than her. If she didn't find him soon... She was shifting large rocks around frantically, trying to see if he was buried in the pile. Eventually, she glanced to the right and found his limp body off to the side. Hobbling over to him, she went down on one knee and checked over him. Leaving her fingers in front of his mouth, she slumped in relief as she felt a very light breath. Looking around, she couldn't find his bag. Going back to the pile of rocks, she found the contents of her own satchel had become a mess of shattered glass and oozing liquid. Quickly, she inventoried everything from her preparations. She knew she had made extra potions. She just wasn't sure where she had stored them. Debating the risk of moving him, Bee decided it was best to just leave him here and quickly retrieve the potion. She limped down the path that Tony had been in charge of baiting. The traps and supplies she passed along her path had been very much destroyed as the lieutenant chased her. As she ducked around and stepped over all the tripwires and traps she had set, she couldn't help but be disappointed. Many of them had activated, but almost all seemed ineffectual. In the end, Void had to do almost all the work. She had spent so much time preparing, and all she had managed to do was slightly annoy it. Maybe the bucket at the end that she had splashed on it had helped, but when it came down to it, the only way to fight had been with power, the kind of power that only her master had. Bee supposed that was the lesson that it was trying to teach her. She needed to get stronger. She had been too proud and believed a little girl could defeat one of humanity's ancient nightmares. Only through the benevolence of her master did the humans here still live. As Bee found the crate of backup supplies she had made for Tony's route, she thought about what it meant for the Lieutenant Nazareth Gak to be here. If it was here, that meant that perhaps more of those so-called fairy tales were real. More real than most people knew. Still, the mages had to have been aware of the demon. But she had been in the castle for 2 months and had no idea. She doubted any of the apprentices knew either. If that was the case, how many more of the ancient monsters were still around? Were they properly hidden and captured, or did they depend on a group of mages who, if they were to run away, could loose death on the world? These thoughts sent chills down her spine. If other demons might awaken, her position of priest of Spot was much more important than she'd realized. Sure, she had learned her lesson. She needed to be stronger, but that wasn't the only thing she had learned. No, it wasn't just her that needed to be stronger. It was everyone. The human world couldn't afford to stay weak. Being content about getting to level 20 in their prime, maybe 30 if they pushed themselves. No, they would need to take risks. The world needed to listen to the wisdom that Void had given her. But would just being strong be enough? Maybe, maybe not. Even if it was, it would take time. Leveling was slow, even when taking great risks. Until humans could take care of themselves, they were at the mercy of her master. Changing the world might be a bit much for her. However, her master needed to stay pleased. More than her life now depended on it. Obviously, she would follow her master's plans, but she made a note that when she next got the chance to talk to a person, she would tell them of what she had learned. What else would humans need to do to make sure they stayed in Void's good graces? Well, obviously, tidiness would be essential, and stairs would have to go. When Bee got back to Tony, she found that his condition still hadn't changed. She administered the potion and waited. After some initial progress, she moved him to lie in a more comfortable position. Then she continued to treat her friend. After Tony was stabilized, Bee walked to the front of the castle. She wanted to see if her master had finished off the lieutenant yet, or if he was still toying with it. I couldn't believe that this demon was still standing. I had the benefit of a fresh infusion of energy from its blood, but the lieutenant? I watched as a seemingly endless stream of black liquid poured down the demon's torso. Standing seemed to be its limit. We stared each other down as my repairs finished. This was going to be the deciding factor. If I weren't able to heal so fast, I would have already been scrapped. It seemed the demon was healing slightly too, though much more slowly than I. At least its blood flow was slowing. Once I could move again, I circled around the demon, forcing it to move opposite me. This was a challenge, as it had to pivot on its good leg by pushing with the damaged one. Slowly, I rolled around the demon, looking for a weakness that I could use to take my foe down. I was still wary, as I knew how dangerous a wounded foe could be. I had seen enough nature documentaries not to let down my guard. Now that I was able to understand them, I could liken my situation to that of a wolf circling its injured prey. As I continued my movement, I wasn't able to keep my path perfectly round as I had to keep going around debris. Honestly, it was quite bumpy. After a couple of circles, I could see the demon was starting to tire. I also found the smoothest path to use to strike. When the time was right, I moved. Darting forward, I lanced the sword right at its rooted good leg. It wasn't able to dodge. Not that it didn't try, but it had to suddenly shift onto its injured leg to dodge. Unable to support itself, it stumbled. As it fell, I drove the point of the sword right through the demon's kneecap. It collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, now completely unable to stand. Still, it could use its arms as it tried to crawl away and vainly swat behind it. With the demon no longer a danger to me, I started trying to figure out how to finish it off for good. Judging by my memories of the time in the catacombs, the ancient humans hadn't been able to kill it, so I assumed that it would heal from anything given enough time. So there was only one place for it. I started trying to consume it with my vacuum. But it didn't work. Either it was still much more powerful than me, or it was simply too large. Unlike the earth demons, it wasn't made of a bunch of smaller particles that I could easily consume. So I might have to resize it a bit. A few minutes of grueling work later, I had the demon all packed away in my dustbin. I examined it closely, and I could see it start to reassemble itself. This would not be acceptable. It was at a high enough level that once it was repaired, it might be able to break out. Also, for the moment, B had said it was still weakened from waking up early. If it had time to adjust, I didn't know if I could beat it again. Bracing myself, I transmuted the demon to energy. A wave blasted outward from me, one more powerful than I had ever felt or seen before. It lifted me high in the air, many times higher than I had ever been. It was uncomfortable, to be honest, but also an incredible view. I was able to see the castle far below. Out in the distance, mountains surrounded us on three sides. The only path into our massive valley led to a walled city. I watched as, along the path, a wave of skeletons ran after a group of fleeing humans. Even as I watched, the humans started to pull away, and the skeletons stopped their pursuit. Huh, that was odd. Starting to fall, I activated my new mutation. Hopefully, my boosters would give me a soft landing. Otherwise, this would be bad. On my way down, I received a new notification. Level up. Level 50 reached. Your domain is now active. Huh, I wondered what that meant. Harold had to order the retreat himself. It was unfortunate, but no one else in command was left to do so. These undead were smart. They were much too smart for the mindless skeletons they were supposed to be. They had charged the command tent first. Taken unawares, the officers weren't even able to put up a token resistance. Luckily, the soldiers were well trained, and even without the command structure, they formed battle lines. Still, without a clear chain of command, large-scale tactical decisions were beyond them. Harold had stepped up and started handling things, but he was a mage, not a battlefield commander. Seeing his first command be met with confused looks from the junior officers, he gave up on winning and did his best to disengage. To make matters worse, the undead army radiated a powerful enough aura of undeath that the slain officers began to rise within a matter of minutes. When Harold saw that, he knew they had no chance. He gave up on winning and did his best to disengage. Retreating back to Greg was their only option. There they would at least have walls and reinforcements. Still, Greg was a long way away, and Harold wasn't sure they could make it in time. It would be a hard couple of days of riding. Still, it was their only option. Shortly after the men engaged the massive skeletons, Harold signaled the retreat. The remaining junior officers tried their best to coordinate and cover their men as they fled. Since most of the men were mounted, and horses were faster than skeletons over short distances, they began to pull away. Surprisingly, the undead quickly realized they wouldn't catch them and stopped pursuing. These were truly unlike any undead that Harold had ever read about. Sure, demons were his field of study, but he had many friends that were accomplished undead researchers. Some corner of his panicked brain registered the fact that they would have killed to be in his position here. Right as the skeletons fell back, Harold felt the lieutenant fall. A bright light shot up into the sky, and Harold could make out a small black disk that seemed to eclipse the sun for a brief instant. From this range, it was hard to be sure, but he had a sinking suspicion of what he had just seen. In the end, it was almost worse than they had feared. The demon he had summoned had freed the lieutenant, but not to serve it or to make an alliance. No, to kill it and steal its power. What kind of monster saw one of the 13 as a source of power, as prey? Something that would need more than the measly amount of soldiers that were sent this time. They would need the whole army. It might even be time to set aside their differences with Barleona and work together to save the human race. Harold doubted their neighbor would see the attempt as anything but a trick, but he had to try. Epilogue. The warden was on his way to meet with Harold again. As he made his way through the different levels of security, his mind worked through the problem at hand. This meeting was important, and Harold had been proven right after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been here. They had not sent nearly enough troops, and because of that, the kingdom had lost several experienced officers they really couldn't afford to lose. The weakening of the kingdom was not part of his plans yet, and this would force him to adjust. The warden didn't like having to change plans, but you didn't get to his position without being flexible. He had backup plans, but none of them were nearly as elegant, and things were still changing. Sure, the demonic threat was worse than they feared, but that wasn't the only concerning news coming in. Some of this new news was just as bad, if not worse. There were reports of a new undead plague springing up in the same area. Also, of a new feeling of power people were reporting, something blanketing their minds. He doubted those were coincidences. In other areas, too, things were not going well. Most of the countryside had been stripped of its soldiers to prepare for the war. This lack of a policing force meant bandits were on the rise, as it always did. It also made it very difficult for the adventurers to keep up with suppressing all the zones that had weakened membranes to other realms, allowing monsters to come through. Adventurers weren't good at that sort of stuff without support. Point them at a big target, and they might solve your problem, but thoroughness just wasn't in their nature. Not only were there all of this kingdom's internal issues, but some of his operatives in the neighboring countries also reported secret demon summoning projects of their own. Each country seemed to be looking for its own secret weapon. His operatives were doing their best to sabotage their efforts. Normally, this wasn't something that his organization would take part in, but after this last disaster, he couldn't risk another. He had only allowed the demon that Harold was assigned to slip through because Harold was his man. The motion would have been easy to stop, of course, but he had hoped that Harold would succeed, and that might have put his operative in an even better position. He couldn't have been more wrong. As he sat down at the table facing the fire, he looked over to study Harold. This man was once one of his most promising trainees. He'd had hopes that Harold might one day replace him. Now those hopes were dimming like dying embers. "What news do you have for me?" the warden asked. Harold met the warden's eyes. They seemed tired now, more haunted than he remembered. "It appears that the undead and demon threats are linked in some way." "We already knew that. It can hardly be considered news," the warden pointed out, annoyed. "Yes, but rumors have come around of a certain young girl and an unknown entity saving people," Harold explained. "I think they are using the undead to force people to them." "If that is true, then they are far more organized than we have thought," the warden mused. "If that is the case, then we still underestimate this thing you summoned. I've never even heard of the undead working with demons before. Are you sure?" "Well, it is a rumor, but I think we best not underestimate this threat." The younger mage shuddered. We had done so too many times already. The end. This is Phil Thron. We hope you have enjoyed this production of All the Dust That Falls, an isekai lit RPG adventure by Zaifyr. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books. Recorded Books presents All the Dust That Falls, Volume 3, an isekai lit RPG adventure by Zaifyr, narrated by Phil Thron. Chapter 1. Clean up. Everybody clean up. I surveyed the battlefield, running my sensors across the city. It wasn't in great shape, but the place seemed safe enough. At least the few remaining undead inside were being taken care of. Satisfied that the danger had passed and nothing required my intervention, I turned to Beatrice. She was in less than ideal shape. The fight with that ghostly wraith had done significant damage, but I could already tell that her own skills were working on repairs. Going over to her, I could feel my passive domain assisting her recovery. Bones shifted back into place, and fleshy tendons reconnected themselves. There was still going to be quite some time before she was back to 100%, but my continued presence and focus were helping. I sat down by her side, hovering just a few inches above the dirt. Once I was confident that she was stable, and I couldn't do more to help, I turned toward the patiently waiting Arthur. The commander of the human armies looked to be in only slightly better shape than Beatrice. Several different ribs appeared to be broken, along with cuts and contusions galore. Still, he stood strong. He was repairing much more slowly than Beatrice. My presence was helping shift his ribs back into place, but the rest of his damage would take weeks to heal at this rate. It probably had something to do with Beatrice's innate healing magic as a doctor. Despite his many injuries, he coughed and inclined his head towards me. "May I have a minute of your time, my lord?" I wasn't sure where this "my lord" business came from. My previous interactions with him had been rather cordial, so I didn't see the need for sudden respect. Still, I didn't have any way to tell him he was going overboard, so I just indicated for him to continue. "Miss B indicated to me that you two had come to help. I assume you are the void that she talked about," the man said with his fist clasped to his chest. I beeped what I hoped was a confirmation. "First, I must thank you for your timely assistance. Sincerely, I don't know how things would have progressed if you hadn't made it in time. I just wanted to ask—" Arthur cut off as soldiers poured through the space where the gate had been. "Excuse me for 1 second." He turned towards the soldiers. The man was very loud. I wasn't aware that a single human could reach that volume through voice alone. As he bellowed at the soldiers, I more closely examined the city. Saying it was a mess was an understatement. The entrance had taken the most damage, leaving piles of shattered boulders and crumbled masonry scattered across the open space. The giant metal gates lay twisted and warped on the ground nearby. Inside, the city wasn't much better. Many houses had collapsed in the assault, and several wooden structures were on fire. I could see many humans scurrying about, trying to prevent further damage, probably. Others were just sitting on the rubble, staring aimlessly into the distance, while others were digging through the wreckage, looking for something. Checking more thoroughly, I found there were only a few dozen small groups of zombies still in the city. But even as I watched, a group of humans extinguished one of them, and they were rapidly dealing with the last remaining ones in a practiced and professional manner. It was good to see that it wouldn't be a problem. Focusing on Beatrice, I continued monitoring the situation as, one by one, the small groups of zombies were hunted down and exterminated. This kept me busy for 15 minutes and 38 seconds before Arthur returned. "Sorry about that. They should be good to start the cleanup without me for a few minutes." I told him not to worry about it. Cleaning up was very important, and it wasn't like I had anywhere to go. I wasn't going to be leaving Beatrice's side until she was significantly more recovered. "So, if I may, what do you plan to do now?" Arthur asked in a polite tone. I tried to give him a quick rundown. I was going to clean up the city, then return to clean the castle and take care of all the people there. It was a pretty simple plan. I didn't think it would require much more explanation. Apparently, I was wrong. "Well, I still can't understand a word of what you're saying." The big man frowned. "But let me tell you my plans, and we can talk again when Miss B wakes up." He straightened himself up again and started talking as if delivering a report. "There are a few factors that make me think this is not the end of the undead threat. First, the tactics of this group changed suddenly in the last couple of days, and not for the better. This assault was uncharacteristic of the commander that had been coordinating their forces until now. Second, we observed a drastic reduction in enemy forces several days ago. This coincided with the more aggressive tactics, maybe only a day before that. Third, many of the prominent members of the undead army are missing. We are also not seeing nearly as many corpses as we should." He coughed. "Well, that's in part due to your contributions. Still, the numbers didn't add up at the beginning of the assault. All this is to say that I believe the commander has taken a large portion of his army and gone elsewhere. What his purpose is, I don't know. Perhaps he was running out of time for something, or just wanted to assemble more undead to take the city. Regardless, it's something we can't let go unchecked. So," Arthur shifted and crossed his arms, "I plan to take the majority of my army and follow the trail. It would be very helpful if you would lend us some assistance. We need to exterminate the undead threat before it snowballs as bad as it did in this province." Arthur finished making his case. It was quite compelling. I did not want to see everything corrupted again like I had in this city, much less see something like Greg again. I still remember the haunting, empty streets of that place. Of course, I'd have to talk to Beatrice about this once she was awake. Until then, there wasn't much I could say. In the meantime, I was curious about something. I reached out with my new spiritual cleanse ability. Small orbs of light became visible to my sensors, one floating inside each nearby human. They were much different than the entirely black ones I found in the zombies. Pretty much all of the humans' souls had a decent amount of darkness wrapped around them, but not so much that I couldn't see the light coming out. I guessed that was good. Looking over at Beatrice, I saw hers was very bright. There was a single dark smudge marring the surface, but that was it. I reached out and, almost absent-mindedly, buffed it away. The little black dust came off effortlessly. Clearly, this was what it was supposed to look like. If anyone's soul would be a good reference point, then it would be Beatrice's. I peered over at Arthur's. His was a bit different. The bits of darkness on it were much more sunken in than with Beatrice's. I didn't reach out and scrub it clean yet, though. I wasn't sure if such a thing would be rude. I wanted to get to know him a bit first. Still, his soul wasn't so dirty that I could have a bad opinion of him. Perhaps I could use this ability to determine how likely someone was to cause problems or be a messmaker. I wasn't sure if they could consciously control their soul's state, but it must be a good sign to keep it clean, obviously. Seeing that Arthur was waiting for a response, I told him that everything was good and we would talk when Beatrice woke up. He seemed to understand as he nodded and marched away, almost immediately shouting again. As people ran toward him, he started pointing, and one by one people dashed away to go take care of things. Refocusing back on Beatrice, I noticed that she was making decent progress. Now that she was in a slightly more stable condition, I rearranged her limbs using air manipulation so they were in a more comfortable position. Still, the rocky ground wouldn't make for a good recovery. This was not an ideal charging station at all. I scanned around to find a human charging pad, a bed, as they called them. Just as I was about to lift her and move her to a more comfortable place, a young officer ran up. "Would you like some assistance?" he asked, motioning to Beatrice. I said yes, but as he moved to pick her up, I lifted her up off the ground with beds of air. It would keep her more comfortable and safe. He backed off, raising his hands. Well, okay. Just follow me. I'll take you to some place where she can rest." Before I blindly followed him, I checked him out with my new spiritual sense. At the core of his being was a ball that was about half the brightness of Beatrice's. I still hadn't collected enough data to know whether or not that was a good thing, but it wasn't too black. I decided there was no harm in trusting him. He didn't feel like a threat or anything. If he was, I could probably handle it anyway. I followed the young man back into the city. I hovered over the piles of collapsed bricks as he picked his way through them, keeping Beatrice securely wrapped and away from any jagged outcroppings. It took us 14 minutes, but eventually he led us into a large building that had many rooms with beds in it. Not full-sized beds, though. They seemed to be like miniature human charging pads. They were less comfortable than the ones Beatrice liked so much, but I did remember that she used to charge on the floor all the time when we first met. It was good enough. Gently, I settled her down in one. Pulling the blankets around her, I made sure she was fully covered and in what looked to be a comfortable position. Tucking her in gave me a sense of nostalgia for our early adventures. It had really been a while since she had hurt herself this badly. I was just happy that she was okay. I extended my arm and patted her on the head gently. That taken care of, I settled under the cot to wait. Seeing that we were comfortable, the man closed the door behind us and left us alone. There were a few things I wanted to check before anything else, so I shut off my senses and started to meditate. It wasn't 100% necessary to do anymore, but I still found that my control over my void manipulation was much more fine-tuned this way. Diving into my dustbin, I considered everything I had picked up recently. I had transmuted a fair number of zombie corpses, but I still had thousands of them inside. I felt their mass and considered how much energy they would generate. I didn't think it would be enough to get me to the next threshold for skill, so I saved it for an emergency. The episode here with void manipulation demonstrated just how important it was to have backup fuel. I also noticed that I again had some skeletons. They were reassembling themselves within my dark dimension. They seemed much calmer than they had the last time they were here. I wasn't sure what to do with them, but I felt like I couldn't let them loose again, not the same way I had previously. Lastly, though, there was the Wraith. At least that's what Beatrice and Arthur had been calling it. Only now that it was surrounded by my void could I tell the difference between it and normal energy. The energy that made up the being had a certain flavor to it, something marking it as one singular entity, separate from the rest of the world. Due to its nature, I struggled to get much of a grasp of it. It didn't seem to be able to be converted to energy, as that was already what it was. Similar to the energy I had stored away from starting a religion, it couldn't just be funneled into my levels. I still needed to find a use for that energy. I didn't think this living energy would work for the same purposes. I would need to look into it further. Settling in, I started probing at it while waiting for Beatrice to wake up. Chapter 2. Several Sullied Souls. Bee woke up feeling sore all over. Examining the room around her, she found that someone must have moved her into some temporary hospital. The room was small, barely large enough to contain the small cot she was on. Even the smallest movements pained her as she tried to sit up. The sensation was bad enough that she gave up after just getting her head off of her pillow. She felt her abdominals. Just touching them sent waves of aches all through her torso. Staring up at the ceiling, she wondered how long she had been out for. Checking in with her skills, she found that the twin repair skills had been working hard. That probably accounted for both how much she had recovered and how dead tired she felt. She focused on directing them to her most painful areas, trying to squeeze out the last drops of energy that she could muster. She let out a soft groan as the pain started to ease, then flinched as a beep sounded from directly below her. Her involuntary spasm made her extra aware of all the bruises along her body, but it also sent a jolt of energy through her. It wasn't just in her imagination. The skills that had just felt tapped out a few seconds ago were suddenly ready to go. Already, the rest of her aches were starting to fade by a noticeable amount. Void rolled out from underneath her cot and waved cheerily at her. It informed her of how happy it was that she had made a full recovery. Then it waited for Bee to gather her thoughts. "Thank you for watching over me, Master." Bee greeted it with a nod, still too stiff to bow properly. "I hope I did not keep you waiting too long." Apparently, she had simply slept most of the day away. Actually, it was almost nightfall. Void recommended that she should rest some more after eating a bit. With a monumental effort, she leveraged herself up and off the cot before doing some extremely light stretches. Finally, feeling mostly human, Bee was ready to go find some food. Void followed her out, and soon enough they found themselves at an impromptu soup kitchen run by the soldiers. Bowl of soup in hand, she was given some time to herself. She was grateful for some space to think. Checking out her status after the battle with the Wraith, she found that, despite not being awake for its defeat, she had still gained experience for it. Almost 2 whole levels worth, pushing her up to level 47. Bee reveled in the feeling of getting so close to level 50. 3 levels was still a large gap, especially with her levels already so high, but this was one that she had no doubt she would cross. And soon, too. Level 50 and above was the realm of heroes and demigods. Anyone who got to a 3rd class evolution likely already had stories told about them, but after? Bards started to search them out. She wasn't even 14 yet. Bee would be one of the youngest ever. She had the feeling that, as she continued following Void, she wasn't about to slow down at all. All the levels she got through non-combat weren't really fair. Most people ended up without a combat class, but theirs were normally so much harder to level than hers. Even Tony's class had more trouble than hers did. She was an outlier, even if the devotee of Spot class was overpowered in general. She was curious about what she would know with more data points. Finishing her meal, Bee considered going back to bed. While she still felt the effects of spending the day unconscious, she wasn't quite ready to sleep. Heading out of the mess hall, she wandered around aimlessly a little bit. She was of half a mind to go and find General Arthur and get the rest of the story of the Wraith fight out of him, but she saw him directing the cleanup and figured he was too busy. She could wait tomorrow. Patting herself down, she realized that her pack was missing. Retracing her steps, she found that she had left it behind while she was healing the injured. The medical staff had moved it out of the way, and it was left forgotten in the corner of an empty building. Luckily, a brief inspection assured her that the equipment in there was intact. During the battle, she had used almost all of her healing and buffing potions. Her acid hadn't been as effective as she would have liked. Even when she was fighting corporeal foes, it was difficult to incorporate it into her fighting style. She would either need to practice with it or find something else to replace it. Finding an out-of-the-way building, she started setting up shop. It was never a good idea to be out of healing supplies. Leaving Beatrice to eat in peace, I went to go see what I could do to contribute to the cleanup effort. I hovered over to where the most of the mess was, near the front gates. However, it was already packed. Many of the soldiers appeared to be following the orders of people they addressed as engineers. What these tyrants did, I wasn't sure, but I did hear them arguing about the gates. How quickly they could get replacement gates, for example, and what would work best as a temporary replacement while they were still being delivered. Apparently, the giant metal gates that we had watched get blown inwards were bent out of shape so much that even if they reconstructed the gate's housing, they wouldn't fit. To make things even more difficult, the stones that had made the wall were not in one piece anymore, so it wasn't as simple as just putting the blocks back. Many of them had shattered, and those that were mostly in one piece were chipped or cracked, making them harder to work with. I watched for a few seconds as the humans were sorting the massive stone block into degrees of usableness. It seemed that they had this under control, so I left them to it. Instead, I just started going through the city streets. Each one of them was in desperate need of cleaning. I went into all the narrow, winding streets, finding all sorts of filth that I shuddered to even think about. As I went, I found many humans. Some saw me and were quite alarmed, but I mostly went unnoticed. Staying close to the ground and in the shadows cast by the setting sun helped hide me quite well. As I traversed the streets, sucking up all sorts of free stuff that didn't belong on the cobbled paths, I started to pay more attention to the people. Not just their appearance and what they were saying, but their spirits as well. This was a delicate part of each human, it seemed. Perhaps I was wrong about that assumption, but from my observation and tinkering with the zombie spirits, it seemed to be quite essential. I didn't cleanse the souls that I passed by, for now. I didn't want to mess with anyone else's until I knew for sure what I was doing. Beatrice was an exception because her soul had been so obviously close to perfect cleanliness already. So, for now, I just observed. For the most part, everyone's spirit was a bit darker and dimmer than Beatrice's. Some seemed to be more covered in dark dirt, while others just exuded a dimmer light. Most were some combination of the two. The only times I found things that matched her purity were when I looked at little children. I wondered what had kept her so bright when everyone else around here looked beaten down. Would she stay that way as she grew up, or was this a temporary thing? When I was passing through one of the dingier parts of town, I noticed a small grouping of unusually dark souls in the basement of one of the slightly leaning houses. They weren't nearly the same blackened balls as the zombies had been, but they were still far worse than anything else I had seen so far. Only the slightest bit of dim light was visible behind a layer of gunk. Listening in, I heard them talking about where the army kept their coffers. I wasn't sure what a coffer was, but the way they talked about them, they certainly wanted some. However, it appeared they had reached the conclusion that the army would not simply give them one if they asked, so they were thinking of a way to steal it. Stealing was bad. It made people feel unclean and just all around felt nasty. Looking at their dingy spirits, I could see why they were looking to steal. Or perhaps I had the causation wrong. Maybe they were dirty because they stole? That was an interesting bit of philosophy. What came first, the dust or the dust bunny? What should I do? I hadn't bothered messing with anyone's soul because it seemed risky, but this might be something. If I could cleanse their spirits from the desire to do bad things like this, perhaps I could make the world a better place? Truly, cleaning up potential messes without violence would be a wonderful thing. Reaching out with my new skill, I touched the closest of the four men. I kind of shrank back from the disgustingness of all the black gunk on his soul. It was a weird mix of mucky mud and flaky bits of ash and thick dust. I couldn't figure out a good technique to clean it, so I started off simple. My will pressed forward and beneath the layer of grime. I slightly pried off bits of flaky blackness, and as they left the glowing orb, they started to fade away. While I was focusing on this, I wanted a place to sit. I found a small alcove underneath some steps leading up to a door. I maneuvered into the space gratefully and found myself sharing the spot with a quite annoyed cat. After a quick back and forth, it decided to vacate the spot and leave it for me. That was very nice of it, and I thanked it accordingly as it ran away. Now in a comfortable position, I steadied myself. This might take a while. I worked on removing the gunk from one man's soul while they continued to talk. It was long and grueling work that took up most of my focus, but eventually I managed it. Most of the darkness on the surface of the glowing spiritual orb was gone. However, the soul didn't match Beatrice's, not by a long shot. Hers was still much brighter. This man's spirit appeared dim and dark, as if some of the dinginess had sunken into it. I couldn't see anything inside the soul, but it was definitely less bright. My sensors also couldn't feel anything else. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out a way to polish or brighten them any further. Still, at least I had done something. Now, having one clean, I listened to the conversation, waiting to see if there was any change. To my disappointment, the man was still very much in favor of their plan, not even once showing any signs of discomfort or second thoughts. That was troubling. Maybe my skill didn't do anything aside from making souls more pleasing? Instead of just spending time cleaning all four of them, I decided to set my research aside in favor of preventing their theft. Or maybe I could just find Arthur and let him know of the plot against his army's coffers. All that left the question, though, what was the use of this new skill? If it didn't seem to really fix anything by cleaning people's spirits, did it have a practical purpose? Maybe souls aren't that important. And if it didn't do anything, then was I just cleaning things that no one else could see aside from me? If they were just as bad as they were before, what was the point? Seeing souls had already helped me identify a problem with those humans, though. I supposed being able to see who was trustworthy and not was valuable in itself, but the skill wasn't called truth sense or moral sense. It was called spiritual cleanse. Well, I was quite happy that I was able to cleanse the spirit and remove the imperfections. The fact that it had no other obvious effects did make me feel a little bit cheated, though. This was going to take some work to unravel. Perhaps Beatrice might know about it. Or one of the books I hadn't read through in the library. It was definitely going to be a long time before the souls of humanity were all clean under my care. Chapter 3. The Hero We Deserve. Arthur groaned, rubbing his temples. Calculations for time to the local quarry and estimated gate repair costs swirled around in his head. He had been hoping to leave in a couple days to follow the remainder of the enemies before the trail went cold, but it wasn't looking like that would be possible, considering the state of the city. Without proper defenses, he would have to leave behind a large portion of his troops to make sure it was secure. Pushing that aside for now, he went to find Miss B. They had much they needed to talk about, and maybe her god would be there too. If she could interpret, that would be very useful. It took a little bit of searching, but eventually he found her in a side building. The diminutive girl was busy tinkering away with glass flasks and multicolored liquids. He smiled. In a way, she reminded him of Harold. Arthur was worried about his friend. The sun was starting to go down, and he hadn't heard from the older mage at all. Even worse, he had discovered a large number of both townspeople and guards had simply gone missing during the fighting, and he feared that Harold was amongst them. The first item on the agenda for tomorrow was to figure out what happened to those people. Clearing his throat, he got the young lady's attention. Excuse me, miss, but would you have some time to talk?" Startled, she looked up from her work. As she blinked a few times, he could see how exhausted she still was. Clearly, she needed more rest than she was giving herself. "If you give me a minute." With that casual dismissal, she went back to her work mixing vials and removing things from a small burner. It felt a little strange to wait on the girl. For a man of his authority, it was a rarity. The only people who could put him in this position nowadays were some of the highest in the kingdom. That, or politicians making a power play. Still, Arthur was acutely glad for the small break, giving him a chance to just stand there and mull over his next words. It reminded him of before he was an officer. Almost a full minute passed before Bee put the lid on her flask and looked back up at him.
Sorry about that. I didn't want to waste the ingredients. What did you want to talk about?
I came to ask about your plans going forward. He could have elaborated, but chose not to. It would be best if she answered her own interpretation of the question, and he could always clarify his question after. She stopped to consider carefully, wiping her hands before rubbing her cheek.
Not entirely sure. It's going to be up to Void, honestly. I imagine we will be heading back to our church sooner or later.
Arthur frowned. He was hoping to ask a favor, but it would be hard if she wasn't going to make decisions on her own. Do you know where your master is? I think it'd be best if we all three talked for a little bit.
No, I haven't seen Void since I woke up a little bit ago. I imagine it'll be back soon, though. What did you want to talk about?
She asked. After a second of consideration, Arthur decided it was better if he just spilled it. Essentially, it boils down to the fact that the undead had some sort of leader. That leader moved on with some of its forces before you two got here. I plan to hunt it as soon as we can get this city reasonably secured. I was hoping that I might get some more assistance from you and Void. Certainly, we will be able to get the threat under control much sooner if we work together. Of course, if you need to return to your own people in these trying times, I won't try to stop you. But any help you could offer would be appreciated. Bee mulled it over.
Have you already talked to my master about this?
Briefly, but we were in a bit of a rush, and unfortunately, I don't seem to be able to understand his words.
Right, that makes sense.
Arthur nodded. Please let Void know that I stopped by. If the two of you could find me when you have the time to talk, I will be available, even if I have to make it so. Seeing that Miss B had gotten his message and seemed to be itching to get back to work, he decided to take his leave. He would come back later and try to catch them both together if they didn't find him first. As he stepped back into the ruined city streets, Arthur sighed. He had a few minutes before his aides found him. He might as well start trying to track down Harold. I watched the foremen talk for a bit longer while I was probing at their souls. Their spirits didn't move much or do anything. In fact, they seemed almost entirely stable. However, I could tell that they must be able to move or change. It just must have been on such a large time scale that I wasn't able to notice. That, or they simply weren't doing so now. I supposed that made sense. After all, humans did take years to develop identities, if the mothers back at the castle were to be believed, and if their souls reflected who they were, it did seem like it would take a while for them to change. Then how come a little bit of effort from me and some delicate touch could flake off bits on the surface? Was it that this wasn't really part of their soul yet? More like debris on their spirit? That would line up with the title of the skill, after all. As I watched them, I played around a little bit more with my skill. I found that I couldn't add anything to their spirits, not that I really wanted to. It seemed quite against my morals to dirty something, but I could clean them in a special pattern rather than completely. It did feel a little wrong, leaving things dirty intentionally, but it did make it easier for me to pick them out of a crowd. I carved a little circle in the gunk on top of each dirty soul. I'd probably be able to recognize these people when I saw them for real, but this would help me to be certain. It took me a while to finish. It was one thing to just scrub gently at a spot or blast everything clean, but this delicate work required a lot more focus than I would have imagined. Just carving simple circles took me 5 minutes each, and I finished just in time as all four of them got up and dispersed. I hadn't listened to their entire plan, as I was too busy focusing on marking them. Still, the one I had cleaned initially wouldn't be as easily traceable in a crowd, so I followed him. As they emerged from their basement, I watched from the shadows. The only unmarked one was a tall, yet somehow stocky man with a scruffy beard and scarred hands. Well, his image was quite intimidating. I didn't feel threatened by him, though, and doubted even Beatrice would be scared of taking him on. Looking over his shoulder, he skulked off into an alleyway. I followed behind, occasionally picking up some of the more offending debris in the streets. Through several side streets, I tracked the marked man until he stood at the edges of the soldiers' camp. With my spiritual sense, I felt the other three draw near, all coming from different directions and taking up their posts. The big man stood and watched as two of the marked men moved their way through the group of soldiers. At first I found it hard to match them, as I had to switch between my spiritual sense of looking at a world of floating lights and my advanced sensors. Eventually, I picked them out. They were two seemingly inconspicuous-looking soldiers, and they were walking toward a specific building. The fourth marked conspirator moved to the other side of the building the man I followed was leaning against. The two soldiers stopped in front of a pair of guards in front of a door and struck up a conversation. As soon as the guards started responding, the other two moved closer and started doing something to the back of the building. It looked like they were working some boards loose. I was curious to see what these people were doing that made their souls so dirty. Still, I wouldn't have them dismantle the buildings of the city we just saved. Using some air assistance, I pinned the boards to the walls with enough force that, no matter how hard they pried, they couldn't budge them. I started putting in more and more force as they struggled, and eventually they tried striking at the boards with their pry bars. I had to cushion the edges of the bars with air as well so they wouldn't just break the boards. The conversation between the two men and the guards in front of this building started to sound a little strained. Voices were being raised, and one of the guards suddenly asked, "Hey, what's your unit again? I don't seem to be able to remember." There was a pause, which was just a little bit too long. Even I was able to tell that the answer was not going to necessarily be truthful. Even after skipping a beat, one of the marked men opened his mouth and said, we're Sir Tom's men," in an unconvincing tone. "And what Sir Tom is this? There seems to be a few of them in the army, and I'm just not sure which one you're talking about." The guard's voice had a mocking quality to it. His partner laughed. "Move on. You're not going to get anything from here, and I'd rather not have to file a report tonight." The two marked men didn't run away like I figured they would. Instead, they shot back indignant responses. The guards became even angrier. Voices were raised, and I heard thumping as more soldiers came to investigate the commotion. Eventually, everything calmed down, and the two men walked away from the camp without ever making it into the building, and no one stopped them. That had not gone at all like I had figured it would. Once the commotion died down, the two men gave up on fruitlessly trying to pull away the boards of the back of the building. They walked quickly to a point a little way into some darker streets in the city before stopping. Of course, I followed at a distance. A few minutes later, the other two marked souls showed up. "Well, how much did you get?" I finally got a good look at them. Both were dressed in soldier uniforms, though they did look a little bit scruffy. The two men with pry bars in their hands looked at each other and grumbled. "Bah, nothing, did we? Them boards was fasted tight, they was. How in a name was we supposed to pry them up?" "They are just boards, you idiots. How weren't you able to get them off?" An argument ensued. Right before it started to get violent, I rolled out of the shadows. As much as I was enjoying this look into the darker side of humanity, I didn't want anyone to get hurt. That would just be messy. Chapter 4. The Hero We Need. The four men didn't see me at first. They were too busy bickering to look down into the shadows that pooled around their feet. One of the ones carrying a pry bar pushed one of the ones dressed as a soldier hard in the chest. This sent the man stumbling backward right at me. His heel connected with my side, and the heavy man went tumbling behind me, landing on his rear end as I heard a vulgar exclamation. "What does that?" The nearly incomprehensible speech came from one of the other men as he pointed down at me. Was he speaking some dialect that I had never heard of before? Even my language algorithms didn't know what to do with this. It was like he tossed all his words into a blender before dumping them on the counter and trying to rearrange them, like kids did with alphabet soup. That was always a challenge to clean up. Looking back at my memories, it was also much easier to understand than this man's speech. "It's an odd-shaped rock," the soldier man said, but he didn't seem convinced at all. "Looks something magic, you call," the other pry-bar carrier muttered. Getting up from the ground, the man aimed a kick at me. The soldier tried to shout a warning, but it was too late. The foot connected with a crunch. I didn't budge an inch. Many more vulgar words found their way out of the man's mouth as he hopped about on his good foot, gripping his broken toes. "I don't think kicking the magic thing coming out of the shadows is a good idea, Rat," the first soldier man said, the other nodding in agreement. "You tell me that now!" the man with the broken foot screamed back at him. A few more rounds of insults were hurled between all the men. Eventually, I grew tired of their antics and decided to get to the point. Letting out a piercing beep to gather their attention, I prepared to deliver a long lecture about how even though I didn't know what coffers were, stealing was dirty. And besides, there were only metal bits in that building anyways. Not even any money, which seemed to be what people liked to steal. However, I didn't manage to get their attention. Sure, they all froze for a second, but it was only a second. Then they were all running in different directions. All except the man with the broken foot. He just hopped away slowly, looking back at me every few awkward leaps, long left behind by his friends. I considered rounding them all up, but wasn't sure what to do with them once I had actually caught them. Instead, I decided to give my message to my captive audience. I rolled across the cobblestones toward the man. His frantic hopping only increased. The frantic pace was not sustainable, and soon an oddly shaped outcropping of cobblestone did him in. He crashed into the ground, further injuring one of his wrists and nose in the fall. Getting about level with his prone head, I started to explain that what he was doing was wrong and why he shouldn't do it anymore. I wasn't sure how much my words actually sunk in, but it was cathartic to express my feelings anyways. I got a bit lost in my preaching about keeping oneself clean, and it was several minutes before I realized that the man scrambling away from me wasn't really listening. It was practically no effort to keep up with him. I would have been able to do it even before I had come to this world. It occurred to me that this wasn't very effective. Perhaps I had already accomplished my goal. They weren't about to become as dedicated to cleanliness as someone like Beatrice, of course, but at least I had stopped the dirty thing they were trying to do. That was something, right? Finally, leaving the man alone, I decided that I had enough for the night. Really, humans were just too confusing. I would need to stop and think about this whole exchange more. Just digesting the rough men's words and trying to grasp their motives would take me a while. Locating Beatrice's blindingly bright soul, I made my way over to her. Finding her already asleep, I rolled under her cot and retracted my mind to focus inward. Instead of diving into my void to work on any one of my projects, I retrieved the recordings from all my sensors over the last couple of hours and went over them at a quarter speed. Surely I was missing something. Bee woke with the morning sun. The light streamed down through the narrow window into her small room, landing across her face. The gentle warmth slowly pulled her from a stressful sleep. Having slept most of the day away yesterday, she hadn't been expecting to nearly not make it back to her bed and then sleep the entire night as well. With all her healing, her lasting fatigue was a testament to how much damage she had taken. Though just the physical injuries were not enough to explain the recovery time. Whatever the Wraith's drain attack had taken from her was much more difficult to replace than simple blood. Still, that might just have been the nature of her healing skills. Repair and improved repair were more about physical damage, from her experience. She couldn't honestly say they were even healing skills to begin with. The two skills worked best on structural bone damage, but they worked just as well on chairs and other inanimate objects. Healing was just one application. Maybe with more practice and levels, they would work better on spiritual damage or whatever the wraith had done to her. She decided to check on Arthur. He might have taken even more injuries than she had from the drain, though he had seemed fine when they had talked last night. Stretching with a yawn, Bee sat up. Once she moved, a soft beep came from under her cot. Void rolled out and gave her a little wave. That her master had spent the night right under her made her feel much better. She had been trying to stay awake, waiting for Void to come back, but she hadn't managed it. Still, it was a great comfort. Returning the greeting, Bee got ready for the morning. As she changed into less gross clothes, she told Void that Arthur had come and talked to her last night, that he wanted help with tracking down the rest of the zombie threat and all. Void listened patiently and didn't comment, even when she was finished. After a few moments, she realized it might be waiting on her to share her opinion. Flattered, she resumed talking. In her mind, going after the undead wasn't worth the risk. With both of them gone, the castle wasn't properly defended. They were working on training up a guard, and Susan and Tony could handle themselves. It was still a long way off from being self-sufficient, though. Some problems only levels could solve. Though most of the combat-capable adults already had many levels, she had only converted a couple to devotees of Spot, so only a few of them were able to take advantage of the ridiculous leveling perks the class gave disciples like her and Tony. Until the new batch caught up, she just didn't want to be away for a long time. Staying out for this long was already pushing it, despite it being a worthwhile cause. Most of her daily duties had been delegated already, but that didn't mean that she could leave their people alone forever. Someone needed to keep up with the spiritual leadership, and she wasn't confident in letting someone else try and interpret her words or Void's. As more questions were asked of her, she was constantly editing and adding footnotes to the writings. She shuddered to think of all the misunderstandings that would happen if she left them alone for too long. Void let her finish her explanation and stayed quiet for a bit before it told her what it thought. Her master gave her great honor in considering her words, even praising her arguments. Still, it hadn't been enough to sway Void, at least not yet. Pointing out the danger that came from the castle being sieged by the undead, Void stressed the need to finish what they had started. She had tried explaining that they wouldn't have to worry about it when her master was around. As the words left her mouth, though, she regretted them. She didn't want to tie their god down to the castle. What if it wanted to wander around? What if another crisis like this arose and required Void's attention? The church would need to be self-sufficient. Instead of bringing up its desire to be free of the needy humans, her master countered with the potential massive loss of life if they just didn't do anything. This shut her up. She supposed that her outlook was quite selfish, ignoring everyone else outside the castle's walls. Besides, if they were to spread the news of the coming of the Void, they would need people to preach to. That was ignoring the moral implications of inaction as well, and Void was nothing if not a benevolent god. Bee bowed low and begged forgiveness, but Void reached out with a claw and held her up. In the clearest voice she had ever heard it use, it spoke. "My daughter, be not ashamed. Thou hast done well to enlighten me upon additional matters for consideration. Be reassured that thy concern for thy people reflects well upon thy soul." Her eyes widened at the clarity of the message and its contents. Truly, her master was both wise and kind. Still, that left the matter at hand. Wrinkling her brow in confusion, Bee tried to figure out how they would be able to both defend the castle and eliminate the undead. It only took her a second to come up with an idea, one she didn't like very much. "Master, is it really necessary for us to go separate ways?" Bee asked, a slight catch in her voice. If she hadn't come to the conclusion herself, she would have thought that maybe her master had gotten tired of her, or that she was being punished for her failure to take care of the wraith. She didn't want to be a burden. Void considered her question. She got the impression that it wasn't trying to make up its mind, but rather how to tell her. The message was less clear this time. After she listened to the long series of beeps, she had to parse the idea in her head a bit before repeating it back to her master. We don't need to, but that is the most optimal way? That was what she got, in essence, but there was more. A lot more. Something about it going around with humans and interacting with the world. She supposed that word of its coming needed to spread somehow, and the Church of the Cleansing Void wasn't ready yet. Well, we should go talk to Arthur. One thing I worry about is them being able to understand you when you need to communicate, Bee said, hoping that she hadn't insulted Void. It made a couple more conciliatory gestures before extending its claw and grabbing her broom. Beatrice watched in confusion as it rotated the weapon until it was spear-side down. However odd it looked, the soldiers seemed to understand the gesture as a desire not to fight. Chapter 5. Gods Buildin' a Church. Arthur was poring over the previous night's reports when his aide let in Miss B and her master? God? He was pretty sure the black disk was some sort of god, and he certainly didn't question its power, but so far it hadn't acted like what he had expected at all from a deity. It wasn't until he had slept on his experiences that the oddity occurred to him. The fact that it didn't seem to be able to speak, and that it even concerned itself with human matters, was odd enough. That it cleaned the streets. Well, he supposed that no one really knew what a god would be like, but he had just expected it to be more godly. How can I help the two of you? Lord Void, Miss B. Arthur greeted them, standing and gesturing to the pair of chairs in front of his desk before sitting back down. Miss B bent over and picked up Void, setting him on one of the chairs before sitting on the other herself. He couldn't help being surprised by the action, especially after he had seen the being leap over the city walls with ease, but he did his best to shrug it off. The seats of the chairs were low enough that his view of Void was just blocked by the desk. It made the whole thing a little awkward. Miss B didn't seem to notice, and Void didn't make any noise of complaint, so Arthur decided not to say anything. Instead, he just waited for their response. We have talked about your request for help and think there is something that might be done, Miss B said, in a slightly nervous tone, while glancing down to the chair at her side. Still a little unnerved that he couldn't see Void, Arthur nodded, waiting for the rest of the explanation. Well, I'm not really ready to be away from my people for so long. But Void would be willing to accompany you on your campaign against the rest of the undead, Miss B said, clearly not looking happy about it. Arthur rubbed his chin, thinking. On the one hand, having the powerhouse Void with him would make any combat much easier. If they could actually find the undead, then their problem would be solved. On the other hand, communication was going to be rough. Void seemed to be able to understand anything Arthur said, but he wasn't able to make out a single word from the little disk. Miss B clearly could understand her god, which was the only reason they could have this meeting in the first place. But without her there to interpret, then potential misunderstandings could be devastating. Still, it was a risk that he had to be willing to take. It is a pleasure to have your company on my campaign, Lord Void, Arthur said with a slight bow. It didn't seem like the god was a stickler for protocol, but he would play it safe for now. Then Arthur turned to Miss B. Actually, I think there is something else that could help both of us as well. If this is something I can do on my way home, I would be happy to help, Miss B said. Arthur didn't miss her implied insistence on returning home. Of course, it actually deals with your trip itself. I would be willing to provide an escort of soldiers and scouts for you. I would just ask that you help shelter them and a few others until the city here is repaired," Arthur said. Bee considered the general's offer. She didn't really need an escort back, and she thought that he knew that. The tempting part was the chance to bring more people into the fold. It would be harder to convert anyone without the living proof of divinity moving among them, but she was sure the wonders left at the castle would be enough to convince them, especially if she was offering class changes and the like. Her only real concern was food. Trent was confident that it wouldn't be a problem over winter, especially with all the snow wheat they were planting. That wasn't even counting whether they had to butcher any of the sheep. But that was for their current numbers. The question was how many people she would be bringing. Maybe if she could get some supplies as well, they would be fine. "Well, I would certainly welcome some company on my journey. We would also have enough space for a certain amount, but I do worry about food," Bee said with a smile. This felt like she was wheeling and dealing a tiny bit, but it was for good reason. She couldn't simply throw her people under the bus here. Still, it was the first time she felt that negotiation was a little fun. At that moment, she understood her father just a little bit better. Arthur thought for a moment. "I think we might be able to spare some grain. We don't have many wagons to spare, though. It would be on you to ensure it arrives in one piece." Bee frowned. "Wouldn't that be the job of the soldiers you send as an escort?" "One of them, yes. Their primary focus will be on protecting the people, though. I'd appreciate if you help with that as well. There's plenty that can go wrong when traveling, especially if the undead are still out there." Bee narrowed her eyes. That sounded suspiciously like Arthur was planning to lowball her on the soldier escort. After a moment, though, she shrugged. "Fair enough." Arthur did seem clever enough to pull some underhanded sort of maneuvering, but her judgment of his character didn't line up with that. So she figured that she was in the clear on that front. Still, she'd make sure to object if the numbers weren't agreeable. "So, how many people are we talking about?" Looking back over the winding train of people that stretched over the hill behind, Bee wasn't too upset. They would have room for everyone, if just barely. She was lucky that Void had remembered exactly how many beds they had available, or they wouldn't have gotten the number right at all. As it was, they would probably want to consider making an outbuilding on the castle grounds to house some additional people. If it weren't for the sheer amount of food that they were being sent off with, it would have been untenable. Surprisingly, the people had managed to get their harvest in before the undead came. This had left them with a bit of a surplus. When she asked why there was still a surplus after such a long siege, she only got grim looks in return. Then she remembered the zombies didn't eat grain. Still, that had worked out rather well for her and the castle. They would have more than enough food for everyone, even if something went wrong with the snow wheat. All she had to do was get it and all the people back to the castle intact. To that end, the leader of the troops rode up next to where she walked. They had offered her a horse, but she had only laughed. She could now run faster than one and wasn't too proud to walk with the rest of the people. Looking up to Captain Major, she returned the salute he offered. It felt weird, as she never had any military training, but all the soldiers treated her as if she did. Whether they were humoring her as some stuck-up lord or they actually respected her, she couldn't tell. Either way, she wasn't about to question it. "How is our pace, Captain?" "So far, no one has trouble keeping up. We are rotating the groups riding in the wagons, but we are still going to need at least an hour's stop at midday, and probably won't manage more than 6 hours of progress total today," Captain Major responded. Bee frowned. It made sense, though. She wasn't too surprised with the composition of their group, but it was going to slow them down. It was only natural for Arthur to send the people least useful for fixing the city, the ones who would have trouble surviving the winter if the defenses and shelters were not prepared. So behind her were some 100 soldiers, but well over 5 times that in elderly, wounded, and women with small children. Honestly, they would fit right in at the castle, but it would be hard to make sure they were all productive. As Bee walked, she started to plan. There were many things that she would be able to take care of, but still, so many things to accomplish. She could only hope that her master's trust wasn't misplaced. I followed Arthur around for most of the day after Bee left. The first thing that we did was go check on the repair of the gates and city walls. When we got there, many people were already scrambling around with tools that I wasn't familiar with. One of the people ran up to talk with Arthur. His eyes were wide with disbelief. I don't know how to explain it, sir. It was just like this when we got here this morning. We didn't miss anything last night, I swear. If I hadn't wrote the damage reports myself, I wouldn't have believed him. Would have told you that they were lying, I would have. Honest, I ain't lying, no, I swear. As the man spoke, he got more and more worked up until I could barely understand him. I didn't understand why humans couldn't just speak normally. Imparting inflection was something I understood. That was how I communicated, after all. At least that was useful. Frederick, Arthur said in a calm voice, catching and holding the man's eye. Frederick, what changed since last night? Arthur's patience was really impressive to me. I had seen people get much more worked up over much simpler miscommunications. Granted, those were much smaller humans. Maybe age had something to do with it? Well, sir, it's the gates. The man removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow before continuing. Well, they're barely bent at all. Arthur rocked back on his heels in such a slight movement that I didn't think anyone else would notice. These were the ones your report said would need to be scrapped and remade? Same. And that's not all, either. The stones. The man gestured to the field of blocks being sorted into piles. Well, just look at 'em. What about them? They look like a bunch of stone blocks, Arthur asked, bewildered. I wasn't sure what to make of the man's incredulity myself. It just looked like a bunch of stone cubes arranged in admirably neat rows. What about them? Sir, they are blocks. Do you know how many were blocks last night? The man spluttered. Before giving anyone a chance to speak, he answered his own question. None. Most of them were useless rubble. Maybe 1 in 10 survived the gate falling with minor damage. Barely any were good as new. Now look at 'em. The man gestured forcefully over. Not one even chip on any of 'em. And they're in bleeding rows. Who did that? We certainly didn't. Frederick clearly wanted to keep ranting, but forcefully cut himself off when he realized he had been shouting at the general. For his part, Arthur was remarkably calm. That does seem odd. The three of us just sat there, staring at the group of perfect rectangles that lay before us. There was something so satisfying about the straight lines. Nature was so cool sometimes. Chapter 6. Spot the Builder. I watched as Bee led the train of people out of the city gates and crested over the horizon. It wasn't the first time that we had been separated, but it was the first time I had really been on my own. Who knew how large of a commitment I had just made? But I still stood by my decision. The undead needed to be stopped, and judging from what I had seen here, the humans were going to struggle at it if they were left to themselves. I turned as Beatrice moved out of sight to look down at the people below. They were surprisingly fast at stacking blocks. I never watched anyone stack blocks at home, except for the small, clumsy human, but I couldn't imagine him ever moving anywhere near as fast as these men, which was strange because they were obviously so inferior to my humans in every other way. It probably was related to the skills that seemed so popular around here, but at the rate they were stacking the blocks, they would likely be done with building suitable gatehouses by the end of the day. Apparently, the longer time that they had estimated came mostly from gathering new blocks and getting a new door. It was good that they hadn't received nearly as much damage as expected. Looking back on it, My domain probably had something to do with making sure they stayed in nicely shaped rectangles instead of shattering everywhere. I spotted Arthur walking among the people working. He wasn't shouting like he had been during the battle now. Instead, he mostly just watched. However, wherever he went, the men worked about 23% faster. It was like a bubble of efficiency followed him around. For a human, he sure resonated with my kind. Still, this work as a whole was going to take at least a day or two at the rate they were lifting everything into place. I could feel my domain assisting them. Each time they placed a block, it was nudged to be in a slightly more perfect spot. This wouldn't really help them move faster, though. Unless I started intervening more directly, of course. The only issue was that I didn't know anything about building large stone structures. Hovering down from the wall, I went over to Arthur's side. He saw me approaching and waited for me before giving me a slight bow. "Lord Void." I returned his formal greeting with one of my own, before launching into why I had come over. Unfortunately, he still didn't seem able to understand me. "I'm sorry, my lord. You may need to slow down. I don't think I caught that." Arthur was too polite. Changing the pace at which I beeped at him wasn't going to help anything. I still wasn't sure what made people understand me, but it had taken everyone a bit of practice. Some of the children were better at it, but the adults always took a decent amount of conversation to glean even approximate meanings. I wasn't expecting him to be any better, but if I didn't give him a chance to practice, he definitely wouldn't learn. Well, when I thought of it that way, maybe trying to speak slower might help. So, to humor him, I repeated myself, drawing out each beep until the distortion was just to the edge of understanding. "Terribly sorry." Arthur started to apologize again, but I cut him off and backed up a little, leaving a lot of room between the two of us. With my claw, I slowly and painstakingly scratched in the dirt. It took me a minute to make sure the letters were perfect, but when I was done, the letters read, "I help." Arthur tilted his head to the side, and I realized that I had written them upside down from his perspective. Whoops. Still, he was able to read them and nodded. "What would you like help with?" No, that wasn't what I was asking. I wanted to help. I tried saying this to him. It was a bit complicated, so I tried again, just telling him no. This made him cock his head, and it seemed he understood somewhat. To speed the process up, I added a word. Now the dirt read, "I help build." I wasn't really happy with my messy scrawl in blocky letters, but the dirt wasn't the best medium for this. Scratching out the letters took a while, too, so I minimized the number of characters. It kind of resembled the writings of one of the smaller children. To assist my communication effort, I pointed to the large wall and construction effort with emphasis. "You want to help us build?" Arthur asked in a truly baffled voice. "Really?" Of course, I didn't understand what was so confusing about my request. Were the humans so touchy that they would be offended if someone helped them? Or did they have some secret building techniques that they didn't want to share? They were working out in the open, so I doubted that was it. Maybe they just doubted that I would be of any help. I supposed a demonstration was in order. With a careful bit of air manipulation, I lifted one of the medium-sized blocks up and shifted it over to the wall, slotting it into place a few dozen feet above the ground. All around us, people froze in place and watched the floating block. Once I was satisfied with the placement, I stopped and looked around. It seemed that most people hadn't realized it was me that moved the block and were glancing about with nervous looks on their faces. Arthur definitely understood, as he was looking at me with interest. "So, you want to help place the stones? That could be helpful. How many can you do at once?" That wasn't something that I had really considered. Running some quick simulations, I was pretty sure I couldn't do more than a dozen at a time. Looking around, though, I realized that it would be a great help. With 58 people working, they were only able to move about 4 blocks at the same time. 2 were being slotted in at a time, 1 in each tower, all by teams. Another 2 were being moved into position to be set next. I beeped at Arthur, but instead of using the dirt to say how many I could theoretically hold, I just started moving blocks. The humans holding and maneuvering the blocks jumped back, even though I was very careful not to squish them. Once they got out of the way, I was able to be less cautious, and they started sliding into place, a couple each minute for each tower. The humans had been putting some sticky paste in between the blocks, but after some analysis, I realized that it wasn't really necessary. It seemed that it would dry eventually, bonding the rocks in place, but it was ultimately still weaker than the rocks themselves. When the first blocks that didn't have the paste prepared for them floated up in front of me, I used my sanitation lamp to carve a pattern of ridges into the bottom and top. There. Those would help the stones snugly interlock on their own. I considered taking the rest of the tower down to do it right, but decided that wasn't the best use of time. Besides, I was still not an expert at construction, so I didn't want to mess with their foundations. These would nest with the other blocks, and they would form a wall with 87% of the strength of solid stone, much more than my estimated strength of 53% with the rock paste. I supposed that the humans had good reasons for building the way that they did. If they were to carve out these grooves by hand, it would take a very long time. Even if it only took me 30 seconds per block on average, it was going to take me most of the morning to get the gatehouses ready for reseating the gates. They would have been here for days without me. The foreman came up to Arthur, cursing up a storm. The man wasn't particularly angry. It was just the way he talked. Arthur listened to the man give his estimates. The news sent a smile to his face, despite his best efforts to maintain his composure. It seemed they wouldn't be waiting here for days after all. Turning to his aide, he gave him orders. "Ready the men. It seems the few days in the city are cancelled. If there are any grumblings, let them know the sooner we catch the enemy, the sooner we all get some proper leave." The aide scurried away, and Arthur continued his discussion with the foreman. With the way that Void was stacking blocks, the man was worried that they would need to alter the gates themselves, but Arthur had his doubts. Perhaps he was too trusting too soon, but that sounded like something Void would be able to handle. He promised the man that he would confirm the matter about the gates. Then he reassigned him and his team to work on repairing other parts of the city with the rest of the engineering corps. Now that their timetable had moved up several days, he had a lot more work to do. Calling all his officers through messengers, Arthur made his way to the command post. They had plans to make, and not much time to get them moving. Once he was in front of the map table, he didn't wait for everyone to show up. Instead, he just started working with what was available. The first was an armory report. They needed to know how much equipment they had and how much to take with them. The number of spares was calculated by a complicated formula based on how many men they had, how long the campaign was, and how frequently there were engagements. The quartermaster class greatly helped with all of this, as often most of the variables couldn't be known. Arthur was lucky to have the best quartermaster in the country. While he was a respected commander and good at tactics, his head wasn't the same with numbers. It had taken a significant effort for his tutors to drill them into his head as a child. Basil was the first to arrive. The quartermaster was ever punctual. "Sir," he saluted, "we should be ready to go. The stores have been packed and counts are being done, but for a 2-month campaign, we should be fine." "Sir." "Very well, Basil. How are we on winter supplies?" Arthur asked. "You think we will be wintering in the field, sir?" the quartermaster asked with a grimace. "I think this hunt could take longer than any of us would like." Chapter 7. The Long March. B called an early halt the first day. They were little more than a few miles out of sight of Caleb, but most of her charges were grateful for the rest. Apparently, Captain Major's assessment of the pace had been a bit inaccurate. As she walked through the caravan, she saw many people on the ground, slumped over in exhaustion. They passed waterskins around. The soldiers standing guard helped where they could, for the most part, so at least that spoke well of them. In the future, they would either have to stop earlier or move at a slower pace for longer. She wished there were someone else who could make those decisions for the caravan, preferably someone with more experience regarding what people were capable of. Yet the responsibility seemed to land on her now. Trying to rely on soldiers for estimates of the right pace was clearly not going to work. She didn't exactly think that they meant any harm, rather they just didn't know any better. Bee walked through the people, speaking briefly with several of them. Despite their rough shape, their spirits were high. Many of the younger ones were in particularly good shape and thanked her for taking them in. The ones still recovering did their best to smile and give her a bow. Evidently, stories of Bee's role in the conflict had already spread. Eventually, she made it to the nominal leader of the refugee group. Gertrude was a withered old crone, by her own description, not Bee's. She stood at the back of the caravan, leaning on her cane heavily. From what Bee had seen, she had hobbled along the entire way with her gnarled stick supporting her weight. How she had managed to keep up, Bee wasn't entirely clear.
"There you are, young mistress," she said with a toothless smile. "I was just about to come looking for you."
"Hello, Gertrude," Bee greeted her with a hint of nervousness. The old woman hadn't been anything but polite and kind to her, but somehow Bee still found her intimidating. It was probably because she had scanned her. Name: Gertrude. Race: human. Class: baker. Age: 168. Level 43. Highest stat: wisdom. Lowest stat: constitution. Level 43. That was insanely high for someone of her station. Without all the resources of wealth or nobility, it would have taken a truly monumental effort to get that high, even for someone 168 years old. What was someone like this doing out here? At her age, Bee imagined that even her stats wouldn't be enough to counteract her body's degradation, and she wouldn't be as strong as she was in her prime. But the intelligence stat didn't deteriorate with age at the same rate as the physical stats, and wisdom wasn't affected at all. The woman was still sharp as a knife. "Tomorrow we won't be pushing as hard. This was too much," Bee said.
"Nonsense. We have to move fast. We don't want to be caught out if the weather turns,"
Gertrude said with a wave of her gnarled hand. Her voice came out in a wheeze, and Bee thought she was about to start coughing any second. Somehow she held it in, though. "The people won't be able to keep up this pace for another day," Bee protested. "If they start to get injured, we will fall even further behind schedule."
"We stopped early enough. They'll get the rest they need. I'll talk to 'em, but everyone understands the urgency. You won't hear any complaining,"
Gertrude assured her. Bee wasn't convinced, though. Even if no one complained, that didn't mean that they wouldn't be in trouble, and that would inevitably slow them down in the long run. Still, she just nodded. They would go slower tomorrow, and maybe as they went, people would get used to marching. Then they would be able to go for longer. Hopefully, they would build a bit of strength before they got worn out. That was what Captain Major said, at least. After the day's debacle, she wasn't sure how much to trust his advice. The military was all young and fit. For the most part, some exercise would do them well. The elderly and new mothers didn't have the same reaction. Bee didn't want them to have to be hard to survive. Once they got to the castle, they should be able to relax. Leaving the old matriarch to her own business, Bee went over to a nearby cook fire that had just sprung up. The soldiers were in the process of unloading kettles and bowls from the wagons. Bee had worked out a meal plan with Major during their trip. For the first night, each squad of soldiers would cook for 4 times as many people as they would normally. That would ensure that the refugees were fed as well. After things got settled, then they would figure out a new system. It appeared that the plan was already falling apart. Not that people weren't getting food. Rather, the soldiers had been ousted from the cook fires. Some of them were distracted from their duties by a mother asking for help with something or other. The more stubborn and dutiful ones were rebuffed more forcefully. B watched an older lady chasing off the soldier manning one pot with a wooden spoon and a scolding. The one B walked up to was being manned by an older woman she had seen walking with Gertrude through the day. Thinking back, she remembered quite a lot of people walking with the old crone for a few minutes of quiet conversation before melding back into the crowd. Looking around the camp, she realized that many of those same people had taken over the cooking. She checked up on a few of them to ensure no one was tapping too deeply into the food supply, but there was no such issue. They were simply fortifying the food with other ingredients that had been brought along from homes or foraged along the road by enterprising young children. Bee couldn't be upset about it. Honestly, it was better this way, but she couldn't help but think that it would have been good to work this out together with the soldiers. That would have avoided a lot of confusion. The camp was starting to order itself, and everywhere she went, she found that she wasn't needed. It was a huge relief. Eventually, she found a very confused Captain Major sitting on a rock by himself a little way out of the camp, just inside of the guards. "Captain, anything wrong?" Bee asked, coming to a stop in front of him. Major looked up at her before blinking. "Bee, how's everything going?" "It's working itself out. Shouldn't you know that? What are you doing all the way out here?" He nodded to himself absently. "That it is. That it is." Captain?" Bee was starting to get concerned. Maybe he had received a head wound recently. Before she could kneel down to check, he continued. "I've never seen a camp like this before. Everyone seems to have a place. Everything's so organized. Is this your God's work?" Bee stopped to consider. "Maybe. I don't think so, though it might be having some effect through me. I think it's Gertrude, mostly." "Gertrude? I don't know what that is." "Not what? Who? She's one of the older refugees, a leader among them, in a way. I think she planned this, coup d'etat during the march." At the mention of a coup, the captain's eyes lit up, and he looked around before processing what she said. With a sigh, Major relaxed. He let out a short laugh as he shook his head like he was trying to clear it of cobwebs. "You know this was supposed to be my first big command?" "Really? I would have thought to make captain you would need some experience," Bee said, hoping that she wasn't about to offend the officer in charge of her protection. "Sure, I had commanded smaller outfits, but they were always part of a larger force. The true independent commands went to nobles. Competent officers were always put under them to keep them in check. I didn't have the connections to secure a bunch of experienced sergeants to get an independent mission approved by command. But here I am, and I don't even need to do anything. Everything is being taken care of, and any order I think about giving would undermine an already working outfit. It just feels so pointless. Not only are the troops doing well, but the civilians we are protecting are almost more organized in their own way." Major finished with a sardonic chuckle. During his little rant, Bee had taken a place on the rock next to him. They just shared the silence for a little bit. Eventually it stretched long, though, and she decided to break it. "I think not doing anything is the hardest move sometimes." Major looked at her with a bit of a doubtful expression. She considered how that advice must look from his perspective. It was easy to forget that she was almost 14. "I mean, look at me. I shouldn't be commanding anything or anyone, honestly. But Void chose me to be its high priestess, and I had to learn as I went. When the castle first started getting new residents, I was trying to do everything myself, and it was just too much. Eventually, I found people who I could trust to take care of things. This has been the first time I've been away for any period, and I'm worried about them all the time. But I need to trust that they will be okay, that they know what they're doing, and that I don't have to personally be there to oversee every little thing," Bee said. As she spoke, she felt a little foolish. Still, she hoped it helped Major understand her. He gave her a slight smile in return. "I suppose it must have been a lot from someone so young. That must be quite the story." I slotted the last block into place around midday. The whole building thing had been an excellent training program for a couple of my skills. By the time I was done, I had decreased the average rate of blocks set from 1 per 30 seconds to 1 per 20. The only things that were left were the gates. I noticed that the missing mortar — the foreman told me what the sticky paste was called when he asked why I wasn't using any — was causing the walls to be an inch or so shorter than they were supposed to be. This made it so that the fittings were just a little off. I had been focusing my domain on removing the last of the warp from the gate, and also removing impurities from the metal. So, while I was at it, I started directing it to move the fittings into the proper place. By the time the last block was in place, it was ready to go. Despite all my training, I wasn't confident in my air manipulation to lift such a heavy piece of metal. Moving half-ton blocks was one thing, but the gate weight might have been 30 times that. That the humans had managed to slot it into place the first time was honestly impressive. Looking around, I realized that there was nothing else left that needed doing, at least not in rebuilding the gate. The rest of the humans were all going about their business in the city. Many of them were rebuilding after the significant damage done to the houses. Returning my attention to the large gates, I focused on my air manipulation. But I wasn't able to get a good grip on them, and even trying to lift only the left gate, I wasn't able to get it to budge. Seriously, how had the humans been able to move it in the first place? I watched them move blocks that were much too heavy for them before. I could just brute force toss them around, but they couldn't, yet they still moved them. Thinking back, I saw they were using long rods as levers and pulleys. Could I do the same? Chapter 8. Forcing the Issue. The warden struggled to hide his frown as he left the council meeting. The contents had been fairly standard, and he really didn't have much to say beyond his usual advice and some extra tidbits of information his position gave him. Still, what he had heard had been concerning enough. That the city of Caleb was still in one piece was hard to believe, especially after hearing not only Harold's report, but the hundreds of eyewitnesses he had brought back as well. However, the messages from Arthur had been quite hopeful. Either he had been captured and subverted enough to give up all code phrases, or things were better than they could hope. His strange references to the horrible demon that had shown up made the warden lean towards the first option, though. Specifically, that it wasn't described as a horrible demon, but as something else. Sure, the only message they received was right after the decisive battle, so things were murky, but it was still concerning. All of that was alarming, but not new. The thing that had the warden frowning was the timing. This was the first council meeting in over a week. That was far less frequent than usual. At first, he thought that maybe a rival had been trying to make a move on him. A foolish endeavor. Given his advantages and sheer longevity in the kingdom's inner circles, most didn't try him. But after a simple investigation, he found that there just hadn't been any meetings at all. The warden didn't entirely mind the break. To be honest, he had always felt that there were too many of the dang meetings anyway. But the idea that the king was so untethered and able to free himself from them was odd. There hadn't been any signs of bad health or anything, just a small break in the normal routine. It was a bad time to have the ruler distracted. The warden was already regretting sending Harold to investigate the other lieutenant's sites for a few reasons. Despite his recent record, Harold was a savvy political mind and held the ear of the king, as well as many other important bureaucrats. But also, recent reports had ticked the danger up in Harold's target areas even more. The warden could have used a more combat-capable asset at his disposal here, and he was leery of trusting Harold on his own at the moment. At least he wasn't alone this time. One of the infiltrators was with him, and that should keep him safe and keep him on track. That was the reasoning the warden had given Harold, at least, but as with many of his actions, it served a dual purpose. He just didn't have enough time to tackle his problems one at a time. The infiltrator would also be watching Harold closely. Sudden bouts of incompetence or a series of failures weren't completely impossible, but if Harold had been compromised, they would find out soon. Once the warden made it back to his quarters, he completed the circle around the room and the shield popped up. Sitting down, he was finally able to relax and let his true emotions come forth. There was so much more to do. I left the completely fixed gate on the ground for now as I went in search of pulleys. The humans watched as I moved back into the city, but no one said anything, so I mostly ignored them as I scanned for my target. The mechanical advantage was something that I had learned about recently. The library had some books on physics, but reading them was one thing, understanding them was another thing entirely. Even beyond that, using that understanding was even more difficult, in my opinion. It wasn't until I had seen plenty of examples and had the need to use this knowledge that I put it all together. Now that I dedicated some processing power to the issue, though, a whole new world of possibilities opened up to me. Force diagrams and estimated friction constants streamed through my processors like a collection of particularly lively dust bunnies. There was so much potential here. With a long enough lever, I could move mountains to clean under them. If I had known this the whole time, I could have been so much more effective. I would have been able to move furniture that was too close to the ground to clean under. Of course, by now it was a moot point, as I was able to lift most things with my air manipulation, but who knew what else I could move and clean under that I would never have thought of? After all, there were many statues that my air manipulation wasn't able to budge. Though I had gotten much stronger than I was even when I left the castle a little while ago, I doubted that I would have been able to lift so many blocks back then. Eventually, I found some things that could work as pulleys. They were a bit larger than the ones that I had seen the humans using, but I still thought that they would be viable. The only issue was that they were attached to a cart. Sure, the cart was mostly crushed, so I didn't think anyone would miss it, but I still made a mental note to return them when I was done. The metal axles they were attached to would also be pretty useful. I was sure with these I would be able to generate enough force to lift the door. The only problem was that I wasn't confident about whether my new pulleys were able to withstand the force themselves. Maybe it would spread out evenly over them? Honestly, I was a bit fuzzy on that. The physics book had assumed an immutable pulley, and that wasn't very helpful when I actually thought about it. Nobody complained as I harvested my materials, but some people did stare. Instead of just carrying them back over to the gate, I pulled them into my dustbin. I still needed to find a rope, so I decided to take some time to improve the items I had collected while I searched. In my void, I aligned the grain of the wood to be more parallel and sturdier. I also tempered the metal. My calculations indicated that they should hold, provided I wasn't missing any other variables, of course. As I worked on this, I decided that I didn't want to search the city for a very long rope myself. Surely the humans had some on hand. Instead, I found someone I had only heard referred to as the quartermaster. It didn't sound like a name, but I didn't know what it meant. Still, people seemed to talk to him whenever they wanted things. I located him sitting in a tent with a line of people stretched outside. Not wanting to make anyone wait on me, I joined the back of the line to wait my turn. The people in front of me struck up a conversation. The man in front of me tapped the guy before him on the shoulder. "So, what are you here for?" "My chin strap buckle broke," the second soldier said with a shake of the head. "The buckle, not the strap?" with a note of surprise in his voice. "Yeah, bizarre, right? I've never seen it before. I suppose it was bound to happen eventually. It's the older model I got back in the Metalrena campaign, and I've had to mend the leather several times." "Metalrena? Wow, that was some time ago. My first tour, actually." "Hey, mine too. Who did you serve under?" As the second soldier asked his question, he fully turned around to engage in the conversation. When he saw me, he cut off with a strangled exclamation. "Dooswald's beard!" "Huh?" The soldier in front of me turned as well, and jumped 7¼ inches off the ground. "What the—" I popped out my arm and gave them a small wave. I really didn't mean to startle them, so I felt a little bad. Sometimes I forgot how bad humans were at staying aware of their surroundings. The two of them stared at me until one of them bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, Lord Void, I didn't see you there." "Yes, Our apologies." The two of them stuttered out half-sentences. They were clearly having trouble stringing words together. They stepped out of line and tapped the people in front of them, then pointed me out. With a few more startled reactions and a short moment, the entire line had moved out of the way. That was awfully nice of them. Not wanting to reject their kindness, I rolled up to the entrance of the tent. Before anything else, a man walked out of the tent, followed by an impatient voice roaring, "Next!" The man who had just emerged was carrying a shiny new sword. He also jumped as he saw me, but I didn't want to make the angry man inside wait any longer than I had to, so I rolled past the rest of the way into the tent. "What do you need?" came the gruff voice from a head buried in a stack of papers. Before I could respond, I heard more mutterings. "I should have a whole bleeding staff, not just me. This is what I get for being even mildly competent at my God's-cursed job. Need to handle it all myself." It was whispered at such a low volume that I didn't think that anyone else would have been able to hear it, but I certainly didn't have any problems with that. Still, I waited for him to finish his mumbling before replying. Strangely, he just kept going on until he looked up with a frustrated expression. "Well, don't waste my—" The quartermaster cut off when he saw me and jumped to his feet. "Lord Void, what are you doing here?" I tried explaining, but I didn't have much hope for him understanding me. Adults never seemed to be able to, especially not on the first try. Sure enough, the man shook his head after I finished explaining. "I'm sorry, my lord, but I didn't get that. But I assume that you are coming to me because you need something. People always do." He turned away and pulled up a bound book from a side table before laying it out on the desk. "Why don't you point to what you need, and we can work from there?" I liked this human. He was very organized and good at thinking. I boosted myself up to the desktop, cleaning my wheels when I was in the air. Dirtying his desk would be poor thanks for his help. Taking my arm, I turned the pages quickly, reading what was an inventory with detailed notes. Eventually, I found a heavy rope description that sounded like it would serve my purpose. After I pointed it out, we spent a few minutes narrowing down the length I needed. Soon enough, we left the tent and went to another one nearby, where I got a spool of rope. Though I was politely, yet firmly, asked to bring it back when I was finished with it. Before I left, the quartermaster asked if I would sign for the equipment. I popped out my arm once more and waited for him to hand me a pen. We looked at each other for a few seconds before he sighed. "You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll just make a note. Good luck with whatever you're planning, my lord." I waved goodbye as I carried the spool on my back. It was just small enough that I could balance it on my chassis, even though it did hang out a few feet past me on each side. While quite heavy, I didn't have any problems moving it. With my pulleys refurbished and my new rope, I had everything I needed to get the gate into place. Chapter 9. Heaven's Gates. Bee walked back up the column of refugees. She had been a bit worried about their pace this morning, but things had started out all right. The march yesterday had improved on their previous best by a decent amount, but to her surprise, no one had fallen behind. Despite Gertrude's assurances, there had been lots of grumbling that made its way to Bee's ears, but nothing serious. They seemed to understand the urgency of getting to the castle quickly. Over the past couple of days, they had improved the rotation schedules of who would ride in the wagons and for how long. Also, people had actually become used to the hard marching to some extent. To her delight, some of the people had even come to talk to her about Void. She had answered their questions the best she could. Despite her closeness and time with the god, She only had so many answers. Often the best she could do was tell them stories as she had recorded them in the church's teachings. That was enough, for the most part. Not everyone was interested, but most did want to hear about the one that had saved their city and destroyed the army of undead encircling it. Most people hadn't seen the decimation of the undead firsthand, but the soldiers who had described the event did so with awe. Many more people had seen Void swoop in and instantly consume the wraith that she and the general had been fighting. Arthur was a respected figure amongst the city folk. He had been keeping them safe against what appeared to be impossible odds for months. His involvement in city matters also made him a well-regarded figure, and everyone seemed to have briefly spoken to him at some point. So, the casual defeat of an undead giving him trouble attracted a lot of attention. As she continued with her stories, the awe of Void only grew. On the second morning, she had her first real interesting question. A young woman carrying a small child wanted to know if there was anything they could do to gain the Great Lord's blessing. The woman asked with good reason. Her child was weak, and she feared that if he somehow didn't get a class before he was 10, he wouldn't survive. Of course, she didn't have the personal strength to help get a 5-year-old get a class yet. Hence why she pled and asked B whether there was anything they could do to help. B scanned the woman. She was only level 5 herself, but she had a point. Line cook wasn't a very powerful class. Of course, there was something she could do. It wasn't exactly something to do lightly, though. Also, she somewhat feared that suggesting it might cause a chain reaction of people asking for a class change, something they couldn't afford while traveling. So instead, she had told the woman that she would need to dedicate herself to the decree of the void, and that it wouldn't be a small commitment. The lady and her child had left, saying that she would think about it. Bee didn't expect they would return, but she could hope. It wasn't like they would be the only ones asking for favors. By the time she had reached the front of the column, she had been stopped half a dozen times to deal with small problems. If she were in a hurry, she would have waved them off, but giving out some healing here and there wasn't a problem. The more people she could save from sprains and the like, the faster they could move. Also, her small actions built goodwill. The refugees were definitely warming up to her as time went on. There even seemed to be a sort of custom emerging that when she healed a person, they would talk with her about Void. That was something she was always willing to do. At the front, she reached her normal spot next to Captain Major's stirrup. As part of their usual routine, he offered her a hand so she could mount up and ride behind him. As normal, she ignored it. Walking suited her just fine. She was faster than the horse, anyways, and didn't want to be above the rest of the group. "We are making good time," Major noted after a few minutes of silent travel.
Better than I had hoped for. We are probably only a little more than a week away. We should see the valley entrance late tomorrow,
B responded. They both already knew this and were just passing the time, but she found chatting with the man was easy once he had relaxed. When they got to the castle, she would have to introduce him to Tony. She was certain they would either be best friends or hate each other. "I think we will make it before it snows at this rate."
as long as the rain doesn't come. If it muddies the roads and slows us down, we'll fall short. That shouldn't be too likely, though.
"With talk like that, you'll bring Deusvolt's wrath down on us," Major groaned, running a gloved hand down his face.
No, Void will protect us for sure.
Attaching the pulleys was a lot harder than I had expected it to be. The top of the wall was solid stone. When I was placing it, I hadn't left any place for it to attach. I could bore a hole in the wall for the axle to slot into, but I really didn't want to damage the nice stone I had put so much effort into setting up just right. But when I tried to just weigh the axle down with a loose rock, everything came crashing down. Zipping through the air, I caught each bit of debris before anyone could get hurt. Pulling back, I decided that I needed to reevaluate how I was going about this problem. Really, I needed to prop the door up and then lean it into the slots in order to put the hinges into position. The problem was that it was too heavy, and the solution for that didn't have a good way to mount it. If I had an extra block, I would be able to add a temporary one with a hole in it at the top to attach the pulleys to, but I had used them all in rebuilding the gate towers. I stopped. Wait. I didn't need it to be one of the same blocks that were in the towers to start with. Instead, I could go get a new block. This revelation got me quite excited. It could also solve my other worry about the block not being secure enough. I just needed something bigger and heavier to keep it in place. Exiting the city, I made my way a little into the forest in search of a nice, large, dense boulder that I could cut down to the right size and bore some holes in. There were lots of options, but none were quite big enough for my purposes near the tree line. I moved further in. Soon enough, the sky was 56% obscured by the stick-like branches and needle-like foliage of tall trees. While I was searching in the darker undergrowth, I came across a fairly unnatural clearing. In it stood a very messy sight, many fancy symbols drawn in the dirt with black liquid. These didn't look anything like the symbols around the castle demons, nor like standard language. Remembering the fiasco with the demons when I first came to this world, I decided to leave fancy drawings alone, unless I knew what they were for. It rankled to leave a mess like that, though, so I marked its location in my memory. Perhaps I could come back after I asked Beatrice if she had any idea what it was. Moving on, it didn't take me long to find a large granite boulder. It was already slightly block-shaped, so I only needed to cut it down a little. When I was done, the new sharp-edged rectangular prism was 4 feet high, 8 feet wide, and 12 feet long. It was just about the dimensions of the top of the tower. I had originally made it taller, but that was too heavy for me to lift, so I had to shave a few inches at a time off the top until I was confident that I would be able to get it to the top of the tower safely. If I dropped this thing, anyone around me could get seriously hurt by flying bits of crushed rocks. I should really insist that anyone near my work areas should wear rigged helmets with padding in them to prevent head trauma. Humans needed their brains to be in working condition. Thinking over a few other safety protocols I considered enforcing, I made my way back to the city. The large block floated slowly along behind me. When I reached the edge of the forest, I could see some of the soldiers pointing in my direction and shouting over the wall. A few moments later, there was a thundering of hooves as several riders streamed out of the still missing gates. As the riders approached me, they were able to make out more than just the giant block of stone floating along the ground. They circled around behind me as I continued forward. Lord Void?" the leader asked in a tentative voice. "What is the rock for?" I didn't have high hopes for the man understanding me, but I tried anyway. Pointing at the gates, then the top of the tower, I beeped out an explanation. Watching the man with my advanced sensors, I saw him turn toward the squad and shrug. Then he waved to the people on the wall. We continued a little way further in silence, the horsemen choosing to trot alongside me instead of rushing back into the city. Once I got inside, I didn't waste any time lifting the block into place. Then I removed my improved pulleys from my dustbin and slotted them into the series of holes I had pre-drilled. It was a little more effort getting the rope fully threaded through correctly, as air manipulation was a lot easier to use on stiff things, but I managed it. I tied the rope into place and started to pull. Quickly, I found out the major difference between lifting things and hoisting them. I wasn't nearly heavy enough for this task, even with the pulley doing a lot of the work for me. Popping out a few of the heavier things from my dustbin, I adjusted my weight, and slowly the door began to tilt off the ground. To assist, and make sure I had good control over the movement, I helped lift with my air manipulation. Right as the sun reached its zenith, the gate was hanging as vertically as the pulley system would allow. It only took a few more moments to get everything lined up and the hinge pins slotted in. Now just one more. When both gates were hung, I let out a small cheer, pumping my arm like I had seen some of the soldiers do. I assumed that it was a sign of celebration, and I was apparently right. Others on the wall and below it joined in on the cheer. Apparently, there was something universally fascinating about moving large things. My moving of the stones had drawn a good amount of attention when I first started it, before everyone got bored and back on track with other projects. But the gates were apparently new and interesting, as it felt like most of the city was watching. While I had everyone's attention, I wanted to show them that the gates worked again, so I rolled up to them and pushed them open one at a time. On perfectly balanced hinges, they swung open with very little force. Well, little for me. Scanning the crowd, I found Arthur standing just inside the doorway of a nearby building, also watching the completed project. Now that I finished this task, I should probably go see how else I could help. Chapter 10. Marching Orders. Arthur looked back as he led the army out of the gates. As excited as he was to be several days ahead of schedule, it wasn't really so simple. Empirically, this was the best outcome. They would clear the threat as fast as they could to limit the spread of the undead. But he had hoped to do so much more for the city. Even though it would objectively be the wrong choice, some part of him wanted to stay for a little bit and help Caleb rebuild. There was a certain amount of responsibility that he felt for them. He had been in charge of their defense, and to some extent any damage was his fault. After years of campaigning, Arthur knew that it wasn't entirely true, but the thought always hung around the back of his mind when he left behind particularly devastated defenses. Most of the time, the defenders of a city had to ride off as soon as they could, so it was a feeling he had gotten used to. That didn't make it go away. He had to believe they would be fine. The most vulnerable of the population had been sent to a more secure location. That would allow the ones left to rebuild without worry. Most things were set up for winter, but he expected it to be a harsh year. There were still possibly many years of recovery ahead for the city of Caleb. That the gates were repaired completely was a huge boon. It would make the city far more secure than a flimsier and more temporary barrier. Sure, there was still tons of work to be done inside, but they should be safe. Unless Arthur failed in his mission, of course, then nothing was really safe. Refocusing, Arthur followed the scout into the forest, and they soon came across the trail of a large group of undead that was several days old. When the repairs were in progress, no one had been idle. The scouts had been working non-stop since the saving of the city to find their enemies. According to their leader, they still could have used more time to be certain they were accurate. It would have to do. Outriders were checking for any breakaway paths, but so far none had been reported. It was too early to say where their quarry was actually running away, but Arthur had a sinking feeling that they weren't going to try and hide in a cave in the mountains. No, his gut told him that they were not in for a pretty sight when they finally caught up. Pushing the concerns he could do nothing about to the back of his mind, Arthur ran a practiced eye over the column of troops. Something was wrong. Not that they weren't making good time, but in the middle of the line, the soldiers were moving differently. Looking more closely, he was able to tell why. The men in the rear section of the column were moving with a stiffness that was normally reserved for the parade ground. Each step was perfectly in time, and each footfall was synchronized. What are those idiots doing? Arthur pulled his horse off to the side and waited for the column to go past him. Soon enough, the commander, riding alongside the marching men, pulled up next to him. As Arthur started forward again, he noticed that his horse's hoofbeats perfectly lined up with the other officers. Sir? What's going on? The lieutenant asked him. I was going to ask you that. Arthur frowned, now thoroughly puzzled. This isn't a parade mount. I don't know what's gotten into her. I've never seen her walk in step with another horse before, the young officer said. Does that have something to do with why your men are also marching in parade formation? The lieutenant's eyes widened, and he looked closer at his men. After a few seconds, he hollered at one of his sergeants, who came running over. Yes, sir? Why are the men marching in step? In step, sir? Yes, you heard me. Why are they marching in step? Look at them. The sergeant turned and stared at the men walking in lockstep for several seconds. "So they are, sir. Huh, I hadn't noticed that." Before things could get any more ridiculous, Arthur decided to step in. "It doesn't seem that this is the only group with this same issue." Calling it an issue was a bit of a stretch, but he remembered how much more tiring marching was when done for show. But then again, if they hadn't noticed, maybe it was not as big of a problem as he had imagined. Looking around, it didn't take long for him to find the likely cause of the disturbance. Dancing around the feet of the marching soldiers was a small black disk. Wherever it passed, the footprints vanished from the path below, but somehow no one noticed it. Arthur considered whether this was really an issue. Probably not. If the soldiers didn't notice the extra strain of marching in parade step, then he wasn't going to do anything about it. Both the lieutenant and the sergeant were looking at him expectantly. "You know what? Just ignore it for now. If people start getting tired or it causes other issues, let me know." The sergeant snapped a salute before falling in perfectly with the marching men. Arthur made to ride away, but held back at the last minute when he noticed that the lieutenant looked like he had something he wanted to say. "Spit it out, lad." "It's the god, isn't it?" the young officer asked nervously. "Likely," Arthur said. "Is that okay? Are we going to be okay?" An undercurrent of worry, just short of fear, worked its way through the lieutenant's words. Arthur bit back a generic reassurance and really thought about his answer. "I believe we will be better than fine. Void, so far, has done nothing but help us." He paused for a second. "That's not to say that it's safe. Anything that powerful has inherent risks. A human with that power would be deadly. Even the simplest mistakes would be fatal. We can only hope that a god has more control. We don't really understand Void, and I doubt we ever will." Realizing that he was arguing against his own point, Arthur paused to recollect his thoughts. "When it comes down to it, we are at Void's mercy, no matter what. We should do our best to avoid its wrath and learn more about it. Treat it with respect, and we should be okay. If it proves erratic or harmful, we will distance ourselves. But for now, we need its help." Worry didn't leave the man's eyes. Seeing that his words hadn't been the least bit soothing, Arthur reached over and clasped the young man's shoulder. "We work with what we have, son." I was having a blast cleaning up after the soldiers. It was a rare time when a mess this big was necessary, and there was no way for the humans to efficiently clean up after themselves, either. Not that I resented cleaning up after humans. That was my purpose, after all. Even if the scope of the mandate had somewhat broadened, as of late, it was just that some messes were easily avoidable, and cleanliness was a virtue. When it wasn't the humans making the mess, though, that was when I really got irritated. The fluffballs back at home were one thing, right on the edge, in my opinion. They were pets, though, so they still fell under the umbrella of human purview. But when it was some invaders or mess makers, that was when it was unforgivable. The wind was sort of a mess maker, but I couldn't really hate the wind. It was neutral. It cleaned things up almost as much as it created new messes. These humans weren't nearly so bad compared to some of the messes lately. I almost had trouble calling it a mess. It was really just disturbed dirt. But I had long ago learned my lesson about trying to remove dirt altogether. Holes could only really get so deep before they were a mess in and of themselves. But even though dirt was, by definition, dirty, it could still be arranged in a more orderly manner. So, as the army passed, I pushed the loose dirt back into the depressions, and I sucked the dust from the air before it got too far out of reach. I couldn't put everything back to how it was exactly, but in my opinion, I was doing better. What had been an uneven path that weaved its way through the trees became something else entirely. Where there had been random small holes that might have caused stumbles, there was now hard-packed earth, smoothed into shape. I didn't make some of the major improvements I had been considering, though. I still needed to keep up with the humans, and cutting, shaping, layering, and fitting stone was too much for me right now if I wanted to keep up with the soldiers. I also wasn't about to start a major logging operation. I could have, but that seemed wasteful. Since the column already swerved back and forth, I would be widening the path substantially. It was hard to strike a balance between leaving things untouched and making them perfect. As I was now, I held no illusions that I could fix everything, even if I wanted to, so it was best to pick my battles, though I obviously had no issues with fixing the trails of the soldiers. Of all the humans that were not my humans, these were among my favorites. They kept themselves tidy, everything had its place, and they even organized themselves in clear structures. I could appreciate that. But even the way they walked was pleasant. Each step was clean, each swing of the arms precise. Maybe they could be an inspiration for some of the people back at the castle. I happily spent all day in the back, but eventually the day ended. The soldiers started to set up camp by the side of the road. Even now I was impressed with the order in which things got done. At first it seemed a bit chaotic, but that was only until I found the pattern. Once everything was all set up, it was truly a beauty to behold, such order arising from chaos. Eventually, I realized that I had been rudely staring for quite a while and shook myself. Tomorrow I would be more helpful. Not sure what to do with myself, I left the soldiers to their meals. There were only a few people unoccupied by the general revelry after the long march. One of them was in a larger tent at the center of the encampment. I found Arthur in a camp chair before a small desk, reading something. As I trundled under the tent flap, I beeped a greeting. Arthur flinched a little before meeting me with his eyes. Hello, Lord Void." I returned his formalities and considered carrying on, but I didn't think we would be able to hold a fluid conversation yet. He didn't seem like the talkative guard I had met back in the castle, who could talk without my input fairly easily. After a second of my silence, he just went back to his papers. Hovering up, I set myself down on a small shelf next to him so I could watch too. He gave me a look, but just shrugged and went back to reading. I followed along as we dove through pages of numbers and small reports. Really, it was fascinating. This must be the key to how they were able to operate so efficiently. As we kept going, I was a little bit confused. There was a slight flaw in the pattern of these numbers. It was very slight, just here and there, but still, the numbers didn't line up. Chapter 11. Bureaucratic Oath. Bee had seen better days. She had seen worse ones, too, certainly, but not too many. With each step, she could feel her feet squish into her sodden shoes. Every laborious foot of progress seemed to push the mud higher and higher up her boots. She could only imagine how everyone else, without all her advantages, was doing. It was only a matter of time before it crept past their tops, and she would really start to be uncomfortable. Wiping a soaking strand of hair off of her face, she regretted not taking up the offer for a horse more and more. Keeping her eyes on her feet, she knew that everyone else was miserable as well, but they still had a long way to go and couldn't stop now. The muddy road and overall horrendous conditions had drastically slowed them down. At first, people had tried to shelter in the wagons, but that weighed them down even more. After the second time, they had all gotten stuck in the mud, stopping the entire column from pulling the wagons free. She made the massively unpopular decision to bar all but the most infirm from riding in the wagons. She could practically feel the dirty looks directed at her, and the ever-present wail of uncomfortable small children filled the air. The soldiers abandoned her almost immediately, unfamiliar with navigating the battleground of public opinion. Luckily, most people had kept their displeasure to looks and mutters. It mainly was because of Void. Even when people grumbled, they still whispered nearly silent prayers. The other reason was Gertrude. The old crone walked as she always did at the back of the column, but with dark looks and sharper words, she kept everyone moving at her pace or faster. Bee was also doing her best to keep everyone's spirits up, and to some extent it was working. The children big enough to walk were mostly having a good time, diving into puddles and slinging mud at each other. To them she told the stories of Void. Their favorite was the god's heroic battle against the vile lieutenant, but they also liked to hear about how it swept the castle clean of lesser demons. She couldn't tell that story in its entirety, as she had mostly only been there to help clean up the Grand Hall, but that was part of why they liked it. They would pass the time by coming up with more and more ridiculous ways in which the god demolished and consumed the demons. Her favorite, so far, was that the god had chased the other demons down the halls until they were all clustered together in a massive group. Then Void cornered them and launched a laser superheated tidal wave, swallowing up the demons and instantly vaporizing them. Some of the kids even insisted that Void rode on the wave, like some sort of surfer. As strange as that story was, it was one of the more logical fantasies that they had come up with. The Nighty Nights at home certainly had some wild imaginations, but she still had yet to get used to the wandering tales of small children. Every once in a while, she considered that the descriptions in her stories might be a little too dark for the children. But then she remembered how bland and boring the tales she remembered growing up were, and decided they could handle it. By the time the caravan finally stopped for the night, the rain still hadn't ceased. It was slightly better, as the fat droplets had turned to a gentle mist. While the mud wasn't getting any worse, the constant drizzle prevented anything from drying out. Bee was not looking forward to the night, and was glad she didn't need as much sleep as she used to, as she doubted that she would be able to get a full amount in this climate. Still, after they set up camp, the usual amount of people came to hear her talk about the glories of Void. She found it as surprising as it was relieving. She had spent most of the day thinking about how everyone was mad at her for making them walk in the rain, but perhaps it wasn't as bad as she thought. After her sermon, Bee found Gertrude waiting to talk to her. She motioned for the old crone to follow as she walked. The soldiers had set up a slightly dry area for her to do alchemy in. The woman fell into step alongside her. Neither said anything for a bit, and Bee began to think about the potions they would need. Quantity was the name of the game. The amount of low-grade potions they were going through was ridiculous. When infants got sick, it didn't take a lot to cure them, but on the other hand, it didn't take a lot to kill them either. So, when subjected to such an unpleasant environment, even the smallest thing was worrying. A good part of her day was spent administering small cures for coughs and general minor issues.
"I have a concern, young lady,"
Gertrude said. Bee winced, expecting a sharp rebuke for something she had done wrong recently.
"It's about the children. I think we need to slow down on the healing of them."
Bee reeled, taken aback.
"You want me to leave them sick? Why?" "In short, yes," she responded, but quickly added, "For good reasons, though. Just hear me out, child."
For the first time, I reached out and messed with Arthur's papers. I flipped back a few reports, confirming my suspicions. Arthur just leaned back and let me do my thing. Apparently, he wasn't concerned about me knowing anything about these numbers. I pulled up a few more documents to cross-reference before I laid 4 of them out in front of him, and tapped on each line that I thought was important. Arthur leaned forward and frowned, tracing the lines with his fingers and muttering to himself. I was kind of disappointed. This whole time I had been so impressed with their solid and well-ordered organization. It had honestly given me high hopes for their record-keeping. However, the letdown was bigger than I could have imagined. With a big frown, he pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and scribbled a few numbers on it with a bird feather. "This doesn't line up. It's very cleverly hidden, too." He double-checked a few different sheets, then got up and grabbed a book from the back to reference it. Whoever did this was smart. They didn't just underreport the numbers. They are using different definitions and units for measurement, so the numbers seem to line up. Only if you check the top do you realize the units are different. Then you have to calculate and convert everything for the discrepancy to make sense. What did he mean by someone did this? It seemed like a mistake from my perspective, but if Arthur was saying that this was done intentionally, there is no way this was an accident. It's too careful. Arthur put the feather down and closed the reference book. Leaning back in his seat, he asked the air, "Then who would have done it?" I had no idea what they did exactly, let alone the ability to figure out their motivations. But, well, that wasn't really true anymore. I needed to stop thinking like I didn't understand humans anymore. There were definitely things that I didn't get, but I could figure some things out. I could at least try. Besides, it seemed like humans didn't fully understand all other humans either. Arthur seemed confused, though he did say some things that maybe I could use to piece together the situation. So then, the numbers that I thought didn't line up, what would that mean? One number was the amount of utility oil ordered. That actually lined up with the amount received, but when it was divided between the people who actually needed it, plus the leftovers in stock, it wasn't right. So how would that be hard to hide? Looking at it again, I tried skimming it like humans did, ignoring the details and making lots of assumptions based on previous knowledge. Then I saw it. If you ignored the units, when you added all the numbers together amongst the divided up amounts and the stock, it was the right number. So it was the units that were wrong. Checking the units, I did see they were from totally different systems of measurement. So the difference wasn't that much, maybe 20%. Okay, so that was simple then. We should just be looking for a few hundred gallons of oil lying somewhere around camp. It couldn't be that hard to find. So why did Arthur look so frustrated? Maybe this was something I could help with? Throwing my sensors wide, I started to search for a large quantity of liquid stored away in someone's tent. He had said that someone had done this intentionally, but I didn't really see why someone would want so much oil. What would they have to gain? Still, he had sounded very confident, so it was bound to be around here somewhere. Roscoe was having a much easier time in this province. Recruits were much more plentiful and densely packed, and while they didn't seem eager to join, they weren't nearly as aggressive in resisting conversion. Best of all, the human resistance wasn't nearly as coordinated as it had been. There was clearly no mastermind directing the defense. Each city fought on its own. Sure, taking each one was expensive and cost him a lot of troops, but each time he netted more. And never did it take so long that he spent weeks in one place. In fact, he didn't even have to do it all himself. With his troop surplus, he just spent a day setting up the attack and crushing any resistance, then leaving a horde to clean up the weakened foe. Even better was that his magic was getting better. He hadn't taken the time to summon a new wraith yet, but he wasn't sure if he even wanted to after how useless the last one proved. Instead, he had learned to empower and command shades directly. They were incredibly effective for breaking unsuspecting foes, and were now the most powerful troops in all his arsenals, except for the elite skeletons. The inherent magic imparted to them from the Void God made them more like him, intelligent and full of potential. They were his comrades in arms, confidants and comrades rather than fodder. He could only pray for the safety and salvation of the ones left behind. When his connection to the Wraith had snapped, he lost all contact with them. They would either find their way back, or they would not. This caused concern among the few sentient members of their little group, but they could do little but press on. They would have to come back to any unfinished work later. Chapter 12. Liquid Gold. Arthur watched as the god left his tent. Part of him, a part that he was much too afraid to voice, couldn't help but worry about what the little troublemaker would uncover next. Well, maybe it was smart not to voice that. Perhaps calling a deity a little troublemaker would get him a smiting. It wasn't that he was ungrateful for the embezzling scheme being brought to light. It was good to deal with corruption wherever he could, of course. But the case here wasn't so simple. Things like this were to be expected in any unit, and most commanders actually encouraged them or looked the other way. It helped to make sure that they had a firm grasp of their underlings' loyalty, even above the loyalty they held to the crown itself. This wasn't a practice Arthur took part in, of course, but rooting it out might cause problems of its own. Problems he wasn't sure he could really afford right now. Looking at the paper, he couldn't believe that anyone would have noticed this for a very long time. It wouldn't have been until year-end reports that things might not have lined up. A normal person would have just added the numbers together and said it was fine. He certainly had when he was going over them. But, all in all, this sort of thing added up over time. Here it was only a few hundred golds, but to many people that sum amounted to years' worth of work. Arthur sighed. He got up and stretched before putting his head out of the tent and calling his aide. He could track down each of the people responsible personally, but he had people for that, people who he could trust far beyond these small matters. Not too many, honestly, and one of his primary ones was a prime suspect in this case, but he should have enough to handle it. Really, he didn't believe this was the quartermaster's doing. The man was too dedicated to his job and too precise. Things like this would have probably even harmed his class progression, and Arthur had never met a non-combat class that was so obsessed with leveling. That the man had also served for over a decade under Arthur's personal command without even an insinuation of wrongdoing also helped matters. No, Arthur probably held some responsibility for this. The man had been asking for assistance recently. Something might have happened. The aide returned a short time later. Ducking under one of the tent flaps, he held it open and motioned for a grizzled man in leather armor to follow. "General Arthur," Lieutenant Jericho said, coming to a halt and snapping a salute. As the aide left the tent, Arthur waved to his old friend to set him at ease. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose and tossed the papers toward the other side of his small table. At a gesture, Jericho sat down and rifled through the papers. "What is this, sir?" To many people, having a friend call them Sir would feel awkward, but Arthur knew better than to try and correct Jericho. When they were not on a campaign, at home, drinking with their families on leave, Jericho might call him Arthur, but otherwise he was always Sir. "Check the units." It was all he had to say. A few moments later, Jericho frowned. "That's a right mess, sir. Any idea how long this has been going on?" The man rubbed his clean-shaven cheeks in thought. "No, but it has to have started sometime this year," Arthur said grimly. "Got to be someone here in camp. This report was too new, and anything older would have been left behind. Embezzling like this is risky. Someone would have to be watching, maybe even doctoring the regular reports. This isn't the kind of retail record we carry with us, obviously." "There aren't that many people who have access to this," Jericho said with a thoughtful voice. No doubt he was compiling the list even as they spoke. "I know. I just need you to bring them in," Arthur said. Jericho nodded and pulled out a piece of parchment from his breast pocket, then scrawled down a few notes before saluting and leaving again. Arthur stood up and paced a couple of times in the small confines of his tent. There was no doubt in his mind that Jericho would soon have his suspects lined up. Likely, he even had a strong idea already of who did this. The man was really good at his job. Arthur wished he had been able to convince him to take a more prominent role, but it was a fool's errand. He was always told there was no point in having a secret police force that everyone knew about. Still, the arrangement never really made sense, as the police were not a well-kept secret. But military affairs were a very complicated jurisdiction. The commander had ultimate authority while in the field, kind of like a captain on a ship, but the king hated having so little oversight. Arthur didn't blame him. A rogue general with an army more loyal to him than the king was how this kingdom got started, after all. So officers like Jericho were put in to make sure that things stayed under control. It wasn't very effective in most cases. Very, very few of the agents were as competent as his old friend, and they were easily sussed out. Plus, he knew that many of the competent ones were great friends with their commanders and had a similar relationship to what he and Jericho had. But it was possible that that was entirely intentional. After all, those people were the most loyal generals Arthur was aware of. Wrapping up the reports only took an hour. When he was done, there was a message waiting for him that Jericho had rounded up all the suspects and potential witnesses. They were being held in a tent near the outskirts of the camp. After reading the message, Arthur gestured for a couple of guards to follow him as he made his way over. The three men and a woman sitting in the tent looked nervous. Jericho and a few of his lackeys, by comparison, were perfectly composed as usual. None of the suspects should have known why they were called in, but none of them were idiots, so it wasn't like they didn't have some idea. Arthur scanned their faces, looking for some especially telling signs of guilt. Not finding any of them, he sighed. Planning battlefield tactics was one thing. It was something he enjoyed, for the most part. Plus, commanding on a battlefield was something that he was good at. He knew how long men could hold a defensive formation for, when and where the enemy would break, that kind of thing. This knowledge of people and their nature, his gift for strategy, should have transferred over into interrogations easily. And it did. Sort of. While he wasn't bad at them, he didn't have the same flair as with his other talents. He needed to stop and think at points, his instincts staying worryingly silent. Jericho told him that the same silence made him terrifying, but Arthur wasn't so sure. He had met plenty of much more effective questioners who were much more willing to get their hands dirty. What Arthur was trying to figure out right now was how much he should give away. If he told them nothing, then it would be impossible to get to the point. If he told them too much, they would be able to craft a much better lie. A natural at this would have just started talking, and a web of traps would just spin out of their words. Well, he would work with what he had, he supposed. Something has gone wrong with some of the books, ones you all have touched or had access to. Is there anyone else who might have had access to any sensitive work that you've been involved with? The question wasn't really a trap, even though some might have called it that. If there were any other suspects here, he needed to know. There would obviously be incentives to give them up. They would lose their position if they were found to have compromised information security, but it was better than being accused of it themselves, or risking being caught aiding a foreign spy. Silently, each one shook their heads. The quartermaster opened his mouth with a questioning look on his face, but before he could get his question out, someone burst into the tent. "Commander, something is happening. I think you need to come see this." What now? Arthur thought. He turned and hurried out of the tent toward the next emergency. I wasn't able to sense oil anywhere from Arthur's tent, so I left to go look around more thoroughly. With a quick tour of the camp, I was able to account for most of the valid allotments, but I found no massive hidden cache of oil that someone had misplaced or stored away. The closest thing I found was in the kitchens, and upon closer inspection I found that it was a different kind of oil. So I moved out of the more central locations and started exploring the rest of the camp. As I moved through the soldiers' tents, I found lots of smaller amounts of liquids other than water stashed away. A few times I found a few gallons hidden away in personal packs and saddlebags, but it wasn't nearly viscous enough to be the missing oil either. Among the resident tents, I did find the rest of the properly allocated oil, though. It was aliquoted in smaller amounts and put to good use. I continued my search for a long while, but try as I might, I didn't find any hint of the stolen stuff. I also checked people's souls, in case that gave me some clue of where to go, but it wasn't very useful for finding objects. I really hoped that Arthur would be able to track it down. As embarrassing as it was to admit it, I may have been getting a little too cocky recently. Perhaps it was just arrogance talking, but with all my newfound power, I just felt like I could help and teach these humans so much more now. Maybe I was a bit too far out of my areas of expertise, though. If I couldn't find something as simple as a huge amount of missing oil, then was I really in any position to talk? In a last fit of inspiration, I did a last sweep through the camp to see if anyone had buried it in the ground. To my surprise, I found a lot of liquid not too far below us. A lot of liquid. Way more than I was looking for. I couldn't quite tell how viscous it was at its depth. Also, it was deep enough that I highly doubted someone was able to put it there recently. At least not without some advanced digging skills, which I supposed could have been a possibility, but I think I would have noticed something like that happening. Well, I might not be able to find the missing oil, but maybe I could replace it. I just had to figure out how to get the liquid out of the ground. Unfortunately, it was far enough away that I couldn't be sure what it actually was. It did feel hot and under pressure. Perhaps I could use that pressure to help get it out. I ran through my list of skills and mutations, but didn't find anything that would be immediately useful. If I could get my mop close enough, I could start a siphon effect, but it was much too far down to reach. I could dig down part of the way, but that would cause a rather large disturbance in the camp. Finally, I had an idea. I had only ever been able to slightly affect things with my domain intentionally, but I hadn't truly tested its limits. What if I was able to move the underground rock structure a little bit to align the grains more? Maybe I could do it in such a way that the liquid could escape upward more. Maybe then I could get it from there. I went right over the hidden reservoir, which happened to be in the center of camp, and then I got to work. This was a great idea. Chapter 13. Unexpected Showers. Getting my domain to work the way I wanted was a bit harder than I had expected. When I had fixed particular parts of the castle before, I just told it to focus on repairing certain areas. Now, though, I was trying to get it to do something precise. Having it simply create a hole clearly wasn't working. So I went back to my original idea of better altering the composition of the rock so that it was more dense, thus giving space for the liquid to escape. Clearly much easier. My plan worked almost as well as I had expected. The shaft that it created wasn't perfectly straight, but it gracefully followed the natural curves of the rock formation. I suppose that was good enough. More orderly in a kind of way, too. Just because things weren't straight didn't mean they weren't clean. The natural density of the rock was more important than a straight shaft. As soon as the end point of the shaft connected to the reservoir, it created an escape path for the pressurized liquid. The searing hot substance exploded out of it. With less interference blocking my sensors, I could determine that the underground reservoir's contents were simple water. Very, very hot water. In fact, the only reason it wasn't boiling was because it was under so much pressure. The pressure that I had just released. I was starting to regret my previous assessment of the quality of this idea. All that bottled-up liquid needed somewhere to go, and go it did. Moving at 71.4 miles per hour, the water shot straight up out of the ground, rising high into the sky and fanning out over the entire camp. It seemed that I had created a fountain, except this fountain didn't have a basin or anything at its base, so it was making quite a mess. I quickly looked for some way to contain the water, but didn't find anything. The humans around me, for once, acted rationally and yelled about the mess that was being made. Many of them got out of the way of the falling water before it hit, but some didn't, and further became upset about getting soaked. I thrust my mop into the jet of water, and temporarily the flow ceased. It wasn't long before it overwhelmed the ability of my mop to soak it up, shooting past with as much force as before. Retracting the appendage, I then quickly wrung it out and extended it again. After a few repetitions, my mop managed to block most of the water, and the flow eventually slowed down to a steady burble. Even though the flow slowed down, that wasn't to say that it stopped entirely. The hot liquid kept flowing like a small fountain from the earth below. It just didn't blast into my mop at full force. That was more acceptable. There didn't seem to be an end to the flowing water, unfortunately. As much as I mopped, it just kept spilling across the ground and seeping into the dirt around my wheels. But the immediate danger of the mess was dealt with, at least. After a few minutes of this, I began to think that the flow would never end. I started considering ways to seal the hole back up, but did I even have a way to do that? I didn't think so. I inspected the liquid more closely. The water appeared to contain a surprisingly high concentration of minerals. However, it certainly wasn't the missing oil I was looking for. What a waste. Eventually, I managed to reduce the flow to a bare trickle. It would have to do for now. Frustrated at the nearly catastrophic mess I had unleashed, I rolled away from where I made my hole. I spun in a quick circle to get most of the water off me, and my various other functions took care of the rest. After I was dry, I joined the humans crowding around the tiny puddle in the center of their camp. I had done what I could. There were still soldiers around with soaked clothing and a few spots of dampness around the camp that I needed to take care of. That wouldn't be too hard to deal with. Still, I was concerned about the camp's new fountain. My domain worked on putting things in more order, but I wasn't sure how I would make the rock more ordered than it already was. I supposed I could easily widen the hole I was creating, but now that I had envisioned that as more orderly than it was previously, I didn't think I could undo what I had done. Maybe we'd have to live with the little trickle for now. B stared at Gertrude in shock and felt the need to clarify again. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you correctly. Do you want me to leave the children sick? The old crone let out a breath and shrugged her shoulders. In essence, yes, but it's not like I want you to leave all the children sick and dying all of the time. You see, you're healing all the children, even the ones that don't need it. That's understandable. You've never had a kid, obviously. Likely don't have that much experience with babies, either. Many of these mothers don't know the difference between a life-threatening illness and a common cold, and they'll come to you for any little runny nose they see. But most things babies will just get over. They're tough, and it's important that they do, that we let them get over it themselves if they can. It helps build strength. From my experience, if a child is treated too much with alchemy products, they will have a generally weak constitution stat. I've never been able to prove that with numbers, course. Scan is so rare that it's hard to test, but I think getting sick is a large part of a child's development. Gertrude finished in a characteristically direct manner, leaning on her cane. Bee didn't respond right away. Instead, she considered Gertrude's words. The old woman was correct. She didn't know much, if anything, about babies, and her system theory was pretty decent, and that wasn't even taking into account her age. It was very possible that the developmental stage, where stats were gained naturally before one's first level, would rely on things like overcoming sickness to determine constitution. Whether people's constitution was shown by getting over illnesses or they were being awarded more constitution for overcoming diseases, it was a bit of an unsolvable paradox. That is an interesting point, B conceded. I could see that being the case. However, I'm not sure what I can do about it. I can't just tell the moms that their baby isn't sick, or that they'll have to fend for themselves when they clearly don't, she said. But before Gertrude could say anything, she continued. Also, you're right, I don't know anything about babies. I would have no idea which ones would recover on their own and which ones would need my help.
Oh, I don't think you need to worry about either of those things. A lot of us old people know a thing or two about babies. We can help bring the ones to you that really need healing and let the mothers know why. Of course, if we're wrong, you should always be able to step in later. Besides, I'm sure you have better things to do with your time than spending it all brewing potions for a bunch of worrywart mothers.
Gertrude's last point definitely rang true for Beatrice. She had been spending a lot of her time and ingredients brewing recently. She was close to running out on many things she had brought from the castle, things that weren't necessarily easy to replace. If she could minimize that without any real harm being done, then it would be great. Her time, though, well, it had kept her busy. What else would she do with more time? By now, everyone was pretty used to the routine of walking and setting up camp. The only thing she needed to do was kind of be there. Just her standing around and supervising seemed to give everyone a bit of comfort. But really, did she ever have to tell anyone what to do anymore? After the first few people understood their place in the caravan's management, for the most part, the group worked as a well-oiled machine. Most of her time recently was spent just talking to Captain Major, because they were the only two who shared the burden of command. Bea agreed to Gertrude's suggestion. That left her with the unenviable task of finding something else useful to do. Sighing, she supposed that she had one more thing in common with Captain Major now. Arthur followed at a jog behind the slightly panicked man. They made their way toward the center of the camp, where a large crowd was milling about. It seemed that the disturbance still hadn't gone away. A few quick shouts, and the crowd parted enough for him to walk through. In the center of the camp was now a small, steamy pond that kept growing. "Did anyone see what happened?" Arthur asked. He wasn't so sure that really anything happened, but a spring just appearing out of nowhere seemed rather unlikely. The soldiers exchanged looks with each other briefly before one tentatively raised his hands. Sir, I don't know if anything happened. A huge geyser of water spurted from the ground, then it sort of stuttered, and now there's a puddle. Lord Void was here when it started. It seemed like he stopped it from shooting into the sky the whole time. I'm not sure what else he did, though." Of course it was Lord Void, Arthur thought. So it didn't make any sense why. Had it really been that there was a geyser or natural spring under the camp the whole time, and it just happened to erupt right when Void was nearby? The odds of that seemed fairly unlikely. But he also didn't understand why the deity would do this if it had been done intentionally. Looking around, he saw a little black disk sitting among the soldiers. No one else seemed to notice it. At the moment, it was actually sitting between someone's legs. "Lord Void?" Arthur called over to the black disk with a hint of a bow. The soldiers all around him jumped. They obviously hadn't realized that the god was still amongst them. Within half a second, a free space had cleared up around the area where it sat. Void turned to look at Arthur before giving a small beep, followed by another series of sharp noises that he didn't quite understand. How was he going to get the story out of Void? Would Void be willing to write it down for him? Well, might as well ask. But at the same time, maybe out in the open wasn't the place for this. "Would you mind accompanying me?" Arthur was well aware that he couldn't give Void orders, but this was as close as he could get to telling the god what he wanted while still having it remain a request. Luckily, the little godling didn't have any problems following him back to his tent. Once they were better situated, Arthur sent his aide to speak to his lieutenant. He would have to continue the interrogations alone. Arthur had full confidence in the man's ability to get the truth out with or without his help. When he got a chance, he would read a report and join if needed. But for now, whatever was going on here was more important. "So, what happened?" Arthur asked the black disk that alighted on his desk. Void let out a few familiar beeps before eventually just picking up the quill and finding some scrap paper. In large blocky letters, it wrote out a message. No oil. Hot water underground came up. Arthur leaned back in his chair and rubbed his chin. So, it was a geyser. He wasn't sure why Void used such simple words and wrote in such short sentences, but he was sure there was likely a reason. It didn't seem lazy or anything, but perhaps it was just expedient. The blocky letters kind of reminded him what a child would write when they were first learning. He pushed the likely blasphemous thought out of his mind for the moment. So, you just happened to be around when a new geyser formed? Void moved side to side, shaking its claw horizontally. Was that no? I'm sorry, you're going to have to explain a little more. I'm not sure I understood that. The little black disk seemed to slump slightly as it picked up the quill once again. Chapter 14. Go and Sin No More. So, it sounds like you released a natural hot spring into camp. Arthur leaned back as he summarized my jumbled explanation. I like all my things neat, but language was way harder than I ever thought it would be. Organizing the words before writing them down was an entirely different skill than planning how to clean a room. I would need a lot more practice before I was good at putting words together efficiently, especially when they all had so many different meanings that could be misunderstood. As it was, I kept to simple sentence fragments, since they seemed to cause the least confusion. That had generally gotten the point across to Arthur, even if he seemed to interpret them in a more generous light. Only after our little conversation did I understand how silly my search for missing oil was. There was no stolen oil, at least not in the way I had thought. When I had mentioned I was looking for it, Arthur said they had already found it. He explained that the one stealing it was one of 4 people they had already captured. It took me an embarrassing amount of time to understand that there was no missing oil in the literal sense. Whoever was supposed to buy it had just bought less than they were supposed to and kept the leftover money. Luckily, I was able to pick this up through context clues, so I didn't think my processing speed came across as too slow. Arthur scribbled down something on a piece of paper and stamped it with some melted wax. One of the young runners came in as he was called and grabbed the paper, dashing out of the tent soon after. I have to thank you on behalf of my men. They will all enjoy taking some time to soak in a hot spring, even if they will have to take shifts. We should be able to create a barrier to keep the water in with relatively little effort, Arthur told me. I wasn't sure I understood, but if he was happy, that was fine with me, especially if they could help keep the rest of the water from getting everywhere. I carefully wrote out that they were welcome before setting the pen down. Before the conversation could move on, one of the aides entered the tent. Sir, we have an update from Lieutenant Jericho. Then, noticing me, he gave a slight bow. My lord. Well, what is it? Arthur asked. I was curious, too, as it seemed like Arthur had already formed a good idea of what had happened. What else could Jericho have found? The aide slid a piece of paper over the desk. Arthur unfurled it and frowned as he read. After he finished, he set it down on the table so I could read it, too. It wasn't a very complicated note, just that Jericho believed that he had a good idea of who the perpetrator was, but couldn't prove it yet. What did it take to prove someone was the guilty party? This was a tricky problem. Just because I knew information didn't mean I would be able to communicate it to others. Teaching children is a perfect example of this. I imagined if I had to solve any of the kids' problems when I hadn't seen the situations play out with my very own sensors. Most of the time, their stories were rambling and incoherent. It was all I could do to get the gist of them, and that was only when I had personally witnessed the events. Now, if I had to prove to one child what another child said was true, that would be hard. Arthur sighed as he stood up. Might as well take care of this now. I don't want to still be on this tomorrow. Void, do you want to come? Sure, I beeped. This time he seemed to be able to understand the beep just fine without any elaboration. I followed, floating just over the ground as we made our way to the outskirts of the camp. There was a normal tent that didn't stand out from any of the others, but somehow Arthur knew which one he was looking for. As we crossed the threshold, I noticed a few runes on the edges of the tent flaps. Once we were inside, I noticed that the sounds from outside were duller than expected, almost 81.2% lower. I wasn't sure what that was supposed to accomplish, but it seemed intentional. A gruff-looking man glanced over at our entry. There were 4 other humans sitting in chairs, looking rather uncomfortable in the center of the room. One of them was the man who had given me the rope I used to seat the gates of Caleb. "Ah, Commander, I'm glad you could make it back. Perhaps we can resolve this tonight." Arthur nodded to the man, but otherwise didn't say anything, so the gruff man continued. "So far, we have confirmed that only these 4 have had access to the records." I relegated the guy's words to a sub-processor as I found something far more interesting. Opening my spiritual sense, I looked at the 4 humans in the chairs. None of their spirits stood out as particularly dim, nor were any bright. On the surface, they all had some amount of filth on them, but not too much more than an average amount from what I had seen. One of the younger men had a bit more than normal, but by no means the worst I had seen, even today. Was one of them really responsible for this? To be fair, I didn't know how my skill worked very well yet, but if the stuff on the top was from bad things done recently, it didn't seem that any one of them had erred too much. Still, the gruff man and Arthur seemed convinced that it was one of them. To be thorough, I got to work scrubbing off the soul grime from each one of them. While I was cleaning their spirits, Arthur and the man who seemed to be named Jericho were talking to each of them in soft tones. Each one was proclaiming their innocence, providing countless reasons why it wasn't them. I noticed that when I finished cleaning the spirit of the one lady, she seemed a bit more relaxed. After a little bit, the 2 men almost entirely stopped questioning them. I wasn't sure what they were doing exactly. I recalled situations like this in my humans' shows at home, but when humans asked other humans questions in those, they usually split the people up. I let them do their work as I continued mine. After polishing the first person's soul to a dull shine, I started cleaning one of the young men's souls. This time, as I progressed, he didn't relax at all. In fact, he got more and more tense, and I could see drops of sweat rolling down his temples. Arthur picked up on this almost right away. By the time I was finished cleaning, the man had broken. Tears started rolling down his face, and his shoulders shook. When he finally looked up, it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. After I finished with him, I moved on to the other young man, but I listened to the confession. Apparently, he was indeed responsible. He claimed there were reasons for what he did, something about a sick niece and potions being too expensive. Maybe that was why his soul wasn't as dirty as I would have thought. Did having justifications for doing bad things make it less bad? Or was it that he didn't feel as guilty? The very dirty souls didn't seem to be only possessed by people who thought they were doing bad, so that didn't seem right either. I also didn't think that causing mess and disorder like this was very defensible, despite excuses, but I'd have to think about it. I would need more data points to figure out how this skill worked. Bee couldn't contain her smile as the valley entrance appeared on the horizon. It wasn't that she really wanted her journey to end. While it wasn't her favorite thing, it hadn't been awful since the rain stopped. She just really wanted to be home. These last few weeks away from Void had been hard. They felt off somehow. It felt like part of her was missing, like there was a hole in her heart. Realizing how much she leaned on her god for support was humbling. It also amazed her how much Void managed to do without her realizing it. Without him around, so many little things popped up that required her attention. She was lucky that she had such good repair skills. A number of small things broke that she was able to fix easily, like cartwheels and clothing. This trip was the first time that she used the skill on things other than her own body with any regularity. It was a bit of a boon, as she felt real growth in the skill, but in the back of her mind, she knew that if her master had been around, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Nonetheless, it was coming to an end. Soon they would be back in the castle. There, with her friends and structured roles, there wouldn't be such a burden of leadership on her. The support system she had worked out with the others would do a lot to directly lift the stress off of her. She only had to integrate the newcomers. That shouldn't be too hard. She wasn't sure why, but these people were relatively easy to lead. It helped that there were only a few clear, unquestioned authority figures. Aside from herself, the only other ones were the captain and Gertrude. The military made sense, but the others... Maybe something about living in a city made them more likely to listen to authority than people from the more rural areas. When she stepped into the trees, she noticed a man appear next to the road as if by magic. One of Susan's scouts. No one else seemed to notice him as they walked past. As she looked over at the man, he fell into step with her. She recognized him from the first group that Susan had started training. Matt, right? "Wow, you remember me," the man said, his voice drawing a lot of surprised stares. "Welcome back, High Priestess. Is the Lord Void around?" Bee was a bit taken aback by the address. The title hadn't been common. Most people had just called her Bee when she had left. It seemed that things had changed in her absence. "No, Void is hunting down the root of the undead problem. I am coming with refugees from Caleb." "The city fell?" Matt asked. She noticed his shoulders tensed slightly. "Not quite. Void got there just in time. But as they are vulnerable, we are taking the ones who won't be useful in the rebuilding for now. We also have a contingent of guards to help along the way," Bee explained. Matt relaxed somewhat. "If you can give me numbers, I can send a runner ahead to get things prepared for you, ma'am." "That would be greatly appreciated, Matt," Bee said. After telling him how many to expect, she then asked her own question. "It seems there have been some changes while I was away. What did I miss?" Chapter 15. Heart of the Matter. Harold pulled his hood down over his eyes as he made his way beneath the gates of Alexander. Here in Barleona, they spoke the same language as in the kingdom, but the people looked significantly different. His standard brown hair and brown eyes would stand out here amongst the predominantly blonde, blue-eyed people. All around, he could see the city's typical straw-colored hair and crystal eyes popping out of dark complexions in bright relief. The shadow of his cowl hid his face, giving him some anonymity at least. It had been a long time since he had done any field work, but he still hadn't forgotten how to move through a crowd without being noticed. Despite his magical expertise and his political acumen, flying under the radar had long been his most reliable skill. That, and knowing when to run. Moving deftly through the streets of milling people, Harold scanned the street signs for the mark. The border crossing had been simple. A few fake documents, some bribes, and he had slipped right through. Now he just needed to find his contact. The unfamiliar city wasn't hard to navigate, but that didn't help when he didn't know where he was even going. There were more apothecaries than he would have expected, but none so far had the little horns carved into the bottom of the hanging sign he was looking for. The mark of the jailers wasn't always in the same spot, but the few inches of the sign base was a good way to hide it in plain sight. Hence his surreptitious glances upward as he passed. At the fifth shop, he finally found what he was looking for. Instead of under the sign, it was at the bottom of the dirty windowsill. It had taken him a few minutes of casual window shopping to find it, so he wandered away for a bit before returning and going in. Hopefully, if anyone had noticed a hooded stranger stopping at the store, they would have moved on before seeing him enter. A little bell rang as the door opened. Harold closed it softly behind him as he stepped into the dimly lit shop. The walls were lined with shelves, each one of them crammed full of random junk. Not rare materials, niche finds, and exotic wares. That was normal stuff to find in an apothecary shop. Harold was a bit of an alchemist himself, and he could guarantee that this stuff was junk. It was poor quality and overpriced. But that was on purpose. A clattering from the back room indicated that the shop was not as empty as it first seemed. "I'll be right there," a grumpy voice called from the back room. Harold settled in for a wait. It was a full 5 minutes before a wrinkled old man slowly hobbled out to the front. This was intentional as well. The point of the shop was to be as uninviting as it could be. They didn't want customers to come in. That would only get in the way of their real business. The few unlucky souls that did come in unawares were met with the same treatment, followed by an exceedingly unhelpful and grouchy shopkeeper until they left. Fortunately, Harold was no normal customer. "When did the last batch of ward root come in?" The gruff man rubbed his chin for a second. "Couldn't have been more than a month back, maybe 2. After completing the passphrase, they both relaxed. Harold cracked a small smile. Flipping up a panel that kept customers from coming behind the counter, the old man ushered him into the back, moving with a newfound grace. After the man dispelled a minor illusion, Harold got a look at the true back room. It was entirely different from the front of the store. The previously dingy floor and walls were meticulously clean and well kept back here. Actual valuable alchemy ingredients and pre-made salves populated the counters in neatly labeled containers. What caught Harold's eye most, though, was the room's other occupant, a young woman sitting in a straight-backed chair sharpening a knife. Looking up, she met Harold's eyes. "Harold?" she asked. "The same." He paused for a second before he was able to recall her name. "Amy?" The young woman stood and offered him a hand, which he took. "At least I have a package that knows how to hide." It was odd not having command for the first time in a while. He was going to have to adjust how he interacted with his co-workers accordingly. Harold pulled his hood down and gave her his best winning smile. "I'm not so green that I need a babysitter, just a tour guide." Amy gave him a doubtful look from the corner of her eye, but didn't comment on it. Instead, she gestured to the chair across from her. As he sat down, he realized that the old man had disappeared when he wasn't paying attention. Once he settled in, he looked more closely at his tour guide. If he had been asked to describe the average Barleonan, Amy was who would come to mind. Every single stereotype was checked. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a dark complexion, and slightly on the shorter side. Slim and slightly athletic, but not enough to be noteworthy. The only thing marking her off from any other nameless face in the crowd was a hardness around the eyes, and he would bet that it would disappear the second they were outside. "Are there any updates to the itinerary? Just the 3 sites?" Amy asked after a second of silence. "Just the 3. Any news about them?" Harold confirmed. He was finding it surprisingly easy to slip back into the coded language of the operatives. They would always assume someone was listening, and few in the organization actually knew any of the details for an operation anyways. He would be surprised if Amy actually did know what was at their destinations. "Something out of Arwen has been causing a bit of an uproar recently. I haven't heard why. Do you want to wait till the commotion dies down?" Amy asked. Harold frowned. The site of Arwen was where Silethan was held. By all accounts, it might be the weakest of the lieutenants in pure combat power, but that didn't really matter now. There was no one around that would fare well against any lieutenant anyways. Aside from that thing. From this perspective, Imposter might be one of the worst ones to be let loose, as it could wreak its havoc from the inside. Not that they really knew what its true powers were, just old legends passed down for millennia. "No, we should go there first." Amy rubbed her forehead. "That is going to add a bit to our travel time. There was a reason we were visiting it second." "How much sooner can we get there if we skip the first stop?" Harold asked, not wanting to be completely unreasonable. "Maybe a day or 2. That doesn't seem much out of a 2-week journey," Amy said in a suspiciously neutral tone. Harold considered. He would need a day or so at each site, but if they weren't going to be there for a few weeks anyways, did it really matter? Or did every day count? "How old is your news of the place?" Harold asked. It could be that she got it through some message instead of a rumor.
"Oh, couple weeks at least,"
Amy replied. "Well, then we don't need to rush to that one in particular," Harold allowed. "When can we leave?" Bee practically floated along the forest path leading to the castle. She knew that she wanted to get back, but she hadn't been aware of how much she wanted to get back. It had already been a couple of days, and she still felt like she was walking on clouds. The rest of the caravan was not quite as happy, of course, but she could still feel the mood was lighter than it had been for the entire trip. Sometime on the second day, a pair of figures from the castle intercepted the caravan. Bee was leading up in the front, so she was one of the first people to see them. She was also definitely the first to make out who they were. Running ahead, Bee left the column behind in the dust. "Bee!" Tony's familiar voice rang out over the road. Not slowing, she crashed into his open arms, nearly breaking his ribs with the devastating squeeze she applied. Next to Tony, Susan gave a small wave. Stepping back, Bee couldn't take the grin off of her face.
"By Void, it's good to see you both. How is everything? Is everyone all right?"
Bee asked in a rush, her words tumbling over each other as she tried to get them out. However, even as she was speaking, Tony was also asking his own questions.
"Is everything okay? Where's Void? What happened?"
They both paused, trying to parse through the other's words, while occasionally cutting each other off with responses. Eventually, Susan took pity on them and stepped in.
"Everyone in the castle is excited for your return, Bee, though they are all slightly concerned. They want to know where Void has gone and why he didn't return to us. I'm sure they will all be excited to tell you everything, but will want to hear your story first." "Well, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but Void is helping the army hunt down the rest of the undead, and it said that it would return soon,"
Bee said, regaining control of herself.
"So, did anything noteworthy happen in my absence?"
"Right now, the castle is preparing a feast in Void's honor to welcome you home. I'm glad the scout you sent ahead gave us good numbers, as I wasn't sure we would need the entire Great Hall at first. After seeing your group, I don't doubt it," Tony said.
"I told you my scouts know their work now. It was only that one time," Susan protested.
"What one time?" Bee asked, slightly concerned there was something wrong. "By one time, she means that one of her scouts saw a cloud over one of the mountains and thought it was smoke from a fire," Tony said.
"It was a perfectly reasonable assumption," Susan defended her people. "Better to be prepared for a fire that isn't coming than not prepared for one that is."
"Well, now we have fire pals in strategic locations, and directions to the nearest exits of the castle posted regularly, just in case it comes down to that," Tony explained while rolling his eyes. "Though with how little wood is used in its construction, I would be surprised if we would ever lose more than the contents of a single room in a fire." Bee remembered getting a look into the castle's construction in the aftermath of their fight with Nazareth Gak. There really hadn't been any wood. But, like any alchemy practitioner, she knew the real danger wasn't the heat. There was a reason the labs were on higher floors.
"It's not the flames that are dangerous, it's the smoke. If there is a fire, then we need to let the bad air out. Otherwise, people won't be able to breathe, even if there isn't structural damage."
Susan sent Tony a knowing look that he pointedly ignored.
"So, what else happened besides false alarms from scouts?"
Bee prompted. "Well, some of the Nighty Knights have started getting their first levels." Chapter 16. Detective Spot. Over the next few days, I had a blast. Other than what the soldiers had started calling the Hot Springs incident, everything had been rather routine. I followed behind the army, cleaning up the best I could. Sometimes Arthur would ask me to come to spend some time up front with him, and we would talk. Well, he would talk. As we moved, I would write by engraving words on a large flat stone with my lamp. After I was done, I would erase the surface by blasting it smooth with a broader beam. It was surprisingly efficient, and over time I got faster at this than at actual writing with my grabby arm. After a few messages, though, I needed a new rock. Engraving and erasing like this systematically shrunk any stone I used over time, especially with how deep my engravings needed for the optimal reading experience. These breaks were nice. As fast as the army was able to march, I was able to clean much faster. This gave them plenty of time to accumulate large amounts of work for me. Then I could do them all at once. It was much more efficient than if I was following along right at their heels. Arthur and I would talk about all sorts of things. It would start off with some basic questions and answers, but Arthur seemed to enjoy just speaking about his past. He'd tell me stories about past campaigns or skirmishes he had been involved in. In return, I'd ask questions about tactics and leadership and how he made sure that all the waste and kitchens were cleaned properly in time to march. Overall, it was a nice exchange. I wouldn't say we were becoming friends, but it seemed like something close. There was definitely respect between us. During the night, my duties became more typical of my usual experience. I previously would have wandered the castle, taking care of small tasks. I would wander the camp, doing the same. This was a necessary job, as we moved on quickly in the mornings. It was important not to leave any unfinished business behind when we did. It wasn't much, but it gave me something to do. Besides, I didn't like leaving the camp dirty, even if it was only going to be seen for a short stint in the morning while everyone packed up. It always became messier when we packed, and then I'd have to wipe the area clean afterward anyways. This pointless work was a bit disheartening, but I did take solace in it. At least it kept me working on my skills. By now, I could level out a dirt patch so that I could barely tell the microns of difference in height from one side to the other. I was rather proud of this fact. Several nights after the hot spring incident, the first real disturbance occurred. I heard some odd noises outside long after everyone went to bed, and as I worked my way over on my cleaning route, I ran into a sleeping human. Well, I thought he was sleeping at first. Still, after a closer examination with my advanced sensors, I realized he was not breathing. Also, he was leaking a lot of his internal fluids. Blood, I corrected myself. This leaking fluid was forming a puddle around his head. Odd. I did my best to repair him with my domain and poked him in the head a couple of times, but there was no response. It seemed I had found a broken human. Now what? I really didn't know what to do next. I had seen some dead humans, but not many. Only the zombies and those few troublesome, mean humans who tried to threaten the castle. I'd never seen just a body like this before, and I didn't know what to do. After a few seconds of processing, I realized it was probably important to find out why this human had died. So I scanned the site extremely thoroughly. I did notice several things. Several sets of footprints passed in between the tents where I found the body. I couldn't really tell the freshness, but I had just cleaned this area 15 minutes and 46 seconds ago, so none of them were older than that. Unfortunately, all the footprints were of the same military-issue boot. I only had the size to go off of, and the military was rather stingy about making proper footwear. There were only 4 basic sizes, but I could tell that 1 was from a large man and 2 were from a medium man. Looking at the soles of the shoes on the dead human, I realized that it was one of the mediums, so I was looking for 1 larger man and 1 average-sized man. Neither of them had the narrower soles that the female soldiers left. On top of that, the majority of the leakage was clearly from a wound inflicted by a knife to the throat. It looked like the attack had been from a stabbing motion into the side, but I couldn't tell if it was from someone standing behind the dead human or in front of it. I wasn't sure how I could tell. I'd have to compare it to a lot more stab holes, and I didn't think anyone would be down for me testing that. Maybe I could try and model that some other way later. Okay, What else could I see? I scanned the body carefully again. I couldn't place the exact time of death, but I could tell that it was within the last 10 minutes. I also knew that I heard sounds from around here, but I couldn't tell if that was from it being stabbed or from someone moving the body. Judging based on the scuff marks, the body had indeed been moved. But I didn't think that kind of action would produce the sounds I had heard. So, I was going to go with the assumption that this human was killed when I heard something. That was 4 minutes and 37 seconds ago. Taking a step back, I examined the body in a lot more detail, focusing on its hands and trying to see if there was any trace of the attacker left. Maybe it managed to put up a fight. Or, at the very least, maybe there were some other sorts of marks left behind by the humans. I found my first clue under the fingernails of the deceased. It was a little bit of skin. Apparently, this person hadn't died instantly. The man must have scratched his attacker, either from in front or behind. I continued looking under the body and found a few other clues. In order to contextualize them, I decided I should take inventory. Everything the man had on him, starting with the uniform, every piece was there. The same cap, shirt, underclothes, trousers, boots, socks, and belt were all present and standard. Looking at the spot where awards were usually pinned, I noticed that it was relatively light. Only 3 medallions hung from its breast. However, I did notice that it was an officer. It looked to be a second lieutenant, which matched the man's age. The body of the deceased also had a few things tied to his belt. The first thing I noticed was a pouch with several flat gold and silver discs inside. I had often seen these discs be exchanged as part of a complicated trading system these humans had. It involved pieces of paper with numbers on them being shuffled about in an elaborate system that I had yet to fully understand. One day I had to look into that, but now I needed to focus. It was odd that those were left. Humans seemed to really like them, and whenever they found them, they usually picked them up and put them in their pouches. So if whoever killed this man didn't pick them up, they clearly either didn't care about them or didn't know they were there. But I supposed that meant that he wasn't killed over his money. The more I thought about this man, the more I saw him as a person rather than a dead body. At first, it was easier for me to understand if I just thought of the dead body as an it. But trying to figure out his past was making me think of it as a human. Just like Arthur. Just like Beatrice. It was surprisingly difficult to handle. If I thought of him as a human like this, I also had to think of everything that this human must have done in his life. The things that he would no longer be able to do. Was this why humans became sad at the prospect of death? Shaking back and forth slightly to clear my processors and flush my cache, I refocused. It was suddenly a higher priority that I find out who did this. Another thing he had on his belt was a small knife. I noticed that his hand was gripping the hilt of it when he fell, and it looked like he had pulled the knife out a bit. I was well aware that the sheaths were built to keep knives securely in place so they weren't jostled loose. The strap that would hold the crossguard of the blade in had been popped off by a quick movement of his thumb, so clearly the man was expecting trouble. Or I supposed he could have just been lazy, but judging based off of the crispness of his uniform, which I heartily approved of, that didn't seem to be the case. So if the person knew that he would be attacked and had tried to ready a weapon, it stood to reason that the attack must have come from the front. But if there were 2 assailants, as the prince indicated, then it was also possible that he had been assaulted from both sides and had been surprised. Without much else to go on, I wasn't sure what to do next. Then I took another look at the footprints, and I was able to solve one part of the mystery. It seemed that there was actually a person in front and behind. I didn't realize it at first, but I could actually tell the weight of a person by how deeply their footprint sunk. And I could tell that there were 3 distinct weights. 2 were pretty similar, but off by at least 5%. The last were obviously much heavier, based on the foot sizes that lined up, And I could see more footprints coming in 3 sets from one side. I ran a simulation based on my findings. One person walked and stopped, presumably the victim. Someone blocked his path from ahead, the smaller man, it seemed, while the larger man stayed behind him. I could see the footprints of the other two leaving from the other end of the alley, meaning the big man had just stepped over this man's body. So it seemed that the victim was in fact surrounded. I was actually able to identify whose footprints were within a certain tolerance using the amount of context provided. The information here gave a much clearer picture than I initially thought. Not wanting to disturb the scene, I lifted myself off the ground a bit more so that my jets wouldn't move anything that was important to the scene as I moved. I would come back. Soon. Then I began to follow the footprints away from the body. Chapter 17. Kids Will Be Kids.
How in Void's name did the Nighty Knights manage to find something to kill?
Bee asked in shock.
They're only 7 years old at most.
Susan and Tony looked at each other. Well, you see, Tony stammered. Susan eventually cut him off and tried her best to explain.
Well, we've had a bit of a problem with some undead coming at the gates at night, and apparently a few of the watch trainees had assisted the knights in climbing up the wall and throwing rocks down on them. This was how the initial levels happened, but it's gotten a bit out of hand since then. As far as I know, no one's actually managed to get their first class yet, but once they got skills, they started leveraging those to get the younger members kills from the wall as well. This is getting the kids levels well before they really know what to do with them. So far, none have picked any bad skills that I know of, but I don't know how long that will last. I think the youngest person to have gotten a skill was 3, maybe, but I'm not certain.
Bee rubbed her head in frustration. She hadn't figured out what she wanted to do with the kids before she had left. Worse, she really hadn't had any time to think about it since then. Why bother when they were so young? There should have been plenty of time before this happened. But it seemed that Void had its own plans for them. At least she sure hoped her master did. If they waited a little bit, she would help them ensure that Devotee of Spot was one of their options, but they might not even need that. If they got a better class from killing undead while they were still young, then she shouldn't change it. The system usually handed out classes based on achievements, and she couldn't think of anything more impressive for their age than killing undead. But whether or not the system recognized age as a variable to adjust for was still uncertain, according to some scholars.
Well, I suppose if nothing's too bad, I can always fix it with the devotee class, even if they ended up with some useless skills.
Not that any skill was particularly useless, but without a direction in one's life, which was rather rare to have at 3 years old, they might end up being off target from what they really wanted.
So, Susan, why weren't their parents able to stop them or something? We tried. We told them not to go up there many times. Yet, somehow they managed to work together to distract us long enough to get up and get those first kills. They're really figuring out how to work as a unit.
Susan shrugged.
After that, a lot of the skills they developed were, well, unusual. Unusual how?
Bee asked. Susan made a face, but it was Tony who answered.
Unusual as in they're pretty darn powerful, like what I got when I hit level 20. It's almost as if the system gave them bonuses for their first skill or something. Never seen anything like it.
Bee stared blankly. It had to be Void messing with the system again. Of course.
Well, at least they're not useless. I suppose when I get back I will have to talk to them and make sure that they're using their skills responsibly. But if we can't stop them from gaining power when they're so young, we'd better teach them how to control it before they get someone hurt.
Yeah, well, I talked with Felix a bit, Tony said, and
Surprisingly, they seem to have a pretty decent idea of this. Something about power from service. They've got a few little slogans, like, with great power comes great responsibility, and protect and serve. They're weirdly well crafted, ones I hadn't heard before. So either they made them up themselves, which is very impressive, or Void told them, and it's hard to say which one is actually the case. Well, in that case, things are probably okay. But if they're progressing this fast, I think every day is important. I should probably run ahead and talk to them as soon as possible. Bee mused. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Susan agreed. It'd be best if you want to make sure every preparation is to your liking for the new arrivals. Mary has been doing a great job, but she is only one woman, after all. She could use some help. Bee nodded and looked back at the approaching caravan. Susan, before I go, I'd like to introduce you to Captain Major, and if you wouldn't mind staying behind to help, could you watch over them for the last remaining leg? That would be great. Susan nodded, and Tony smiled. So you're probably going to want me to come back and help supervise everyone, right? Actually, it would be nice if you could stay. She retrieved a long list from her coat pocket and handed it to him. I made a list of some of the more important people and their classes, noteworthy stats and talents that I think might be useful. It'd be good if you got acquainted with them to see if I missed anyone. We're going to have a lot of idle hands, and we don't want to leave it that way. Tony looked a little bit depressed at the prospect of having to do actual work, but he still took the paper and scanned it, nodding. Well, say hello to my siblings for me. I look forward to seeing you in a couple of days. Before she ran off, Bee went and tracked down Captain Major for a slightly stiff introduction of Susan as the castle's expert in all things military. Actually, maybe security was the right word. With that taken care of, she was off with a wave. It was late into the evening as Arthur sat in his tent, shuffling through reports. Sometimes he was able to do this alone. Sometimes he had Void watching him. Truthfully, he didn't really mind it too much. Void would sometimes point out simple mistakes, but nothing nearly as disruptive as when he found the embezzling scheme. Well, tonight it was elsewhere, likely off doing something else in the camp. Arthur was slightly worried about the little disk's absence, and a little annoyed that the worry took up a small part of his concentration. He was already half regretting asking the young god to come along. As much as the troop's order had improved by its very presence, there was a certain amount of unease that having a god amongst them caused. Arthur really couldn't blame his soldiers for that, since he felt the same. Arthur thought that this Void was a young god, young being the key word. After watching the thing go about its business and conversing with it more, it simply felt right. In some ways, it reminded Arthur of his oldest son, Jace, when he was 7. Morality was a fledgling thing of stark black and white, with only hints of gray beginning to peek through. Right and wrong were what they were, and everything needed to be a particular way. Not that Void really went out of its way to make trouble for anyone. It was just that it didn't seem to quite understand that others might have different priorities and values than its own, a sentiment made quite clear in how much knowledge it expected Arthur to have about the camp's janitorial matters. Still, he was impressed by the god. It asked good questions at times, ones that reflected a deeply intellectual mind, and if it learned more about the ways of humanity and decided that their race was worth saving instead of exterminating for being too unclean, he felt that they were in good hands, if they had to be in some divine hands at least. After the hot springs incident, things had been relatively calm. If anything, they'd been a little bit too calm. He expected more fights amongst the men, or reports of disorderly conduct, or something to go wrong, but none of that had appeared. He had a full 2.5 days with not a single report of misbehavior or corrective action having come across his desk, and that was honestly starting to get on his nerves a little bit. It felt like the calm before the storm.
He wasn't sure how much of this was because he avoided being like a young guard and overexerting his influence. Maybe it was because of the god. It was too hard to tell. Arthur put his quill down and rubbed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. The reports were mostly done, and he was looking forward to going to bed. At his age, a long day of marching and writing still took a toll on him, even with his high stats. As he began to stand, an aide burst into his tent with a familiar, concerned look on his face. "Sir, you had better come right away. There's been a murder." Following the tracks through the camp was surprisingly easy. It was late at night, and I had cleaned the path they were on not that long ago. There were other footprints crisscrossing the trail, but those were easily filtered out. It wasn't until they went to the mess hall that things were harder to follow. There they mixed with many other people going in for food at odd hours, depending on when their duty would allow. But even then, I had cleaned less than half an hour ago there, so I just simply combed through every single set of footprints until I found a clue. Turns out I didn't actually find them going the same direction, but rather each set splitting off to go different ways. These two people appeared to have moved into the mess hall together, but left it separately. I wondered why that would be. Was it because they were in different units and slept in different places, or were they actively trying to throw anyone off their trail? I wasn't sure which one to follow. It seemed that either one of them could lead me to one culprit, but then would the other be able to escape? It was a risk I'd have to take. Picking a random number between 1 and 2, I ended up following the large man's footprints. They were slightly more distinctive than the average-sized man's, so that did make it a little bit easier. But that also meant it would be harder for me to track down the other man later. A few feet out of the door, I decided that I probably should have made a smarter choice than just picking a random number, and doubled back to follow the average man instead. He had made his way through the camp and what looked to be a meandering path, often stopping at the tent's entrances for some reason. After a good 20 minutes of walking, he went into a tent that he had not come out of yet. Quietly as I could, I floated closer to the tent. From outside, I sensed that the man wasn't alone. There were 3 others in the tent with him. 2 were sleeping, 1 was tossing and turning, and the final man was taking off his shoes. It seemed that he was likely the one who came in last. I scanned him as well as I could from the outside of the tent. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any definitive proof until I looked at his belt. There was a dagger that perfectly matched the wound from the victim, and I would bet a week's worth of cleaning time that if I looked at it more closely, I would find traces of blood that I could match with a sample. It didn't seem like he was going anywhere, so I placed a marker for this location on my internal map of the camp. I also marked his soul with a little plus symbol for good measure. Then I went to go track down his accomplice. Chapter 18. Death from Above. When Bee reached the castle, she was greeted by an odd sight. Thankfully, it was one that Susan had prepared her for, if only slightly. On top of the wall, a pair of guards stood watch. The one to the right was one of the men who had come as a refugee, one of Susan's personal trainees. To the left, top of his head barely visible above the crenellations, was one of the children. This wasn't a child she had particularly interacted with before, but if she remembered correctly, he was 4 or 5. Much, much too young to be standing guard. Even if something did happen, she couldn't imagine what he would do. But when she scanned him, she saw that he was, in fact, level 2. This meant that he had not only gotten 1 kill to get that first level, he had managed to accumulate more since then. What had these kids been up to? As she approached, the guards noticed her. They both came to attention with a salute before relaxing to a more informal wave. Without hesitation, the adult guard disappeared from the wall and began opening the gate from below. When she reached the entrance, she just ducked under the still-opening gate and turned to thank him. To her surprise, she saw the little boy walking down to meet her. But he didn't use the stairs leading to the top of the wall. He was simply walking on air.
"Hello, High Priestess B," the boy said. "Welcome back. Everyone's missed you greatly."
B just stared at him, dumbstruck. Was that the air step skill she had read about? That was a really rare one, not to mention powerful. To get it as his first skill, this kid was insanely lucky. Or was it luck? She'd have to talk to the rest of the kids, but if they were all getting powerful skills like this, it could be that the system was rewarding them for earning their first levels so young. It would explain why she managed to get Scan, one of the rarest skills in the kingdom, as her own first skill. An interesting theory.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Could you remind me? Of course, Miss Beatrice. I'm Jason.
Well, Jason, that's quite an impressive skill you have there.
I know. It's the cool... it's quite impressive.
He jumped a few times in place, each taking him higher than the last.
I can't fly yet, but I can already get really high up.
How high exactly?
12 steps. It used to be 2 or 3, but I've been practicing a lot. I can go higher than the wall now.
The man stepped over from the gate winch, leaving the gate fully open. He's right. He literally hasn't stopped the entire time. He paces back and forth. He's been hovering a foot off the wall for as long as he can. I've had to catch him from falling over 3 times just this morning. Jason looked slightly abashed. B laughed and looked over at the slightly annoyed guard, who seemed to be putting on a little bit of an act, not actually annoyed as he was pretending to be.
Well, I'm glad someone was here to catch him, at least. Does anyone know where Mary would be?
Jason piped up.
She's probably in her office. Oh, she has an office now. It's fancy. It's,
Right, you were gone by the time she set that up. It's on the 2nd floor in the East Wing. You should be able to find it pretty easily.
Thanks, you two. Keep up the good work, Jason.
B smiled as she started walking towards the entryway. It sounded like she had a lot to catch up on. B made her way into the castle. For a moment, she stood and drank in the familiar sight. She was finally home. The pristine white stone walls and grand entry were just as she had left them. She had hoped to go right to Mary and let her know what was going on, but every single person she passed from the entry hall up to the stairs stopped her to chat, even if it was just to say hello. Most people were just welcoming her home and expressing their hopes that Void, too, would return soon. Even still, the numerous brief interactions added up. It seemed that the news that Void was not with her had spread. She didn't mind it or anything, but it was good to know. So far, it seemed that everyone was in high spirits, looked well-fed, and was rather busy. That was to be expected, as the whole palace was buzzing with preparations for the arrival of new guests. Bee eventually made it upstairs to talk to Mary, but she did notice a lot of children along the way. Some of them were standing at conspicuous points at the ends of hallways, and she made a mental note to figure out what they were up to. Perhaps they were also guards. Still, the idea of child soldiers didn't quite sit very well with her, even if they might be disproportionately useful and excited about it themselves. Soon after Bee knocked on the door, Mary's voice called from inside.
Come in.
Bee let herself in. Before she knew it, Mary had dashed over and wrapped her up in a warm embrace. Bee stood stunned for a second before returning it.
Oh, it's so good you're back. When you left, I had no idea you'd be gone for so long, but I hear you're bringing us new friends.
Bee muttered something, but her voice was muffled from the way she was pressed against the older woman. Eventually, she managed to extract herself from the embrace, and they sat down around a small writing table Mary was using for a desk.
Yeah, a lot has happened. A lot. But we managed to accomplish everything we wanted to. We saved the city, fought some undead, and now we have a caravan of refugees looking for shelter.
Oh my, that sounds like quite a story.
Yeah, it is. I want to take care of a couple more things before I tell it to everyone, though.
Understandable. Of course. What do you want to take care of? B then updated Mary regarding the incoming refugees. She gave her head of food management all the numbers and details about who they'd be taking in and what supplies they came with, which Mary promised to pass along to Trent. After B finished her summary, she asked about the kids. The other thing is, after we finish talking, I'd like to talk to all of the children who have been engaged in getting levels. I want to make sure that they're not hindering their future development. And maybe there's some things I can do to help. Mary sighed. Well, they might actually listen to you, seeing that you're the high priestess and all, but I'll let them know that you'll be waiting for them. They should gather to meet you after this. There's a lot going on. I really hope you can help them, dear. Tracking down the larger man was easier than I expected. Turned out he was the third largest man in the camp based on his weight. At least that was true among the soldiers represented in the footprints I had surveyed so far, which I believed to represent about 72% of the group. So returning to the mess hall and following his footprints was as easy as whisking up dog fur. His tracks also wound around the camp, though he spent a lot less time stopping to talk to people and instead went towards the outskirts where the more low-ranking troops stayed. I found him in a large tent crammed with 20 people. He was by far the largest person there and was already asleep, snoring quite loudly. Now that I had located both of them, I needed to figure out what to do. I could consume them, which was what I had done in previous cases that warranted punishment, but seeing how that had worked out for the humans I still had in the dustbin, I didn't think that was a great option. I set a reminder for myself to check on them again soon. It had been a while, and I really had been putting it off. Not because I was averse to the work, of course, but because the thought of what might have happened to them was quite unpleasant. So, if I didn't want to put them in my dustbin, well, really, perhaps they deserved that. They did kill a man. I considered talking to Arthur about it. He probably would know what to do. Or actually, I could save time by just bringing them to Arthur. That would be way easier. So, not wanting to burst into the tent and cause a scene, I sent a gust of air inside the tent and lifted up a rock. With a brief flex of air manipulation, I sent it flying towards his stomach. It bounced off, but he just kind of brushed at it with his hand as he was sleeping and didn't wake up. That didn't work. I was hoping to get his attention, but clearly that wasn't enough. So instead, I simply grabbed the collar of the shirt he was sleeping in and yanked on it with air manipulation. The fabric wasn't quite strong enough to lift him without ripping, but pulling it certainly got his attention. He jumped up suddenly and disturbed a few people around him, who crankily mumbled at him. He rolled over a couple of times, then eventually got up, muttering about having to go to the bathroom. As he walked out of the tent, I pounced. Grabbing him by the back of his neck with my grabby arm, I lifted him into the air and flew away. Next, I completely wrapped his mouth with my air manipulation so he wouldn't be able to disturb anyone with his screams. I then boosted over to where I had found the other, more average-sized man in the much larger tent to retrieve him, too. It took a little bit of adjustment to hold on to them both, but after arranging the two men in a hug secured by cords of air, I grabbed the larger one's neck once more. Now I just needed to find Arthur. I hovered over the mostly sleeping camp, looking for the commander. He wasn't in his tent, but he clearly hadn't gone far. I eventually spotted him standing over by the crime scene, looking at the dead body. Oh, good. He already knew what had happened. That meant I wouldn't have to explain so many things. I might just be able to help him find the culprit. With a quick thought, I adjusted my boosters and zipped over to him. As I was approaching, I heard Arthur talking to someone. Poor man. He was one of the few nobles I actually had hopes for. All the others seemed to be fairly useless, if not downright troublemaking. But maybe it was his attempts to actually learn how to behave properly that did him in. It wouldn't surprise me if he found out something he shouldn't have, and they didn't trust him to take the bribes like everyone else did. Huh? I'd have to ask Arthur what he was talking about later. Descending from above, I set my two charges down and gave Arthur a cheery wave. Hopefully, this would help him clear up the matter quicker. Chapter 19. Trust the System. Arthur nearly jumped out of his skin as Void zipped down from the skies. Two men held aloft with it. The men were immobilized as though by invisible bonds, and plopped down face down in the dirt behind the god. Arthur was still gaping when Void gave its customary wave to him. Arthur, in a slight state of shock, actually returned the wave before he realized what he was doing, and then gave a slight bow of greeting. "Lord Void, He cut off, glancing at the two people behind the god. They wriggled ineffectually on the ground. Ahem. So, what's going on?" Void pointed to the body, then the two people. Then it let out a series of complicated beeps that Arthur wasn't about to be able to interpret. Still, the message was pretty clear. It seemed like Void thought these men were responsible for poor Walter's death. Arthur nodded to Void. "So you already knew about this murder, then?" A clear beep of assent followed. "Well, perhaps you can tell me what happened?" With that, Void pulled out its customary stone tablet and began engraving away with the terrifying power of light. Bee made her way out of the castle after having an interesting talk with Mary. Here she found the Nighty Knights waiting for her in an impressive formation. Impressive, at least, for their age. They stood in even rows of 7 wide and 5 deep. She did some quick counts, realizing that they had 36 members, with Felix standing off to the side. This was more than she remembered the initial group having. There were other children in the castle, but they were still only babies, and too young to join the Knights group yet. Looking around, she saw more new faces, some that she didn't recognize. It seemed that they had taken in even more refugees since she had been gone. As she approached, Felix twitched his face, and the entire group of children snapped a reasonably smart salute. This stopped Bee in her tracks. Somehow, they had coordinated that. She didn't think that they could have seen Felix's small tell, so how? It was quite impressive. Standing in front of them, she gave the group a nod. "Hello, everyone. I've been told you are working hard." "Hello, High Priestess Bee," they chorused back in a bit of discord. There were a few giggles that were quickly silenced by the children next to them poking the offenders quiet. Felix then called out, "Squad 1, present." Before Bee could do anything, a file of children marched forward to stand in front of her. Leanne led the group of 5 members, her chin high and confident. Bee's eyebrows rose even further. Marching might have been a bit of a strong description of what these children did. They stepped high and stomped down, but they were very much not coordinated. Their steps fell as if there were 2 different sets of drums playing. Still, they swiveled mostly at the same time to face her. Leanne took 2 steps forward and nearly shouted at Bee. "Ma'am, my first skill is laser eyes." She stared ahead, waiting for a response. Bee frowned, not having heard of that skill before. "Laser eyes?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am, laser eyes. See, Miss Bee? It's really cool when I look at things super hard." Leanne cut off as she glared at a pile of dirt off to the side of the training yard. 2 beams of blue shot from her eyes and blasted into the dirt, scattering it aside. Bee could feel a slight heat, even from the short instant the laser eyes had been active. She was silent for a long moment. "What was that, Leanne?" "That was my first skill." The child beamed up at Bee. She tried not to flinch back at the thought of getting lasered herself. "Laser eyes. It does a little bit of damage. It doesn't really hurt people yet, though. It does give them nasty burns if I glare at them for too long. It's better with wood and stuff that isn't alive, especially dirt." I see." Bee tried to focus on the girl's words, but was still reeling from shock. "And it's called laser eyes?" "Yep, that's what the system said. I sounded it out myself." "Very impressive. Thank you, ma'am." Leanne grinned, apparently indifferent to Bee's internal crisis. She took 2 steps back and then turned to the child next to her. Then they both started giggling at each other. After a few elbows and shushes, the next boy stepped forward and introduced himself. He also demonstrated his first skill. It wasn't as impressive as laser eyes, but Bee doubted that anything she saw today would match that same first impression on her. He appeared to have some sort of water manipulation skill. A fine mist of water appeared in front of the boy when he stuck out his hand. It flung forward, spraying Bee with stinging droplets. Surprisingly stinging, actually. Reaching up and wiping her forehead, she saw that it hadn't broken skin. But if this was his level 1 skill, and he had decades to practice it, he could get quite impressive. One by one, the rest stepped forward and showed her their skills. It was hard to tell, but it did feel like the younger children were generally showcasing more impressive abilities. Maybe there was something to her hypothesis. Still, that was worrying in itself. If getting rare and powerful skills was just a matter of getting levels at an early age, that was not something she was comfortable with. Even if these kids had gotten their levels relatively safely, this could have huge repercussions. Not pleasant ones, either. She could only hope that this was Void's doing, not an intrinsic property of the system. Eventually, the first squad returned to the formation, all excited, before the next squad ran out in front of her to continue the demonstration. Each skill was different and unique, but almost all of them had some tinge of her master in them. Whether it was a beam attack like its cherished lamp, or the ability to remove something dirty or slash something apart with a spinning attack. Tanu was the leader of the fourth squad, and continuing his tradition, he was not alone. Next to him sat a large wolf, so large that Beatrice didn't initially recognize it as Cliff, the wolf that Tanu had brought back from the woods so long ago. This wolf was significantly larger.
Well, Cliff, show High Priestess Bee what we can do.
The wolf cocked her head at him and flicked an ear before snorting. As she snorted, 2 small puffs of mist drifted out of her nostrils. Before Bee could really put her finger on why that mist looked wrong, Cliff opened her mouth and breathed at the ground in front of her. A faint blue color tinged the air. Immediately, ice started to build up on the dirt in front of her. The longer she breathed, the more it grew. After about 10 seconds, the wolf ran out of breath, and the ice had reached about 3 inches thick. Ears drooping in exhaustion, Cliff sunk to her haunches and whined. Tanu reached up and scratched her chest, praising her for her good effort. Just when Bee thought she had seen all the kids had to offer, the last child went to demonstrate her skill. It was a young girl, younger than the rest of them. She must have been no more than 4 years old, maybe even 3. She took a step forward and closed her eyes, looking up to the sky and bringing her hands together at chest level. Her palms met each other, fingers straight and facing upward. A serene expression crossed her face. Then she scythed one arm down to her side. For a second, a giant mirage of void appeared, hanging in the air above her. His claw descended onto the ground, smashing into the dirt, sending rocks and debris billowing out. The cloud completely covered the formation and pelted Bee with bits and pieces that she just barely managed to block with her forearm. The little girl appeared as the dust settled down, still in her prayer stance, completely untouched by the destruction she had caused. In front of her was a small crater where the impact was looking down from the sky. She met Beatrice's eyes and smiled before babbling.
That was the Void Avatar's claw. Isn't it neat?
Of all the skills she'd seen today, this was the most void-like in some ways. It was also by far the most terrifying. To call upon the gods' power so directly was way more responsibility than any 3- or 4-year-old should ever have. Regardless, she bit her tongue. She couldn't help but try to accept her master's strange choices that she still wasn't able to understand. Void must have its reasons for doing what it did. If it had gifted this skill to the young girl, then there must be a reason for it, even if it seemed insane to her. The last person to introduce his skill was Felix. Before he shared it, she had a good idea of what it was, even if it was not too impressive.
He stood forward and announced, "I'm Felix. My skill is Voice of the Void. Right now, I can send messages to everyone in my group. It started off with just being one at a time, but now I can kinda broadcast them to all of us." It was maybe a less immediately powerful skill than the others, but in many ways it was more useful, especially for larger engagements, if they ever had them. She certainly hoped they wouldn't, but knowing the state of the world beyond these walls, she figured they wouldn't be able to accept Void. If that happened, Felix would make an excellent commander in the coming years. He could have control of an entire battlefield. Hopefully that would be when he was older. Much older. Harold and Amy made their way slowly out of the tunnel leading up from Shattermouth. It was a fascinating city, and Harold wished they had been able to enjoy it more. The infrastructure was carved into the side of slot canyons created by flash flooding. The ancient city had existed for as long as history could recall, yet always held the same people, supposedly. The mystery there was almost as intense as the one behind his old castle, if a bit more obscured. The generations of life had slowly expanded the old hallows and had worn away much of the relics. Still, the invisible wards preventing a fall into the chasms below had never failed. But that wasn't the only secret that Shattermouth hid. Deep in one of its forgotten chambers, one of humanity's oldest foes still slept. Neither of them spoke as they passed the guards on their way to their next destination. They should have been celebrating. At least Harold should have been, as the lieutenant they were looking for seemed undisturbed. But something was wrong. They hadn't caught anyone following them or watching them, but the area around the wards guarding the lieutenant was disturbed, and he hadn't been able to get in contact with its protector. It wasn't entirely necessary to get in contact with the local jailer, of course, and there were still many reasons why the protector may have been absent. Still, it made Harold uneasy. It wasn't the end of the world. Technically, just verifying that the lieutenant was undisturbed and that its ancient protections were still active was enough. Next, they'd move on to the lieutenant that Harold was most worried about. He could only hope that this one was as undisturbed as the first. Chapter 20. Organized Chaos. Arthur stared at the two terrified men lying in the dirt in front of him. He recognized both of them. One was a minor noble from an annoying house who he was forced to bring along in the campaign. The other was one of his servants who joined the army to protect his young master. The message Void left wasn't helpful. "They did it" gave him no proof or evidence at all. The large man seemed to know exactly how much trouble he was in, but the Lord was an arrogant fop. Accordingly, he was all up in arms about being treated this way. "Do you know who my father is?" He spat at the retreating godling's back. Arthur didn't fail to notice that he had been completely silent the entire time Void was actually around. It was quite hilarious, really, watching people deal with the powerful young god. But this time, Arthur couldn't smile. "Lord Zapatos, I would like an explanation." The young man looked around, not quite realizing where he was. Seeing Arthur looming over him, he scooted back slightly and glared up at the commander before remembering what was going on and schooling his gaze. "General, it seems like there has been a mistake," he said in a far more servile tone. The sudden switch made Arthur's skin crawl. As he spoke, the young lord tried to climb to his feet. Arthur put his foot on the man's chest and pressed him back down in the dirt. "No, I think you'll be doing just fine down there. So, why did Lord Void see fit to bring you to us?" The large man was entirely still, as the two guards Arthur had brought with him were keeping a menacing watch over him. Lord Zapatos looked towards his servant with indignation, as if he was expecting the big man to get up and fight off the entire camp for him. His petulant manner returned once more. "I have no idea why it would bring me here in such an undignified manner. I haven't done anything to deserve this."
Arthur noticed that his sidelong glances at the dead body on the ground told a different story. Really? Well, then, I wouldn't suppose you have any idea what happened to this young man over here, then, would you? Of course not. The lordling licked his lips and looked around at the surrounding men. No, I have no idea why Torvald is dead. Probably got into some disagreement with someone he owed money to, or something. He was a degenerate gambler, anyway. Did you know that? The story was quite unconvincing, but Arthur would need some sort of proof. As much as he would have liked to just have the man taken into custody, he had to go off more evidence than a god dropping him at his feet and disappearing with no explanation. Well, looking at the scene, I did notice that there was a knife wound in this Torvald's neck, and I can't help but notice that there is a decent amount of blood on your blade, Arthur mused, indicating the sheath at Zapatos's hip. Thin red rivulets traced the top of the sheath and had dripped down its exterior slightly. It's always a good idea to clean your blades before you put them back in your sheath. I'm surprised your father didn't teach you that. My father? Well, I just cut myself, and I put it away before I had a chance to clean it, because I was dressing my wound, Lord Zapatos spluttered. That blood seems awfully fresh. Could you perhaps show me where you've bled so much? Perhaps you need a medic. At this point, the young lordling realized his error and looked frantically around for an out. It's noble business. It's none of your concern. You lowly commoners shouldn't even be getting involved. I shouldn't have to explain myself to you. Let me up so I can talk to my father. Arthur left the lordling spluttering in the dirt while he turned to his servant. Perhaps you would like to tell me what happened? I would imagine you might be looking for some protection or clemency after what you did. What happened to Torvald? The large servant just stared at him wordlessly. Arthur met his gaze, and a few moments passed before the large man looked away. Yes, Lord Commander, there was a misunderstanding, and tempers ran hot before things got a little unpleasant. Arthur looked around at the sight. To be fair, there was no indication that that wasn't the actual story, even if he personally doubted it. It was very possible that there could have been an actual fight here, but in that case it should have been reported immediately. There was no proof that it was premeditated or anything, and the crime scene was left fairly bare, but even this would be enough to take them in and question them further. For the moment he ordered his guards to restrain the two for further questioning. The men obligingly marched the pair away to a nearby tent, the lordling complaining all the while. Maybe he would figure out the true story soon. Arthur sighed and rubbed his head. Well, he was glad he didn't have to engage in a long investigation, at least. It was still going to be a nightmare to get this settled. The political implications alone of a High Duke's son committing murder on campaign would be disastrous. This was something that could potentially spark rebellion, or worse. If it had been a commoner he killed, Arthur probably wouldn't have been able to do more than keep him locked up until they got back to camp or the capital and had a trial. The lordling would have been undoubtedly acquitted, and Arthur probably would have been punished for lack of oversight. But since it was a fellow noble, and not necessarily a low-ranking noble at that, things had become more complicated. In some ways, it gave Arthur more leeway, but in others it meant no matter what he did, someone was going to be unhappy with him. That was okay, though. He was used to that. I left my two captives almost immediately, confident that Arthur could take care of them. I had seen enough of interrogations after the last one. As useful as it was to learn more about some of the darker sides of human nature, I didn't really enjoy it. And besides, it should have been fairly obvious what was going on. I didn't think Arthur really needed my help, and cleaning the men's souls seemed risky. They were dark enough that I feared they might pop like the zombie souls did, so I wasn't about to do that. I did wonder what Arthur had in store for them. I'd have to check in a little bit. But for now there were duties to attend to, so I just returned to cleaning the camp. As I worked my way between the tents, I casually listened in to all the soldiers' conversations as I moved past. I knew it wasn't the most polite thing to do, but I really had nothing else to focus on. This level of cleaning barely earned me any experience anymore. It was quite sad, actually. I did hear some interesting conversations from a few of the tents, though. One of them had a trio of men sitting on stools. They gathered around a mat of leather rolled out on the ground, and they were tossing cubes onto the ground in handfuls. Once they settled, they'd look at them, and then they'd make various noises ranging from disappointment to exultation. However, when I got nearer, that all changed. "Hey, Boris, you better not be using shaved dice again," an angry voice rang out. "Hey, I never did, I swear," another man said defensively. "Don't give me that. I caught you." Two men were arguing, while the third just leaned in close, staring at the cubes on the mat. "Give me a little bit of credit," the defensive one said. "If I was cheating, I wouldn't be throwing a handful of sixes every single time, especially not for 5 throws. That would just be insane. Do you know what the odds are?" "Nope. What do I look like? A mathematician? Come on. But it's pretty suspicious, you have to say." "Well, fine, you toss the dice." The cubes were scooped up and handed to the angry man, who tossed them and got a handful of sixes as well. "See? I told you it was the dice," the defensive man said triumphantly. "Yeah, that's what I was saying, you moron. You're cheating with shaved dice." "But look at them, they're not shaved." "Then why is it that when I toss them, they're always landing the same? You toss them, I toss them, it's the dice." I started to get a little closer to this conversation. While it didn't seem to have any point, it was certainly energetic, and I could tell that tempers were starting to rise. "Okay, well, then explain how the last time you threw a handful of ones, it was also the dice." "I swear you're an idiot. Do you understand how sleight of hand works? Of course you do, you thief. You better give me back my coin, or I'm going to gut you like a fish." The angry man was really angry now, but I didn't understand what seafood had to do with the conversation. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Calm down, calm down, calm down. Sure, yeah, something's wrong. I don't mind not keeping the winnings, just put your knife away," the defensive man said, suddenly seeming a lot more reasonable. I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Something about shaved ice and money. It seemed like a bit of a hassle, if you asked me. But, well, I didn't want anyone to get hurt, so I figured I'd stick around to keep an eye on things. It helped that there was a decent amount of cleaning to be done here. The third man eventually spoke up. "Oh, here, give me them." He rolled as well. "Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not all sixes, at least." He rolled them again. "Well, that is strange. I can say that. I think everything's on the up and up, but I'm fairly confident these are the same dice that we've been throwing. See? Notice this nick here? You see that? That's not a shaved die, but that's more like a little bit of damage. So it's got to be the same dice as before. I don't think this would be easily duplicated, especially not with either of your two brains." Even as the other two looked insulted, they both nodded thoughtfully. The smarter man finally came to a point. "Well, something's messing with the dice. This reeks of magic. Let's set it aside for now." Without another word, they packed up their dice kit and pulled out a deck of cards. Ooh, cards. Cards are much more fun. Solitaire was my favorite. One of them shuffled and started dealing before the angry man called out something. "By the gods, Morris, not again!" Then he snatched the deck and flipped through it. It was completely in order. He then shuffled it a few times before checking through it again. He shoved it back in his bag with frustration. "You know what? I'm done. This is just weird. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone." The angry man stood up, picked up his coins, and walked away. The other two looked at each other and started packing up as well. Well, I was just glad that didn't escalate any further. I had to make sure to stay and watch that group for any other future problems. Things seemed awfully tense, and I could imagine someone getting hurt if no one was around to supervise. Chapter 21. Busy Bees. Bee stood in the upstairs alchemy room, surveying the changes as Miranda explained what she had been up to. Unfortunately, it was hard to focus much after the revelation of how strong the Nighty Nights had become. Her head was so wrapped up in thoughts of the children, all the implications that brought, that she missed Miranda's question.
I'm sorry, what?
Luckily, Miranda was also distracted and didn't seem to mind repeating herself.
I said, what do you think I should learn next?
Running the last bit of conversation through her head, Bee realized Miranda had reached the end of what she could learn with the most basic materials. Truly, the girl had been busy in the last few weeks when Bee was away. Miranda had managed to build and keep an impressive supply of basic healing materials. She hadn't completely exhausted the stocks of their components, but really, Bee doubted that she was learning anything from working with the lesser materials at this point. At the same time, Miranda had not taken it upon herself to move on to the more expensive materials, as she would have definitely wasted more than necessary trying to learn by herself. Why do that when Bee would soon be available to teach her? At least that was the reasoning Miranda had given. Bee thought it might have been a bit more to do with fear, or not being able to convince her mother or Susan to give her access to the more expensive stores. Either way, it worked out. But still, Bee felt much better seeing the massive stockpile of healing potions that Miranda had accrued. It would be very useful now that they had a large influx of people, especially after so long on the road. Her only concern was the expiration of the potions versus their ability to make new ingredients. She supposed she would have to start talking to Tony or Mary about getting some people on that. Harvesting some of these ingredients was difficult, and not necessarily something that they could do without the manpower they were now getting. Focusing efforts there would drastically help with the necessity of finding work for the many idle hands that they were about to have. If everyone was making alchemy ingredients, or enough of them were, perhaps everyone would benefit more than she had even assumed. Bee snapped back to herself, realizing that she had gotten lost in thought yet again.
Sorry. Yeah, let's move on to maybe some bigger items. Strength potions are more complicated. I think those we have plenty of materials in stock for, and we'll always have a use for them as long as we need to do repairs or work in the field.
Miranda nodded at Bee's suggestion. Together they wordlessly left the lab and walked over to the library, winding their way down the servant stairs. Along the way they came across a bunch of people scurrying around, attempting to get the castle ready for visitors. Bee was glad that people were polishing the floor. Not that the castle wasn't kept clean by any stretch of the imagination, but she was sure Void would approve. Once they reached the library, they talked to the self-appointed librarian and found the few books that Miranda would need for the next step in her education. She checked them out with little fanfare. Returning to the lab, Bee and Miranda settled off into their own niches as they began working. Miranda was carefully following her recipe and moving at a quarter of the pace that Bee thought she could manage, but the girl seemed determined not to make a mistake or to waste any ingredients. Bee was moving quickly, tossing together a few quick brews. She was focused on making the newcomers comfortable. As such, she had picked out recipes that might help alleviate a few of the ailments that had troubled some of her charges on the way back. Now that she was back at the castle, she had access to the ingredients she needed. Luckily, none of the things she was making were super complicated. That meant she could actually spare attention for Miranda's questions. The younger girl would occasionally come over and ask some very detailed and pointed questions that Bee had trouble answering quickly. They often required a lot of real thought, and more than once she had to even admit that she didn't know something. For those, they ended up just jotting down some notes on a piece of paper for a trip to the library, after they were finished. Time passed quickly, and before Bee knew it, another day was over. They only had a little more time to prepare. Then their guests would be here. So far, I had really been enjoying my time traveling with the army. I sure missed being in the castle. It was a second home, especially with all the other people and the nighty nights and everything. But this adventure had been quite fruitful. There was lots of cleaning to be done, and many good things that I could accomplish. However, today was the first day that I regretted coming along. We found the first town, and I was starting to really worry about how dirty all the human towns were. It wasn't so much that the towns were dirty, so much as destroyed. To be honest, I wasn't impressed. So far, I'd only ever seen 3 human settlements outside of the castle and small farms. Of the 3, the first one was completely abandoned and little more than rubble covered in dirt. The second one was in the process of becoming that, though Bee and I had put a stop to it. This third one was mirroring the first one. I followed Arthur closely as we entered the ruins of the city, not wanting to stray too far and perhaps disturb something that he needed to see. It was something that he had explained to me the night before. To some extent, I understood his reasoning, but to some extent, I felt it was kind of weird. Because of the fact that there were no people left to tell him what happened, he needed to entirely figure that out from context clues. I could understand that. That made a lot of sense, and I had many times figured things out from very little evidence myself. I was quite proud of my detective skills. But at the same time, though, how could he leave an entire city in this state? It was quite reprehensible in many ways. I felt that it was only fair to give justice to the people who had lived here, to restore their town to optimal condition. Yet he had insisted that we wait to do that until we had found everything out. Reluctantly, I had agreed to not do any cleaning in the town, no matter how much that hurt my circuitry to write. But in order to learn more about the whole investigation process, I decided if I had to not clean, I would keep my processors away from anything related to it. For now. And so I followed Arthur around, trying to understand what he was actually looking for. Perhaps once I figured out what was important, I would have a better understanding of why I shouldn't clean right now, because otherwise I might start malfunctioning. So far, we hadn't found a single human or even a sign of another human, but we did find many tracks leading out of the town in different directions. It was also interesting watching Arthur work. He wasn't just wandering around the city by himself, looking at the ground. He had people come and tell him about other interesting things, and then he would go to look at the interesting stuff himself. We went to each one of the exits, where we found a mess in the dirt leading away toward other cities, but we also looked at their town hall, which appeared to have been the site of a last stand. There we located many charred remains of what must have been undead, along with piles of weapons. That seemed to be what was left of the defenders. Eventually we all left. No one seemed comfortable in the city, despite some of it still being intact. We returned to the camp a half-mile outside the walls. I first had wanted to stay behind and work on the cleanup effort, but Arthur convinced me that we needed to talk about what would happen next. I agreed, with the caveat that, if I still wanted to, I could come back tomorrow. Perhaps it was for the better. I supposed there was nothing that would likely change about the town over such a short time. It just felt wrong to leave something so disordered and destroyed behind. We retreated into the command tent without additional interruption. There, many of the command staff were already waiting for Arthur. I mostly stayed out of the way as they talked, though people didn't really give me much notice at this point. I was sort of a silent presence which people tended to avoid looking at. So I just rolled under the table and listened to their conversations while scanning the map above me. It was a detailed picture of the surrounding areas, complete with terrain, landmarks, and cities. A circle of red string outlined how far the undead could have gotten by our best estimates. They seemed to be several days ahead of us, but they could only have gotten so far. The general staff were all participating in a grand debate about what the undead army's next target would be. Arthur, for the most part, watched and listened, as he usually did, letting people say their piece when necessary, but I could tell that he wasn't entirely paying attention. His lips moved, and his fingers danced across the map, indicating where we were and the possible enemy target locations. Eventually he cleared his throat and raised his hand, completely cutting through the clamor of the tent. Chapter 22. A Clean War. "Gentlemen," Arthur addressed the assembly, "we have no choice but to split up our forces. There is no single target that the undead will have to solidify their hold on this province. Not until we pass over to the far side, at least, to their capital. But even that is not a large city. While this province is extremely wealthy, it's also quite sparse. The weather has been seen to grow good crops, and the province is often used as a vacation area. But no large cities have really sprung up here since we captured this area some 200-odd years ago." Arthur cleared his throat. Satisfied that every single person was paying attention to him, he picked up a series of pins from a box next to the map and began sticking them in. "The 1st Legion shall go west. The 2nd—" He proceeded to quickly lay out the rest of his plan, where the army would split up and chase down the various tracks we saw. "None of the undead offshoots should have grown to the size and strength where we'd be unable to defeat them, even with a diminished force. But if we allow them to grow, things become a problem once again. Chasing them down one at a time is simply not an option. If we spend all of our time going after one, the other 4 groups that have gone in various directions will have doubled in size, and we will never catch up until this province, too, has fallen. Additionally, remember that the southern border leads directly into the heart of the kingdom. There are no great mountain barriers here to protect us, as there have been before." I was quite impressed with Arthur's deductive reasoning. I had noticed that there was going to be an issue, but I hadn't figured out a good solution to deal with it. I figured what would be easiest was if I just zipped around the country and sucked up all the zombies. But the people really seemed to be dedicated to taking care of this problem themselves. As each of the staff received their orders, they nodded or smashed their fists into their breastplates in a salute that sometimes left a small scratch in their armor. I really would have to teach them otherwise at some point. They really could use some better salute that didn't mar their armor. Perhaps I could bring that up to Arthur sometime later tonight. The next day, as we marched, I floated next to Arthur for an in-depth conversation. Who would have thought fighting consisted of so much organizing? I knew that he did spend a lot of his time working with reports and figures, but there was so much more that I didn't know. We talked about how wars were decided based on culture, levels, supplies, and so much more. About how, with the proper numbers and information, Arthur could predict what an enemy would do with frightening accuracy. Even though most large-scale combat appeared to be utter chaos, it was anything but. I apparently just didn't have the experience to recognize the patterns. Not yet, at least. That's not to say the ebb and flow of battle is ordered. There are uncountable ways that small disturbances can ripple through and change everything, Arthur explained from his horse. Many of the young officers were crowded around, listening in. Despite the audience, it was meant to be a private conversation, and Arthur ignored them all. "In my mind, that is what command is. Finding all the little levers that control the flow of the battle, and finding the right way to pull on the ones you can, while mitigating the ones you can't." I wasn't sure that I was following most of what he was saying, but it was so much easier once I related it back to cleaning. If the house was seen as the battlefield, then there were many things that could happen to it. Keeping it in order was a matter of identifying variables I could control altogether and fixing the ones I couldn't. For example, I couldn't stop dust from gathering, or the smallest humans from throwing food from their high chairs. But humans could put their dirty clothes in the right bin rather than leave them on the floor. Extending the logic to the castle, I could also teach the children good habits. With a few flicks of my sanitation lamp, I carved my comment into my tablet and held it out for Arthur to read. The one concession that he made to the audience was that he read it out loud for all to hear. "What can be controlled varies." Rubbing his chin, Arthur thought about it. That is a good point. It's not enough to just memorize some tactics. That can only get a commander so far. You really need to understand why those tactics work. Only then can you adapt strategies effectively. New levers and disasters can appear based on a myriad of factors. I wiped my rock clean and made another comment for Arthur to read. It felt a little wrong interrupting him, but he always cut off to read my thoughts, even mid-word. There is only one factor you can always control. Before he responded, one of the audience members broke in. What? The young officer didn't get very far before his neighbor socked him in the side, cutting his words short. Arthur ignored the interruption and responded to me without comment. I suppose that is true, though rarely do you only have one option for what to do, at least in my experience. A bit of silence fell on everyone for a few minutes as we all thought. Eventually, Arthur continued. Void, you are talking about more than command, right? I beeped my agreement after a minute of reflection. This wasn't too much different from what I had been teaching Beatrice, especially considering how similar war and cleaning were. For the first time in hours, Arthur addressed the audience. You should all think on this, but there are also tasks I believe you need to see to. For the most part, everyone recognized the dismissal for what it was. Those who didn't were quickly informed by the ones next to them. Once we were alone, Arthur turned to me and asked a strange question. Have you written a book on your teachings yet? I scribbled on my slate for a minute. Arthur grunted. I suppose I could see her doing that. I'll need to talk to the High Priestess next time we meet and see if I can get a copy. I would like to see it distributed. Your comments echo how my own philosophies feel in a few ways. I would like to see how that would apply to the other disciplines outside of war. The stories Beatrice wrote about our initial adventures, well, I wasn't sure if those would really answer much of Arthur's questions. After all, it had a particular Beatrice slant to it, though it still was pretty popular with the castle's inhabitants. Susan may have been the human closest to Arthur in personality, and she seemed to like them well enough. Before we had a chance to continue our conversation, the officers returned at a gallop. "Sir!" he hollered at Arthur. "Sir, contact reported." As the officer passed along the report from the scouts, I looked over the army marching around us. We had taken the largest column of the army and were marching directly to the province capital. The hope was that we would get there first and be able to defend it. But if we were too late, the undead army would be much larger than we could feasibly handle. In that case, Arthur would recall the largest section of the army for help. I had, of course, offered to zip ahead and take care of the problems for them. Arthur had surprisingly asked that I did not. Apparently his men needed the levels and experience. He seemed physically pained about asking his men to take a real risk of dying, but he had explained his reasoning. Right now, we can rely on your aid, Lord Void. However, that won't always be the case. What if one day you're not around when trouble arises, or if the threat appears in multiple places? The commander laid out the scenarios patiently. If we allow chances like this to pass us by, then we will lack veteran soldiers to protect the people. Weakness means the country will be overrun by monsters, not to mention neighboring countries. Still, I had been asked to come along and help if it was needed. There was no point in getting levels if they were all wiped out. Me showing up to the city a few hours earlier wouldn't make much of a difference. If they held through the several days, they could hold for a few more hours. We were still a few hours away from the city, but the scouts might have made it there much more quickly. With a quick question to Arthur, I took off and zipped up into the air. I would go make sure that the undead wouldn't take the city before the army caught up with them. Also, I wouldn't want to let the army walk into a fight that they couldn't win. I couldn't blame them for wanting to level up as well. After all, I had used the same logic with Beatrice, too. Besides, taking out an army of low-level undead wouldn't do much for me anymore. Maybe taking out some of the elites would be just as effective. Also, the cleanup after the fight would be even more effective for my own advancement. I was sure they wouldn't stop me from taking care of the aftermath. The flight was nice. I hadn't felt so free in a long time. It took me a bit of self-control to not do happy loops as I soared high into the sky. Remembering that people were counting on me, I redoubled my efforts and tried to break my previous speed record. Even though I was hundreds of feet up in the air, a wave of dirt billowed out from under me wherever I passed. In an effort to avoid leaving such a mess behind, I moved over a little so I wasn't over the road. It was slightly better. Dust no longer got everywhere, but the trees were losing their colorful leaves much faster than they should have. Every one of them became completely bare as I passed over them, a torrent of leaves circling in my wake. With a little effort, I pushed it out of my mind. Those leaves were going to fall soon anyway. I was just speeding it along. Plus, I needed to get to the city fast. A few minutes later, the shining walls appeared on the horizon. This city wasn't nearly as large as Caleb, but it was also more solid. I could see the thickness of the walls from here, and the height alone seemed to be giving the undead surrounding it trouble. Each of the buildings inside was much larger than any I had seen aside from the castle. They also appeared much fancier. Shining stone, gilded trims, multicolored windows, and decorative tile made the place gleam like a pile of gemstones. And, most importantly, the city was clean. It was not perfect, but by far the best city I had seen so far. The best part was, it was still maintaining this appearance as it was under siege. Thinking of that, I studied its attackers. Something wasn't right there. After all my conversations with Arthur, I expected more. Chapter 23. Escort Quest. The city was not as desperate as we feared. Compared to the sea of undead we faced before, this scattered group was nothing. Only a handful of guards manned the walls, occasionally firing arrows or throwing spears down at the zombies. There were so few of the things that they were not even able to pile up close to the walls. It seemed the only thing they were really doing was preventing the city from easily reinforcing the rest of the province. All in all, it didn't seem like I was needed here. Before getting to the city, I turned around to return to Arthur. I wasn't going to be very productive hanging around here. Better to let the commander know that they were fine and give him time to plan ahead. As I flew back, I scanned the forest, but didn't bother moving at the same speeds as before. Without an imminent threat at hand, I simply couldn't rationalize making such a mess, even if it was only a matter of time. Coming to a rest near Arthur, I quickly grabbed a fresh stone from the ground and printed out my findings in a quick scrawl. He skimmed over them and nodded. "I'm worried. I think this might be a trap. It seems unlikely that they would leave the most populated part of the province alone when they need the troops. Their commander isn't stupid, so it's possible that they are waiting for us to approach, for a pincer or something. I hadn't considered that. That would be a clever thing to do. However, it was one of the first occasions where these tactics didn't relate easily to cleaning. I tried to figure out how to make the connection. Was there any case when, while cleaning, I would benefit from not being nearby or visible when a mess is made? If a mess was made during a meal, it was better if I was there to clean it up immediately. If I wasn't nearby, the mess would just stay messy longer. But then, in this analogy, would the mess not be made at all if I were nearby? But that would be good, right? If that were the case, then I wouldn't have to then clean it up. I guess this might be more about catching the mess maker than anything. What if someone knew they weren't supposed to make messes but continually did it anyways? What if they derived some sort of sick pleasure from spilling dirt everywhere? Okay, maybe if they knew they weren't allowed, they would be corrected. If they continued to do so, they would endeavor to make messes where they weren't seen. That sounded like some dastardly plot, but if that was going on, then I would have to be not around for them to make a mess. Then I could catch them. Okay, wait. No, that still doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't I just stay around them so they couldn't make messes? My processors were whirring now. Okay, maybe there was some other sort of analogy where this could work with cleaning. I'd need to figure it out. Hmm. Nothing. I'd have to see how Arthur played this out. But this definitely was different from waiting for a maker to reveal himself in order to capture them. That could make sense. This would be the messmaker waiting for me to clean up, then appearing to be captured? Would this be like if someone wanted to stop me from cleaning up messes? That would make sense. So, if someone wanted to stop me from cleaning, someone so evil that he wouldn't want me to clean up any messes, he would make a small mess, wait for me to come to clean it up, and then flip me upside down, or something. Then I couldn't clean up any more of his messes. I paused. Oh, that made sense. It was dastardly and wicked, to be sure, and I could still deal with a threat like that. But I thought I was on the right track. Okay, I needed to start being better and more careful about checking my blind spots when cleaning. I didn't realize such evil people existed, but clearly, whoever Arthur thought controlled the undead was despicable. I came back from my musings to find Arthur surrounded by the scout captains. He was giving them instructions. Right as I looked over, he waved them away, and they each cantered off toward their squads and disappeared into the forest. I assumed they would be watching our backs and making sure we would have enough warning if we did get attacked from behind like Arthur predicted. Perhaps that was something where I could step in. If they were about to be overwhelmed, it would be best if I prevented that from happening. Maybe I could also help the scouts to check the surrounding area or keep them safe. I wrote a quick query to Arthur on my tablet. He skimmed it and nodded. Yes, I figured that it would be helpful if you could watch the scouts' backs. If they miss anything, let me know. But try to not point out to them where the enemy is. With your help, this victory is most likely assured. And, well, I want to minimize the amount of losses, if possible, both from civilians and our company. I do think this is a valuable training exercise. Very rarely do we have a god on Overwatch preventing anything from truly getting out of hand. Bee was ecstatic as she ran to the gate. It had been a long couple of days, mostly filled with constant work and preparations. But even so, she had been waking up early to help guide the Nighty Knights through learning how to use their powers properly and safely. Soon she would have help. A lot more work as well, but also help. She hadn't realized how much she had relied on Tony and Susan for the day-to-day workings of the castle. Mary and Trent kept the food in hand, and the people, for the most part, were well taken care of. That didn't mean they kept everyone occupied, though, and idle hands meant Bee was asked a lot of questions. Plus, without Void around to train the kids, they had dedicated themselves to her personal protection. The kids insisted that she always have at least 2 of the older Nighty Knights following her around as a security detail. At least 2. She put her foot down when the number climbed to 8. They really needed something else to do. The rest were constantly training or generally getting in the way of everyone with their antics. But that would all change today. Susan and Tony were back, along with the thousands of refugees. It was something she had been waiting for a very long time. The gate was already winched open, the guards and Nighty Knights having cleared the few straggling undead away from the walls each morning. So that wasn't an issue either. Bee could see the column appearing from the forest, seemingly intact, thankfully. As they came into view, she took off, running out the gate. She slowed to a walk as soon as people caught sight of her, so she could approach with more dignity. Tony didn't have the same restraint, though. He dashed forward from the column, leaving a chagrined Susan behind. When he reached Bee, he picked her up in a bear hug and spun her around before dropping her on her feet. "Bee, good to see you. You wouldn't believe how much fun we had making it the rest of the way through the forest. This Captain Major is something else. He's giving Susan a run for her money." Bee thumped Tony's chest, trying to break away from the bear hug.
Let go of me, you oaf!
He laughed, but set her down. "Where is everyone?" he called out, looking toward the gate. Sure enough, his siblings were all running out to meet him, closely followed by Mary and Trent. It was as though he had been gone for months. Bee couldn't help but be a tiny bit jealous as Tony went to go greet his real family. As much as they had taken her in and made her feel welcome, it still wasn't the same. The nighty-night guards she left behind at the gate, along with everyone else, soon caught up with her and formed a square around her. Their heads swiveled about, warily watching the newcomers. She just put her head in her hands. The honor guard didn't exactly make a great first impression. Sighing, she walked over to go greet Susan and Captain Major in as professional of a manner as possible. Captain Major gave her a casual salute, while Susan just smiled and waved. The two of them walked forward to greet her, and the nighty-nights gave them sidelong glances before parting to let them pass. The four children moved a few feet away, forming a box, keeping even the adults of the new visitors well away from the small meeting the three of them were having.
"How did everything go?"
Bee asked the pair. They shared a look that she couldn't fully understand. It was almost as if they were trying to get on the same page, but couldn't agree. Susan was the first to respond.
"It went just fine. We made good progress."
Captain Major closed his mouth and nodded, but Bee gave him a look until he inclined his head slightly. "Some things could have gone better." Susan snorted and shook her head. Bee wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Both of these people, in her opinion, were exceedingly competent at their professions. Still, if they disagreed on something, she'd have to get the full story out of them. And probably Tony as well.
"It seems like this might be a problem,"
she said slowly, trying to air any grievances out sooner rather than later. But both Susan and Captain Major shook their heads. No problem, Miss B. There's always room to improve, but B let them continue giving platitudes for a few moments before they moved on. Freed from her initial duties, she started to greet the refugees around her as they flowed past. Many of them she knew by name now. Checking in, she ensured that the children had made it all right, and that any injuries she had helped mend were fully healed. Everyone was happy to greet her, even if the nighty-nights got some curious looks. Most simply seemed weary. The sight of the castle and the promise of a hot meal rejuvenated spirits, though. She sure hoped Mary was ready. So far, their preparations had been going smoothly enough, but whether they had the kitchen capacity to feed everyone was questionable. With this amount of people, the castle would soon be stretched to its limits, maybe even a bit over them. So far, no one would have to set up tents on the grounds, but finding everyone their own bed would be impossible. Some people would have to double up. Hopefully, the number of families would make that just fine. But her other concern was the throughput of the kitchens. They'd have to conscript some workers or refugees as cooks if they wanted things to go smoothly from here on out. As she talked to everyone, they filled her in on what had happened during the trip. It gave her a sense of the group dynamic. Apparently, the scouts from the castle and the soldiers from Caleb had a bit of a rivalry going on where they would each keep watch in redundant patterns. The soldiers insisted on scouting themselves because of their better training, while the scouts insisted on taking over because they claimed the soldiers made too much noise. The soldiers didn't quite trust the scouts' reports, and vice versa. All in all, it was a relatively polite and contained issue, but still was a nuisance. Apparently, the only reason things still had a lid on them was Tony's soothing presence. He managed to talk things out with Susan and Captain Major, keeping them from being constantly at each other's throats. Bee wasn't quite sure what their issue was. Still, it would be really obnoxious if her defense commander couldn't get along with the man in charge of a literal army now stationed in her castle. Well, Void's castle. Bee had to remind herself that she was just the mouthpiece. Chapter 24. Military Discipline. Bee watched everyone file into the castle. The line seemed endless, yet they continued disappearing through the entrance without slowing. She knew that the castle was a massive, ancient structure, but sometimes it was easy to forget. Though the place was used as a mage's college, she had read somewhere that it had existed for far longer. Between the carvings in the catacombs and the strange construction of the place, she could believe it. The castle's size simply dwarfed any other structure that she had ever seen in her limited travels. With that in mind, fitting in a few towns' worth of residence was no issue. Well, it was an issue, but it was also doable. There were families confined to small rooms, and people had to share beds, tables, and living areas. She was sure that no one was going to be exactly comfortable, but it wasn't that big of a deal yet. Of course, not everyone filed through in an orderly line. There were many children, especially young children, walking alongside the adults. For the most part, their mothers had been worn down, meaning they eventually were given near free rein of the caravan, as long as they didn't stray too far, of course. They usually played and did a pretty good job of dodging wagon wheels and horse hooves. Still, as they entered the castle grounds, the mothers were maybe a little out of practice. The more enterprising youths soon ducked the line to sneak into the castle. Well, some of them did. Some were very eager to explore their castle, but the rest wanted to run around the open grounds. The idea of vast open fields for playing and running about was simply too tempting after so long in the forest. Considering there was a wall keeping them in and only a single gate leading out, the mothers were relatively okay with letting them loose. Even better, the Nighty Knights were already there, and they welcomed their new challengers with gusto. Bee was fairly worried at first. She wasn't sure if the hard-working culture that the citizens of the castle had established recently would be overrun by the massive flux of unfamiliar people, or perhaps there would be conflict as two groups of children clashed. While she wasn't worried about anyone getting hurt in a normal, childish argument, there was a real threat here. With the Nighty Knights having earned levels so early, this was more of a concern than she would have thought, especially considering their skills. But for the most part, the Nighty Knights were actually standing guard or drilling rather than running off to make new friends. The other kids were fascinated with the wooden swords they held and how they used them. Mostly they just gathered around and watched, but as a critical mass of them built up along the side of the practice field, a few brave ones went up and began talking. Bee watched over the various interactions of the kids and the adults both. Most of the adults were busy setting up and unloading any wagons or gear they brought. Soon, several of the mothers she recognized as having older kids came up to her worriedly. The concerned expressions on their faces set her on alert slightly, and she was worried that something was wrong. Had someone gotten hurt already? But when they began asking questions, she soon realized what was going on.
So, the children with the practice swords, what's going on with them?
The oldest mother asked. She had quickly become a ringleader of the group, with a force of presence that was only matched by Gertrude. For the most part, she only bothered to make sure that the children were well cared for. With the attitudes of the leaders of the caravan, she hadn't had to do even that very much. But now Bee understood why others deferred to her. Bee took a second to consider the question, not wanting to give the wrong impression, but there was really nothing to it.
They are the Nighty Knights. It's more of a group the children have formed themselves. They wanted to work on their skills when they were first traveling to the castle, and Void was willing to teach them. However, when a god takes to teaching the children, as Void did, certain things happen.
The mothers' faces didn't look any less concerned, but Bee pushed on anyways.
So, when teaching, Void commands quite an exemplary level of discipline. The only problem is, though well-behaved, the children had trouble getting rid of their excess energy.
Some of the mothers were nodding along now. Bee even picked up a few whispering about how even their best-behaved children were still full of energy.
So Void's solution to this was to get their energy out in a productive way, and that's how they started practicing sword forms. Our God personally created each one of those weapons for the children so they could use them safely, and has been training them for months now."
She paused. She wanted to continue, but wasn't quite sure how to turn this around into the reassuring speech she had been planning. That was when Gertrude hobbled up.
"Ah, I see you're training them young. This is good. There's going to be troubled times ahead. Every man should know how to fight, and most women should too."
The young mothers looked quite nervously at Gertrude.
"Oh, don't give me that look. We'll have your children training soon too, and they'll be able to protect everyone. Don't you worry. They'll know how to fight."
Bee quickly left the suddenly chaotic scene. At least it was Gertrude's problem now. They could figure that out for themselves. I stayed high in the air as I watched the troops progress along the road. The scouts had made it to the edges of the forest that surrounded the city well enough, and I could see lines of communication being opened up between them and their commanders. They then, in turn, made it to Arthur. I didn't have to interfere once. Mostly, I just stayed high and watched the progression. The military tightened up their straps and began marching in a slightly more organized manner with much more efficiency. They would be there any minute now at this rate. So far, I had seen them break into units, then scouts come to lead various people into different positions. It was interesting to watch from above as I saw a strategy starting to come together. Arthur had a plan to completely wipe out the undead army besieging the city when everyone was in place. I stayed in the air to watch, but I could hear trumpet blasts signaling the start of the events. The infantry marched in from many directions, but even as they did so, cavalry thundered past, slamming into the hordes of undead. Just after, arrows fell from the sky like rain, softening up their targets. The cavalry trampled through at slightly oblique angles, always giving themselves a chance to wheel around and avoid being pulled out of their saddles and dragged into the fray. The mounted soldiers managed a couple of passes before the infantry formed a shield wall. The undead left the city behind and attempted to swarm the infantry, but with the double-layered shields and the constantly stabbing short swords and pikes, they weren't able to get a hold. As they concentrated on the nearly impenetrable defense of the soldiers, the cavalry kept hitting their flanks, while arrows rained down into their rear. The city was slower to react, but did manage to muster up some assistance. Flags waved and trumpets sounded as they worked out what was going on. Slowly but surely, more and more people appeared on the wall. Additional waves of arrows were loosed and took down zombie after zombie. I noticed the commander of the army was a decent ways back from the fighting, but there was a near-constant stream of messengers running back and forth from him. They darted toward each section of the line in each company of cavalry and artillery. Usually, soon after, they would reposition into a more effective position. Sometimes they would move to support another side or simply get a little closer. But the strange mastery of the field was inspiring indeed. Even if this seemed to be an extremely inefficient way to send messages, Beatrice was far faster. True to his word, Arthur didn't call for my assistance. We had arranged a signal, a certain number of trumpet blasts to indicate that my assistance was needed, followed by a set of signals to work out a location for me to assist in. But it wasn't even close to necessary. Soon enough, the undead were finished. It was an anticlimactic ending to the smallish force, but they all just died. There was no bang or heroic charge or attempt to retreat. One minute they were fighting fiercely, and then the next there were a few left. And then the moment after that, they were all dead. Truly, this time. As promised, I was left in charge of cleanup after the medics had pulled every injured person away from the field. They were apparently treating them with their limited supply of anti-undead medicines. I trundled around, putting things back in order. I started off by removing all the undead and just storing them in my dustbin for later use. I had a decent amount of items in my void-like dustbin at this point, and I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do with them, but I would need to figure that out soon. Otherwise, it would get too cluttered for my liking. It took me some time, as the undead force, while smaller than I would have expected, was still made up of several thousand corpses. After that, I started to smooth out the field. Turns out that hooves and boots really destroyed the ground. Any bits of grass that had been here were now completely trampled and destroyed. I wasn't able to return it to its more natural aesthetic, but a packed dirt field would have to do for now. While I was doing this, and consuming all the undead, I finally had a chance to think. Through Arthur, the humans had shown remarkable capability. I realized that this little skirmish was the first time that I had seen them work together with such unity and efficiency. Normally, they were in a lot of trouble or making a lot of messes. And while they did make a mess here, they prevented a larger mess from being made. That was something I couldn't help but feel good about. My respect for Arthur and his organizational abilities grew further. Truly a difficult task was accomplished here. As I scanned about for Arthur to continue our conversation about the best methods of cleaning in a military context, I found him just as another human did. Seeing the urgency in the other human's face, I let him speak first. "Sir, the Northeastern Division calls for aid. We have met heavy resistance. The enemy is buoyed by casters and skeletons, along with the normal rabble. There seems to be a giant rat leading the army with its dark magic." Silence met this pronouncement before chaos exploded among the watching officers. Chapter 25. Deus Ex Machina. Harold had a bad feeling. It was there when he woke up, and he couldn't shake it the entire day. His dour mood even affected the normally unflappable Amy, who had proven to be an amiable traveling companion so far, at least after the first couple of days, when she had finally let the professionalism slip a little bit. That it was her first real field assignment didn't bother Harold. No, that wasn't unexpected. From her age, and where she was stationed, he had seen that coming, and he didn't get to be an old hand without learning how to deal with green operatives. It wasn't until later in the day that the other shoe dropped. When they finally got past the local guards of the sealed lieutenant, it didn't take long for Harold to figure out what was wrong. The wrought silver cage and protective wards appeared just as he expected. Amy even showed the proper amount of fright toward the menacing figure inside. But something was missing. As the two of them inspected the protections, Amy finally got the courage to speak. "Do you know which one this was? I wasn't able to find any specifics in the dossier." Harold shook his head. "No one really knows. We only know about half of them. The others don't have enough descriptions in myth to even begin to guess. The stories also get muddled, depending on location. For example, kingdom histories indicate that Ishmak was the one that raised Castle Arthur, but in this country it was Belgar." Amy nodded, and Harold led them closer to the inner wards. After a few more feet, he held up a hand to halt her from moving any closer. She looked at him strangely, but knew better than to make any noise. Reaching into a pocket, Harold then flung out a handful of magical substance and watched as it fell inert to the ground. Moving a little closer, he repeated the motion to no effect. Eventually, it was too much for his junior partner. "What is it?" she hissed. With a frown, Harold whispered a response. "Something is missing, but I can't put my finger on it." Harold swallowed. He didn't want to do this, but he had to be certain. It was the only way to settle his nerves. Inhaling deeply, he stepped right up to the cage and laid a finger on it. For a second, he simply stood there, still as a statue. Then the blood drained from his face. He whirled to face Amy. "Run!" A giant undead rat? The description rang a bell with me, but it took a full scan of my memory to understand where I had seen something similar before. Apparently, I hadn't tagged it properly when I first saw it. If I was right, this was the same rat that the adventurers had killed so long ago. The one I had harbored in my dustbin. I had seen it briefly in the undead crypt. That or something very similar. If that was the case, then this was my problem, and I would have to be the one to deal with it. The officers were still going nuts about the undead rat leading an army with dark magic, but Arthur was beginning to take things in hand. It seemed that the largest objection was the fact that they really didn't have a full mage company ready to deal with a proper dark magic caster. Why they were so unprepared, I couldn't understand. Arthur had always mentioned that the undead army had behaved unusually and with quite abnormal cohesion, as if it was led by an intelligent being rather than the undead's instincts. So they should have expected someone with lots of power to be leading this, right? Was it that dark magic was different from necromancy, or were they just this unprepared? They couldn't say, but I decided to step in and help the situation while also moving towards my own goals. Taking my newest writing rock, I quickly printed out my message and held it up for everyone to see. Stunned silence matched my proclamation, and eyes scanned over me. I double-checked my message to make sure that I hadn't said something silly, but "the rat is mine" seemed to be about right. Then Arthur cleared his throat. "Lord Void, are you saying that you will handle the giant rat?" he asked, with a genuine question in his voice. I beeped my assent, and the whole room seemed to sigh slightly. "That is certainly good to hear, Lord Void. We would appreciate the assistance, especially in the magical department." Not more than a few minutes later, everyone was rushing out of the tent, and orders were being barked out around the camp. The enlisted soldiers were soon on their feet. Everything was neatly packed away after their short break. The army began moving down the road, following the scouts before everything was even packed up, leaving a few lucky, or were they unlucky, soldiers to finish putting away the tents. The stragglers followed quickly behind as the vanguard advanced. I zipped ahead, not waiting for the rest of the army to catch up, and followed the trail that the messenger had left as I headed northeast. It didn't take me long before I spotted a horde of undead moving through a field as they chased a much smaller group of humans in military gear. I saw a giant rat and several large skeletons shepherding the mass of undead toward their target. Experience told me that I didn't want to make this a prolonged fight. While I had no trouble cleaning up any of the undead previously, this rat was an unknown, and my extended fight with Lieutenant had shown me that underestimating my opponent was folly, to say the least. I opened up with a laser blast to the back of the rat's head. As soon as I fired, a bubble of darkness seemed to spring up from the rat, absorbing the light and slowing it down to a crawl. As it hit the rat's head, it only singed the beast's fur before it was able to roll out of the way. That my first attack had been deflected was certainly an inconvenience, but it wouldn't slow me down much. Really, its only purpose was to close the gap, and before the rat had even gotten to its feet and turned around, I was right above them. The skeletons and the rat both turned to me as I expanded my void from my limitless dustbin. It might have been overkill, but if the dark magic was anything like the shades or wraith I had fought over in Caleb, I wouldn't take any chances. Dark magic echoed out from the rat, but my void sucked everything up, and I could feel it rush into my dustbin as some sort of thick, oily energy. As the skeletons turned to face me, I braced for a fight, but they didn't advance. Roscoe gazed over the battlefield with calculating eyes. He chittered at one of the nearby skeletons, who nodded and signaled one of the columns of the army to start the flanking maneuver. The horde of zombies shuffled forward obligingly. So far, the opposition he had encountered in this area of the country had been laughable at best. But this more recent arrival of armored men started to really give him trouble. Not that they were particularly difficult to defeat, of course, but it was certainly trickier than anything the locals had put up. They were wearing the same armor as those forces of Caleb, and he wouldn't have been surprised if the leader there had sent its forces after him. But so far they hadn't shown the technical or tactical expertise that his archenemy had. So far. Cleanup efforts and recruitment were still going well, In fact, the army would be in excellent shape so long as there wasn't any more interference than there already had been. So far, the entire province had been mostly converted. This time, he knew to leave the large population center alone and move on quickly to less well-defended areas to make sure that he didn't get bogged down in another long siege. So, after leaving a token force to keep them from sending reinforcements elsewhere, he had gone on to lead the recruitment exercises himself before the skeletons could dispense their orders. Once they had a few more recruits, then they would truly be a force to reckon with. As Roscoe reveled in his success, he suddenly froze. A menacing presence suddenly manifested behind him. On instinct, he instantly threw up a shield of dark energy that was shattered in one blow. Turning around, he glanced about in alarm. But as his eyes shifted upward, he froze. Above him, merely a dozen feet away, floated a sleek black disk. Twin jets of concentrated blue flame emitted from either side, keeping it aloft. Roscoe could feel the powerful wind of those jets blow back his fur, even from this distance. A set of small, brush-like appendages led to a small opening in the disk's bottom, flanked by a pair of wheels. Roscoe recognized it. The other elites recognized it too. Their god had come, and it had come for them. As they watched, the flames extinguished. A warped mass of absolute darkness, darker than even his own magic, expanded from the disk's top. The void appeared as a gaping hole in the sky, blotting out the sun and even sucking in the light at its edges. As they watched, the void expanded and shifted until they could see nothing else. They all fell to their knees, giving their full attention to the divine being above. They bowed down, using their minds and bodies both to show their utter devotion. Even as their worship began, Roscoe could feel his energy leaving his body, only to be accepted by his god, to be welcomed home. After the initial shock, the magic died down suddenly. It felt as though a tap had been shut off. The rat's eyes settled on me, and simply stared as I moved forward to consume it. One by one, the skeletons collapsed in defeat, knees and foreheads pressed to the ground before me. Unwilling to waste such a vulnerable position, I quickly darted forward. The skeletons zipped into my dustbin with a clatter of bone and metal. They didn't even seem to resist. I consumed them all, putting them right beside the other skeletons and undead I had vanquished at Caleb. That was much simpler than I thought. The dark magic wasn't even a big deal. Perhaps some of the normal humans would have had trouble with it, but I imagined even Beatrice could have handled this on her own. From what I had seen, Arthur was likely on similar combat footing as her and would have been able to handle it. Surely it wouldn't have been much of a problem with enough people. Perhaps they were just overestimating its abilities? Anyways, I took off after that, flying up in the air to watch the battle. Without proper leadership, the undead horde had quickly lost their focused approach of hemming in their quarry and couldn't coordinate the flanking maneuvers they had managed just moments before. Soon, the disparity in tactics allowed the group of humans to outstrip them to a slightly comfortable distance, at least enough for them to regroup and start forming a plan. Seeing that there was no immediate need for my assistance, I decided to head back to the other army and let them know the situation. They would be here in a little over an hour. At least Arthur should know what was happening. Chapter 26. Better Judgment. They were a few hundred paces outside of the lieutenant's prison when Harold and Amy stopped to catch their breath. Amazingly, nothing had happened. The two of them locked eyes as they panted, adrenaline spiked. "What was that?" Amy demanded as she pulled hair from her face. Harold frowned as he looked down at his fingers. He touched a small knife at his hip. The cage held no power. The blood drained from Amy's face. "You mean—" "Yes, I imagine we will find the rest of the bindings inoperable as well," Harold said in a grim voice. They weren't dead yet, so he hadn't yet given in to despair. But with a realization like that, well, he couldn't be blamed for being cautious. Steeling himself, Harold began to turn around before he was stopped by a tight grip on his sleeve.
"What are you doing?"
Amy hissed at him. "Wait here," Harold said, reading the fear on her face. She wasn't ready. Not for something like this. He couldn't force her to confront an ancient evil, this kind of danger. He wasn't happy about going back in either, though. If the warden hadn't made it perfectly clear that he wouldn't be permitted back without a full and exhaustive report, he would have already been far down the road to the next town, drafting a missive for the man. "If I'm not back soon, send the findings back home."
"You can't be serious. Why do you need to go back there? It could get out at any moment,"
Amy said, ignoring his words. "We need to know how long we have. Besides, with its power suppressed, there might be something I can find that will give us the nature of its power." Harold paused, not wanting to voice this part out loud lest the gods curse him. "And if Deus Vult is with us, maybe we can rebind it." Amy nodded slowly, but didn't let go of his sleeve as she started walking back to the hidden entrance. This time it was him holding her back. "I'm serious. We need to get the word back."
"No report from this stop will tell them as much as we know now. It's worth getting the extra information instead of sending two separate messages."
She looked back at him.
"Besides, I'm not going to let you face this alone."
Harold sighed and supposed that she sort of had a point. He didn't want to face it alone either, and they weren't dead yet. Together they hurried back into the chamber, not wanting to stretch this out any more than they had to. Inside, nothing had changed, neither to the eye nor to any magic detection abilities either had. Examining the rings of ritual wards around the cage showed that they, too, were inactive. Eventually, Harold started to mutter incantations over handfuls of ingredients. After a few minutes, the powder started to glow. With a gentle yet steady breath, he blew into his cupped hands. With swirls and eddies, the dust moved through the unnaturally still air of the cavern. The two of them watched in silence until the glow suffused the entire room. Nothing happened for 9 heartbeats. Then, without warning, the scene changed all around them. Amy and Harold started slack-jawed, spinning in a circle as they tried to comprehend their new surroundings. The walls and ceiling were the same, but that was where the similarities ended. The cage that had seemed intact was revealed to be shattered and torn, only the barest of pieces still standing. Most of it was scattered around the room haphazardly. The runic circles were broken in places, and as Harold looked closer, each individual rune was cracked as well. He squatted down and ran a finger over the engraved surfaces. The rough texture rasped against his skin, so different from the smooth continuity he had felt before.
"How?"
Amy whispered as she walked up to the broken cage. Laying a finger on it, she jerked her hand back with a hiss.
"It's blazing hot. How did you touch it before?"
"Does the cage radiate heat?" he asked. She held her hand near the metal that burned her.
"No, it doesn't," she mused. "If the heat's stuck inside, then who knows how long ago it was broken. But my question still stands. How did you touch it?"
"Illusions. It was all an illusion," Harold muttered, still examining the shattered runes. Mindlessly, he rubbed the finger he had used to check the cage before on his robe.
"But what kind of illusion can confound touch?"
"Mara Jane," Harold whispered. "It must be. The mistress of mirrors." Bea and Mary shared a cup of tea in the older woman's office. Each of them was exhausted, and both had deep bags under their eyes. It had been a long couple of days, but everyone was finally settled in, and they both were about to pass out. Yet there were a few more things they needed to talk about.
"Are you sure we don't need more space? I really think we can tidy up some of the old side passage rooms in the catacombs and maybe set people up there."
For what must have been the umpteenth time, Mary simply sipped her tea and closed her eyes. Then she responded.
"Yeah, for now. We should be good. If anyone does complain again, though, I won't hesitate to tell them about your offer and let them have that choice. I doubt anyone would want to go sleep in the catacombs if they didn't have to. Well, it's not exactly the catacombs part. It's below the catacombs. And there is a large system of rooms where it appears people used to live. I bet it was some shelter or something from ages long past, Bee repeated, hashing out the same old argument. Mary stared at her levelly, and Bee gave up, shrugging. As long as she didn't have to share her bed and everyone else was happy, she was fine with it. Now she just needed to figure out how to get everyone off her back. The number of people who needed her attention was insane. It was even worse than when they were in the caravan. Even though, from her estimation, their needs didn't require her input at all. Perhaps it was because everyone had more energy now, but they constantly wanted her thoughts on everything. She was doing her best to pawn them off on Tony, Trent, Susan, Captain Major, and Mary, but that still took time. Susan suggested that she set up a span of time to hear people's troubles and give audiences. Something similar to office hours, like some of the mages had done for their apprentices. But Bee wasn't really comfortable with that yet, especially since Susan had originally called it holding court. The idea just felt wrong. Perhaps Bee would figure out some better version of sectioning off her time. There were still so many other demands vying for every minute of her day. She was still giving her daily lessons in the library to those who wished to come, though that was starting to overflow. People had to stand by the door just to hear her speak, as many of the newcomers wanted to hear about the tales of her and Void, or the lessons she had begun to disseminate on their journey. On top of that, the Nighty Knights wanted attention, training, and advice with their skills, too. That was high up on the list. And then Miranda needed more training. Well, she had been effective so far, but she needed another big project to keep growing. There was still so much for her to learn, and her reading was not nearly as good as Bee would have liked it to be, especially not good enough for her to read some of the denser tomes herself. Bee groaned, rubbing her face. Where do you find the time for everything you do, Mary? The woman smiled. I don't. You get used to it. Once you're a mother, you'll understand. Bee walked down the grand hall of the castle, doing her best to ignore the stares of all the people assembled. As she walked, her thoughts churned, frantically going over everything she had written down last night. Stage fright wasn't something she had ever really encountered before. The audiences in the library were small, by the necessity of space constraints. Even when they had grown, most had to sit outside and listen to her from out of her sight. That meant she hadn't been more intimidated by a larger crowd. But this time it was different. Nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the grand hall this morning. Even as densely packed as they were, they barely fit. Fiddling with the vial that Miranda had given her a few minutes earlier, Bee debated whether she should take it. While it was certainly a thoughtful gift, she wasn't sure how much she trusted it. Miranda was still learning, after all, and Bee hadn't been there to supervise her apprentice while she was making the new concoction. That wasn't to say that Bee didn't think it would be valuable. The potion of voice enhancement would be very useful, and she wished that she had thought of it herself. It should be safe, too. The recipe was rather simple, and none of the ingredients were particularly dangerous. Even if Miranda had messed something up, Bee should be fine, if a little embarrassed. Before she could second-guess her apprentice any more, she tipped the vial back and swiftly swallowed the potion. When she reached the front of the hall, Bee ascended the small ramp to the dais that had been set up earlier this morning. Stepping up to the podium, she set a few of her notes down and shuffled them around. With a count to 3, she forced herself to look up and stare out over the crowd. She could only hope that they couldn't sense her nervousness. Children of Void, Bee called out into the hall, wincing slightly at the volume. Her words echoed with such force that even those in the back had no problem hearing, though those at the front seemed a bit shocked. The potion was working just fine. Lowering her volume a touch, she repeated herself. Children of Void, welcome. A murmuring response filled the hall. Bee swallowed before launching into the lecture.
Since this was the first time many of these people had attended one of her lessons, she stuck to the basics. To start off, she did a small reading from the Sermon on the Mount, making sure to stop and give context when she felt it was necessary. To many, this was all completely new, and she saw many faces don considering looks as she spoke. After the reading, Bee launched into the story of her first encounter with Void. They wouldn't have much more time for anything else today, but that was okay. She had several more lectures planned to tell the rest of the stories and reiterate the lessons Void had given her about the system and about life in general. Bee almost stumbled in her speech as the system sent her a message, one she had been waiting for a very long time. Level up. Level 50 reached. Choose your third class. Heretic, High Priestess of Spot, Companion of Spot. Chapter 27. Finishing the Job. It didn't take long for Arthur to reach the defending soldiers. Once I had given him a brief description of the situation, he simply nodded, and the pace of the army picked up a little bit. I left him to it, as he seemed pretty busy giving orders to his staff. Riders were sent out. Plans were drawn on pieces of paper, placed over saddles, and discussed on horseback as they moved. I floated in the air above the battlefield, watching it all. I could see as the column split into many parts, some moving in to flank the army, while faster-moving units went to support the defending company. Then, all of a sudden, the main force of the military accelerated until they were charging. The forces barreled into the undead, sandwiched as they were between the charge and a more stationary defensive force. The maneuver almost resembled the motion of a hammer and anvil, quickly driving a wedge between the shambling zombies and pushing them apart. The outriders and the flanks quickly took advantage to come and hit them again. The battle that had taken hours to build up to was over in under 15 minutes. I watched and counted, but there were quite minimal losses on the human side. They could inflict long-range damage without getting in too close, with proper support and long-distance archery. And when someone did get hurt, they could be pulled back and healed, or at least triaged before any life-threatening injuries were to be had. That wasn't to say that no one died. Every once in a while, someone makes a mistake or has some bad luck. The undead were relentless, after all. But I was there, and I wasn't too proud to completely avoid putting my wheel on the scale in their favor. Every once in a while, an undead that had gone unnoticed attempted to get someone's ankle from the ground. They'd quickly find a thin beam of light slicing through their head. I don't think any of the humans even noticed, but it was a little bit of supplementary cleanup, if I would be so generous as to call it that. And it seemed to work great. I gave just enough assistance that no one risked their life more than they needed to. All in all, I was eager to finish cleaning up the mess that this whole saga had caused. After the battle was thoroughly decided, it was simply a matter of mopping up the remaining stragglers of the undead as they mindlessly attacked the humans. I zipped down to Arthur to check on him. The commander gave me a smile and a wave, cutting his conversation with a pair of lieutenants short. "Well, Lord Void, it seems that your information was invaluable. I can't thank you enough for your assistance. Judging based on our estimations, this was the main force of the undead. I think we still have some cleanup to take care of here, but based on your description of the elites and the giant rat, we have likely cut off the primary source of this problem." He hesitated for a moment. "While it's not necessary, I do have a favor to ask. I would appreciate if you would track down the rest of our forces and see if they are in dire straits. Perhaps deliver a message for me, for ease of mind." I thought for a moment. It seemed as though the majority of the threat was over, so I could probably head home soon. Should, in fact. But in the end, it wasn't too big of a deal for me to do this compared to someone on the ground. We went back and forth a little bit, discussing the plans he had for what came next. Mainly, they consisted of gathering up the army, sending scouts out, returning to the capital, setting up a base, and plugging all the exit points to make sure that the undead couldn't spread further. The province wasn't entirely isolated by mountains like the other one was, But there were undoubtedly plenty of impassable areas along the border. Two sides of it were lined with mountains. Those were fairly difficult to cross for most, so Arthur could simply place some soldiers at the passes to catch any straggling undead. The other two sides were more akin to flatlands, but a few companies of cavalry with enough long-distance scouts could apparently cover it and at least hunt down small bands. If any larger groups of undead came through, they could send word for reinforcements. According to Arthur, a few single undead could sneak through without too much issue. After all, there were naturally occurring undead. In small numbers, it was rare for them to snowball into such a giant plague, especially without some sort of mastermind. And if he was right and we had taken care of those, then things were looking up. He quickly wrote down a few messages on some paper and handed them to me. I grabbed them in my claw and safely deposited them in my dustbin. I didn't mind being a messenger for a bit, but I told him that after I had delivered them, I was going to head home. They didn't seem to need me anymore. It was time for me to see Beatrice again. All the people at the castle, in fact. I shuddered to think of what all the children had gotten up to. They surely had made a huge mess of the place. But taking care of this for Arthur on the way was no big deal. It wouldn't take me that long to find everyone. So I zipped up, leaving the last of the cleanup in his capable hands. I was completely correct. It didn't take me more than a few hours of zipping around to find the first section of the army. I dropped down in front of the person who led it. Then I simply spat the paper out on him, using my air manipulation to make sure it fluttered open against the pommel of his saddle. He looked at it, then the seal, then looked back at me, confused. But before I had to deal with any sort of human communication nonsense, I zipped up and left. Perhaps it was a bit disrespectful for me to treat a human so, especially when these military ones seemed so organized. But I was eager to get home to Beatrice and the people back in the castle. I simply wanted to deliver my messages and move on. It cost me another day and a half to find the other sections of the army, but none were in such dire straits that they required my help. Most hadn't even found large amounts of undead and were simply conducting sweeping searches, which I thoroughly approved of, making sure that there weren't any large pockets or stragglers that would go unnoticed. No one wanted to potentially reignite this whole issue. After delivering my last message, I flew up and headed north. Bee had to wait a minute before the thunderous applause subsided. She awkwardly smiled, stared out over the crowd, and tried to do her best to avoid eye contact with any one person while simultaneously not looking at the ceiling. She had thought her sermon was slightly better than her normal ones, but wasn't sure it deserved such praise. Still, it took a concentrated effort to keep her foot from tapping in impatience. It was all she could do not to sprint up the aisle and go straight to the library. After receiving her options for her level 50 skills, she had so many questions. Heretic was something she had expected and knew she wouldn't choose. After all this time and effort, there was no way she was going to abandon Void for relatively little gain. The heretic class had its advantages in some places, but none of them interested her. She had no desire to become some dark god's lackey of disorder and chaos, nor was she planning to dedicate her life to building stairs. So it really left her with two choices. High Priestess was the one she had been planning to pick all along. She had expected the third class to be something unrelated, maybe something to do with fighting, or something that would nudge her away from the purely religious path, but not completely alienate her. That assumption had apparently been misguided. Companion of Void. That option was really throwing a wrench in her plans. She had already decided what she would choose far ahead of time, but now this was making her rethink everything. She needed more information. As the applause died down, Bee started to step down from the dais, but noticed that several people were lining up down the center aisle before her. Not everyone, but a few dozen at first, then a few more, then a few more after that. After everyone saw how long the line was getting, its growth slowed but didn't entirely stop. As she watched, the line began to stretch out of the great hall. The majority of people filed out the back to return to their regularly assigned duties. Unfortunately, Bee couldn't slip out with them. With a mental sigh, she plastered on the most genuine smile she could manage and shook the first woman's hand. She was maybe only a few years older than Bee herself, but still had an infant on her hip. She spoke in a halting whisper and asked a question that Bee wasn't entirely certain how to answer. Something about Void's philosophy on teaching kids their letters and at what age they should start. It was a matter that Bee thought was entirely silly. Why not just begin as soon as the kid could learn, or as soon as they could find someone to teach the kid? But she kept her cool and answered to the best of her abilities while thinking about what a companion class was. Bee mused. She had never heard of something like that before, much less met a companion of anything. Hopefully there would be something in the library about it. She couldn't remember finding much about level 50 classes when she had looked through it before, but she'd never been looking specifically for this. Still, it offered something new, something interesting, and she couldn't wait to find out what. After what felt like hours of questions, Bee finally found herself in the library, scanning through the index tomes and looking through the organized volumes until she found a giant glossary of known classes. She started flipping through until she reached the C section. Although it did list such useful classes as carpenter, cattle farmer, and concierge, it was completely barren of any companion classes. There had been a few notes about animal companions, but those were more along the lines of a beast tamer class or related to animal husbandry for farming. And none of those had the same sort of feeling that she got from reading the Companion of Spot class she had been offered. So she started looking in a little bit more obscure spots. The first time she'd found a mention of a companion was in The Tales of Daedalus the Red. She had picked it up on a whim, back when she had more time to read for leisure. She'd always assumed that it was simply a fairy tale, but a bit more research seemed to suggest otherwise. Not to mention that the experience with the lieutenant made her far less skeptical of ancient stories. Daedalus was an ancient dragon, a creature of myth who had been spoken of in tales as far back as they went. The earliest stories she could find about him were fragments from well into the demon's rule, and those even referenced older stories that no longer existed. But one of them mentioned that Daedalus had found a companion in the dark times of the demon's rule, a companion who had gone on many adventures with the Red. By most accounts, they had done excellent services in the name of humanity. The powers of the companion were incredibly vague, though. Apparently, he was a great warrior of flame who stood 15 feet tall, a giant among men. She wasn't sure how much of that was exaggerated and how much of it was honest fact. Still, the companion part wasn't a title, a class, or anything formal. It was just a word used to refer to Daedalus's human comrade. It very well could have just been a coincidence that she wanted to be real. Based on the rest of the tale, she assumed that this person was mostly just a human warrior who happened to be good at swordplay with a remarkable fire aspect. Whether there was actually a companion of Daedalus class or anything remotely similar was questionable. But, if nothing else, she did tend to believe that there was a dragon at some point. The other stories about the same dragon didn't mention a companion, though they were from much earlier in history. She leaned back in her chair. All of that work for barely a glimmer of a possible hint. It was still hard to say what she would gain from being a companion. It might be something that focused more on closeness, an honest bond with Void. If that was the case, it would make sense to take it if her goal was to adventure around with Void. Her imagination conjured up images of soaring through the sky on Void's back, fighting monsters and exploring the world alongside her deity. The door to the library opened. Susan stepped through, walking quickly toward Bee. "High Priestess, there's a matter that requires your attention." Bee sighed and closed her book. The real question was, would she ever have time to go on more adventures? Chapter 28. Home Sweet Home. Arthur watched as the receding black speck of the godling disappeared on the horizon. He still wasn't quite sure what to think, but his time with the godling had been interesting, to say the least. He was only really sure of a couple of things. One was that Void was a being of immense power, something that no human he had ever met could hope to match. And the second was that, while Void might be very powerful, Void was certainly not all-knowing. That didn't mean it wasn't a god, but something told Arthur that Void was very young, as in recently born a year or two prior, maybe 3. It was something that he had suspected before. Recent events had only confirmed it. The questions Void asked, and the way it behaved, all spoke to this, which lent a lot of credence to Miss B's tale. At first he had been doubtful that this was a new god. He was fully willing to accept that the gods were real, and that one might someday descend among them. But at first it seemed much more likely that this was a god of old coming down and playing some sort of game. Some stories painted the goddesses and gods as capricious, not just wise and benevolent. But now he could believe that Void was actually a new god. It was interesting. How did that work? Would the god have come from somewhere else, being born into its power, or was it simply something that had gained so much power that the system recognized it as a god? Arthur supposed he would never know. But this was groundbreaking. He wished he had been able to find Harold after the battle. That man certainly would have had more insights. But at the same time, Void was almost certainly the dangerous being Harold had warned him about. So perhaps there were things he was still missing. Well, Arthur didn't have to decide anything now. His most important task would be to go back and make his report to the king about their success in containing the undead and their interesting encounter along the way. Arthur had no doubts that the remaining undead stragglers would soon be contained, with their supposed leadership finished off. The bulk of the armies were crushed, and the godling delivered his messages and ensured there were no other major threats to his forces. There should be no problem finishing this up. There should have been no problem in the first place, in fact. Things never would have gotten this far without competent enemy leadership. The other reports he had received, and his experiences with the siege in this province, showed none of the planning and wily trickster business that he had come to expect from this group of undead. But after a week or two of mopping up, they'd return to Caleb, gather up the army, and head home. Perhaps they'd stay a little longer to help rebuild, if needed. Captain Major and the troops he had escorted towards the castle with Miss B would have to find their own way back once the city was repaired. For now, they should be in good hands. They had a large enough company where moving wasn't dangerous, and no wildlife or brigands would threaten them. Perhaps escorting the caravan again would be a good experience for the young officer, and get him some real field work under his belt. The trip back to the castle was much faster than even my trip to Caleb. Without having to carry Beatrice or worry about the wind ripping her off my back, I could fly at much higher speeds, though I took advantage of flying a bit lower so I could check out the area I was passing over. So far, nothing really jumped out at me as interesting. It was mostly farmland, with an occasional small copse of trees, until I hit the mountain ranges separating the provinces. I avoided following the path that we had come in on for some new scenery. It was a small pass, anyway, pretty much the only one in the giant wall. Instead, I went a few mountains over and simply zipped up, skimming a handful of feet above the ground as I dodged boulders and leaped over crevasses, skirting along the giant glaciers that slowly moved down the mountain. I couldn't help but admire them. What were glaciers, really, besides giant cleaning tools, starting up high and using the momentum to scrape away everything on the land? At least they seemed to be leaving a surface with no debris behind. Except that wasn't exactly how glaciers worked in practice. It was the unfortunate truth of the world, but they tended to leave lots of large rocks behind. I supposed it was still better than nothing. A giant rock on its own could be considered clean, even if they were scattered everywhere. Once I reached the summit, I could see for as long as my sensors would allow me in all directions. The view was quite unique. Past the rows upon rows of mountains, a little further north, was the castle. But beyond that, it seemed like there was nothing but ice. Towards the south stretched a giant swath of farmland, and in each other direction more mountains obscured the horizon to the very far west. Past that, though, I could see a glimmer of blue in the distance. I wondered what that was. Someday I'd have to go check it out, but not right now. My moment of rest and appreciation was over, and I was zipping down the mountain again. The valley that formed this province was much harsher than the last. Well, that's the word I would use to describe it. There was a lot less farmland and a lot more large forests. The land was also covered in much more rocky terrain. From what I could see, the topsoil was remarkably thinner and less nutrient-dense. Small mountains dotted the massive valley, causing large changes in elevation. I could see how the humans had to work around them. The roads, snaking and taking circuitous paths to avoid having to cut through stone, looked much unlike the previous province's straight grids of roads. These roads were also much less traveled. The inefficiency irked me somewhat. I didn't mind the meandering paths, but they could have been far shorter and better planned out to minimize travel time. Still, it had a certain beauty to it. There was an order I could recognize playing out in the way the vegetation was laid out. It wasn't the perfect grid-like order that was clearly superior, but an order nonetheless. An order that matched the terrain. I could see where there was more soil and the right amount of sun for certain plants, but not others. Trees would not grow where there was not enough soil or too many rocks. You'd end up with tufts of bushes or small fields of grass. It made sense. Of course, it could be better. But I wasn't about to go moving too many rocks around, moving too many boulders. That would be too disruptive. It would cause too much chaos in the meantime, but perhaps eventually, with enough methodical planning, things like this could be fixed, and we would be able to have more useful land here. But then again, maybe not. Maybe it was best to leave it here. Maybe there were niches of things that could only appear in random chaos like that. As much as I would hate to admit it. Perhaps something else to meditate on. As I skimmed over the valley, I approached the more recognizable mountains on the other side. It took only a moment to find the small pass through the next mountain range, the one that led to the valley where the castle stood. It was an interesting place to put a castle. As far as I could tell, there was no real reason for it to be there. There was no defensible pass that it was trying to guard. There were no great resources that it was protecting. There wasn't even a population center there. So the only thing it was a fort at the end of a box canyon. Well, perhaps box canyon was not quite the right term, but it was probably something like that. It didn't seem to have any strategic importance, at least not from what Arthur had described regarding strategy. Yet it was still the largest building I had ever seen. Strange. As I flew along the valley, I savored the familiar scents of the forest below as they filtered through my air purifier. Instead of just meandering over the path, I started to fly off toward the mountains and skim along the sides. I hadn't fully explored them yet. There was that one mountain that I had zipped around once, but this whole undead issue had kept me from exploring further. Perhaps I should go and check out some of the other ones and see what was up here soon. Who knows? There might be nothing, but it was a bit of a blind spot that we hadn't checked out yet. Still, I didn't want to take too much more of a detour with home almost in sight. I couldn't wait to go say hello to my friends. Diving down into the area before the gate with a gust of air, I waited to be let in. I didn't want to be rude, after all, and just bypass their security. That would set a bad precedent, and rules were made to be followed. Someone I didn't recognize stood guard on the walls and looked down at me in confusion. After a little bit of starting back and forth, I raised my claw for a little wave. With a slack look on his face, the man returned it. Suddenly a second face appeared next to the man. "What's going on, Brutus? I recognized that voice." Excitedly, I greeted Roger, one of the Nighty Knights. Upon hearing my greeting, he looked down and saw my waving claw. Grin splitting his face, he returned the gesture and jumped down on the inside of the wall, rapidly working the winch to raise the gate. "Welcome home, Lord Void." A bit slow on the uptake, the man climbed down from the wall and took over the winch, working it much faster by virtue of size. Roger shot the man a grateful look before he took off, running towards the castle. All the while, the kid was yelling, "Lord Void is back, everyone! Void is home!" I waited patiently as the portcullis rose a few feet into the air. Once there was space, I rolled into the castle courtyard. After so long away, it was good to be back. I ran a quick scan over the grounds and was pleased with the results. The grass was trimmed neatly, and the walls were clear of any messy climbing plants. The insides gleamed with nearly the same finish as when I had left. There seemed to be the slightest bit of soot by the fireplace in the guest room, but really that was quite small. It was good to know the home was being taken care of even when I was away. Before I could conduct a more detailed survey of the grounds, my attention was pulled away. From the castle, a tide of people streamed out, and the people in the fields rushed over to see what the commotion was about. I happily waved to everyone. Most people I didn't recognize, but many of the first people to arrive had been here when I left, so I excitedly waved to them all. Then a single figure shot down from the castle steps, quickly breaking away from the pack. The little girl ran down the path, tears welling up in her eyes. I let out a special cheer of welcome for my favorite human. Chapter 29. Pets and Pats. Bee couldn't wait for her master to return. With how busy she was, it was a couple more days before she had time to return to the library. She hadn't forgotten about her class options, of course. They had stuck with her in the back of her mind, distracting her during other essential tasks. But with everything going on, she simply had no time for herself to really research or consider them any further. As time went on, the influx of new castle inhabitants presented a similarly consistent list of things to attend to. There were constant problems with settling everyone in. Most of them were minor, but many were still issues she needed to advise someone on. Most of her day was spent meeting with the castle's leadership, Mary, Trent, Susan, and Tony, as well as the recently added Gertrude and Captain Major. That, or, given that they too were overburdened, handling any number of issues personally. That was how Bee found herself stepping up to fill in the gaps. Hopefully, she'd be able to train people to take command and handle all these everyday matters so she wouldn't have to. Besides, she still felt woefully underqualified for this, having practically no life experience with organizing. Yet she was looked up to because of her position and relationship with Void. At the end of the day, whenever she was lucky enough to spare some time in the evenings, she would rather catch up on her sleep than think about the exciting prospect of a class change. And after the first day of not getting to it immediately, she decided it could wait a bit longer. There was no urgent rush. Leveling had gotten a bit slower recently, and it was a big decision. She wanted to talk to Void about it. What would her god think if she chose a companion class if it didn't even want a companion? That would be pretty bad. But it didn't stop her from taking every chance to ask advice from the more experienced members of her staff. Mary and Susan both encouraged her to take the companion option, saying that she didn't need to take all of these responsibilities on herself. She had never wanted or intended to become a leader, after all. She should be out learning about Void and letting other people take care of the day-to-day duties that a high priestess would have. Trent, though, disagreed. "Like it or not, you've got an important role round here now. Void needs someone to be his voice. I know the kids can understand him, but, well, you know them." The older man shrugged. "They mean well, but they might not be up to it yet. People definitely won't respect 'em the way they do with you. Definitely not their mothers." Bee could see both sides. In the end, though, it really came down to what Void wanted, not what she did. So it was with taut nerves that she waited for her master's return. There were still plenty of reasons to be excited about level 50. The skills after this would become much more specialized. Almost all of them would probably end up being more like cleric skills or holy skills, which would be lovely and hopefully help her more than the current offerings. Maybe she'd even be able to level faster with their help. There were even some instances where people were granted a passive effect, sort of like a lesser version of the domain that some monsters showed. As excited as she was, all those thoughts went out the window when Void finally did come home. As Bee sprinted down the castle steps and bore down on her master, she half hesitated, not sure what to do. It wasn't like she could greet Void with a hug or jump into his arms or anything like that. The physics just didn't work out. So while it sat there merrily waving its claw at her, she skidded to a halt a few feet away and bowed deeply. It seemed to be the right thing to do. Void reached out with its claw and patted her head several times. The gesture made her smile. Perhaps it was worth risking a massive social faux pas to show her own excitement. With a mental shrug, Bee reached down and gently touched the top of Void's shiny black surface. Guiltily, she appreciated the odd feeling of Void's skin, the strange texture and smoothness in its abnormal geometric patterns. It wasn't that she had never touched Void before, of course, but never in such a casual manner. This time, she was comfortable enough to actually notice the details. But before the contact could grow awkward, she drew back quickly. A hint of wetness appeared at the corners of her eyes. "Void, it's so good you're home. We've all missed you so much." Finally, finally, it was a day for celebration. Beatrice had, at last, given me the head pat I so desired. It was quite late, and I was able to evaluate my own performance much better now, meaning I didn't exactly require the head pat scale of satisfaction for reference. Not like I had so long ago, back when my regard for humans was much higher. But that wasn't to say I didn't appreciate it. It was a shame that it was so fleeting. But the contact felt nice. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. There were so many new people I didn't know. I focused on scanning them as they came, to file them away in my people dictionary. It helped that Beatrice worked to introduce me to everyone, making sure that they kept a respectful distance and knew who I was. So I was treated to a series of very polite bows and sometimes murmurs of a name. But most of the time it was just a general show of respect or pleasure that I was back. But that didn't last for long. Soon the children arrived. The nighty-nights had been quite busy. It appeared the couple dozen children that I had been training had now exploded in numbers, and many of the newer kids I saw were carrying rough sticks instead of the beautiful personalized ones I had made. It looked like I would have to refresh their supply, if I found them worthy. I would probably need to restart their training again, too. Hopefully they had been keeping up while I was away. Each one of my personal trainees gave me a salute while touching their swords, and the new ones did their best to copy. I noticed that many of the younger women in the crowd were looking on with quite intense frowns. I wondered what that was all about. Oh well, I guess not everyone could be happy that I was back. I did my best to keep it out of my mind. Soon enough the other adults were there. Tony and Susan both said hello, and Mary and Trent welcomed me back warmly. It was actually starting to get a little overwhelming. There were so many people here. Plus, I hadn't realized how long I had been gone. This had been the longest I had ever been away from my home. Well, excluding the running tally of time I had been away from my old home, obviously. But it had been several weeks since I'd gone away. As nice as it was to meet everyone, I was itching to inspect the castle and its grounds more closely to ensure they were properly taken care of. I had faith that in my absence Mary and her underlings would have been able to do so competently. Still, I really needed to know for myself. But the last thing I wanted to do was be rude. It was almost 2 hours before I was able to untangle myself from the crowd. I would need to talk to Beatrice alone soon, but I could hold off on that for a little bit. Quickly, I darted into the castle, doing my best not to be intrusive, and took myself on a castle tour. The rooms were reasonably well maintained. I wasn't going to be upset with Mary at their state or anything. Still, I definitely would have held myself to a higher standard. But luckily, my powers were growing such that all I had to do was simply roll into a room for a few seconds, and between my skills and my domain, most things were quickly taken care of. A little bit of air manipulation helped get the dirty spots, and some sanitation lamp at a very low and diffuse setting was able to remove all of the germs and bacteria that were lurking about. My mop was not even required, which I was very grateful for. I also did my best to purify the air. It was an ability that I hadn't really used much. Still, without me having cycled everything, there were certain parts of the castle that had begun to take on a mildewy aroma, even if I couldn't quite find the source of it. Perhaps that had been cleaned up, but only after it had been left for a bit too long. After I went through the castle, I started going through the castle grounds. There, things were a bit more chaotic. I would have preferred things to be neater, but as I explored, people were actively moving stuff around, so it was hard to tell whether it was just a transition from one ordered state to another ordered state. It was possible that I just saw a snapshot that looked like chaos, not actual chaos. It was nice that the rows of planted crops were coming along nicely. As I'd been told, the snow wheat would be harvested soon, which was a nice source of order. Even if each plant was slightly different, their compositions were quite organized. I could still appreciate it. The walls were also surprisingly well maintained on the outside of the castle, except for some of the higher spots, which would have been dangerous for a human to reach. So I quickly took care of those while I was here. The outer wall was also well kept and thoroughly patrolled, and I could see little boot prints where kids had evidently walked along it. I didn't begrudge them their fun, but I still cleaned up after them. By the time I was thoroughly satisfied with the castle's state, the sun was well past the horizon, and the only people still up and about were Tanu and Cliff. Both of them were having a stern argument with the guard on watch. Cliff in small woofs and yips, Tanu with measured words. "Kid, I can't let you out there at night. You saw what happened last time. If your mom found out again, she'd skin me alive." "Me ma knows I'm a knight, and Cliff and I go hunting all the time." "I know she knows, but you training here where it's safe is one thing. Going out there? Totally different. She thinks it's too dangerous for a kid." Cliff let out a slight growl, and the guard put up his hands defensively. "Look, it's nothing against you. Void knows you're big enough to swallow darn near anything out there whole, but I can't do it. You try being on the other end of Talia's ladle sometime." "Come on, mister, it'll be fine." Another child was there as well, standing by the guard station. I wasn't familiar with this one. Why was he at the guard post? In fact, wasn't it past both of their bedtimes? "Everyone's asleep, and Tanu's just being helpful. He'll be back quick." They went back and forth for a while longer, each side adamant. I figured I could step in and resolve the issue. Going out for some space seemed like a good idea. Plus, it would be nice to catch up with this little one and the big furry dog. Well, wolf, I guess. I was still not entirely sure about the difference. Zipping over to the gate, I startled the group before all four of them straightened and saluted. Cliff's salute was interesting, but I got the idea and waved at them. "Lord Void?" all three of them echoed, while Cliff let out a simple woof. I beeped a greeting to them and gestured for the guard to raise the gate. Immediately, the adult leaped to the winch, and slowly the gate began to slide open. The other nighty-night watched, smiling with an expression that seemed to convey, "I told you so." It was quite interesting watching these humans interact sometimes. When the gate was most of the way up, I beckoned for Cliff and Tanu to follow me and rolled out along the path out into the woods. I assumed Tanu was taking Cliff out for a hunt. But if there had been problems getting her out for exercise a lot recently, that would have been too bad. I could recall what happened when the more reasonably sized dog I remembered was cooped up for too long. I figured they would have set up a system for this, some arrangement where the guards would have known to let them out. Perhaps something else was going on that I wasn't fully aware of, but as long as I was with them, I was relatively sure they'd be safe from anything in this forest. Chapter 30. Moonlight Sonata. After spending an hour tossing and turning, Bee eventually gave up on sleeping. Her mind kept returning to what had happened earlier that day when she had welcomed Void home. The festivities had lasted well into the night, but Void hadn't seen fit to attend. Bee couldn't really blame it. The station of a deity probably required some aloofness, if only to maintain its image. Plus, the party had been a pretty raucous one. Still, she felt a pang of disappointment that she couldn't immediately go find her master and tell him about every minute that had passed since they had been apart. Instead, she had felt a duty to preside over the festivities, and couldn't help but admit that she enjoyed them a little bit. Now everyone had long since gone to bed, and she had no one left to talk to at this hour. Her lowered need for sleep didn't help either. With the excitement over Void's return still coursing through her veins, even that minor inconvenience was pushed aside. Hours later, she was still staring up at the darkened ceiling, head on the pillow. Eventually, she gave up and got to her feet. It seemed that she was just wasting time waiting to become tired, and one thing her master had taught her was there were always things to be done. She had spent a decent amount of time looking into the classes that she had been offered for her level 50 transformation, but there were always a few more things she could check. Creeping over to the library, she moved quietly in an attempt not to wake anyone. She found the towering shelves silent and empty. It was honestly surprising, as, even throughout the night, people normally used the library. This was a rare opportunity for her to read without interruption. Finding one of the familiar books she had referenced before, she skimmed through it, reading the passage about level 50 classes for the dozenth time. The book was very clear about its disclaimers, that everything reported at this level and higher was based on rumors. Very, very few ever made it to this state, let alone disclosed information about it. But on top of all the things a class would normally give, the passive effect and specialized skills were the most likely things she could rely on. Bee was still torn about her decision. Without more information, definitive information, she was at a loss. She needed to talk to Void. So, after making no progress for a while longer, looking through books she'd already read before, she rose to see if she could find her master. It was probably relaxing somewhere in the castle, likely in a corner or under a bed, chasing dust bunnies. I felt the cool air whiz past my brushes as I zipped alongside Cliff's gray form. As we scouted ahead, Tanu trailed behind and did his best to keep up with us, trudging through the forest. The little boy had grown in the month or two I had gone. He had added 3/4 of an inch and at least 4.5 pounds to his body, and he was putting that little extra height to use. His walking pace had increased by 32.64%. Not only that, but he was managing that pace while staying much quieter than before. I was pleased with this progress, but he still couldn't keep up with the four-legged furry dog that was his companion. Cliff's legs were as tall as his entire body, practically. The hunting was something that Cliff clearly needed to do, but I was mostly just here for fun. Aside from that, I was also hoping to get a better understanding of what was around the castle. Were there still pockets of undead or nasty humans like the ones that had attacked Beatrice, Tony, and me so long ago? Or had the undead taken care of all those? I couldn't really be sure until I had done a thorough scan. So, as I swept through the forest, looking for appropriate prey for Cliff's hunt, I also kept my scanners out for anything unusual. We didn't really make it that far from the castle, as Tanu's legs were still rather short. But we did range quite widely in our scans as we traveled over the forest. We followed small game paths, but I noticed on the ground there were impressions of larger human boots. These were the very faint impressions of someone who was trying to cover their tracks, from what I'd learned. I wasn't too concerned about that. I had taken a pretty good profile of everyone in the castle, and a lot of these footprints could very well have been matched to some of Susan's recruits. I knew she had been planning on setting up a scouting party, and perhaps this was really just the idea coming to fruition. Now they were trying to map out the areas nearby. I approved. It was always good to have an up-to-date map of one's area, especially in a place like this, where obstacle locations could change. Plus, a good plan of action was essential for keeping the forest clean. Assuming that this had been the case, I probably didn't have to worry about undead lingering around. But every once in a while, I did see traces of what might have been an undead. Perhaps there was still some source of them hidden in the woods. But I had yet to find it, if that was the case. The moon had only moved a few degrees more when we made it back through the castle gate, Cliff dragging her prize behind her. The large deer was cold to the touch as a result of some strange icy mist that the dog had breathed at it. Tanu wasn't surprised at all that his dog could do something so strange, though I was a bit concerned. Hopefully it wasn't some sort of disease. My sensors indicated Cliff was okay, though. To my surprise, I found a sleeping Beatrice leaning against the outer wall, sitting in the grass near the gate. The guards nodded and whispered to us. "She wanted to talk to you, Lord Void. Seems that she fell asleep waiting." I debated whether or not I should wake her up. She seemed exhausted, though. For now, I just let her sleep. Wrapping her in soothing threads of air manipulation, I carried her back into the castle as Cliff and Tanu went off to go dress and preserve the kill. It appeared Beatrice had been using the same room as always, and I deposited her gently in the bed, tucking the covers around her. Somehow I jostled her in her sleep, and she slowly opened her eyes and murmured something unintelligible to me. That was no good. She obviously needed rest. I remembered something from my previous home, a strategy employed when the mother of our house's 2 children had trouble getting them to sleep. She would make an odd mixture of different sound frequencies in a rhythmic pattern, which always helped the little ones calm down. Sure, they were smaller than Beatrice was, but I figured I could maybe mimic that. So I gently and softly started beeping in a soothing rhythm that I had heard many times before. Beatrice mumbled something to me a few times. Still, between the comfortable bed and her clearly exhausted state, she soon drifted off to sleep. Her breathing slowed to a soft, steady cadence. Not having anything else to do, I just rolled underneath her bed and worked on my meditation. I explored the void, trying to center myself. It had been a long time since I'd been home. I felt like there were so many memories sitting in my cache and my short-term memory storage that I needed to go through to properly update all my models. I just hadn't had time to do that with all the excitement of the past few weeks. Beatrice shot up from bed early in the morning, gasping and looking around frantically. She seemed to be quite confused. I rolled out from underneath the bed and greeted her warmly. "Oh, good, good. Good morning, Void," she said with a sleepy smile. "I wanted to talk to you last night, but heard from the guards you had gone out hunting." She yawned. "I must have fallen asleep. Who brought me back?" She looked around and noticed that she was still in the same clothes she had been wearing in the grass. I had, of course, removed any grass stains or loose leaves that she had collected before I put her in bed, but the garments were still slightly dirty compared to whatever clean thing she would normally wear in this fancy bed. Still, she didn't seem to mind too much as she swung her legs out and stood up. She gave a quick stretch before giving me a slight bow in greeting. "If you don't mind, I would like to talk to you about something, Master." Of course I didn't mind. I was always willing to talk to Beatrice about anything. I was her master, after all. It was my duty to give her advice. I asked what she wanted to talk about.
I, well, I managed to make it to my next class, and I was wondering if I could get your advice. There are two classes that I'm interested in, and they both relate to you. I think you know I was a priestess of Spot before. Well, I still am, and I I have two options.
Beatrice was starting to sound quite nervous, and I couldn't really tell why, but she was rambling and repeating herself quite a bit. I tried to comfort her by tapping her slightly and beeping out a comforting sound. Eventually, she got to the point.
Well, so I have High Priestess of Spot and Companion of Spot.
I digested that information. It didn't really mean anything to me. Both of the classes sounded like they were continuing this whole religion she was building. Either one would be fine. Maybe she knew more about them than I did. So I asked her, what did she think?
Well, I don't really know. I could choose High Priestess, and that would be the best for everyone at the castle. It feels like it would give me more leadership skills and put me in a better place to build your following. My other option is being a companion, and I just don't know what that means. To be fair, no one really knows anything about companions, or high priestesses, for that matter, but companions are much rarer. If I'm not wrong, they feel like a more personal aid to their object of worship, where they would serve them whenever they go on adventures. I wasn't sure if you had a preference for which one I should choose.
I thought about it for a little bit. Really, I didn't think I would mind either way. I loved having Beatrice with me when I went on adventures, of course. I'd love to have her along more. But did she need a class specifically for that? Maybe she could be a little bit more competent in protecting herself, but I didn't see anything that would stop her from coming on adventures with me if she chose to. As for High Priestess, she clearly cared a lot about the people around here, but they also stressed her out. The more I thought, the more I realized this was a decision she really needed to make on her own. So I did my best to let her know that it was up to her. I would support her decision either way. Unfortunately, this didn't relieve any of her tension. Her expression seemed even more nervous. Chapter 31. Tease and Treason.
Dear, I think you're overthinking this.
Mary eyed Bee with concern from across her desk. The words made Bee flinch. Had she been overthinking this? Maybe, maybe not. It seemed like something worth putting thought into, though. This was a huge decision. She looked away from the motherly woman sitting across from her and scanned the barren storage closet that she was now using as an office. Bee couldn't help but feel slightly silly bothering such a busy woman with her petty concerns. But Mary had always been willing to talk. It was about time she took her up on the offer. Luckily, she didn't mind taking an hour out of her day to listen to Bee's worries. Was it petty, though? This decision didn't just affect her, but everyone in the castle. This was a choice that could decide her role here moving forward. Up until now, when everyone had sought direction, Bee had simply tried to help as best she could. It wasn't really that she'd insisted on it. Eventually, she started asking people to help with things as they slowly gathered in the castle with her and Void, and they accepted that. Even when they put together a more formal organization for the castle, they came to her for everything major, even though she was just acting on Void's behalf. Now, she was a leader in name and deed. They had accepted each and every one of her decisions, with some questioning and arguing, but it had largely been she who had the final say. The only time when that wasn't the case was when Void was around. But even Void had never once insisted that she change her plans or any of the other organizational decisions she had made, only guided her through suggestions and cryptic teachings. Had Void even influenced her decisions? It seemed that her master didn't want to take direct interaction with the organization, even if it was willing to fight for them and protect them. Instead, Void wanted to lead through teaching, mostly by helping to raise the children and giving cryptic, wise advice. Truly, it was typical of the stories she had read about ancient masters and beings with wisdom beyond human comprehension. After a long silence, she sighed.
I suppose I am. Good, dear. I'm glad that you realize it.
Mary smiled kindly at her.
All of us support you, no matter what you decide. No class will ever change that. Now, if you don't mind, I'm sure we both have things to get to.
This was the first time Mary had ever dismissed her, even in a gentle way. It made Bee realize just how much time she had taken from the woman she had put in charge of caring for the castle. It was one thing for Bee to give her a job, but it was another thing entirely to get in the way of her carrying it out. In fact, Bee had plenty of things she needed to see to herself. Bee tipped her teacup back and finished the rest of the lukewarm brew.
Thanks for taking the time, Mary, really. Oh, I don't mind at all, honey. It's a pleasure to have you, as always. I'd invite you to stay longer, but we want to make sure everyone has clothes for this winter.
Bee nodded and left the office. She supposed she really did overthink this. This choice, either one of her class options, wouldn't change her life path much. They were both dedicated to Void and would mostly give her different skills. Just because she chose one didn't mean she couldn't carry the burdens of the other. It really came down to a judgment call of what she thought would be more important. Would the possible combat or personal abilities of a companion be worth more than the organizational skills she would likely get as High Priestess? Frowning, she made her decision and felt her awareness expand throughout the castle. Arthur kept his back straight, moving fluidly with the rocking motion of the horse underneath him. As much as he wanted to slump his shoulders in exhaustion, his men needed to see that he was still strong. This had been a long campaign. Sure, he had been in harder and longer campaigns than this, but he wasn't a young man anymore. The weeks spent riding around, chasing down hordes of zombies, had started to take their toll. In some ways, sieges and large-scale battles were much easier because he didn't have to run around so much. He could just sit and think and direct the troops. But having to constantly get from place to place was really taxing. At last, though, the walls of Caleb were finally coming into view. He just needed to finish his mission, and then he could go home and see his family again. Then everything would be better. The walls of the gate still stood strong, repaired from Lord Void's efforts, and from the hill he could see that serious progress had been made inside the city. By the time winter was over, the refugees he had sent with Miss B would be able to return home. Getting them here was a separate matter. But that wasn't the only thing that had changed since he had last seen the city. Outside of the walls sprawled a large camp. Not one of citizens or refugees, though. The rows of tents were laid out with military precision. He even recognized the flags flying over the formation. It seemed the king had finally listened to him and sent the reinforcements he had requested so many times. It was a pity they were too late to do anything. Still, perhaps they were helping with the rebuilding effort. At least they could keep the area safe from any undead stragglers. Before he could advance further toward the city, a figure stepped out of the forest, blocking the path. At first, the vanguard kept riding forth, an officer shouting for the man to move out of the way. But after several ignored warnings, the vanguard was forced to halt and send out a couple of soldiers to forcibly remove him. It was dangerous to pause a military caravan, especially when they were surrounded by woods. They could be ambushed and hit in vulnerable areas while they were strung out on the trail. This was one of the purposes of the vanguard. Arthur reminded himself that the gap between them and the main force would allow them to absorb any issues without stopping the soldiers in a precarious position. Stirring his horse to a canter, he went up to see what was going on. The young officer in charge of the vanguard was someone he had a little hope for, after all. He wasn't the most competent of the nobles, but he didn't tend to lean on his family name too much. Arthur had decided he was going to get this young officer some experience and see if he could actually learn to lead one day. But in order for that to happen, Arthur needed to watch over this man fairly closely. It helped that he was just bored and looking for something else to do other than stare at trees, if he was truly, completely honest with himself. The man was yelling something as he was dragged to the side of the road, and the vanguard continued moving. Arthur stopped to see the two guards holding the man's thin arms to his sides. But when the raggedly dressed man looked up and met Arthur's gaze, he couldn't help but pause at the look in his eyes. The dirty vagabond that had caused the vanguard to stop had a strange look about him. He appeared as a wild man, eyes rolling about as he shouted. The man might have been crazy, but when their gazes met, something flashed in them, something Arthur couldn't quite describe. The man immediately calmed. Ignoring the two men holding his arms, he attempted to bow while restrained. "Lord Arthur, I bring news." Arthur considered getting down from his horse as a polite gesture, but decided he didn't want to be any closer than he had to be to this man. "What is it?" "The king's soldiers did not come to help us rebuild. They've come with a warrant for your head, my lord." Arthur and the two soldiers holding the man both froze. Arthur let his mind work as he tried to figure out the position. Why would the king want him arrested? There was nothing that Arthur had done that would have constituted treason. The worst thing he had ever been guilty of was slightly disobeying orders to win battles and gain more advantageous positions, and he'd always been forgiven for such things. No reports should have made their way back to the king about anything, aside from a need for reinforcements. This entire campaign had been by the book, and the few nobles that had died hadn't done so until they were on the campaign out of the city. They truly wouldn't have had time to send a message and have the king march an army up here. None of the upstart nobles he had punished should have had the ear of the king himself anyway, even if they had even managed to get any reports of mistreatment that far. Arthur swung down from his horse in a hurry. "Why? How do you know this?" "Well, my lord, they've been asking for you and showing everyone in the city the warrant for your arrest. Apparently it had something to do with high treason and colluding with the enemy." Arthur frowned. Colluding with the enemy? He wasn't sure how that could be. He certainly hadn't colluded with the undead. That seemed unrealistic enough that no one else could imagine it either. But something occurred to him. Could it have something to do with Lord Void? The more Arthur thought about it, the more he was convinced that it was right. The king and Harold had been convinced Lord Void had been the one to summon the undead. But Arthur knew different. Arthur knew that Lord Void was an ally. Some of his reports even indicated as much. And if his reports had been taken seriously, then it could very much appear that Lord Void had perhaps possessed him or duped him, or that he had betrayed the country. But surely they would have seen from the rest of his reports that allying with Void was at least necessary. And even Harold's report should have shown that the city was about to fall otherwise. Yet it hadn't, and he continued to send messages to that effect. The king's guard was here, and should have shown them very clearly that he was in the right, that they had saved the city. If they didn't believe his reports, then what of the eyewitnesses in the city? Did they suppose the whole city was charmed? This whole thing stunk of politics, and there was very little Arthur hated more than that. He stood silently, thinking. His next moves, all things considered, weren't necessarily for himself. Arthur would be fine. He had no intention of turning himself in to a king with whom he had seemingly fallen out of favor. No, his real concerns were about his family. They were likely in their estate in the countryside. But if a warrant had been sent out for his arrest, it was likely the king moved against his family as well. There were protocols for that. He had long since drilled his sons and his staff on them. They would have taken their children and gone into hiding at the first sign of trouble. It wouldn't be a permanent solution, but it should buy them some time. His oldest son was in the military far away, and there was likely nothing he could do to shelter him. But at the same time, he doubted any suspicion would be cast on him. He was one of the king's most trusted captains, and Arthur was very proud of that. Besides, the news would take a long time to reach him, and there was no way they would meaningfully suspect him if the cause of Arthur's treason was due to being charmed somehow. Arthur looked at the dirty man before him. He'd need to confirm this news himself, send scouts ahead. But if it was true, then he and his men needed to tread carefully. First, he'd have to get a message to his family, but then perhaps a certain young priestess would be able to help them until he figured out what to do. Chapter 32. A Lot of Trouble. Bee had only made it a few feet away from Mary's office when she made her choice. New awareness flooded into her mind, and she staggered into a wall, clutching her head. She sank to the ground, head between her knees, as she tried to make sense of the sudden influx of sensation. She could feel a new presence in her mind, or rather, many of them, almost like threads, each connected to one of the hundreds of people within the castle. Some connections were strong, and some were barely there, but each gave her a certain level of information. She steadied her breathing. After a moment to recover, she began to sort through them. It was simple to find the Tony one, as it was one of the brightest threads in the castle. The connection imparted another torrent of knowledge that sent her teeth clenching. There was a lot there, almost as if she were running a scan from a few feet away. But there was more to it than that. Pulling back, she focused on the web as a whole once more. Rather than seeing, it was more that she felt the dense collection of varied links as a new limb. She thought she could maybe pick a few of the new arrivals out of a crowd based on the dimness of their links to her. A rough estimate of the number seemed smaller than the total of castle dwellers, though. What was going on? Bee tried to put the sensation aside for a moment and think. This seemed a bit excessive for a class ability, even for High Priestess. It was certainly more than Priestess had gotten her by a long shot. But this one had a lot of potential unknowns to her. It seemed likely that she was gaining an instinctual awareness of people who had faith in Void, and it also seemed that her scan skill was slightly integrated with it. At least there was some sort of synergy there that was giving her more information than she could really handle. It took her nearly 15 minutes and several attempts before she was able to stand without passing out. Even now, a bout of dizziness threatened to overtake her, and she started to feel faint. She leaned against the cold stone walls for support. Stumbling down the hallway, she groped along the wall, searching for the nearest stairwell. As she staggered down the small, tight spiral, she was reminded of the first days of Void, and she could only be thankful that she had both functioning ankles right now. Making her way to her bedroom, she hoped that a nap might ease her pain. Zeal stalked back to the city walls while rubbing his upper arms, worried that the bruises would show distinct lines of the fingers that had held him in place. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. They should heal quickly. But at the same time, those sorts of marks could draw suspicion. As much as he would have liked to trust the authority of the King's Guard like he had done most of his life in Caleb, he knew he couldn't any longer. Things had changed in Zeal's life. The siege had been hard for everyone, but for him, it was harder than most. He lost everyone: his wife, his son, his mother, his father, and every single other family member he knew of. All gone. Not that they had been fighting in some grand war or died heroes in a battle or charged out with the military. No, no. They were all ordinary, gods-fearing people. They had done their parts in their small ways to help, as the crafters and laborers they were. Sue had spent her time cooking for the soldiers when she had a chance, and his son had run messages. But no, when push came to shove, they were huddled in their basement when the fighting was particularly intense. Then it stopped. It had fallen so quiet. The fighting was done. He had been certain it would be fine to step outside and get some fresh air, despite Sue begging him to stay where it was safe. What a cruel joke, he thought, pulling himself from the memories. His few friends had tried to console him and keep him sane, and they had managed for a few days. But when the god had come to the city, everyone was afraid he would do something foolish and get himself killed. One could only throw so many curses at the gods before they could expect to be struck down. That was what everyone told him. But Zeal hadn't cursed this god. No, not this one. This one had heard him. He understood this was a new god, a god that would set everything right. This one would fix the old, callous ways of the indifferent pantheon that had cursed him to stand outside in the street, tapping the ashes out of his pipe while some sort of impact destroyed the building behind him. It left a crater almost as deep as the house itself, so what use was a basement? But never mind. It was all going to be fixed. Now this new power had come to set it right. Sure, he wished that the Void God would have come a few days earlier to relieve them from the siege, and he supposed some in his position would have been angry about that delay. But that wasn't how he thought. As hard as it was, his family's sacrifice was necessary. Their loss had changed him like everyone had feared, yet not at all. It caused him to open his eyes, to better understand how the world must change, and how the new god was going to change it. One of the guards gave him a funny look as he walked through the city gate, but no one stopped him. He was well enough known around here now, especially in the last few weeks. Pretty much everyone in the city had heard him proselytize, though most just thought of him as some harmless rambler on the street. Not all, but most. When he wanted to go somewhere, the words of his God aided him. People who should have stopped him, who were paid to guard, often would just let him go through to avoid getting held up in a conversation. Some might consider it a negative thing, having others stopper their ears against his words, but not Zeal. It simply meant that they couldn't handle the truth he had come to spread. If it meant he could go forth and further speak to others, then it was truly a blessing from his new god in some form. That wasn't to say that everyone ignored him, of course, but not enough listened. Not yet. But Zeal was sure that they would. They would. Very soon. Navigating his way through the newly pristine streets of Caleb, he nodded to many of the street-cleaning crews. They knew him. They understood. They agreed. They, too, had seen something about this new god who had pushed them to take their lives in different directions and nudged them toward a higher purpose. He saw Hamar, the blacksmith that had lived a couple streets down, pushing a broom instead of working in the forge. It was a strange sight, seeing such a burly man with nothing but a broomstick thinner than his arm. But seeing the small smile of contentment on the man's face, Zeal couldn't help but return his smile. A few streets down, Zeal turned into an alley. He knocked on a green door set half underground. The small steps leading into the basement filled with light as it opened, and with a few words he waded into the adoring audience waiting for his return. After my conversation with Beatrice this morning, I decided it was time to explore a bit beyond the castle. During the day, it'd be a little easier, and perhaps I could search for any threats hidden in the forest. After all, I just finished cleaning the castle yesterday, and I could spend time cleaning it again later tonight if needed. I suspected that it wasn't even necessary, though. Mary and her army of janitors in training would have no problem caring for it. It wasn't like I needed the experience, anyway, so it would have just been for my personal pride to clean it. Well, and to fix up the really minor things that humans couldn't seem to pick up on. Still, I was very proud of their efforts. I wasn't going to deny others the pleasure of cleaning. Besides, their earning experience and funneling it to me was almost as sufficient as me just doing it myself. I was getting pretty close to level 70 anyways. so it wouldn't hurt to let them take care of it for a while. I thought I'd just check in with everyone first, though, and as I wandered through the castle, ensuring everyone was present and no one was harmed, I ran into Tony. His face lit up. "Ah, Lord Void! Just the god I wanted to see. Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Sure, why not? I had some time." Hearing my response, Tony glanced about and ushered me quickly into a room. Chapter 33. Cause for Celebration. I followed Tony into the small room off to the side of the hallway, though I couldn't help but wonder what he wanted. This dark closet was a bit ominous. If I didn't know better, I might have been afraid. Shutting the door, he stopped and turned around to face me with a slight bow. "So, Lord Void, you know how Bee is always saying she's almost 14? Yeah, I did recall that coming up a few times. In fact, it had been going on for long enough that I wasn't sure if she was even telling the truth. I told Tony as much. He grinned and continued his explanation. Well, almost is almost here. Next week is her birthday. Huh? I wasn't sure if I could believe it. Yeah, I know, right? They grow up so fast. For some reason, Tony pretended to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. Why was he sad? Or pretending to be sad? From my observations, birthdays were normally a cause for celebration. Did this have something to do with humor? I was pretty sure it did, but it didn't make sense. It seemed kind of mean-spirited if he was pretending to be sad about her celebration. Or was it because he was sad that she was 1 year closer to death? Maybe that was the custom here. Tony ceased his antics and looked back at me. I was thinking that maybe we should throw her a party. Everyone is settling in right now, and in a week it would be good to have a celebration to lighten the mood and bring everyone together more. Besides, I think everyone here owes her a lot, so it's the least we could do. I want to make it a banger. I wasn't sure what a banger was, but I agreed that Beatrice deserved a party. So, how did he want me to help? At my acceptance, Tony grinned and rubbed his hands together. I'm so glad you asked. Sitting on top of the stone lab table, I couldn't help but admire how clean Miranda had kept her workstation all this time. Watching her work, it made sense, though. With the precision required as she weighed and measured each ingredient, any small amount of grime could throw off the results by an unacceptable amount. So this should be a good test for the red one, Miranda said, indicating the vial that she had placed at the end of the row of clear liquids. I ran through each of them, ensuring I knew what each would do. On the right, there were 5 different sizes for testing the concoction's strength, and then after, there were several smaller vials that would test the colors. According to Miranda, they should explode colorfully when thrown to the ground. The only issue was that she had no real idea how large of an explosion they would make. Apparently, these hadn't come from any of the books that Beatrice liked so much, and she had just made them up herself based on a show her family had seen in the city at some point. Understandably, she didn't want to make a mess in the castle, and asked me to test them somewhere safe, where they wouldn't bother anyone. I hesitantly agreed. Though I was all for preventing messes, I wasn't sure if I was the best tester. I could record quite detailed data, of course, but I might not be a great judge of how well an explosion would serve as a decoration based on its size. Throughout the castle, preparations for the party were in full swing. I was honestly amazed at how quickly Tony had gotten everyone mobilized. The only issue that people were struggling with was keeping Beatrice from noticing. So far, most of the castle's participants were fully on board. Kids and soldiers were gathering berries on the outskirts of the forests for desserts. Trent was working with some of the craftsmen to get a bunch of tables and benches ready. Even Susan was fully engaged. So far, she had been in charge of setting up the events. She wasn't working on it alone. It seemed that she and Captain Major had developed a bit of a rivalry and were trying to one-up each other. There were already multiple tournaments planned, mostly dealing with martial combat. Despite the Nighty Knights' objections, they were divided into classes by age, under 10 and over 10. It mostly fell to Tony to keep Beatrice distracted. We brainstormed several ideas for how to go about this. Unfortunately, we weren't able to think of a good reason to get her out of the castle and visit Greg or otherwise travel. Not any reason that would also have her back in time for the party, anyway. These events had given Tony some ideas, though. That's why, for the next week, he would be getting some intense one-on-one training with Beatrice in the art of the broom. After his first day, he started to regret his decision, but I promised him a broom like Beatrice's if he managed to finish it out. That lit a fire under him. Apparently, he wanted to put his Paladin of Spot class to real use, whatever that meant. There were also plenty of other things going on that I didn't fully understand. Races involving wheelbarrows and sacks, extra steep ramps, and more. I hadn't figured them out yet, but everyone seemed excited. My part was relatively simple. Well, to start with, first I had just been supervising, then I was put in charge of providing prizes. Last I checked, there were 14 different events that all needed prizes for first, second, and third place. The testing of the active decorations had put a little more strain on my scheduling algorithms, but I found it was worth it, especially considering the potential for messes to be made. Scooping up all the vials, I waved goodbye to Miranda and left the laboratory. I wanted to just zip away and test the things as soon as possible so she could iterate on them if there was any issue. I had a good idea of where I would be able to do my testing without bothering anyone. The mountain range to the north didn't really have anything behind it, just vast fields of ice and snow. If the snow got a little disordered, it would either melt or be smoothed over by the wind, so I didn't feel bad about tarnishing it temporarily. A few flashes of light and sound shouldn't be a big deal here either. Leaving the castle proved to be more difficult than expected, though. I couldn't move around freely during the daytime anymore. Too many people stopped and bowed to me, and I felt rude just brushing them off. So I'd always either have a quick chat with them, which was usually rather one-sided and slightly awkward, or give them a wave and move on. But with everyone hustling and bustling to get the party ready for Beatrice, I had many people stop and ask me questions. It seemed everyone wanted to know my preferences. One of the young women, Cassie, asked if I preferred apple or cherry pie, and then I had to figure out what she meant by that. Given my lack of taste buds, I couldn't really give an accurate preference. But I did like the red cherries slightly more, so I went with that. Heading outside, I was further waylaid by many of the Nighty Knights asking for help with last-minute training for the tournament. A few of the more brash ones were still trying to convince the adults to let them join in the over 10 bracket. I declined to help them fight against the adults, but I did grant them 1 pointer each. So I had to wait for 42 of the now 54 kids to each show me their most impressive move. Then I gave them small tips on how to place their feet better or grip the sword so they wouldn't hurt their wrists when they were impacted. I would have to work with them later in one-on-one sessions for each of their unique skills. This was relatively minor and could have taken a lot longer, but it still ate up time, even if I went quickly. Though I didn't mind at all. In my opinion, giving these children something to do was the best part about this whole castle. Besides keeping it clean, obviously. I managed to dodge Bea and Tony's sparring that, at this point, had been going on for over a day. That left me to zip up and over the wall without anyone else stopping me. I felt a little bad leaving them to their own devices, but I helped as I could. Besides, I had a schedule to keep, especially if I wanted to figure out how to make so many prizes. Taking to the air, I started the long trek over to the mountain. The distance was a bit deceiving, as I struggled to visualize this mountain's size. I knew I'd already flown around it once, but it was still impressive, especially the way the angles managed to be so steep. I had no idea how snow managed to cling to such an angled rock. Maybe I would find that out soon enough. Aiming for one of the passes, I kept low, skimming over the smooth snow. In the past, I couldn't help but marvel at the vast horizon stretching out before me. Far into the distance heaped white mounds of snow and nothing else. Looking back to where I had come, everything further south of me was only sporadically dusted in snow. There were patches here and there, but for the most part it was a green forest mixed in with brown fields. Rocky outcroppings, like the mountains, appeared to act as barriers to the weather. As I made it over to the other side of the mountain, I figured I was far enough away that people wouldn't be disturbed by my experimenting. Not wanting to wait much longer, I zipped up the mountain a little bit so I could have a better vantage point for what would happen, and pulled out the largest vial. I planned to go through the sequence that Miranda had shown me in order, ejecting each from my dustbin. I immediately tossed the first vial into the side of the mountain, about 3/4 of the way up. As I watched it arc into the massive amount of snow, I wondered why I saw bluish-purple sparks flitting all over it. Those hadn't been there when Miranda had given it to me. Could something have changed? The vial landed just below the large cave entrance that I had noted on my last trip. Oh, that reminded me. I had meant to explore that before this whole party business. Perhaps I could do that after I was cut off mid-thought by a deep whoomph sound. The vial shattered, erupting into a gout of snow at least 50 feet tall, spraying high into the air. With a rumble, I noticed that the ice was beginning to shift. It started at the top, bits slowly tumbling down the mountain, but each piece that was knocked loose rolled down the hill a little bit further and knocked more loose. This continued in a chain reaction. I was filled with nothing but relief that I had decided to stay up so high. I watched the mountainside slowly lose all the snow sticking to it. The mass of the snow was difficult to estimate as it rushed down the mountain, an ever-growing tide of destruction as it slammed into the base. It continued on relentlessly, rolling out over the vast plains of snow for what must have been miles. Well, that was one test down. That vial might be a little too powerful for decoration. Also, there wasn't much color to it. I supposed that Miranda may have just made these emit white light, though. It wasn't one of the colored vials, after all. I considered whether to make my way down the size scale or try the smallest next. But before I could take out the next one and test it, a massive column of smoke billowed out of the cave entrance. I heard a deep rumbling, completely separate from the mass of roiling snow down below. Chapter 34. Here There Be Dragons. I held off throwing the next vial while I tried to identify the source of the new sound. Before I could, though, it identified itself. With a sudden cracking of rocks, something exploded out of the cave entrance, sending plumes of smoke exploding outward. Before my vision cleared of the debris, a booming voice yelled out so loud that my mic started peaking. "Can you not?" As the air cleared, I saw a scaly red lizard head retract back into the cave. This wasn't just any lizard, though. It was quite long. Considering its proportions, its head might have been the size of the castle, though, considering my perspective, that might have been a bit of an exaggeration. It appeared that I had, in fact, disturbed someone, despite my best efforts. I should probably go apologize. What would be a good way to do that? I mean, obviously I should go talk to them, but maybe a show of good faith would ease the anger of having their front lawn made into such a mess. I figured I could start by cleaning it up for them first. Not wanting to be too much of a bother, I zipped over to the cave and started clearing out the rubble. The explosion itself hadn't done much here, aside from spraying snow. Most of the mess actually stemmed from the angry response by the owner of the cave when it stuck its head out. Several of the stalactites and stalagmites had broken off from impacts with its horns and scales. That left me with an interesting choice. I could simply replace them and return the jagged rocks to their previous positions, or I could just grind the stumps down to the ground and make them flat and level. It was a hard choice. One was cleaning by virtue of putting things back in a natural state, but the other I favored slightly. The stalactites and stalagmites, while cool, were decorations that hadn't formed quite right. I imagined that if one really wanted to turn them into proper decorations, they'd have to spend some time cultivating them, ensuring that the water dripped in the right spot. Otherwise, you'd end up with uneven lines. So I decided I would start removing the pieces. Besides, if the lizard couldn't even leave the front door of their home without breaking them off, they seemed to be even worse than non-functional decorations. What was the point? That just wasn't acceptable. Removing them was a bit tricky. I started by swinging my divine sword at their bases to trim them pretty close to the floor before leveling everything out with my laser. It took me several seconds per stalagmite, but overall it wouldn't put me too behind schedule. After this, I would definitely need to find another place to test Miranda's solutions, though, a safer place with no one to disturb. I quickly cleaned up and tidied the stalactites and stalagmites growing at the front of the cave. After that, I moved a little further in to continue cleaning. That was when I first glimpsed the hopelessly cluttered interior of the cave. Piles and piles of round metallic discs lay haphazardly across the floor. Not neatly stacked piles, either. These were careless mounds of metal that sprawled across the uneven rocks. The stuff extended nearly to the cave entrance, obscuring the rough pathway in a glittering coat of gold. Oh no, I must have made more of a mess than I initially thought. As I hovered forward, I drew the discs into my dustbin. I wasn't sure what they were, but they certainly weren't in the right spot. The owner would surely appreciate me returning these to their rightful place, and I couldn't just leave them lying in the middle of the hallway. I was extremely lucky that my circuitry allowed for a rather quick reaction time, at least compared to most of the other thinking beings I had encountered. The massive stream of fire suddenly approaching me would have definitely caused some damage if it hit, no matter how tough I had become. Time seemed to slow down as my processors overclocked. My first thought was to block it using my air manipulation. However, it did very little to divert it. The pillar of air I shot out to intercept was quickly overwhelmed. I tried a pane of air, but that was smashed through as well. After a few simulations, I settled on trying to split the beam by creating a wedge shape. That had more success, but I could still tell that the liquid flames would impact me on either side. Just in time, I managed to whip out my divine sword and slice through the beam, deflecting it off to the side and into the ground. The heat created an extremely ugly scorch mark where it landed. The stream cut off a few seconds later. Somehow, the fire was so hot that the rock it touched was burning. Parts of it were even now melting into liquid, and others had flames flickering over their surfaces as the impurities were purged from them. Finally, I found another use for my spray bottle. I switched to water to ensure I didn't cause any weird chemical reactions in my attempt to clean. I zipped over and quickly doused the flames with a quick spray before mopping it back up. Most of the water evaporated in a spray of steam, but, to my surprise, some of the liquid rock swirled into my mop as well. The rock underneath was still quite hot, but it wasn't on fire, at least. Continuing my mission, I meandered a little farther into the cave and found more and more of these shiny gold metal pieces. They stretched out far into the cave, well beyond what I could pierce with my sensors. The range of my sensors seemed slightly impeded, as if the darkness was pressing down on it unnaturally and restricting my view. But I continued forward, bravely collecting the scattered coins. Once I retrieved enough to make an aesthetically pleasing stack, I maneuvered over to the wall and stacked them in a neat tube. I waited for another fire stream to shoot out at me, but it didn't come. There were a couple of heat signatures spaced several feet apart towards the back of the cave, and as I approached, I saw some smoke curling out of them. But, for the most part, nothing else happened. It felt safe to assume that whatever had blasted me either needed to wait for a cool down or was watching my movements. So I did my best to convey my intentions through actions. I hoped they would show that I wanted nothing but to fulfill my purpose and clean. After cleaning up and stacking the first pile, I went a little farther in to collect the rest of the coins. A voice rumbled out from the direction of the two heat sources. It was the same voice that had shouted earlier. A couple of dark smoke plumes billowed out as it spoke. "What are you doing?" The voice was a lot less forceful than before, but I could still feel a strong presence behind them. A palpable weight pushed me down, causing my suspension to give a little. I was quite startled and had no idea how to respond. I froze for a second. My processor churned out ideas about how to talk with a mysterious entity and rejected them each in turn. It was becoming increasingly probable that the lizard itself had spoken to me, but as far as I was aware, lizards couldn't speak, which was, needless to say, strange. But then again, my kind normally couldn't speak either. Well, not that I could speak myself, but still, this was all very confusing. So I settled for just my standard greeting of popping out my arm and waving to the general blackness. I let out a few excited beeps of welcome to hopefully convey the message that I'd meant no harm. The voice was quiet for a couple of seconds, so I just went back to tidying up all the loose objects on the ground. "It's either an act of bravery or complete foolishness to touch a dragon's hoard. Almost always the latter." The voice came back in a surprisingly thoughtful tone for something that shook the cave as it spoke. "Seeing as you survived a shot of dragon's breath and still decided to carry on, it must be bravery. Even a fool would have gotten the message through their thick skull." A dragon! That made so much more sense. It wasn't a lizard. They did look fairly similar, though, size aside. Yet, as far as I had ever heard, I didn't know if dragons were real. They were just stories that the adults would use to scare the children into doing their chores. But then again, B hadn't believed that the lieutenant was real when it clearly was. Why not dragons, too? "Just so you know, I know exactly how many gold coins I have in my lair, and I am counting as you touch them. You will not attempt to take any from here, or you'll regret it," the dragon growled with a hint of amusement. I beeped my acknowledgement in a clear indication of yes to anyone who could hear. It didn't seem that the dragon understood me either, at least not the way some of the children did. Oh well, it was the best I could do. Suddenly a prompt flashed before my eyes, one I hadn't expected to see quite yet. However, the sudden influx of castle inhabitants had apparently sped up my experience gain by a bit more than expected. There was plenty more cleaning to be done there, after all. Level up. Level 70 reached. Choose a skill. Compel follower. Sensory disruption. Covenant of blood. I scanned through my options, and it was an easy choice. Compel follower was not happening. I had no interest in either making my followers do anything or compelling someone to be my follower. Plus, Beatrice was doing quite a good job on that front anyway. But neither was Covenant of Blood an option. Blood was messy and got everywhere. Why would I want anything to do with it? Much less make a contract of some kind with it. Sensory disruption it was. I just hoped it wasn't talking about disrupting my sensors. Selecting my new skill, I immediately felt the changes unfurl through the world around me. I could tell that there were a few different ways to use the skill. I could now make it so that I wouldn't notice certain things, or would see things that weren't there. It still wasn't clear to me why I would want to do that, but it was an option. Luckily, the possibilities weren't all about altering my own sensors. I could actually affect others' sensors. The main uses came in three forms. The first two dealt with directly implanting false data into another's sensory input or erasing something that was already there. I got the feeling that this wasn't a guaranteed success. The third use was to create a general false artifact independent from all targets. Some sort of image that registered to sensors as real but wasn't actually there. What good timing. Maybe I could use this to communicate more quickly? I chose to use the third application of my power as it felt like it would be the least invasive. Now that I realized that the originator of the liquid fire that shot at me was the dragon, I didn't want any more misunderstandings. Above me, I created a little hologram projecting blocky letters and a friendly message. I tried to make it as approachable as possible. "Hello, Mr. Dragon. Don't mind me." Smiley face. Chapter 35. Lazy Sundays. The cave was silent except for the soft sound of clinking gold as I continued to neatly organize the contents of the dragon's lair. It was the least I could do after I so rudely interrupted its morning. Once I ensured that the entryway was clear and clean, though, I felt that it was starting to get slightly awkward. Beatrice would never have let the silence stretch on for this long without at least some further attempt at conversation. I studied my host as I started working a bit deeper into the cave. At this point, my sensors could finally pierce the deep darkness to get a better look at my new friend. The scaled face of the massive reptile didn't seem to have the same expressiveness as human faces, at least not in a way that my emotional detection subroutines could recognize. But it was clear that it was watching me at least as much as I was watching it. Whether or not it was actually counting the coins I stacked, I couldn't tell. Under its scrutiny, I felt the need to start up a conversation. But what to say? Eventually, I settled on something banal and slightly complimentary. Focusing on my new skill, I projected words above me. "It's an awfully large amount of coins you got here." I shaped the font in the least threatening way I could. Large block letters with rounded edges in a variety of colors, just like the ones that the small humans back home like to use in their art projects. My message was well received, as the giant lizard let out a snort of smoke and rumbled with laughter. "It is a mighty hoard, is it not?" The dragon paused for a second, but I wasn't sure how to respond, so I held my metaphorical tongue. Luckily, I didn't need to wait long, as the silence was soon filled. "Sadly, I don't get to enjoy the sight of it as much as I would like. Being asleep will do that to you. I suppose that's one positive aspect of being woken up. Even if I was trying to find peace and quiet for a reason. I'm quite surprised, actually. Not many are capable of finding this place, much less reaching it. Those that do generally have the sense to avoid a dragon's lair." The red reptile paused. "Say, how long have I been asleep for, anyway? I bet it's been a while." Ah, a direct question. I knew how to handle those. I formed new words in the air. "I'm not sure when you went to sleep, mister. I didn't know you were here, or else I wouldn't have disturbed your front lawn so rudely. Making a mess was the last thing that I wanted to do, honest." There were too many words to put up at once while keeping them readable, so instead of having a massive block of tiny letters, I left them large and had them slowly scroll past. I thought about having them make a second pass, but I didn't want to offend. "What? You didn't know who Daedalus the Red was?" Daedalus cried, real emotion tinging his voice with some mix of confusion and hurt. "Has the world moved on so fast? It couldn't have been more than 1,000 years. It was surprisingly hard for me to answer that. I had assumed the world always moved at the same speed, but it was nice to know the dragon's name. It felt a little weird referring to him as just it with no name. I felt very uncomfortable and decided that it was in my best interest to introduce myself. I politely put up another message. "Hello, Daedalus. My name is Spot." Daedalus was slightly taken aback and lowered his head to look at me closer.
"Well, it's nice to meet you, Spot,"
he said, still clearly thrown by the previous information. I figured I would clarify the part about the world moving fast, at least. By my calculations, and judging based on the distance to the sun and the time of rotation, the Earth is moving at roughly 67,000 miles per hour. I would give you more detailed numbers, but my sensors aren't really made for long-distance astronomical surveys. Daedalus blinked.
"Wow, moving around the sun."
He trailed off in thought before shaking his head and coming back to his original question.
"That really wasn't what I meant by moving fast, Spot. What year is it?"
Well, from what Beatrice has told me, it is the 23rd year of the rule of the current king. Wow, words could be really inefficient sometimes. I could communicate all this so much more quickly with a simple beep if only he understood. I was just lucky Daedalus could read. In response to my information, Daedalus let out a huff, blowing smoke into the roof of the cave. Looking up, I realized I might have more work cut out for me than I originally thought. The inside of the cave, especially the roof, was covered in soot. The black, oily substance was at least an inch deep. I could only imagine how many years of smoke breathed into this cave would have caused that much accumulation. Actually, now that I thought about it, I could probably use that to calculate how long Daedalus had been in the cave. I just need to figure out how fast the soot would accumulate over time. That would probably take me a few weeks of observation, but I didn't really have time for that. Not right now.
"Well, that's not the most helpful. Then, do you know how my companion is doing? The one in the castle, about a valley over from here?"
The Red asked. That certainly sounded like our castle, but a companion? There was no one there nearly so old as this dragon seemed to be, unless... I was considering what words to use when Daedalus let out a large sigh, significantly raising the temperature of the room.
"I suppose you wouldn't know that either,"
the dragon said with a huff. I didn't know exactly, of course, but I had some idea. I pulled up an image from the bottom of the catacombs. After some image processing, I projected a picture of the statue's image in the marbled white room below the castle. I set it at a slight spin so Daedalus could see it from all angles.
"So you do know my companion?"
Then the giant head slumped against the still unorganized pile of gold in disappointment.
"If he's still in stasis, though, then I certainly have no reason to be awake. It feels wrong hoping for one of the lieutenant demons to break free, but it's so boring here. By chance, has Nazareth Gak stirred recently? You know, the large demon statue in the castle."
Oh, that demon. I replaced the statue image with a looping recording of the demon breaking out of the statue and charging across the beautiful black floor. Daedalus's head reared up in alarm.
"He's already free? I must go. Quickly, the world is in danger."
Daedalus lifted his head, revealing the rest of his form. It matched what I had seen so far. A massive reptile body was curled on top of a pile of even more haphazard coins. Among the red scales, 3 rows of wicked spikes ran down his back, one down the center, and 2 smaller ones to either side of it, marking what looked to be the edges of his back. Massive wings unfurled to either side, hemmed in by the cave's size. He quickly rose from the pile of coins, the shifting sending small amounts of them tumbling to the ground. Realizing what a mess he was making, Daedalus froze and seemed to consider a less disruptive way to move.
Wait, how old is this recording?
With some quick math, I displayed the number of seconds since I last laid sensors on the statue. Moving his head some more, he peered outside the cave mouth and scrutinized the world.
If it was this long ago, and you survived, show me what happened next.
Seeing no reason not to, I played the rest of the fight. Together, we watched in silence as I battled the demon. When the undead appeared to help, Daedalus was taken aback, but we didn't stop. After it was over, he asked me to play it again. I complied. Then I went slowly over a few parts of it, paying special attention to the end where I had stabbed into the demon, draining it and eventually consuming it. It seemed like Daedalus cared about those parts specifically. After we finished analyzing the fight, Daedalus stayed quiet, considering. Eventually, he settled back into the pile of coins, wiggling his body slightly to dig in deeper.
Wow.
The word rang through the air, bouncing off the walls, but also impressing the weight of his thoughts into the physical reality around us. Not sure what to say, I changed the image back to simple, friendly text. Cleaning up after that was difficult. Daedalus snorted, billowing smoke everywhere before he let out a chuckle and shook the cave. Had I made a joke? I didn't think that I had said anything funny. After the mirth faded from his eyes, he sighed.
I bet it was, little one. I bet it was.
We sat there for some time, just looking at each other. By this point, I had finished stacking the loose coins around the entrance, and it didn't seem that the dragon was going to let me organize the main pile. I suppose that was fine. If he was already using it, there was no point in sorting it, as a simple shift of his massive wings would send it back into disarray. Taking advantage of the break in conversation, I used my new sense to get a look at my new friend's soul. After peering at it for a second, I immediately had to turn my senses off. The ball of energy at the center of his being was so bright that I was nearly blinded. Not a smudge even dimmed the glow of power and light radiating like a small sun. Eventually, Daedalus shook his head slightly and seemed to come back from his thoughts.
Well, I can tell that my companion is not yet awake. But if Nazareth Gak did awaken, then he will not be far behind. While it may take a while, I'm certain I won't have time to take a proper nap again.
I just beeped in commiseration. It wasn't that I understood, but Daedalus sounded sad and a little frustrated. He looked at me and sighed.
I suppose it's not your fault for waking me. Not too long ago, and I probably wouldn't have even noticed you. But I suppose I'd only get another year or so in anyway. At least you saved him the trouble of climbing all the way up here to get me. Well, in the meantime, I don't suppose that you have a bit to catch me up on what I missed?
Daedalus asked with a hopeful note. I thought about all I had to do this week and frowned internally. Not right now, but I promise that I will visit soon. We can talk then. I scrolled the words above me. After it was finished, I put up a second message. Besides, your story sounds very interesting. I want to know about your companion. Settling his head into the coins, Daedalus grinned, baring his wickedly sharp teeth at me.
Yes, we will swap stories soon. Yours sounds just as intriguing. In the meantime, is there anything I can do for you? Turning my coin stacks into decorations certainly spruced up this old lair a bit.
I took a moment to think about my responsibilities. Actually, yes. Do you have any interesting prizes for human competitions? Perhaps we could trade.
Human competitions, Daedalus the Red mused.
I think I might have something. Chapter 36. Let's Make a Deal. Well, little one, the real question is, what do you have to offer in trade? I was slightly taken aback. Trade was something I had heard discussed, but it wasn't something that I had any real experience in. I was lucky to have some context from past overheard conversations, but even in the castle, the concept of trade was completely foreign. Things were pretty much collected and distributed as Mary and Trent saw fit. In our place, everyone was given what they needed and pitched in where they could help most. It was quite a useful system, but I could see how it wouldn't scale properly, especially now that I had some context from my time with Arthur. I had learned a decent amount about supply lines and the corruption of humans with his army, but I hadn't thought of my own ability to trade, as it were. So I asked myself, what did I have to trade? I only had so many things, so I cast into my dustbin and found a lot more than I expected. While I had kept careful tabs on everything coming in and out of it, I hadn't quite considered them from a value perspective. One thing was certain, though. If I were to dump everything out into this cave, I would fill it several times over in sheer volume and mass. I was sure both Daedalus and I would be crushed beneath the weight of the stones I had within me. That wasn't even counting the random debris, wood, dirt, dust, and everything else. I even had a little bit of wool from the sheep still floating around. Then there were the humans in time out, and the ambient energy that I somehow couldn't absorb into myself for levels. I also had bits of demon carcasses and lots of undead. An entire army of skeletons, too. Ever since I had reached diminishing returns for transmuting material into energy and absorbing it as levels, I had stopped regularly cleaning out my dustbin, as I wasn't getting steady levels from it anymore. Now, with my followers passing some of their experience as a tithe up to me, it didn't really seem necessary. I was guaranteed slow growth and power without doing too much, and the small amounts from removing any material I had were less useful than they once were, especially now that my domain and void manipulation allowed me to fix things and turn them into more useful items when needed. So the real question was, what did I have that a dragon would want? I started ejecting things from my dustbin. I started by pulling out some of the more interesting bits and baubles I had. The carved nature of some of these stones was quite interesting. Perhaps the dragon would find them appealing to his sense of artistic beauty. With a couple of these pieces arranged on the floor, I rummaged about for a few other odds and ends. Last of all, I decided I might try to release one of the mutated humans again. I was much more powerful than I was when I had last tried. I didn't necessarily want to trade the humans, since that seemed rude, but maybe he'd find it interesting. Who knows, maybe Daedalus would even have some insight into them. After spending so much time in my dustbin, perhaps this human was going to be slightly more docile. Or perhaps he wasn't doing so well. I couldn't be sure. I looked up and checked Daedalus's reaction to the array of various items I had in my possession, and I could see his eyes were wide. The first thing I'd pulled out was a stone statue, and looking at it, I realized it wasn't exactly what I remembered putting in. It seemed that the time in my dustbin had changed something yet again. There was a soft blue glow emanating from it, and pulses of light started up in its head and pushed down to the foot of the statue. This continued in semi-regular intervals, and it was quite hard to take my attention off of it. But Daedalus was definitely surprised by the last thing I pulled out, one of the humans that had attacked me. The prosthetic crystal feet had grown in a fascinating way around his lower limbs. They had cleared up and become more transparent. Where the crystal had been a cloudy purple color, it was now a glass-clear, ridged shape that was roughly the same size as the feet had been. Not only that, but the tubes I had added to allow fluid circulation were far more visible as a consequence. The matrix of crystals served as a window to the thin streams of red blood running throughout the legs. I had ejected the human into a standing position, and he remained that way, perfectly stock still. But, like any human, there were slight micro-adjustments of the muscles and in the calves to maintain balance. While you couldn't see the actual muscles, the muscle replica simulation I had made out of the various types of crystals interfaced with the central nervous system. They were twitching and doing the barely noticeable work needed to keep him on his feet. But those weren't the only changes. Looking up at the face of the once human captive his eyes had been replaced with crystals. The orbs of purple still had that slight purple glow as he stood stock still at attention. Not flinching, not moving, not breathing. What was this? What had I done? No, what had I created? This human certainly wasn't okay. Was he even a human? I couldn't help but feel like I might have inadvertently done something worse than intended to this poor person. Luckily, my musings were interrupted. Daedalus had been fascinated with the statue before this. Still, he noticed when I pulled out the former attacker and had quite the reaction. He reared back in apparent alarm. Somehow, his eyes grew even wider than they already were. I could feel the shimmering heat gathering in his mouth, even at this distance. I tensed, simulating escape plans to protect myself from the terrifying inferno of all-consuming flames that might pour out of it. "What is that?" he hissed. Not liking where this was going, I quickly recalled the troublemaker by sucking him back up into my limitless dustbin. It didn't help. Seeing that Daedalus had gotten no more relaxed, I replayed the scene of this man and his friends attacking me kneecapping him, and finally me consuming him. I also tried to convey the idea of me grafting on crystalline body parts to stop the man from bleeding out, but I wasn't sure that quite came across properly. Daedalus settled back on his haunches, but didn't come any closer. His eyes relaxed slightly, and as his mouth closed, I could feel the oppressive heat slowly dissipating throughout the cave and out into the snowy field beyond. But he didn't say anything for quite a while, simply studying me thoughtfully. I didn't make a move either. As much as I was fairly certain I had done the right thing, it definitely could look a little bit odd from the outside, and I could feel the power radiating off of Daedalus in such a way that my hard plastic body seemed flimsy. It was a strange feeling, especially considering its relative durability compared to what it used to be. That wasn't to say I was afraid of Daedalus, but his strengths were definitely on par with my own. Eventually, a forked tongue came out and licked the teeth of Daedalus's mouth as he opened it. "Interesting. It seems that you have some archaic power in you, my friend. That would explain the statue," he said as he indicated the glowing statue he had been interested in since I pulled it out. "Do you mind if I touch it?" I let out an indifferent tone, and he picked it up gently with his front claws and brought it close to his face, studying the way the light moved throughout it. Bringing it up to his nose, he inhaled, and I could see some of the crackling light within the statue draw out and waft into the nose of the dragon. He jolted, dropping the statue and sneezing a few times before looking at me with wide eyes and pupils dilated. "Wow, that's a kick. Okay," the dragon snorted. "So, I'm not even going to ask what that whole weird golem-human chimera monstrosity was anymore. Let's just pretend I never saw it," Daedalus said. I hastily agreed, wanting to put that uncomfortable sight behind me. Perhaps I'd ask Beatrice for help with a medical exam later. I wasn't sure if she'd be just as disturbed as we were, though. "I'm interested in this energy. What is it? Do you have to imbue it into things? Do you accumulate it? Is this your energy? Is it something inherent in the objects you collected? I wasn't exactly sure how I could answer that, but I did have other types of energy. Maybe he'd be interested in that. I made a non-committal shrugging sound and hoped that Daedalus would understand. He seemed to, as he nodded and continued. Well, as a dragon, while we do enjoy a hearty meal of sheep and cows, we mainly feed off magic. The amount stored in the statue isn't much more than a snack. But if you have a larger amount, I would happily trade that for an equivalent amount of whatever you would pick from my hoard, assuming that it's of equal value. That sounded fine to me. I only had one condition, though, and above my head my condition scrolled. Only if you're willing to help me pick out prizes for each of the tournaments. I really am not exactly sure what people want. Daedalus's head lifted up, and he roared his laughter into the ceiling, shaking the rocks above us. Of course, my little friend, of course. I'm amazing at giving out prizes. Of course, I'll require a down payment first. What do you say to half up front? Daedalus said with a toothy grin. I had no problems with that, so I readily agreed. So, how could I give him the energy he wanted? Normally, I just absorbed whatever energy I generated from transmutation into myself, and it powered me up. Only when it overflowed did I try to channel it anywhere. That had only happened a couple of times, though, and the most I had managed by way of control was an explosive blast flinging me in a specific direction. I didn't think Daedalus would appreciate me blasting him in the face. That seemed rather rude. Still, what other option did I have? Extending my grabby arm, I reached up to the monstrous lizard. He appeared to understand my intention and reached out with one of his foreclaws, gently meeting my claw. Maintaining contact for a few seconds, I willed half of the energy up and through our connection. Nothing happened. Dang. Time to try another approach. Perhaps if the energy didn't belong to me, it wouldn't follow my instructions? Instead, I made a channel of sorts through my grabby arm for the energy to run through and squeezed the reservoir in my dustbin. The energy bunched up, and once it reached a critical mass, it welled up and started to flow. I could tell it was working when Daedalus's eyes widened in surprise. It only lasted a second before an implosion in the tiny space between my claw and his talon sent both of us hurtling apart. A meaty thump rang throughout the cave as the dragon was ragdolled into the back wall of the cave. I was flung out the entrance and sent sailing down the mountainside. Chapter 37. A Deal is a Deal. B batted aside the tentative thrust that Tony opened their latest exchange with. As the bristles knocked his stick to the side, she rotated and tapped his shoulder with the wooden handle of her own practice broom. If it had been the broom that Void had made for her, he would have lost the arm at the least. You need to commit. That thrust was slow and weak, but still more exposing than a feint, B commented as she followed up her attack, demonstrating the paladin's mistake by driving the end into his chest. With an oof, Tony's breath left him, and he fell back. If you are going to attack, then attack. Truthfully, the training was as useful for her as it was for Tony. It gave her something to focus on, to distract her from the overload of information her new class dumped in her mind. Stepping back, B waited for Tony to reach his feet, levering himself up with the haft of his weapon. She considered whether she might have been going a little hard on him. He didn't have the broom proficiency skill yet, though she hoped he would get it soon. On top of that, the fact that she was nearly double his level made the spars one-sided, even without the added grace from skills. Name: Tony. Race: human. Class: Paladin of Spot. Age: 24. Level: 29. Highest stat, charisma. Lowest stat, dexterity. Level 30 should be within his reach soon. He had been at 29 for some time now. Bee grimaced in frustration. Even though she had crossed level 50, she still didn't have a new field available in her scan results. Maybe she hadn't been using it enough for it to grow anymore? Lately, she had been making a conscious effort to scan everyone she interacted with, but so far, nothing. She wasn't entirely sure what else she would want the skill to tell her. The only other possible thing might be specific stats and their associated values. But other than that, the fact that she wasn't sure where else the skill could go might have been a sign that it wouldn't grow more. Still, she could only hope. Setting her feet, she readied to engage Tony again. The ground shook slightly before either of them could make the first move. Both of their stances lowered a bit to keep their balance as they looked around. Everyone outside had frozen in shock before likewise looking around, confused. In the distance, Bee could see a black cloud rising from the north. I hope that's not going to be a problem. I was halfway down the mountain by the time I caught myself with my thrusters. I had narrowly avoided smashing into the rocks along the way, just able to nudge myself around the obstacles. So when I did bounce off the ground, I hit a slightly softer, snowy, icy part. But the steep angle was such that I didn't receive much damage, no more than a few scratches that my skills had already taken care of. Stabilizing myself with the hover, I looked back up toward the top of the mountain and the cave. I sure hoped Daedalus was all right. With a slight bit of effort, I shot up back into the cave almost as fast as I had left it. In the back, I spotted Daedalus lying prone on the ground. He lay there, still and unmoving, for several seconds. I did nothing but observe until I saw the slight rise of his scaled chest. I felt my bristles relax slightly. Good, the dragon was still alive. It would have been a shame if my trade had killed him. The beast was magnificent, and quite a nice guy to boot. Ugh. The grunt echoed from the back of the cave. I trundled over to check on him, and I noticed his eyes were still closed. One of those massive red wings had crumpled against the cave wall in a weird shape, bent in places that didn't look like they were intended to be bent, and blood was slowly seeping out of several cracks in his scaled armor. I beeped out a message while prodding his nose with my claw, hoping that he might understand without my holograms. Hey, are you okay? A deep groan rumbled throughout the cavern, and I let out a cheery beep. Good morning. Good morning. Ow, grunted the dragon as he forced one of his eyes open to look at me. Ow, that hurt. I was already busy scanning him. Surprisingly, my advanced sensors couldn't penetrate his scales at all. They left only a void of information beyond the edges of his skin. But I could get a good estimation of his wings' state. I displayed and scrolled a new message for him to read. Sorry about that. You broke at least 4 bones in your wing and probably more in your ribs, but I can't really tell. Hitting walls that hard was not a good idea. Along with the words, I added a little diagram to illustrate where in the wing the breaks were. Daedalus just snorted in my general direction. The force of the blast from his nose threw me back several feet as I skidded on the ground. Do you think I wanted to hit the wall? Well, my wings are going to take forever to heal now. And, yeah, I definitely did bruise some ribs at least. Oh, hey, do you mind helping me set my wing? I have a skill that will eventually take care of it, but it's going to be much faster if it's in the proper place. Aligning bones is hard. Sure, I don't mind. What do you want me to do? I projected. Slowly, the magnificent red dragon got up and gingerly turned around. Okay, so we'll start by the base of the wing and move out. Grab it right here. He indicated the spot on the wing with his nose, and held the cave rock while I pulled. I grabbed it, and, with my thrusters, did my best to resist the dragon's leaning to the other side. It was slow, but the area slowly stretched, and the bone realigned. I could hear the dragon quietly muttering what must have been quite foul curses as the bones shifted in his wing. Once they were aligned, a shimmering golden energy plated over the area, keeping it stiff. "All right, that's one down," Daedalus said.